And here we are just past the peak of the season, and this has been our most influential tropical system in the United States. It's been K. So let's talk about this and what we've got going on here for the rest of the season, or at least for the next week, right? We can't tell you exactly what's going to happen. October, always a little bit more bullish than July. That's why we still have 55% of the season to go afterward. We're out here, though, in the MDR, so we kind of start fresh. We got a good week to watch all this. Because we have that trough that's so deep in the east, look at what it's done with the high. It's suppressed it so much that this little wave down here is just sitting over the southern part of the Bay of Campeche. Normally, I'd be really worried about that, all right, coming north, but not with the pattern that we have right now. Not at all. All right, so 20% with a system that's very disorganized, a system that's got to work its way through dry air. It's probably going to kind of hobble along all the way to the islands, and then who knows? Some of the models dissipate it. Some of the models kind of keep it going through the Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas, but I mean, there's really no telling. It'll just be one of these things that we'll have to watch. The one behind that looks like it's going to be one that curves north or dissipates in time. The jury's still out on it. There's a lot of different, possibilities. But if we put them both out there, you can kind of see. All right, here's, of course, what's left of Earl, which is now extratropical. But just to kind of give you a point of reference here as we look out toward the Atlantic, all this stuff kind of moving toward the west, not really showing a lot of robust activity. As a matter of fact, Earl, as an extratropical low, still looks more intense than any one of these waves, right? But there's a third wave that will likely be highlighted by NHC later on this week. And that's the one which I think has at least a chance because it's going so far to the south. Either way, the models don't go crazy with it. The other two are, one is here, one is now dissolved into the flow, and that's about it. So really nothing to go, hey, wow, we really have to watch this, but just, a southerly wave that can come south. But we're still, Kelly, at the time of the year where in mid-September, anything goes.
Yeah, I'm worried about the ones that form close to home, right? The Gulf.
And that may be, we may get to late September, October. That'll be more something we'll watch. Yeah,
exactly.
For sure.
A wave slowly approaching South Florida. If it holds together, we could be looking at more rain. And that wave is the one that we're keeping an eye on right now as far as the tropics are concerned. And it's this area right here in orange, which compared to yesterday, looking a bit more organized over the central Atlantic. It's about 1,000 miles to the east of the Lesser Antilles. It continues to move towards the west-northwest. And the National Hurricane Center is saying that we could see a tropical depression develop with this system later this week as it continues to move towards the west-northwest. This is one that we'll have to watch as we head into next week. Meanwhile, the one behind it, development chances continuing to go down.
Continuing to follow breaking news right now with Tropical Depression 7, I should say, that has just formed in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. This one moving west. We have the latest cone showing you the direction that it is moving and where we anticipate tropical storm conditions.
Yeah, walking its way closer and closer to the Lesser Antilles. There are those northern islands, eventually moving over places like the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, maybe there the island of Hispaniola. You do notice again that general westward progression, and the wind speeds, you don't see too much going up and down, kind of holding fairly steady in that 45-mile-per-hour range. So at least for now, in the short term, through the late week, early week, week of next week, holding on to tropical storm, or getting up to maybe tropical storm status, and kind of staying in that range.
In a season where we were expecting everything to go gangbusters, really, what is holding this back? So let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel and talk about what has really been one of the overriding limits to the atmosphere for tropical development so far.
Jeez, where do we start?
I know there's been a bunch, but one seems to stand out.
Dry air aloft, 10, 15, 20,000 feet in the middle altitudes there has been prominent in the tropical Atlantic, and I think has really been a part in overall limiting the potential for development so far, and the stability that goes along with it. It's not just dry, it's also warm aloft. So there's a lot of things there, Jen, you're right. But look at the numbers this season so far. When you think about the averages to date and what we've seen in 2022, now we may get a name storm out of this one, but still below average, right? In every category you can think of. That's average. Now think about your expectations, our expectations for the season were way above average, so we're running way behind.
Yeah, it is a season, no doubt that it has been a baffling one for sure, but right now, as we look at where things stand, we do have a tropical depression now, so we do have a little pocket, but it's what's kind of surrounding that has been the issue.
Pockets of convection have been sort of the theme this year. Not a lot of them. And this one, Tropical Depression 7, is surrounded by a lot of clear sky on those satellite pictures, which is why I love looking at the satellite pictures, because you can learn so much of what's going on and answer some of the questions that might arise. And this sort of clear air around it is indicative of very low relative humidities in middle altitudes, 400 to 600 millibars, somewhere around there, which for viewers is about 10, 15, 20,000 feet up. Relative humidity below 50%, that's very dry. And when that gets into storms, that creates a big problem. We'll explain in a second, but that's been characteristic of this season so far, the dry air in the MDR, the main development region.
Yeah, I mean, this is spot on to what we've been observing, and you're able to pull it all together to show us that's been the problem. I mean, not the only one, but a big problem that, that's prevented tropical development.
Yeah, I mean, that map showed you an average of the relative humidity departures from going back through early August. So the last 6 weeks have looked a lot like this.
We have Tropical Depression 7, could become Tropical Storm Fiona. Either way, expecting the calling card of this storm to be rainfall in the coming days.
Yeah, if you look at the models that we put back here, the two reliable models showing a ton of rain coming for the islands, and because of its trajectory, its medium to slow speed, this could be a very big deal for us and a lot of flooding.
Yeah, the mountains can certainly disrupt the overall system. However, the mountains can also promote very, very heavy rain. So double-edged sword. And our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, was the director of the National Hurricane Center. Before coming here, you've seen storms like this. We've seen what they can do in terms of rain to the islands. How concerned are you about this one?
I'm very concerned about what the rainfall could do in terms of flash floods and mudslides in the northeastern Caribbean and the greater Antilles. And I'm also concerned about what it could do beyond 5 days, because there are no guarantees that interaction with the high terrain of the islands is going to tear this apart and that it won't have a longer life. Now, it's a depression right now with max winds of 35 miles an hour, moving west at 14. The other concern is that the forward speed is probably going to slow down to 12, maybe 10 miles an hour. So a slow forward motion, regardless of the exact track, brings a lot of moisture to these islands, and that is a very significant concern. Also, the forecast at 35 miles an hour on Monday is predicated on the exact track being right over Hispaniola, something farther south, something farther north. It could easily be stronger than that. And of course, it could have more interaction with land and fall apart and be weaker than forecast. But again, the heavy rain is the big concern. And this is through the next 5 days. If it slows down even more, and even after it starts to move away from Hispaniola, it could bring more heavy rain beyond 5 days. So these totals could go up in a place like Haiti for down the road. But this is coming west, and it's going to be interacting with the islands. So the rainfall problem is going to be there regardless of the exact track, because of this healthy ridging to the north that's bringing it westward. Now, it is, as all the systems have been doing this year, contending with some conditions that are not ideal for strengthening. That's a good thing, right? Upper level trough here, but it does have some upper level ridging, so it's got marginal wind shear to contend with. But right now, I wouldn't say that the atmosphere is super hostile to development. It's just whether or not this system can take advantage of the conditions that it has. And there's another blowup of convection right near the center. So this, like Earl in this zone, is getting its act together despite the conditions not being perfect for strengthening. Now, here is that ridge to the north in the models at mid-levels, and that's why it's coming west. This is not going to recurve before getting to the Leeward Islands. According to the Euro, though, it gets to the Leeward Islands on Friday and then Puerto Rico on Saturday. That's that model's timing, and then to Hispaniola Sunday and Monday. And then we have a weakness in the ridge building over the continental U.S. So beyond 5 days, there's a lot of track uncertainty that we'll talk about. But in the meantime, the GFS has a slower forward motion. It doesn't get to the Leeward Islands till Saturday, and Puerto Rico on Sunday and into Monday. So this is an even slower motion, which ramps up the rainfall and flood problem and complicates the track forecast for down the road. So the forward speed is the concern over the next 5 days, guys.
All right, so I know you said there's uncertainty, but once we get past the islands, what could happen here? Do we think we could have some recurvature back to the north and maybe escape impacts in the U.S.?
Oh, you know what? Well, one thing I will make sure everybody hears loud and clear is we cannot rule out a direct impact in the continental United States. No way you can say that right now, because even if it were to turn sooner, like some of the GFS modeling is showing, it could still make its way back. I'll show you that in a little bit, but some of the other models are farther to the south. That's the U.S. models. And again, when we look at this track forecast, now what I want to do is show you this cone and then show you some past storms that went along this similar track. And even Fred, that fell apart after interaction with Cuba, made landfall in the U.S. and caused deadly flooding. Even Erica, that didn't make it past Hispaniola, was a flooding disaster in Dominica, and the name was retired. So please don't, while I'm not saying any of these particular scenarios are going to play out, don't discount the dangers of this system in the next 5 days, and don't discount what it can do after interaction with the terrain. So here's a look at the Euro model, and let's go past day 5. Now we've got weakness in the ridging to the north, and now maybe it's north of Hispaniola. And in the Euro, it does get picked up by this trough into next Wednesday, but even by next Friday, it's maybe interacting with Bermuda. But that's just one track in the Euro. Yesterday was completely different, had ridging over the east coast of the U.S. and came toward the continent. So that forecast could definitely change. And the slower GFS, now it's getting past Puerto Rico in the weekend. Now you might think, oh, that troughing is picking it up, but the GFS builds ridging back in, and that could bring it back to the U.S. It is way too early, Alex, to call off the dogs for the U.S.
Absolutely, a lot to watch.
All right, your storm station following some very wet weather. Rain coming down across South Florida this evening, making for a nasty night. And moments ago, this just in, the storm station is now tracking newly formed tropical storm Fiona.
What had been a depression earlier today has tonight strengthened, and that's where we begin. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is busy over at the Weather Center. Phil.
And that's where we are going to begin. Take a look at this. Fiona's pretty far away from South Florida, over 2,000 miles away, but the winds have picked up early this evening. And because of that, the National Hurricane Center says that it is now a tropical storm. You can almost see that spin getting better and better as the night progressed. Here is the first advisory on Fiona. As of 9:45, the winds have gone up from 35 to 50, moving west at 14, about 645 miles east of the Leeward Islands. Here's the close-up cone. By Friday evening, it should be impacting the Leeward Islands. Anywhere between 3 to 5 up to 8 inches of rain is possible. Even as it goes in through Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic and Haiti, the potential is there for some very strong gusty winds and heavy rain that could lead to some flooding, land, and mudslides. The wider view suggests high pressure pushing it to the west, and then eventually it's going to try to make a turn to the north, trying to go in between a front to the west and high pressure to the east. Now, as far as today is concerned, what an evening. Late day downpours on this wet Wednesday, starting from the bottom up. North Miami, over 2¼ inches of rain. Miami International better than 2½. Over 4 in Little River and Coral Gables. 4.5 I should say, in Miami Springs and South Miami with 5. But take a look at this video from the Arts Center. Streets were just flooded there, plenty of standing water on a lot of the roadways near downtown. That happened earlier today and also again this evening.
Good morning, Ethan. Leads South Florida. Well, here is Tropical Storm Fiona. We just got the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. Still a tropical storm, but it's over 1,800 miles removed from South Florida. So a lot to look at in the days ahead. And here's a good view of the satellite picture. We can definitely tell that the majority of the showers and storms with Fiona are on the eastern side, since it's still battling the elements up ahead. We aren't expecting this to be a strong system, but a tropical storm's packing winds of up to 50 miles per hour. It is moving toward the west at about 13 miles per hour, and some rain's already starting to impact
the islands. Based on the forecast track, by Friday afternoon into the evening, it should be moving through anywhere between Antigua and Barbuda, and probably produce up to 3 to 5 inches of rain around these areas, stretching through the U.S., British Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and eventually Hispaniola. So the concern for flooding, land, mudslides is there. And most models in agreement with the Hurricane Center that eventually it's going to start to curve more toward the north. Needless to say, there are some tropical storm watches in effect for our friends in the islands. That has not changed since late last night. And here's a good view of the forecast track to show you that high pressure is going to be steering it to the west, but then an avenue is going to open to allow it to curve more towards the open waters of the Atlantic, possibly close to the Bahamas. More on this in a few minutes.
And welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters on this Thursday, September 15th, waking up to Tropical Storm Fiona. Look at that, headed toward the Lesser Antilles and even making its way through the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Fiona could take a swipe at the mainland U.S., or is it going to turn out to sea? We have hurricane hunters that are out collecting the data that will help determine the strength, the intensity, all this sort of stuff of this system, and help us with the modeling as well. So let's get some more details on Fiona's forecast with Jordan.
Start off by taking a live look outside. American tropical paradise about to turn maybe a little bit more turbulent for you, as Fiona will likely bring tropical storm conditions to St. Croix and St. Thomas maybe as early as Friday evening. Rain and wind will spread from the Virgin Islands, then to Puerto Rico. Saturday, we are already getting breaking waves up to 6 feet in height, along with dangerous rip currents. Rainfall totals are forecast to reach as high as 8 inches. That's a lot of precip. Flash flooding will be danger this weekend. And with any kind of terrain help, we could be looking at potentially additional problems with that. So let's kind of look at the big picture here. Steph showed you the general direction of where this thing is going. Obviously, you've got the easterly trade winds, and that is why the whole thing is moving west, okay? Most of the developments on the east side of this thing, it's actually battling some shear, which is, you know, a lot of wind that's actually not helping it stack and build in strength, and so it's kind of tearing it apart a little bit. But as it moves westward, does it slide out of that shear? I'll get to that in a moment. Obviously, look at some thunderstorms this morning around the leewards, kind of seeing another wave heading towards Puerto Rico out ahead of it, which will add to moistening up the soils ahead of the tropical entity itself. Tropical storm warnings right now, looking at the Leeward Islands. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of that maybe over the next 24 hours to 36 hours move into the Puerto Rico area, because as we head into tomorrow morning, it'll get that much closer. By Saturday morning, it'll be knocking on the doorstep of Puerto Rico. But look at the wind speeds. Okay, what is it currently at 50 right now? So we could see it jump to 60, and then it just kind of stays there. Obviously, you've got some land surfaces that will interrupt its building process, but also because of that shear component, it's not allowing it to really get all that strong. Now, with the general direction of the ridge, we know it's heading west. But then, as it gets on the western side of that circular motion, eventually that breaks down and could drift northward. So hopefully, with all being said, we don't have any huge impacts to the lower 48. We know we're going to see some impacts here along the islands and down into the Caribbean. There's the shear component. I mean, look at the northeast side of this thing. My goodness gracious. I mean, you've got the shear component going all the way outside of Hispaniola, which is another reason why it's kind of tapping into this whole system here. So I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle for this system. But even with that hurdle, you still have a lot of moisture embedded within it. And so we know this entity could produce some big rainfall totals.
And that's where we find Tropical Storm Fiona right now, continuing to push towards the west, eventually expected to take that turn. As we mentioned, where exactly it ends up as far as the islands are concerned will determine its future track and intensity. Here's the very latest as of 5 p.m. Actually, the new advisory just came in with winds of 60 miles per hour. So we do have a strengthening system. It is still moving towards the west, and it is still a tropical storm. And you can see it is still battling some wind shear, because now we still have those clouds and the showers and storms still displaced from the center. So it's to the east of the area. All this here is drier air. It's a little over 400 miles to the east of the Leeward Islands. As it continues to move towards the west, it's expected to push close or near the Leeward Islands, where we do have tropical storm watches and warnings already in effect for the Leeward Islands. Eventually, the system will come close to areas like Puerto Rico. Some of the models are suggesting it could lick under the island. Of course, we'll talk about that and I'll have much more coming up in a few minutes.
And then once it starts, it could last quite a while, because while it's moving westward under that ridge right now, the upper level winds are not only shearing the system, but affecting the steering by times slowing down the forward motion. And again, there's the center of circulation. All the convection is off to the east. So when it first arrives, it might be windier than it is rainy, but eventually those rains will come. And you imagine islands being here, catching all of that moisture, it could be a significant rainfall event. And even with the infrared, you can see the convection trying to hang on to the low-level center. So a system that has that shear-induced disorganization isn't going to fall apart. It just might not look as pretty as other tropical storms, but it'll be going pretty slowly as we get later into the weekend, Jackie, and that enhances the rainfall risk.
All right, well, Hispaniola is keeping a close eye on what Fiona may bring in terms of winds and flooding rain. Places like right here in the Dominican Republic could get more of what you're looking at right there. That's right. It was just last month when storms dropped heavy rain and caused flooding of rivers, submerging communities. Now, as a result of that flooding, residents had to evacuate to higher ground. You can see people here gathering their belongings as the rising water flows beneath their feet. So the heavy rain is going to be a big concern here once again. Not from a tropical wave, this time from a tropical storm, which is going to bring all of the impacts across the region over some higher terrain, which could really be problematic, Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, these folks are used to getting heavy rains in the hurricane season from tropical waves. Yeah. And that, unfortunately, is something that happens pretty often. But this could be a notch up in terms of the risk, because you'll have more concentrated, longer lasting rainfall with this one. So take this flood watch seriously. Sometimes I wish there was such a thing as a major flood watch, you know, when the risk is a little higher. But in any case, this is a significant part of what we have to deal with, even though it's a sheared tropical storm. But again, if it ends up looking like this when it arrives, don't discount it. Oh, that looks like it's falling apart. It's not going to fall apart. It's been very resilient. Earl was like that. And maybe the front end is dry, but the second half of the storm could be very, very wet.
Okay, so just because it's lopsided now doesn't mean it's not going to be bringing some big impacts. And the other concern, too, Dr. Knapp, is the track. Like, you would think, well, maybe it would be a good idea or be better off for people if it took more of a northerly track. But that could still cause some big-time problems.
Absolutely could. I mean, in fact, Earl formed and went a lot farther north and east than this will, and it still had trailing rain bands that cause flash flooding in Puerto Rico. So any track that's anywhere near this cone is going to be posing that flood risk. And not only will the system be backloaded with the rainfall, but even after the center departs a couple days later, the trailing rain bands will continue. So it could be a multi-day rainfall event that is the reason why these rainfall totals get so high, up to 6, 9, 10, 12 inches locally. And the models are in general agreement that this zone is going to be at risk for heavy rainfall, even if they don't have the details right.
And there's really no way to know exactly where those rain bands may head up. Are they going to be over the Virgin Islands? Are they going to be over Puerto Rico?
But
we're not sure.
It happens so frequently that we know that once the center goes by, that's not the end of it. This moisture that the global models are depicting is going to run into these high terrain islands. They're going to catch more moisture. The rain's going to continue well into next week.
So the key, watching that southerly flow here.
Yes,
all
absolutely.
Right. Thanks so much, Dr. Knapp. Chris?
Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters. Let's check in on St. Thomas, shall we? Wow, we could expect some heavy rain and flooding later on today, maybe some mudslides as well. We're expecting tropical storm force winds over the weekend as Tropical Storm Fiona moves through, and we're going to continue with this bad weather across parts of the Caribbean for our next couple of days. Let's have a look now at the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. As of 11 o'clock, we are still seeing a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. No change really this morning. And there's good reason for that. This system is still highly sheared. In other words, we're not seeing a lot of thunderstorms over the lowest pressures. And as long as we see that kind of asymmetry, Fiona is not likely to strengthen. It continues to move west at about 14 miles per hour. Pressure about the same as it's been in the last 24 hours, about 1,005 millibars. The reason why we know that is because the hurricane hunters are slicing and dicing their way through their Air Force recon, telling us that the pressure minimum is over here somewhere at about 1,005 millibars. while the biggest of all the thunderstorms are there. But the weather today in the islands will get sort of stair-stepping our way down toward gusty winds. Every once in a while, one of these bands of outer showers will move through. We'll get 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. And then the lowest pressure will come on by with not much weather with it until it moves on toward the west. And then as it moves away, that's when the weather is going to get worse this afternoon and tonight, with wind gusts very likely over 50 miles per hour in spots. Overall, right now, we're talking about conditions that are very manageable. Every once in a while, as I mentioned, a shower moves through. We get a wind gust to 30 to 35, but overall, the background winds are about what they normally are in mid-September. There's the cone. I'll leave you with that. And this is an update, though, in the 11 o'clock advisory. If you're paying attention at home, the official forecast now expects Fiona to be a hurricane mid-next week as it rolls on toward the northwest through parts of the Turks and Caicos and nearby Bahamas. Guys.
Local 10 News starts right now.
And off the top at 5 o'clock today, parts of South Florida under a flood advisory right now. Here's a live look outside from all of our gray-looking weather cameras.
Yeah, let's take a live look at the Local 10 radar. You can see that it is raining in some parts of South Florida there.
And we continue to track Tropical Storm Fiona today, which keeps gaining strength as it barrels towards the eastern Caribbean. The Local 10 Weather Authority team is here.
Hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry is tracking Tropical Storm Fiona, but let's begin with Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis, who has the latest on that flood advisory. Betty.
Hi, everyone. A good old-fashioned soaking in parts of Miami-Dade. We're talking about Hialeah. Oh, the rainfall is finally starting to taper off, but the flood advisory officially going until 5:45 this afternoon. And these are the scenes with the water standing on the roads and just ponding everywhere you look. The rainfall came down fast and furious. By Doppler radar estimates, some areas around Hialeah picking up to 4 inches of rainfall. But here's the Doppler radar now, and you can see how those showers have diminished greatly. In fact, the showers at this point between Dade and Broward are few and far between. Keeping an eye around South Miami-Dade. Homestead looks as though a downpour is trying to fill in your neighborhood. Bottom line on this forecast, we're going to maintain that chance for some spotty rains and showers as we push through the rest of the afternoon, and even into the evening. We don't want to rule out a few showers out there. Let's get to the tropical update now. The new advisory is in on Tropical Storm Fiona as parts of the Leeward Islands start to feel Fiona. Michael.
Yeah, that's right, Betty. This one is approaching Guadeloupe in the easternmost islands of the Caribbean as a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Not a whole lot has changed today. This one not really any stronger than it was at this time yesterday. Still fighting off that wind shear. Moving to the west at 15 miles per hour. That's good news because it had jogged very briefly to the south, and the farther south it goes, the farther west down the line it could end up. So that we didn't want to see that. So it's good to see back on a southward trajectory. Now, as you look at the forecast over the next few days, you can see it's going to be moving toward Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands as a mid-grade tropical storm, bringing very heavy rainfall. That's the biggest concern here in the short term. And then notice it does bend to the north here as we get into early next week. That bend, some growing confidence in that, some positive trends today for us here in South Florida. An 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, though, is forecast here by the middle part of next week. So that's why we want to pay attention to this one, even though it's not all that impressive right now. Here's a look at the visible satellite picture. We're losing our sunlight out here in the islands, but you can see the center of this one approaching Guadeloupe, as I said, and it will be moving into the easternmost Caribbean. Most of the thunderstorms are still trailing this. They keep trying to develop over it, but because of that strong wind shear, have been pushed off to the east. All right, so what's going to happen here over the next few days? We have a large ridge of high pressure that's been guiding this to the west. There is a dip in the jet stream. As I mentioned, that high pressure over the southeast U.S., that's going to be building in much stronger than what we were seeing earlier. So we believe that this is going to turn around Hispaniola, Dominican Republic, Haiti, and head in the direction of the Bahamas for the middle part of next week. We'll continue to monitor these trends, but at least for now, Calvin and Eden, some good news for South Florida. Back over to you.
Here's a new video coming into the Weather Channel showing a water spout forming off Puerto Rico's western coast. Look closely. Now you have a rain shaft kind of on the left-hand side of the screen there, but look in the middle there. Look at that little funnel coming down from the cloud base, and you see that little bit of mist, spray coming up from the ocean surface. So this is in between Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, and you've had those showers moving from east to west, going from Puerto Rico off toward the Dominican Republic. And this is just the beginning of the turbulent weather that we are expecting over the next couple of days. Easily could have more waterspouts, maybe even tornadoes coming onto land areas. So that's just another one of the hazards that we are going to contend with Tropical Storm Fiona. 8 p.m. intermediate public advisory has the max winds at 50 miles an hour. But let me show you what was going on the western side of Puerto Rico. See, Puerto Rico way up there, and switch to the radar. See those little bands going from Puerto Rico to Hispaniola? That was the area where that waterspout occurred, but there's so much more where that came from, right? And especially with all the additional spin that we have on the eastern side of the tropical storm, we could see a lot more of the waterspouts, the winds, and especially the heavy, heavy rainfall as the center has gone just on the north side of Guadalupe. And interesting, look at that. Look at the wind direction at the airport in Guadalupe, which is right there in the middle of the island there. And so it has exposure from the north and the south in between the two sides of the butterfly-shaped island. And look at how the wind shifted around coming out of the south as the circulation center goes by to the north. That is the sign that the eastern side of the storm has begun, and it's going to be raining a lot heavier on Guadalupe, and stronger winds are about to come into Antigua and Montserrat, and before long, St. Kitts and Statia. So that is going to be a really rough night there in the Leeward Islands, and as the system moves farther to the west, it's expected to strengthen. So what changes might we see at the 11 p.m. advisory? The winds might come up from 50 to 60 miles an hour based on what we're seeing on the satellite and based on what the aircraft have been showing. It was earlier, about an hour ago, that they got some winds that were a little closer to 60 than 50. So it looks like it might be on a gradual strengthening trend. That is the Hurricane Center's forecast after all. And what changes might we see to this track and intensity forecast? I don't think a whole lot, but a lot of changes are probably coming beyond 5 days, Jackie, and forecasting that is a challenge because it involves weather systems that are thousands of miles away from here.
We'll get to all those top stories in a moment, but first we are tracking Tropical Storm Fiona, and our WPTV First Alert meteorologist James Wheeland is joining us now with the brand new forecast track for tonight. James.
Yeah, and I was just reading over the discussion and everything, all the data coming in right at 11 o'clock. There are a couple of differences, a couple of things here that we'll have for you. I'm going to show you them right now, if we can go to that, and I'll show you. It did increase by 10 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds. That's number one. So it strengthened a little bit. It has now officially crossed into the Caribbean Sea. It went over the island of Guadalupe, and the pressure's lowered there, and it did bump up to 60 mile per hour storm. Now it is in the Caribbean Sea at the moment, and we'll continue that westward track for a little bit. The new track, very, very similar to the last one. This part, just a little bit different, just a tish east this time. And notice with all these lines close together, that means it's moving very, very slowly. So in 3 days' time here, it's just still in this little area right here. So it's going to stall out here. Once it gets up back into the Atlantic, that's when conditions are going to become a little bit more favorable, and it will start to strengthen too. But the good news is feeling more confident that it's going to make that turn before it even gets anywhere near us. Now, the tropical storm warnings have been extended into the Dominican Republic there, where that was a watch before.
Good morning, everyone. Time is 5:10, and right now we do have Tropical Storm Fiona in the Caribbean. Meanwhile, we have two tropical waves out there. We don't have to worry about this because it has a very low chance for tropical development, and it will be tracking away from the United States. This one will be tracking towards the north, and this one over here will be tracking towards the west, and eventually it will dissipate in the next couple of days. Now, we have Tropical Storm Fiona, if you're just tuning in, is tracking towards the west, and it passed Leeward Islands in the last couple of hours. And then it will be tracking towards Dominican Republic. Right now it has sustained winds of 60 miles per hour. It is going to strengthen in the next couple of days right in the Caribbean, the open water. So it is going to get a little bit stronger out there. It is currently fighting with some high wind shear and some dry air, but it's going to get stronger even though it's fighting through that. So right now it has sustained winds of 60 miles per hour, moving west at 13 miles per hour. It will be making landfall in Dominican Republic on Monday overnight into Tuesday, with sustained winds of 75 miles per hour once it enters the Bahamas on Tuesday and Wednesday, and staying east of South Florida. All the computer models now agreeing that it will likely stay towards the east of the Bahamas in the next couple of days. Only one trying to make it a little closer to home here, but we don't have to worry about it. The GFS model and even the Euro model takes the system towards the east, as you can see, updated future track eventually on Wednesday and into your Thursday.
Yeah, latest update from the National Hurricane Center with sustained winds around 60 miles per hour. Fiona's still a little bit disorganized this morning because of wind shear. The hurricane hunters still investigating the system at the moment. And you can see the icon moving around a little bit at times over the last couple of hours because they keep finding a new center of circulation. So it really hasn't established itself just yet because of the wind shear that's present, which again is good news because if it was well established, we would likely have a stronger storm at this point. And we don't want any stronger winds. Of course, the rainfall, as Brandon was mentioning, is going to be a big issue. As we go through the next about 72 hours or so, we're going to be seeing this work its way south of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico still in southwestern Puerto Rico on the top side of that cone. So we could potentially have a landfall if this jogs north into southwestern Puerto Rico, but it's more likely the center of circulation stays at the south. Puerto Rico gets some of those stronger wind gusts to come in. Very heavy rainfall expected. And then as a Category 1 hurricane approaching the Dominican Republic by Monday morning, further strengthening possible as we get through Thursday morning, nearly to a Category 2 storm as this cruises to the north and east of the Bahamas. But areas like the Turks and Caicos likely going to have some heavy rainfall. The Dominican Republic as well is likely going to be hit hard by heavy rainfall and some strong winds. Numerous power outages expected there, along with the chance for flooding. There's a visible satellite this morning. You can see the mesoscale sector shifting to the west to now include some of those outer bands on the western side. So Puerto Rico has been on and off with those scattered showers this morning around that center of circulation. And you can see both of the hurricane hunters dancing around, trying to find that center of circulation, trying to get us a good fix on this storm and how well organized it is. And the last time they were in there, the winds were still around the same strength. You can see the rain coming in through St. Croix. That's where the heavier rain has been this morning, but some isolated scattered showers across Puerto Rico with some gusts that have topped around 44 miles per hour at the San Juan airport. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour in Guadalupe and St. Martin this morning. So there are around 50,000 people without power already in Puerto Rico. I expect those numbers to rise throughout the day. You know, Brandon said a lot of folks have generators there. Folks, if you're using generators, make sure you're keeping them away from your windows and doors. If they're running too close to your home, carbon monoxide can seep into your home and it can kill you. Flood watches have been issued, of course, out through St. Thomas, St. Croix, Guayama for the very heavy rainfall, and southeastern Puerto Rico expecting upwards of 8 to 10 inches of rain. Mayagüez, the northwestern portion of Puerto Rico, some smaller totals, but still some significant rainfall that is expected to lead to some major flooding issues.
At 60 miles per hour, the hurricane hunters are in there, giving us that clear idea that for now, Fiona's not strengthening, but it may be poised to strengthen later on today and tonight based on some of the other data that's coming in as well, in addition to the fact that it is slowing down, or at least the center is kind of moving around a little bit, trying to find its way underneath some of the stronger thunderstorms. That, too, is a sign that maybe it's going to at least get better organized in the coming hours, certainly by the end of the weekend. Here's the track, the latest one from the Hurricane Center, bringing the storm as a hurricane, right? Keeping Fiona in that position to get stronger on a path toward the northwest. Maybe getting very close to parts of the Dominican Republic with very heavy rain, life-threatening flooding as well with mudslides. With exceptionally heavy rain, of course, and some very gusty winds as Fiona continues to move on a path roughly like that toward the north and eventually northeast, we think. This has been the consensus all along. I know there's been some outliers that have moved it to the west, but yes, treat them as outliers. The most likely scenario has always been this kind of pathway as it moves toward the north and northeast. Maybe not that far from the Turks and Caicos and not that far from the Bahamas early next week as a strengthening hurricane. We have to keep that in mind. Look at the intensity, 105 miles per hour by the end of next week. And there's wiggle room to go, of course, either way, but maybe even stronger as we head toward the end of the upcoming week next week. Satellite pictures show a fairly healthy outflow pattern at the high altitudes, 30, 40,000 feet up. You see the clouds kind of spreading out in almost all directions. That's a sign that at least this thing can breathe and deposit the mass that it's bringing in from below elsewhere. Therefore, it can strengthen, at least in part. And we're starting to maybe see some of that with the mid-level circulation, at least evidenced by the radar earlier today, somewhere in there. By the way, here's some surface obs. We've seen gusts today, 30 to 40 miles per hour in spots with some of the outer rain bands. But again, the mid-level, several thousand feet up, right about there. And at low levels, it may be that the lowest pressures now are nudging their way northward, or at least the pressures are falling here underneath that mid-level vortex. So you're getting that, at least that indication that the lowest pressures may be right underneath some of the stronger storms and that rotation aloft. If that indeed is the case, we may be seeing some of that movement, then we could be in a position to watch Fiona get a bit stronger later on today. That is definitely something to monitor if you have interest in the Virgin Islands or in Puerto Rico, as sort of the showers now offshore in the distant periphery move on in, and at least for the next several hours, occasionally bring those gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. But then in between those showers, we get some pretty decent weather, sunny skies, and the traditional trade wind flow. But overall, this is where Fiona is right now, and the steering currents are kind of getting set up now in a way that we're comfortable with talking about clearly, that it's going to be moving kind of in a northwest path and then northward. Thereafter, let's say by midweek or toward the latter stages of the upcoming week, there's still plenty of uncertainty. And we're going to be talking about that in just a little bit in a few minutes. I'll look at some of the steering currents, Paul, and talk about where Fiona might go in the next, let's say, 5 to 7 days or so. Paul.
Primer vistazo al trópico a las 6:01. Fiona se mantiene como tormenta tropical y se encuentra esta tarde a unas 100 millas al sureste de Puerto Rico. Saludos, somos Junieski Ramírez.
Y Lizeth Mari, muchas gracias por acompañarnos y comenzamos con Jennifer Guerra. Jennifer, ¿ha cambiado algo su trayectoria?
En su trayectoria, por el momento, Lizeth, según lo que indica el Centro Nacional de Huracanes, un poco más al norte, ese centro de circulación que también está mejor definido y también se ve que Fiona está mucho más organizada. Si observamos, esa convección ya logra definirse una mucho mejor, sobre todo al norte del centro, al este y hacia lo que se observen el suroeste. Esto indica señas de que se está fortaleciendo, también lo indican esos cirrus que se muestran justo alrededor, el flujo de salida de la tormenta, una mayor organización, y eso ayuda a que mantenga su estructura vertical. ¿Qué estamos viendo según la última observación? Pues vientos máximos sostenidos de 60 millas por hora, un movimiento todavía hacia el oeste-noroeste a razón de 9 millas por hora, muy lento, pero sí se espera que Fiona justo antes de llegar a la isla de Puerto Rico, pueda convertirse en huracán categoría 1. Eso pudiera estar ocurriendo en cualquier momento entre la madrugada del día domingo y horarios de la tarde, donde ya estaría justamente atravesando la isla. Como pueden ver en este último cono de trayectorias, la isla de Puerto Rico estaría en su totalidad dentro de estas posibles trayectorias. Por tanto, como siempre decimos, un huracán, una tormenta tropical no es siempre un punto, así que todos deberán estar atentos porque esto pudiera estar generando más cambios. Pudiera ser huracán categoría 2 para mediados de la semana, afortunadamente muy lejos de nuestra zona. Ya Puerto Rico se encuentra bajo aviso de huracán, así que muy pendientes todos en la isla. Vuelvo con ustedes.
But this one is forecast to become a hurricane.
Today?
Well, yeah, today, later today. Welcome back into America's Weekend Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Kelly Cass.
And I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno in for Reynolds Wolf.
All right, take a look at the center of Puerto Rico. This is in the town of Orcovis, where we had some heavier downpours with the outer bands of Fiona. And it is that relentless rain that is the main concern with this storm as it moves over the island today. We're talking about at least a foot of rainfall. Jen, we've already had thousands and thousands without power, and this is just from the outermost rain bands kind of brushing the island.
Yeah, and you know, to talk about potential rain here, I was looking at some reports out of Guadalupe. Now they're finally out of the rain, but this little butterfly island right here, they had some reports here, unofficial, of 6 inches per hour rainfall rates, and then 19 inches, some peak totals of rain. And so that's the kind of system we're talking about coming into Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands today. And a lot of the heavy rain is sitting on the north side of the system, which happens to be where we're going to be getting into here in Puerto Rico and the islands, because right now the system is located about 80 miles to the west-southwest of St. Croix, so just south of here. It's actually going to take maybe a little more of a west-northwest jog as we get through the day today, but it's been moving very slowly, and a slow-moving tropical system does always bring that flash flooding concern. It is expected to become a hurricane later today. We'll see that happen, and then we'll see it maintain strength and then increase in strength once again it gets to the north of Hispaniola, and we will watch an increase in strength beyond that too, just north of the Turks and Caicos and Bahamas. In terms of warnings, the hurricane warnings are up for Puerto Rico and the eastern side of the Dominican Republic, tropical storm warning and hurricane watch for the Virgin Islands. And there is now, as of this morning, a tropical storm watch up for the southern Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos. So here's a look, a view of the radar. You can see how we're starting to see some of the heavier rain now spread over to the eastern side of Puerto Rico, spreading all over the U.S. and Virgin Islands. And because that northern and northeastern side is in the heaviest of rain bands, and because of the slow movement, this is going to persist all day. It's actually going to, I think, increase. Weather will go downhill a bit more throughout the western side of Puerto Rico. But for us here on the eastern side, we're in the heavy rain, and that's not going to improve all day long. That's why flood watches are up. They actually continue through Monday evening, at least, Kelly, because of the amount of moisture in this system, just the very moist atmosphere even beyond it.
And if you're just joining us, Fiona, a hurricane from the 11 o'clock advisory, National Hurricane Center, 80-mile-per-hour Cat 1, still moving north of due west at a few miles per hour, not very fast, 8 miles per hour or so. What we've seen in recent hours is a substantial increase in convection or thunderstorm activity right near where the center of circulation is. This has been in place now for a while, since probably last night. And what we're seeing is that mechanism in play that allows the system to strengthen. You need the thunderstorms near where the lowest pressures are, and the two can work together and get stronger, and we're seeing that. But I also put a little measurement tool here to show you how far away still some very nasty, squally weather is ongoing, hundreds of miles away from where the center of circulation is there. So again, it's a reminder, while perhaps the worst in the wind and the rain is right in there, and it is, still a couple of 100 miles away, it's pretty nasty as well. Look at this animation, the visible satellite picture. You can see that flare up of thunderstorms. You know, some lightning blowing up here, even in the recent burst of thunderstorm action right there. And the eye right about there, there is a sort of a definite window in the cirrus canopy that you can see through, which is indicative that there is subsidence ongoing in the middle of it. That's a sign that this is also in a strengthening phase. And you can see this developing eye wall right in there. Let me get a different color right in there. And when that passes over, let's say Mike Seidel's location in Ponce, the weather's going to get really bad really quickly, and we'll see wind gusts over 75 miles per hour, very likely in that, with a very heavy rain as well. Overall, the conditions across the islands are still pretty bad. I mean, St. Croix and St. Thomas are gusting well over 40 miles per hour, and not long ago we're gusting to near 60 miles per hour at St. Croix. And the weather conditions in Puerto Rico are going to get worse in the coming hours as this closes in. Now, the reason why we upgraded, or the Hurricane Center upgraded Fiona from a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm to an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, is the data that's coming in from the hurricane hunters. Thank goodness they're out there to tell us exactly what's happening on the interior. And the most recent pass, which is coming along like that on that leg, they found from the flight level data that they estimated the pressure was somewhere down around 988 millibars or so, an extrapolated pressure. So that tells us that the system, the pressure in the middle, has been going down all morning long, and the wind is now beginning to respond and starting to go up. That works. The pressure goes down, the wind goes up. We're seeing that effect in real time. Now, the next question is, where is Fiona going? Well, there's a sneaky little low pressure aloft there. The circulation, a little bit of a dip in the jet stream where the winds around it are shaped like that. It doesn't appear that Fiona can get a whole lot farther to the west from where it is right now because of the existence of that little dip in the jet stream, that upper level vortex, the upper level trough. And that has been part of the forecast now for a long time. So the behavior of Fiona, what it's ongoing in front of us, is basically what the models have been telling us for the most part. That was the signal throughout a lot of noise out there. So the idea that Fiona is going to eventually turn northwestward and then northward, yeah, that is beginning to sort of take shape. And we'll have much more on the future track of it in just a couple of minutes. But for first, I'm going to send it over to Molly to talk about some of the radar and the heavy rain effects from Fiona.
And a lot of the weather just to the east of the Turks and Caicos and bypass the Bahamas, but also a pretty close pass to Bermuda late Thursday into Friday. And we have new video in from Puerto Rico where Fiona continues to make its closest approach and near landfall over the next several hours. You can see the sustained winds and the huge waves here This is in Manabo, Puerto Rico here. Power lines, well, those are some of the good ones you're seeing here, but most of the islands like this, you have trees which are getting hit by the winds, which hit the power lines, which knocked out power. Again, I know Maria did a knockout blow to the power grid here 5 years ago. And while it was reconnected, it wasn't really hardened. It wasn't really improved. It was just reconnected. So the next storm here 5 years later as a hurricane is going to do massive damage to this temperamental and very delicate power system here. So again, it's a Category 1 hurricane, 80-mile-per-hour sustained winds. And let's get you back to Mike Siddell, who's live in Ponce, getting the worst of that northern eye wall as it continues to approach Ponce, Puerto Rico.
Okay,
Mike.
Back here in Ponce, taking the worst of Fiona. We had a gust just a few minutes ago that had to be hurricane force. I mean, palm fronts came flying by, and we've lost a good section of the roof here. That's why I'm standing here, because it's going to blow out to the harbor. The rain is not falling as hard as it was, but it's still falling pretty hard here in Ponce. And again, we're still in the eye wall as Fiona continues to intensify. Ooh, now that has to be something up above 40, 45 miles an hour, maybe over 50. The other thing is when you got stronger winds, the rain really stings. So this is going to knock out more power, and the rainfall is going to cause a whole litany of issues up on those hillsides and mountains behind me, which you can't see. But we've already had 5-6+ inches of rain, and we're not even really even halfway through this, because we got to get this through here, this eye wall, and then the back end. Now the wind will die down later, certainly, once we get out of this band, but the rainfall will continue into tonight and Monday. So the flood watch right now is up until dinner time tomorrow night. We've already had report of one mudslide into a home. They're okay. We had a road kind of open up this morning. Nobody's hurt. They had to clear out of 12 apartments. And now this, just the center, or as close to the center as we're going to get as it goes off just to our west. It's going to go right on through the Mona Passage, and you know, Santo Domingo, the eastern end of the Dominican Republic, look out there, they've got hurricane warnings, and at this point we're pretty confident it's not going to take a direct hit. We're not going to see anything like this on the East Coast. Maybe Bermuda by the middle of next week. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, power continues to go out, and the wind is just unrelenting here with Fiona. As I mentioned earlier, 2.5, 3 hours ago, we hardly had any wind, and now it's just gusting up to hurricane force. And I think the internet may be down too now. I can't access the ob. There's a weather station out on the point there from the harbor, and I haven't been able to access the ob. Once I can get that, we'll get it to you and get an official wind gust here, but easily 60, 70, even 75 miles an hour about 5 or 6 minutes ago. We'll keep you updated from Ponce. We've got continuing coverage on Fiona, the first hurricane of the season that impacts land.
Hurricane Fiona really pounding Puerto Rico right now. The entire island is without power. Almost 1.5 million customers are without power there right now. This is from a Category 1 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 85 miles an hour, but the rain is torrential right now across Puerto Rico. Lots of reports of flooding. This is a visible satellite picture. The eye just kind of grazing the southwest corner just west of Ponce, where our own Mike Seidel is stationed. We'll be hearing from him live again starting at 5 Eastern time. About 2/3 of the island right now are under flash flood warnings. No surprise there. Under hurricane warnings, as well as the eastern end of the island of Hispaniola. Fortunately for the east coast of the U.S., it looks like Fiona will recurve and move back out into the Atlantic. Could be a big problem for Bermuda.
Let's get straight over to our Weather Authority Center. Meteorologist Luke Doris is busy not only tracking Fiona, but we have tons of rain here, Luke.
Well, we did. We had enough that we still have a flood advisory, even though the rain has really settled down over Miami-Dade and Broward. It was going earlier today, though. Spotty light showers, much of it is kicked offshore. Where it's heaviest now is Duck Key, Isla Mirada, and Key Largo, where some thunderstorms are in the mix. All right, so let's talk about Hurricane Fiona. Made landfall today on the western tip of Puerto Rico as a Cat 1 hurricane with winds to 85 miles per hour. And while we are talking about a hurricane and it knocked power out to the entire island with its wind, this will be known as a flood event. That's its biggest threat. And some of our worst flood events with tropical systems have been weaker storms, but slow movers over hilly terrain. And that's exactly what we have here. It's only moving to the northwest at 9 miles per hour. It's a big storm. All the bright colors are bands of heavy rain. And even though the eye has since moved off the western tip, this is far from over. They've still got a lot of heavy training showers and thunderstorms, bands of rain moving over Puerto Rico, where by the time it's all said and done, they could see in spots 2 feet of rain, and that causes the rivers to rise extremely rapidly. It really is a catastrophe that's unfolding there. And the Dominican Republic, 4 to 12 inches of rain there. So mudslides are concerned. So as we go through tonight and tomorrow, it moves away from Puerto Rico, approaches the eastern tip of the Dominican Republic, strengthening into a Cat 2 by tomorrow, and then making a close pass toward the Turks and Caicos. So the forecast is just east by Tuesday. Thereafter, it hooks north and then east, well away from Florida and the U.S., though Bermuda will be watching it by late this week.
Yeah, and the slow forward motion isn't doing us any favors, right?
No.
And the fact that the second half, the second side of the system is larger and rainier and will be a longer duration of rainfall than what the front half before landfall of the center was like. Here's the visible imagery before we lost the sunlight, showing you the tremendous outflow of very well-developed hurricane that is going right in between Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, not spending a lot of time over land, at least not so far. And the overshooting tops here and these bands that are coming out of the south are the nasty backside of this hurricane that are going to bring a lot more rainfall. Look at that band here with the bubbling convection, and you switch over to the radar and we're able to see how that band is coming right into the central to eastern part of the island. That is almost entirely under flash flood warnings, and most of them a considerable threat, including there in Utuado, that is right there in the west central part of the island. And that really awful band is probably going to be coming over that area later as it goes through the central to eastern part of the island right now. But look how lengthy that band is. So talk about training showers and thunderstorms. You add the rain rates that a tropical storm or hurricane can produce, and then the mountains squeezing out that moisture even more with the orographic lifting. And then when the water falls, it gets funneled into the valleys, goes rushing down slope. This is a really, really scary combination. And when you look at the future radar depiction, you see these bands continuing as the center goes over maybe Punta Cana on the Dominican Republic side and then heads in the direction of the Turks and Caicos, but we still could have additional bands all the way into Tuesday. Won't be as continuous as what we're getting today and tomorrow, but it still could produce up to a foot of rain locally, especially in the southern half of the island, Chris. So really concerned, not just for recovering from what has already happened. We can't even start to do that because the impacts are still ongoing and will go on for a couple of days more with the rain.
Yeah, and trying to get to some of these spots may be difficult if bridges are washed out, more roads are washed out, which is a high likelihood. Let's show you some of the video that we've seen out of Puerto Rico this afternoon. Ponce, seeing some of the wind damage. Look at all that debris being blown off this rooftop, and then that becomes projectiles, especially when you're dealing with hurricane force winds. We had those in many locations along the south shore of Puerto Rico, some as high as 113 miles per hour. Yeah, that's going to produce damage, littering the streets. You see a lot of power lines down, you see a lot of trees being taken out, and even some structural damage. There's a look at some of the issues with power lines, and there'll be a long road to recover. We've even seen light posts completely blown over, along with the flooding issues we've seen with storm surge. Minimal, but still problematic at the coast. More issues with the heavy rainfall, swelling up the area waterways, and all of that draining through the surrounding countryside. Ponce seeing some damage, shingles flying around. Again, you see how bad it was at the height of the storm. A little after lunchtime was when winds really picked up on the outer eye wall. We saw that for hours here this afternoon in and around Ponce, Puerto Rico. One last check on the latest information here. Hurricane Fiona will await the immediate advisory within the next hour or so. Either way, still a strong Category 1 hurricane, 85-mile-per-hour winds moving to the northwest at 9 miles per hour. Puerto Rico, not far from San Juan, this bridge that you just watched get washed away by floodwaters. Look at the force of that water. I mean, kind of just stunning. Many of the law enforcement officials kind of standing by, blocking the road, making sure nobody tries to drive on this bridge. But you got to imagine what it's doing downstream. It could get lodged and cause a massive flood event. It could take out more bridges if it were to rush downstream. So wild scenes there. And then in Patillas, here along the southern coast of Puerto Rico, rushing water filling the streets, flash flooding ongoing. Some of this is a mixture of coastal flooding and just heavy rainfall and water spilling out over its banks. We've seen several inches of rain already this evening and most of the afternoon here in Puerto Rico. In fact, some areas north of Ponce towards Lake Cerillas, we've seen close to a foot of rain in just 3 hours time. Just imagine the rainfall rates. We're talking, 3 to 4 inches per hour in some of these spots, and flash flooding will be our biggest concern moving forward. There's the latest advisory on Hurricane Fiona as it's now pushing away from Puerto Rico, kind of following that narrow channel, the Mona Passage between the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. Winds are also increasing big time here near Punta Cana on the eastern part of the Dominican Republic. Winds are at 85 miles per hour, gusts a little bit higher than that, moving off towards the northwest at 9 miles per hour.
And Mike, ever since the center has gone over the southwestern tip of Puerto Rico, it's been making a westward jog. The long-term motion in the advisory is northwest at 9 miles an hour, but your eyes do not deceive you. That line and that motion are bending to the left over the last several hours. Look at that. So it went right over the southwestern tip of Puerto Rico, but look at that motion westward. Now, there could be all kinds of reasons why that's happening. Some of it might be just the disruption of the system slightly with the large islands and the high terrain of Puerto Rico and especially Hispaniola. But it's not changing the fact that we're getting that nasty band coming in on the backside of this into Puerto Rico. Now, this has definitely upped the ante for Eastern Dominican Republic, Punta Cana, and we'll have to see how much time it spends over land here, but a westward jog is a little bit more concerning for places like the Turks and Caicos, because even as conditions are going downhill there, where you could, if it keeps trending westward, maybe get hurricane conditions there. While that's going on, you're still going to have this southerly flow and these bands coming in Puerto Rico. Again, not as much coverage of rainfall tomorrow night into Tuesday morning, but still some more flooding rains could be happening even a couple of days from now. So Turks and Caicos under tropical storm warning. Might they have to consider hurricane watch? It's at least a possibility. The tropical storm force winds probably arriving there late tomorrow night, but could they be followed by hurricane force winds? It's at least a possibility according to the Hurricane Center's wind speed probabilities, but certainly the chances of hurricane conditions in Dominican Republic are on the increase this evening. And then after that, we're going to have the possibility that Bermuda takes a direct hit from what could be a major hurricane later this week. Chris?
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas noches. Gracias por acompañarnos. Les saluda Mario Vallejo. Puerto Rico sufre esta noche inundaciones, deslaves, puentes colapsados, corte eléctrico total y una lluvia que no cesa en medio del azote del huracán Fiona. Las autoridades catalogan los daños como catastróficos. Aunque el centro de la tormenta se aleja rumbo a República Dominicana, toda el área de lluvias continúa sobre la isla. Comenzamos esta edición con nuestra meteoróloga Madison Torres. Adelante, buenas noches.
Así es, Mario, muy buenas noches. El centro, como bien dijiste, ya se encuentra muy cerca de Punta Cana, la República Dominicana, pero las bandas de lluvia intensa continúan azotando Puerto Rico, alimentándose directamente de esa agua caliente del Mar Caribe. Así que por ahora, durante la madrugada y hasta el amanecer del lunes, van a continuar experimentando lluvia intensa, la que puede dejar acumulados de más de 25 pulgadas en algunos sectores de la isla. A esta hora de la noche tiene vientos sostenidos el huracán Fiona de 85 105 millas por hora, se muestra un poco más fuerte que anteriormente en la tarde. Las ráfagas llegan a 105 millas por hora con un movimiento al oeste-noroeste a 10 millas por hora. Fiona está acercándose a la República Dominicana, estará tocando tierra muy cerca de lo que es Punta Cana durante esta madrugada, cruzando hacia el norte para el Océano Atlántico ya para mañana lunes entre la mañana y la tarde. Y poco a poco en aguas más cálidas y un ambiente más favorable, este sistema continuaría fortaleciéndose para ser el segundo huracán intenso de esta temporada 2022.
But first, we are tracking the tropics. Hurricane Fiona now slamming the Dominican Republic after unleashing catastrophic damage in Puerto Rico.
And take a look at this video. A bridge swept away by floodwaters. Officials issued a flash flood emergency, urging some residents to move to higher ground, as some areas were expecting to get up to 30 inches of rain.
Also on Sunday, an island-wide blackout. Luma Energy, the company that supplies power to the entire island, says it could take several days to fully restore power for the nearly 1.5 million customers.
Next, weather meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez is tracking the storm and joins us now. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, and Hurricane Fiona made landfall over eastern Dominican Republic at 3:30 in the morning. It is a Category 1, and it is just slamming the Dominican Republic at this time, but also still impacting Puerto Rico. But you can see that well-defined eye there, and it is continuing to move to the northwest at about 8 miles an hour. Here's our next radar network tracking Hurricane Fiona, and you can see Punta Cana is getting hit hard right now, experiencing hurricane conditions right now, as well as the potential for a similar type of flash flooding and mudslides as Puerto Rico experienced here in the Dominican Republic. As we look at the latest information, it has 90-mile-per-hour winds, but it is forecast to strengthen once it pulls away from Dominican Republic and could be just brushing near over parts of the southeast Bahamas or Turks and Caicos before then it becomes a major Category 3 hurricane and could be potentially moving northeast towards Bermuda. Hurricane watches and warnings are in place for Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Turks and Caicos. Tropical storm warning in place for parts of the Bahamas, and Puerto Rico could see anywhere from 12 to 16 inches of rain here through Tuesday.
Yeah, and Alex, let me recap some of this, because if you're just joining us this morning, you may say, hey, what happened this weekend? What's going on here in the tropics? So here's the story. We have Hurricane Fiona that made landfall yesterday in Puerto Rico as a Cat 1 hurricane. Right now, still bringing bands and bands of rain across parts of Puerto Rico as well as the Dominican Republic. So there's that first landfall, Cat 1 in Puerto Rico, and then it actually made a second landfall about 12 hours later in the Dominican Republic. And so we've had two landfalls now, still a Cat 1 there as it made landfall early this morning in the DR. And so there's a lot of rain for them as well. And then this is going to continue to scoot on up to the north. So we have the Turks and Caicos, Bahamas, Bermuda that need to be on high alert as this hurricane continues to grow in the coming days. Here's a look at the top wind gusts so far, especially here in Puerto Rico. We've seen over 100 miles per hour, but it's also been the rain that has just been prolific in these areas. And it's really in part to the nature of this system. It may just be a Cat 1 hurricane, but you can't always look at the intensity. It is the slow-moving part of this system that is really causing some problems. It's only going at about 8-9 miles an hour, and so these slow-moving systems can really bring in bigger impacts, especially with the rainfall. Ponce is seeing around 26, 27 inches of rain, and look at these numerous reports of flooding and rainfall totals. Almost 100 reports there across the island of Puerto Rico, and of course that means that the entire island still under a flood watch as we head through tonight. Now we should see the rain weaken up just a little bit as we head through tonight, but still several hours to go. And unfortunately, much of the island dealing with this, power outages, 1.3 million customers still without power as we head into this afternoon.
Yeah, and it is nowhere near done strengthening. This is really poised to become a major hurricane, a very powerful system. The good news for Puerto Rico is the winds have come down enough that there's no longer a tropical storm warning in effect there. So now it's getting to be about points farther to the north. Now, moving northwest at 10, that's still not as fast as we would like to get the trailing rain bands away from Puerto Rico and to let the conditions get a little better in the Dominican Republic, but it will be speeding up. So no more tropical storm warning for Puerto Rico. We do have the hurricane warning, though, for the Turks and Caicos and the southeast Bahamas under the tropical storm warning. morning. Conditions going downhill in those areas later tonight. But we still have, importantly, a flood watch in effect for the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico through tonight, because we still have those rain bands coming in. There goes the center of the hurricane. Here comes those southerly bands still plaguing Puerto Rico. Now, they're not as continuous and as potent everywhere on the island as they were yesterday, but we still have them. Look at those overshooting tops there as the southerly flow interacts with the terrain, and a lot of the island still under flood warnings or even flash flood warnings. Now, this band has gotten a little bit more diffuse, but it's still occasionally raining very heavily. So we have a considerable threat on these flash flood warnings here in the center of the island in Utuado until 8 p.m. local time. Same sort of thing going on down here from Ponce to Guayama. Again, a considerable threat from this ongoing flash flood warning, and we've had mudslides affecting structures during the day today. But things will be gradually improving in Puerto Rico over the next 24 hours, Jackie, so they can get out there and start the recovery process from what has mainly been a water disaster.
We just got our new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Fiona. Notice the winds have gone up just a little bit now, from 100 miles per hour to 105 miles per hour. Still a Category 2 storm, but this storm is intensifying as it's over the open warm waters to the north of the Dominican Republic, and this very well could become a major hurricane even later on tonight. Forecast to continue to get strong, making a run near or over Bermuda and then heading towards the Canadian Maritimes by the weekend.
Live NBC6 News at 11 starts now.
Now at 11, feeling Fiona's force. The hurricane devastating Puerto Rico, leaving the entire island in the dark. The governor calling the damage catastrophic.
Fiona's fury not stopping there and slamming into the Dominican Republic earlier today. Good evening, I'm Juwan Strader.
And I'm Jackie Nesbral. The hurricane killing at least 2 people in Puerto Rico.
The storm now expected to turn into a major hurricane over the next few days.
Hurricane specialist John Morales is here now with the latest track. John.
Hi, Jackie and Juwan. So tonight we have a strengthening hurricane off the north coast of Hispaniola, and lots of people sweating it out right now in the Turks and Caicos, because as we look at the satellite image, you're going to notice that the hurricane is taking a bit of a west-northwest jog, and that's going to bring it closer to the Turks and Caicos, where there is, of course, a hurricane warning in effect right now. So the Turks and Caicos are right around here. And look at how close the eye of this hurricane is approaching, moving towards the northwest. So a good deal of concern there, plus more concerns further south. Check this out. All the heavy rain on the southern or southeastern quadrant of this hurricane that's impacting parts of the Dominican Republic right now, as well as Puerto Rico. Now, there it is, 110 mile per hour winds right now, almost a Cat 3. It is right at that threshold of Category 3 intensity, moving north-northwest, says the National Hurricane Center. But, of course, we've seen how, at least over the last 4 or 5 hours, it's been moving more of on a west-northwest track. There is the official forecast as a Cat 3, even transitioning into a Cat 4 hurricane once it's past the Turks and Caicos. Then, look, Bermuda is in the cone of concern for a major Category 4 hurricane with winds 130 to 140 miles per hour. And by the time it gets up to Newfoundland, well, we're talking about a Renton low, but packing quite a punch, with winds probably close to 75 miles an hour.
Now, Fiona, the center of the storms, passing very close to Grand Turk Island this morning, just 20 miles southeast of the area. It became a major storm overnight at 2 a.m. As of 5 a.m., winds are at 115 miles per hour. It is forecast to get stronger from this point forward, and it could become a major storm throughout the day on Wednesday, Thursday, coming very close to Bermuda. They need to watch the progress of this one, and it remains no threat to the United States. But additional rains expected around the Dominican Republic, although they are not under a hurricane watch any longer. Hurricane warning in effect for the Turks and Caicos, Southeast Bahamas under a tropical storm warning, and about 1 to 3 inches of rain expected for you, but for the Turks and Caicos, about 4 to 8 inches. And the rest of the tropics heating up. We have 2 other areas that we're following that both have a medium potential in forming.
At least they have a structure to go in.
too. It may not have power, but they have a structure, unlike when you had almost a Category 5 in Maria moving in. And interesting enough, to the date back in 2017. Today was the anniversary of that. So here we go. The biggest change from the Hurricane Center at 8 a.m. is the pressure's gone down, 7 millibars. That's pretty significant. And we've been watching lightning in the eye wall all morning. It looks like Grand Turks has really taken it on the chin with this. We understand there's power loss there. Phones potentially down, 100-mile-an-hour wind gust. Cotton Cay, Salt Cay, Grand Turk, of course, in the Eastern Island there. Cockburn being the capital, taking it right on the chin, probably dealing with the eye wall as we've gone through this morning. So hurricane warnings continue there. We will start to see the conditions improve slowly as we get into this afternoon, and this evening they'll get a lot better as the storm's pulling away. The problem is you're going into the Cat 4 range with this thing, getting up there in terms of strength. So the eye not visible now. Why? Because we have so much deep convection around the center that it's just blowing up. So the thunderstorm comes up, and let me do this in white. The clouds kind of fan out, okay, around. And all this is literally going on right now around the eye wall. So you've got all this cirrus just sitting there, and it's not a clear eye at the present time. Until it clears out, I mean, once this clears out, this will definitely be a very, very powerful hurricane. And we do think that is going to happen as we go on in time. So there's still some rain this morning, dealing with waves, 28 feet. These are very low, shallow islands. I mean, you're talking about, what, 40 islands here of this archipelago, not very high islands at all. So even 10 feet, it can be really bad. So with the developing hurricane, you have a tropical storm force wind field that's expanding. All right, this storm may come to 150 miles to Bermuda. They'll definitely get into the tropical storm force winds. The big question is, how close does it come to Bermuda? And do we get a chance to get into the hurricane force winds once it gets up close to them? All right, that's the big question here. So here's the storm working its way to the north. Again, that old cold front just kind of sitting here. This allows this to start that extratropical transition, probably while it's southwest of Bermuda. And as it does that, it starts to open up a little bit. But do we have the potential to get 100-mile-an-hour wind gust up and through here? It's absolutely possible. All right, it's something you got to prepare for. No watches in Bermuda yet, but that will change probably over the next 24 to 36 hours. And then Halifax and Newfoundland, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, be ready.
Well, we now have a new tropical depression in the Atlantic. It is Tropical Depression 8, situated there in the middle of the Atlantic, essentially here, and moving northbound at about 10 miles per hour. You can see where it is in relation to Bermuda, well on off towards the east, and again, moving northbound from there. And you can see the general path taking it north and then eventually off towards the east as we head towards the end of the week. Then it does a little something funky by the weekend.
So it is expected to become a tropical storm and a strong tropical storm at that. But you can see how once it gets to the end of this track, it actually kind of makes like a loop-de-loop. And while the reference point is the Azores, it right now looks like it's going to curve away from them once we get to that range. But we have plenty of time to track this one.
Absolutely. So indeed, our next tropical depression is in play now. That is number 8. Next name on the list, that is the G name.
Yeah, Gaston.
That's right, Lorena. And the tropics reminding us that we are still in the peak of hurricane season. And as you can see here, we are keeping a close eye on this tropical wave. It's titled Invest 98L. Invest because the National Hurricane Center is now investigating this system. Winds of 35 miles per hour. It's currently a few hundred miles to the east of the Windward Islands. You can see the cloud cover associated with it looking much more organized today than it did earlier this morning. So the tropical wave now moving towards the west-northwest, and the National Hurricane Center saying that somewhere within this red shaded area as it continues to move towards the west-northwest, and once it is in the Caribbean, conditions appear more likely for this to become our next tropical depression. Development chances have gone up, and they're high now, up to 70% within the next 2 to 5 days. Now remember, this is not a forecast track, but just somewhere within this area as it continues to move west-northwest, that's where conditions will be likely for some development. Now, as far as the forecast models are concerned, it keeps the system moving towards the west-northwest and then moving into the Caribbean as early as this later in the work week. And once it does, that's when we could begin to see some development. Our next tropical depression likely to form just the next couple of days. It will be Tropical Depression 9. Eventually, this system is expected to take a turn towards the north, over the Caribbean. So this is one for South Florida to watch as we head into the upcoming weekend. I'll have more on this in a little bit. I do want to show you now the very latest on Tropical Depression number 8. This one formed earlier today. It's with winds of 35 miles per hour. It's a little over 1,000 miles to the west-southwest of the Azores. Moving towards the north at 10 miles per hour, is forecast to become a tropical storm. Gaston will be its name as early as tomorrow, and then it'll meander over the open waters of the Atlantic, creating swells for the Azores as we head into the upcoming weekend. We also have Fiona, still a major hurricane that will continue to move towards the north and then eventually taking that turn towards the northeast over the Atlantic, still with winds of 115 miles per hour. I'll have more on that area moving into the Caribbean and more on Fiona coming up in just a few minutes.
Well, off the top at 5 o'clock today, triple trouble in the tropics. Fiona is a Category 3 buzzsaw. We are also tracking Tropical Storm Gaston, but it is that highlighted tropical disturbance we are most closely watching. And right now, a live look at the Turks and Caicos as Hurricane Fiona roars by. Water levels are expected to rise as much as 5 to 8 feet before Fiona finishes on the British territory.
And we're seeing new video of the destruction Hurricane Fiona caused when it ripped through the Dominican Republic, leaving more than 1 million people without running water.
And the Weather Authority team is here.
Hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry and Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis have your busy tropical update. Betty, get us started.
Well, as if we don't have enough to talk about, we have a new tropical storm. Tropical Depression 8 has been upgraded to Tropical Storm Gaston. So that's new as of this 5 o'clock advisory. Way out over the Atlantic waters, winds of 40 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 17 miles per hour. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about this. It will, though, later in the week generate some swells that could impact parts of the Azores. Now, let's get to Hurricane Fiona. This is the new advisory. The center of circulation is 50 miles north of North Caicos Island. Maximum sustained winds of 115 miles per hour as it's moving north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. And it is still delivering heavy rainfall and strong winds to those islands. It is forecast to intensify to a Category 4 hurricane. Notice Wednesday p.m. 130 miles per hour. Also forecast to move near or past Bermuda, at least approaching Bermuda, late on Thursday. And after it races past Bermuda, it heads up toward Newfoundland. So that is Gaston and Fiona. Now let's talk about that tropical wave east of the Windward Islands. Our hurricane specialist Michael Lowry has the breakdown on that one.
Hey there, Betty. That's right. This is a disturbance that is getting better organized to the east of the Caribbean. This is going to be the main event for us in South Florida and, broadly speaking, for the Gulf Coast and maybe even the East Coast as we get into next week. Okay, take a look at what's happening across the tropics today. Busy day as we've been talking about Fiona. Gaston, as Betty covered just now. We have another disturbance there that moved off of, or that is forecast to move off of Africa. Not going to worry about this one. We're going to focus our attention on Invest 98L. For now, this is a disturbance that has an 80% chance of development here over the coming days. Here's what it looks like on the enhanced satellite picture. You can see there is a little bit of a ripple in the wind field, but still going to take a little time for this one to cook. The environment not favorable at the moment, but as it gets into the Caribbean over the weekend, things are going to get much more favorable. Fiona and Gaston are going to be going away from us. Now, this one by late week into the weekend could become a tropical depression. It would be Tropical Depression 9 if it did so, or Tropical Storm Hermine. Now, that high pressure that's steering it off to the west is going to build in from behind Fiona and continue this off to the west. The concern here for us is that basically the upper level pattern is such that it's going to be moving toward the Western Caribbean, maybe into the Gulf of Mexico, and the goalposts here are very wide. We're talking about this is late week into early next, or late weekend into early next week. We could have a system that's moving in the direction of Florida. We could have a system that is moving in the direction of the Western Gulf of Mexico. But right now, the upper pattern looks like it's going to favor a strengthening system for the coming week. Now, again, we still have plenty of time to watch this. This is still a good week away from any potential threat to the United States, but something certainly we're going to keep a close eye to and continue to update you on here in the coming days.
And flooding continues to be a concern in Puerto Rico. Still have some isolated areas of heavy rainfall today, but fortunately, the worst of Fiona's heavy rain in Puerto Rico has gone away. But Power outages continue. Widespread damage are what remain. Now let's take a look at the long-term recovery that they're going to have with a lot of troublesome issues across the island. Now our attention turns not only to the long-term recovery in Puerto Rico, but to what Fiona will be doing next. The rip current threat along the eastern seaboard of the United States, what Invest 98L could do in the Caribbean and maybe the U.S. A lot going on in the tropics. Let's talk about Fiona before I briefly mention a 98L. Hurricane Fiona, the 5 p.m. advisory is a Cat 3, the 115 miles an hour and a pressure of 957. But the hurricane hunters have been out there and they have gone through a couple times. This is the NOAA hurricane hunters. And when they went through the first time, didn't get the strongest winds, but they came around from the northeast and went through the northeastern eye wall and got surface estimated winds from that SFMR instrument of about 122 miles an hour. The flight level winds converted to the surface are about 124. And the pressure looks like it's come down several millibars. So on the next advisory, the intensity of Fiona will be at least 120, maybe 125 miles an hour, top end Cat 3. So this is knocking on the door of becoming a Category 4 hurricane. And the satellite trends certainly are consistent with what we're seeing from the aircraft. There's the last visible image of the day with that eastern eye wall again catching that setting sunlight. But on the infrared, look at over the last 6 hours how the purple cloud tops, the coldest cloud tops, are getting more all the way around the top of the eye wall. That eye is getting more cleared out and rounder. So this is strengthening. Could be a Cat 4 later tonight or tomorrow.
Hurricane Fiona today hitting the Turks and Caicos Islands with winds up to 110 miles per hour, a Category 3 storm. Forecasters warn up to 8 inches of rain. Soaked that island, and you'll continue to see problems with the storm surge and all that rain. The powerful storm devastated Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, reaching hurricane strength before slamming into Puerto Rico Sunday. 2 feet of rain fell there, and the storm's winds knocked out the power supply. A powerful storm, and tonight the question, where is Fiona headed next, and what a system that has our weather team keeping a close eye will mean for all of us in the coming days. As always, First Alert meteorologist James Whelan to give us some answers. James.
Yeah, very active out there. In fact, Fiona really strengthened a bunch today. It's on the verge of becoming a Category 4 storm, and you can tell, look at that thing. It just looks like a very powerful storm. It's very symmetrical now. Things are coming together, and you can see the higher cloud tops wrapped all the way around it now. The west side, not quite as sheared as it was. Still better outflow on the east side of this, but it has bumped up to 125 mile per hour winds, just 5 miles per hour from a Category 4 storm, which it is forecast to become. Now moving to the north at 8 miles per hour. Tomorrow, 140 mile per hour Category 4 storm, and before it starts to weaken and then turn into just a huge extratropical storm up into Atlantic Canada here. They're going to have some problems there, even though this thing isn't tropical. It's going to be a big storm, even all the way up into Canada. So problems from Puerto Rico all the way up to Canada, but not the eastern seaboard of the U.S. Tropical storm Gaston formed today, not bothering us at all. That will stay out to sea. This one, too, will probably move to the north, but it does have a medium chance to develop. It's this one that all eyes are on. High chance to develop over the next couple of days. Could do it right before it moves into the Caribbean or right after, but it does look like conditions are pretty favorable for this to strengthen in the Caribbean. And by, say, 1 week from today, it could be up in the northwestern Caribbean, of course. That's an area we need to watch here for South Florida, and we will.
So yes, the tropics are getting busy. We have 5 areas we are watching. I want to break down Fiona because the 5 AM advisory has the system still as a Category 4 hurricane. As it's making its way towards the north at 8 miles per hour, it's going to head towards Bermuda. They're under a tropical storm watch. Now, if you're just joining us, we'll talk more about Gaston. That system is over the northern Atlantic, not really a threat to land. This is the area we're really highlighting, and that's because it is an invest, something we need to investigate, as Hurricane Hunter aircraft will be out there to investigate later today. We're watching this system as models have it moving into the Caribbean. 90% chance of development in the next 5 days. What we're watching is that the system will move into an area of the environment that will actually be conducive, favorable for tropical cyclone development in the Caribbean just near Cuba as we go into early next week. So all eyes on the system. There's lots of variables that can move the system to the north, to the northwest, into the Gulf of Mexico, into the Yucatan, or more east. We'll have more details coming up.
It made landfall in Turks and Caicos Islands Tuesday as a Category 3 storm. Officials reported only a handful of downed trees and electric posts and no deaths. The U.S. State Department has issued a travel advisory as Hurricane Fiona heads north towards Bermuda. But the hurricane is expected to pass near the island late Thursday or early Friday, possibly as a Category 4 storm.
Relief efforts underway in Puerto Rico following blackouts and flooding caused by Hurricane Fiona. Aid workers working tirelessly to support families on the island. They're delivering food, water, hygiene kits, and medical supplies. International Medical Corps, they have teams on the ground, have had them there since Hurricane Maria devastated the island 5 years ago. Now they are supporting health facilities following Fiona's effects.
And then health facilities, are also looking for alternative energy sources, those sorts of things, so that they can stay open and they can continue to provide services. Recovery really is a long-term prospect, and we're committed to staying on the ground.
In Doral, volunteers at a nonprofit global empowerment mission have been working around the clock, packing and loading pallets of supplies, including almost 1,700 family necessity kits. There's a major need for water filters and tarps in Puerto Rico. For more information on those relief efforts, head to local10.com.
Yes, and so families are recovering from Fiona, hoping to have better conditions as they clean up what the storm destroyed. Roads and marinas are trashed from Puerto Rico to the Dominican Republic. People with plans from the East Coast to Bermuda need to watch Fiona as it has gained strength while moving to the north. Let me give you the latest here on Fiona and show you what we are watching. Now, we're getting new information in on the rainfall totals. National Weather Service helping to gather more of the data on who saw exactly how much rainfall. And there definitely are pockets of 25 inches plus. That's a darker area right there with a large footprint of 16 to 20 inches of rain. It came down in about 24 to 36 hours. Now, this is where Fiona is right now. It's a Cat 4 with winds of 130 miles per hour. We're watching this now. It's 675 miles to the southwest of Bermuda. So using that as the point, even though you can still see some of those trailing bands are still lashing, actually, the Turks and Caicos. We're not completely out of the woods yet, although the weather much better today. But the next up spot to watch is Bermuda. And so this is where a hurricane watch and tropical storm warning has been issued. Tropical storm warning means within 36 hours, we could see tropical storm conditions. Hurricane watch, of course, watching beyond that 48 hours, the concern there. And so we time it out. It's expected to pick up speed as we get into tomorrow and then Friday, approaching Bermuda as we get here into the Friday timeframe. Again, watching that track closely because it may be close enough so the eastward side does affect it. That's where a lot of the biggest energy is. All right, so we go from that to the next area to watch in the tropics, Invest 98L.
Yes, Jen, we have certainly seen things get more and more active here in the Atlantic. And the next one here that we're going to be watching very closely is this Invest 98L, which is hanging out here just southeast of the Windward Islands. Very disheveled looking tropical wave right now, but the National Hurricane Center is still giving it about a 90% chance of developing into a tropical cyclone somewhere in this red hatched area as it migrates on off towards the west-northwest. In the short term, watch for some gusty winds, watch for some downpours here and there, tropical downpours, Barbados, Grenada potentially there through the Grenadines, and maybe even the north coast of Venezuela as well. In fact, we're seeing some of those showers moving on through right now. Again, not the healthiest looking system right now, but again, it's very early in its stages. The anticipation is down the road more development will take place. One reason why? Well, look at these water temperatures. Plenty warm. We're talking mid and upper 80s. So that's the fuel for these things to really get going. That will not be a hindrance, the water temperatures, that's for sure. Now, the hurricane hunters, they're going to be heading out there to investigate this even more. A flight taking off this evening and another one for tomorrow morning. At least those are scheduled. They get in there, get a better sense of what is happening with this thing, which will then go into the computer models, which will help us fine-tune the forecast for us down the road. But for now, here's where it's the thought process in terms of where it may be headed. Westbound, for the most part, being steered by this big area of high pressure here in the middle of the Atlantic. So that is generally what is anticipated over the coming days, moving through the Caribbean, potentially strengthening a bit more as we head through that time frame through the end of the week. And then by the end of the weekend, that's when it may have an opportunity to maybe turn a little bit more towards the north and potentially have make a run for the Gulf of Mexico. Now, exactly where it's going to be headed, still a lot of uncertainty in that. I mean, we're talking places here from the Yucatan all the way over towards even the Bahamas that could be seeing impacts from this system heading into next week. For now, we just don't know, but we'll be fine-tuning that, so you got to keep checking back for all the very latest updates. We will be doing that over the coming days. Jen?
This is 7 News at 6.
Now here at 6 o'clock, plenty of activity across the Atlantic. The storm station following 5 systems in the tropics.
But this wave moving into the Caribbean is the one to watch the closest, especially if it gets its act together. Hello and welcome, everyone. That wave getting plenty of attention.
It could soon be a depression. Live Team 7 coverage begins with Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow. Phil?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are indeed looking at 5 areas here in the tropics. We have number 1 here is Major Hurricane Fiona, Category 4. That is aiming for Bermuda. We have Tropical Storm Gaston. Then this tropical wave, which we're keeping our eyes on. Another wave coming off of the west coast of Africa. And then a weak one here by the central Atlantic. Now, the one that we're keeping our eyes on is this tropical wave sitting just about where the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago are. But look at the absence of clouds to the north. That is all due to some very strong upper level winds known as shear, and that's keeping this little wave in check for the time being. The National Hurricane Center thinks that by the time it reaches here, the Caribbean Sea, it is going to get a very high chance for development. 90% chance somewhere in this area highlighted in red. A Hurricane Hunter mission is set for tonight. Meanwhile, the spaghetti models are suggesting that the rain will continue to come down across the Windward Islands and Venezuela. That will continue to make its way to the northwest. But by the time Saturday rolls around, you can see that the models kind of fan out here. And that means that they really don't have a good handle on this system. So everyone really from the Yucatan Peninsula through Cuba and even Florida should keep their eyes on it just in case. Now, the reason why we think that it has a good chance to grow stronger is because of all this hot water sitting across the Caribbean Sea, mid to upper 80s, and even a little spot here getting close to 90 degrees. And it is just that kind of water temperature that acts like jet fuel for these systems. Plenty of rain coming down across Trinidad, Tobago, and Venezuela. Some pockets of rain across the Windward Islands. A couple of things can happen here. Scenario number 1 has the system staying far south. It'll remain weak as it stays close to Venezuela. However, scenario 2 has the tropical wave tracking north. And in this case, it looks like it's going to have a better chance for development across the Caribbean Sea. But what's going to happen once the system moves in? What will be the impacts on the islands? For that, we're going to check with my colleague, Erica Delgado. Erica?
Well, Phil, you just mentioned how we're already seeing rain across the Windward Islands and across Trinidad and Tobago. And even this tropical wave has yet to develop into a tropical system. Lots of moisture within. You can see it moving through the Windward Islands and Trinidad, and even along the coast of Venezuela there. The green, that's the available tropical moisture associated with this wave. As the wave continues to move towards the west-northwest, eventually into the Caribbean, the moisture will continue through, and we can see heavy rain and storms through the night into tomorrow for the Windward Islands, rainfall of up to 3 to 6 inches. And not just for the Windward Islands, but Trinidad as well, where we're already seeing reports on Twitter of flooding in Trinidad due to the rain associated with this tropical wave. So flooding will be a concern there. Same goes for the coast of Venezuela. And then looking ahead, as the system moves into the Caribbean, where we do see that area for possible development, we could be looking at a tropical depression or even storm as it gets closer to the Cayman Islands and Jamaica. We're also following Hurricane Fiona, still a major Category 4 hurricane with winds of 130 miles per hour, moving away from the Turks and Caicos. Bermuda remains outside of the cone, but because this is such a large system, a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning is now in effect for the island nation. They're expecting tropical storm conditions there as early as late Thursday. We also have Tropical Storm Gaston in the north central Atlantic with winds of 65 miles per hour. Gaston's going to meander over the north central Atlantic through the next couple of days, remaining mainly over the open waters, producing large swells for the Azores later on this week. And we're following a tropical wave that is forecast to emerge off of the coast of Africa later this week. A tropical depression could form between Africa and the Cape Verde Islands as it continues to move towards the north. And then another tropical wave just southwest of the Cape Verde Islands. This one's battling some dry air, so it's going to take a little bit for it to develop, but some development will be possible through the next few days as it moves towards the west-northwest. So busy actives for the Atlantic. We're keeping a close eye, and we'll have much more coming up in a few minutes.
Live, the one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
And right now, more trouble in the tropics. Your weather authority watching 5 systems tonight as we're focusing on a disturbance close to the Caribbean. And that's because it could head towards Florida, but it is still too early to tell.
Let's get right to Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis with more. Betty.
Right now, we are tracking this tropical wave over the southeastern Caribbean Sea on the infrared satellite imagery. Not looking too impressive. Disorganized cloudiness, shower, thunderstorm activity associated with it, but the track models do show that it will continue to move west to west-northwestward over the Caribbean Sea, and by early next week, notice the track models are showing this right around the northern portion of the Caribbean Sea, poised to move over into the Gulf of Mexico. And once it does get over a more favorable environment, further strengthening is expected, and once it moves into the Gulf, we'll want to watch it really closely to see if it tries to come near or close in on some portion of Florida. So we've got plenty of time to watch this. One of those situations where you want to make sure you're checking in to find out what is going on with this disturbance. In the next day or two, it could be a tropical depression and thereafter getting a name. So let's move on from that and give you the latest advisory on Hurricane Fiona, such a powerful system over the Atlantic. Maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, moving north at 10 miles per hour, and the eye of the hurricane is 550 miles southwest of Bermuda. Bermuda is under a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning. The storm is forecast to pass as a Category 4 near Bermuda late Thursday into early Friday and then head up into Atlantic Canada. A few other disturbances to track over the Atlantic. They're pretty far away, plenty of time to watch. I'll be back in a few minutes with a look at the forecast for the rest of the week. Eden?
Not just any Thursday. Oh, it is the first day of fall. Happens officially a little later, but we're celebrating already.
That's right. We're going to get into the spirit of first with Mike Trim and Ashley Walters. We have Katya Hall, and she just got the latest information on Hurricane Fiona. What have you learned?
Well, it's still a Category 4 storm, so a monster of a storm. I mean, take a look at the satellite imagery. You can see those thunderstorms bubbling up. Eye right here, center, still defined. Winds are at 130 miles per hour. It's moving away from the Bahamas and now starting to move up towards Bermuda. It will stay, the center will stay off the coast of Bermuda, but Bermuda will still feel impacts in terms of hurricane force speed winds, heavy rainfall across this area tonight and going into tomorrow morning. Not done yet. Fiona will start to move up towards Nova Scotia into the weekend, still packing a punch. By this point, it will lose its tropical characteristics, but it will produce upwards of potentially isolated rainfall amounts up to 10 inches. And of course, some very strong winds, and then finally starting to lift up to the north by early next week, where it will finally start to dissipate. Let's take a look at Invest 98L, this area of showers and storms starting to move into the open waters here. Most of the thunderstorm activity still situated over land, but National Hurricane Center suggesting over the next couple of days here, it will start to get its act together, and it has a high chance of becoming our next named storm, which would become Hermine. Here's a look at the spaghetti models with this system. Keep in mind, we still don't have a closed center or anything like that, so these models will continue to update. But models do take the system into the Caribbean westward over the next couple of days, up into the northern Caribbean Sea by early next week, and by the middle of next week, pushing it into the Gulf. Where exactly it ends up, still needs to be determined. So we'll keep an eye on it for you. We have Tropical Storm Gaston, winds at 65 miles per hour. In fact, some tropical storm warnings issued for parts of the Azores because they're going to be impacted by this system. For us here, no impacts. We have a couple of waves coming off the coast of Africa. These are way out here, so no impacts to us right now, and the rest of the tropics remain quiet at this time. West Palm Beach at 76 degrees. We also have a little rain moving in. We'll take a closer look at that and the rest of the forecast coming up.
Let's have a look at Invest 98L. Right now, the 90% chance of development. I know it doesn't look very good. It's moving west at 15 miles an hour and will continue to do so. But it's going to take a couple days for this to really potentially develop. And one of the reasons is, look at the winds actually coming from around Fiona all the way down to the north side of this, pushing all the thunderstorms here into Venezuela and the ABC Islands. That's where we'll have the heaviest rain. Now, these storms like to have very good posture. So with that northerly flow pushing everything, that low-level circulation, the mid-level circulation, they're not going to be stacked on top of each other and have good posture. They're going to be tilted like this. And these systems can't develop when they're like that. And this is going to happen as we head over the next couple of days. Here's another look. There's that shear and that wind coming from the north, pushing everything right into Venezuela. So this can't really get together until, let's say, it heads over towards Jamaica and Cuba. It will probably be better low pressure. Right now, think of a low pressure, the letter L, as we see them with these systems, and then imagine that L being pulled apart like a piece of gum or taffy. That's essentially what this is right now. But it's going to be going over the warmer waters, and then right in this vicinity, when we're talking Jamaica, Cuba, this area, we have the potential for those winds to not be as strong and this to really be more of a low pressure than a stretched out low pressure. So that's what we're watching as we head over the next couple of days. What does it look like in this vicinity? And depending on its strength will depend on where it goes. That's one of the factors. Another factor is going to be how strong is our ridge. Right now, that ridge is going to be pushing it west, and we have a trough that's digging down as well. How strong is this trough? So it's not even really what's going on with the system, it's what's going on around it. If this is weaker and misses this, it could go a little bit farther to the west. If it's stronger, it could, pull it and yank it off to the right. So these are all the things we're going to be following. This is our modeling. Don't forget that the system is going to strengthen. And so I would say right now is the time to really start preparing. Do you have all your papers in order? Do you have a kit? Do you have water? It can't hurt to get it. But I'll tell you what, it is a deep layer of warm water, moisture, plenty of that in the atmosphere too. Right now it is dealing with some of that drier air. And then those winds, those upper level winds, are actually going to be removing basically particles from this storm is a way to think about it. So it has to replace those and it grows. That's kind of a short way to kind of think about that. But Jim, there's still, it could take a right hook here and affect us in Naples, and it also could make its way more westbound. So we'll be watching this.
Gives us more time, right? Eastbound, all of a sudden, it's on our doorstep.
Thing, yeah.
If you're in Southwest Florida, right? So you can see Fiona here over my left shoulder, pretty big monster here. This is a well-established Category 4 hurricane this morning with winds of 130 miles per hour, which is heading toward the west and be west of Bermuda in time, and then it's going to become this extratropical beast that's going to just hammer eastern Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Prince Edward Island. There it is, moving north-northeast at 13. That should continue to accelerate as we go on through the day today. Hurricane warnings up for Bermuda. Okay, this is a big deal. You can see the hurricane on the radar from the Bermuda Weather Service this morning. Thank you guys for letting us use that. This is the 500-kilometer range. You can see the hurricane. There's Bermuda up to the north. So this thing is coming your way. But notice you're not in the cone. You're like, well, how can I get hit by this if I can't? Well, remember, this is a cone for track. It is not an impact cone. Impacts extend well outside the cone, especially when you have a large hurricane like this. So here it comes. Fiona continuing to work its way to the north in time. Certainly, what we're looking at is a pretty strong wind field with big waves, too. There's waves out here 30 feet already. And they're just growing as this thing continues to move north and propagate those waves on off toward the west. So they're 75 to 90 miles an hour about 5 a.m. on Friday morning. So power outages potentially overnight into the morning hours for Bermuda. Absolutely a distinct possibility here with hurricane force winds. And then we kind of lose it. By the end of the day, by the time the night falls, we can see the sun come out. Still be a little bit breezy, but certainly far improving conditions for Bermuda. However, Saturday morning, early, overnight Friday, conditions going rapidly downhill in Nova Scotia. Regardless of this, if it's an extratropical low, whatever it's classified as, it doesn't matter, okay? Because now you have this huge expanding wind field that's going to nail all of eastern Nova Scotia and probably parts of Newfoundland as well as we go on in time. So, Felicia, this is a very dangerous storm coming into eastern Canada. And that warm water that's been ever present in the North Atlantic is not helping this thing.
As we look ahead to what you'll have to deal with here locally, rain chances are going to diminish and we'll end up with a pretty nice day tomorrow. I'll show you that here in a moment. Let's talk tropics, though, because we've got a whole lot going on. We have, of course, Fiona that I mentioned, Category 4. We have Tropical Storm Gaston that is still churning in the northern Atlantic. 2 areas coming off the coast of Africa that we will watch. And we have, of course, Invest 98L, which a little while ago I told you a little bit about. Let's go further with what is going on with Fiona, because this system is not done just yet. In fact, Bermuda is going to have to contend with the system here as we get into the later parts of today and into tomorrow. And it's a Category 4 major hurricane right now with those winds at 130 miles per hour. It's moving at 16 miles per hour to the northeast, and we do have those warnings in effect for that island here. Again, as we get into the later parts of today and into the overnight hours, eventually by tomorrow it'll be moving away, still maintaining Category 3 strength, and then down the line as we head into the early parts of our weekend, Canada will contend with a strong storm, dealing with rain and wind as well. Here's the area that we're watching for Invest 98L. We will likely see this become Hermine down the line, but in the short term, we're expecting a tropical depression. Good chance that that'll happen in the next day or so. You can see models do well in the short term, but are very spread apart in the long term. We really need to see exactly where that system forms in order for us to have a better idea. And you can just see how far apart the GFS and the Euro are on timing, on location, as we get into the Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe of next week.
This is not going to be a Hurricane Irma kind of thing where we watched it for a week or 8 or 9 or 10 days come across the Atlantic, or other storms that have behaved like that. This is going to come together pretty quickly. I don't think it would be a hurricane before Sunday, maybe even Monday, and depending on what part of the southeast U.S. it affected, it could start affecting people on Tuesday. So this is a fast developing situation that people are going to have to respond to more quickly than they might have in mind. Let's look down there in the Caribbean and see what we're looking at. It's this glob of moisture here. You say, boy, that doesn't look like much. Let me just comment here on this view. It is going to stay south of Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, so it is not going to affect the areas that Fiona affected. But let's look close up here, and we can see now a very clear circulation developing. It's not well organized. The thunderstorms are not at all related to the center of the circulation because upper level winds are blasting across this system. The upper level winds are coming out of Fiona. Look at this up here. Fiona's well to the north, and then this so-called outflow just happens to be arcing down so that it is ripping on the disturbance right now. But you can see very clearly that just to the west, the rest of the Caribbean Sea does not have those upper level winds affecting it. So once this disturbance gets out from under that, then we expect it has an opportunity to strengthen. The odds favor it strengthening. The odds, I would say, favor it becoming a hurricane, based on the evidence that we know right now. In terms of the forecast tracks, we look at these kind of tracks, these kind of wild spaghetti models, to get an idea of the uncertainty in the track. And this is a little misleading today. Let me put on the kind of center line. And for technical reasons, we can't display for you here the other lines, which would all be to the right here of the center line. So all through Cuba and even Florida and toward the Bahamas, whatever you see on the left side, that would be on the right side as well. So imagine there are lines up in here that are just like these over here. So generally, these lines come from the American GFS model, has tended to stay left. The European model has tended to stay right. Which is better, you say? Well, actually, the consensus model usually is the best. In fact, is almost always the best. But that's for a system that's developed. Because this system is just developing, all of the model forecasts are going to jump around until it gets a real center. Then the models will kind of lock in. We'll have a better idea what's going to happen. We think that on Sunday, it will end up in this area right here, south of Jamaica. Should be under very ideal conditions for development and strengthening at that time. So the question is, what's going to happen after that? Well, As I said, the European model tends to want to put it more to the right here, and the GFS more to the left a little bit. But in any case, actually, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back to this here. In any case, this dip in the jet stream is coming along, and it's going to come down and kind of want to grab them. So you can see if the system is farther north in the Caribbean, it's kind of more likely to end up in Florida somewhere. If it's farther south in the Caribbean, maybe it makes a bigger arc coming up in here. So odds favor somewhere in this area here dealing with this storm. Could it be the Bahamas? Yes. Could it be Louisiana? Yes. I don't think Texas. That would be lower odds, although not completely impossible. So because we don't have good forecasts yet and exactly the orientation of this dip in the jet stream, that keeps the possibilities pretty wide.
All right, turning back to weather, our meteorologist Michael Ehrberg joining us right now. Feels like hurricane season has finally begun.
Yeah, it really has, Jim. We just talked about Fiona there. They had 2 feet of rain, and now it's going to be weeks and months until they clean up. It's now impacting Bermuda tonight and Atlantic Canada. And we've got Invest 98L to talk about. So we are busy here in the Weather Center. So there's Fiona tonight. Still a Category 4 hurricane. It's been a Category 4 for almost 2 days now, almost 48 hours. That'll occur at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. Well-defined eye there. It is lashing Bermuda with wind and rain as we speak. I mean, they just got done with Earl a couple of weeks ago. Now they got another system on their hands. Fortunately, it's supposed to pass far enough to the west to preclude them from getting a major hurricane, but a hurricane warning is in effect for that area. Then Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Quebec, and Labrador will be getting slapped with a hurricane force non-tropical low by the end of the week as the system weakens over the North Atlantic. So the hurricane warning up for Bermuda, tropical storm warning eastern provinces of Nova Scotia, tropical storm watch for a good part of Newfoundland and again some of the coastal areas of Quebec along the St. Lawrence Seaway up there. Of bigger concern potentially for the U.S. is this tropical wave here. Big flare-up of convection. The Fiona flow over this has really kind of kept a lid on this thing, but that's going away, and as long as it moves away from the land, it looks like it's going to get bigger and bigger. This could be the signs or the beginning of the system organizing out there. Top winds 35, moving west-northwest at 13. We're expecting a depression as early as tomorrow, and then probably a hurricane in the western Caribbean and Gulf. And again, the models have really kind of shifted to the right, a lot of them over Florida now. Some, though, still out across the central Gulf, others east of Florida. We a lot of times look at the reliable global models. First off, the GFS, or the American model, which did a good job with Fiona, by the way, does develop the system, moves it over the Caymans, the western tip of Cuba, and then moves it into the central Gulf of Mexico. This is, again, Wednesday morning with a landfall up there towards the Big Bend area further north and west. This would be far enough away to prevent us from getting hurricane conditions, but perhaps the Florida west coast, it'll draw a lot of wind and rain our way. Another model, the European model, this is a little bit more ominous. It brings it up through Cuba and right through Palm Beach County and offshore here. We get hurricane conditions if this happened as early as next Tuesday. But again, keep in mind the center has not formed yet, and the models are going to go back and forth here. So it's a little bit early to basically, say exactly what we're going to be getting with the system. You want to check back for further updates.
The new advisory is in. Tropical Depression 9 forming in the Caribbean and South Florida. This one is definitely one we want to continue to watch. Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday.
That's right. Happy Friday. Meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez is here in the Plex with the latest on the tropics. Good morning, Viv.
Good morning, Ethan. Alex, South Florida. Tropical Depression number 9 forms this morning around the central Caribbean Sea, and this one's one to watch. And I know a lot of you are going to be waking up this morning and looking at the latest forecast, and we are included in that cone of concern. So this is the system that we are talking about. It is much better organized this morning, and that's allowed the Hurricane Center to start to initiate advisories. It is south of the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico as we speak, producing quite a bit of rain and some strong winds at this hour, up to about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And here's the official track from the Hurricane Center. It is likely going to become Tropical Storm Hermine later today, with potentially winds of up to 40 miles per hour. And then eventually it's going to cross into some very warm waters in the northwestern Western Caribbean Sea, where it can gain hurricane status. In fact, it's going to be moving through parts of western Cuba heading into Tuesday of the upcoming week as a Cat 2 system, and potentially making landfall somewhere in Florida as a Category 2. So I wanted to show you a good close-up view of the forecast track, because the system itself could be anywhere as far west as the Gulf of Mexico and as far east as South Florida, and that includes us here in Broward, Dade, and the Florida Keys. And the estimated time of arrival of this system will be possibly late in the day on Tuesday into early Wednesday. And we will be on the wettest side, so we're definitely going to be feeling the effects, and if impacts are increasing likely here for South Florida. So here's the latest model runs, and they're coming into agreement. They're more tightly packed as to where this system is going to go. So yes, Florida definitely should be watching it closely, and the GFS and the Euro are coming into better agreement as to where it's headed, and it's certainly going to become possibly a hurricane in the northwestern Caribbean Sea. But both the Euro and the GFS show that this will be a Florida storm. So what will fuel it to get stronger? Well, ocean temperatures over here running anywhere between the upper 80s close to 90 degrees. Now, tropical systems tend to cool the waters down. We've been delayed in that process of getting tropical systems, and we should have seen more activity in August. So the water is very hot, and it's deep hot across this area. So we know that it's going to get stronger. So yes, this is the area where it's expected to go through, and we are expecting it to become a hurricane. And wind shear, there's very little in that area as well. So these are the ingredients that this tropical system needs in order to grow stronger. Your storm stations on top of it all. We'll keep you posted with the latest, and I'll be back with another update in a couple of minutes.
All right, Viv, and we continue to track Hurricane Fiona.
Bermuda residents began preparing for the impact by boarding up windows and undocking boats. The Category 4 storm thrashed into the island last night and early this morning.
And it's now making its way to Canada and may be strongest storm in Canadian history, as forecasters predict it to hit the coast of Nova Scotia Saturday morning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to get a name for a while, given what we see this morning on the visible imagery. All right, I mean, the center's completely exposed.
It's exposed, which
they just don't have enough to make this. So that's why I'm saying this could be Hermine or Ian.
And that's
it's
not
still
great,
got a
because
chance.
Ian is the letter I is the #1 retired name.
Oh gosh. Yeah,
Letter, I should
I don't even want to think about that possibility at this point, but we have to talk about that. Let's go from here. First of all, the viz that I was just talking to Steph about, you can see that exposed center right there, all the thunderstorms off to the east of that, all right? And the reason why is because of the shear, which is coming out of the northeast from Fiona, all right? So let's pick it up where Steph left off. Now, again, depending on when that shear wanes, which could be sometime in the, Saturday night, Sunday early morning, this thing will be free to go and blow. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a big deal, given the fact that we are going to have very light shear forecast by the time we get into Sunday, and certainly by the time we get into Sunday, we're talking about getting this thing into some very deep ocean heat content. In other words, you can sit there and blow the wind across the top of the water. It's not going to pull up cooler water from below. It's going to pull up water, but it's going to be very warm. So deep ocean heat content, and that's what we're looking at. So a high confidence of something here in the Eastern Gulf. Now, obviously, the quicker it turns, the quicker the impacts, right? The longer it stays, if it's more on the west side like this, we've got a little bit more time on our hands, right? So that's a big difference between Tuesday and possibly something on Wednesday night or even Thursday, depending on speed. But there's a lot of clustering of the guidance, and this is really what's changed over the past 24 hours, is a lot of this guidance is coming closer together, giving us a lot of confidence in saying it's absolutely going into the Gulf of Mexico. At least that's how it looks right now. There's very, very high confidence in that, about 90%. Now, the big question is, what's it going to be intensity-wise? Here's that clustering. Even the individual models, the European and the GFS, are clustered right there in that little chute across Cuba. If you've got some friends in Cuba, especially Havana, make sure they're preparing for this thing, all right? Be very surprised that they didn't take, at least some type of a hit with this, working our way through Monday during the afternoon. So here it comes, heading on to the north. Notice the spacing between the cone is actually increasing a little bit, so maybe it's speeding up as it heads toward Florida. So that's why I want a lot of you to think about, hey, could this be a Charlie scenario? Not to mention it's kind of close to where Charlie came in, maybe, but it could stay a hurricane all the way across Florida and then potentially make a second landfall up the East Coast. Now, you saw the Hurricane Center at Cat 2, right, with their forecast. But I just wanted to show you that some of the hurricane models actually increase that intensity. All right, it's being something a little bit stronger than that. Not saying that's what's going to happen, but they're seeing something that they think will help them see a stronger storm by the time it gets to Cuba and then eventually toward Florida. Now, what could weaken that, I want to present a counter argument here, is if this trough comes in quickly and the dry air and the shear start to take a hold of it, then it could. And that's the dry air showing up pretty well here at 700 millibars and even down to the south, because we're going to have a cold front that's going to come all the way into the Gulf of Mexico. But again, I caution you, be ready for this thing to come across and then potentially hold together, maybe redevelop as a hurricane if it's got enough strength to it, and maybe make a second landfall somewhere on the East Coast. A lot of things we're speculating right now, Kelly, but the one thing we need to know for people here in the lower 48, especially in Florida, is you better be getting prepared for this.
Absolutely. Right? Prepare. And even if it doesn't come by you, at least you're prepared for possibly the next one, right? Well, incredible video from inside Hurricane Fiona on the surface of the Atlantic Ocean, captured by a NOAA sail drone as it battles 50-foot waves southwest of Bermuda. This is one of 7 hurricane sail drones that have been operating in the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico this season, gathering data around the clock. At one point, this drone actually reached a peak forward speed of 39.7 miles per hour as it was surfing down a massive wave. We're talking, 3-4-story buildings out there with the wave action and those very strong winds. Remember, Fiona was actually peaked out as a Category 4 hurricane. Now it is down to Cat 3 status, but a high-end Category 3 affecting Bermuda today. And then after that, we have to keep an eye on beautiful Nova Scotia, where the country could get battered by one of the worst storms to hit the Canadian Atlantic coast. We're talking about record low pressure possible with this thing and very strong hurricane force winds. Even though Fiona may actually lose hurricane, tropical storm characteristics, we still have the very powerful winds coming in with this system. It's moving at a pretty good clip right now, but it's still impacting Bermuda. Winds have been gusting over 100 miles per hour, putting thousands in the dark. At last check, it was more than 25,000 customers. Winds are 125, moving northeast to 25. It's just to the north now of Bermuda and quickly racing through the waters here in the Atlantic Ocean. You would think north of Bermuda, those sea surface temperatures are cooler. It's going to weaken, but that is not necessarily the case. I'm going to show you that. First of all, the radar out of Bermuda still showing those rain bands affecting us across the island. And of course, you've got those strongest winds, those hurricane force winds. They extend out from the center or the eye of the storm 115 miles. And those tropical storm force winds, they extend 345 miles away from the center. So this is also generating huge waves out there, not just around Bermuda, but emanating all the way toward the eastern seaboard. We're talking waves cracking 12 to 14 feet here off the Carolina coastline. And the rip current risk, we've got the indirect impact with Fiona up and down the east coast. And we're going to continue to see those winds with us in Bermuda all day long today. It's going to take until much later on tonight for those winds to weaken. And then they start cranking up toward the Canadian Maritimes around the Halifax area. As I mentioned, sea surface temperatures, they're not cooling down this far north. They're actually above average here. All the reds and oranges indicating that here. So it's going to maintain a pretty good strength as it makes its way all the way up to southeastern Canada. Rip current risk running high, as you might imagine here. Also, we've got the warnings up for southeastern Canada, including tropical storm force winds, hurricane warnings in effect. So those winds will be very strong in a place like Halifax. You've got St. John's also seeing the winds increasing as we go through tonight and especially through the weekend. It is going to be a nasty storm, possibly one of the strongest storms we've ever experienced here in Canada, Jim.
8:46 on your Friday morning. We check your weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Certified meteorologist Brian Shields is joining us now with his eye on the tropics.
Thank you for stretching. Well, I'll walk over here. Really appreciate it.
We got your back.
It's busy.
Listen, you're so busy. You're so busy. Your button.
I don't know what's happening.
Blazer was unbuttoned. You had to button
things
it.
where I had a button. I know. Well, that's a different issue. But let's get you outside. Here, our eye on the tropics. Of course, we are watching this.
this. Tropical Depression 9. Now, here's the story. For today, today's the day to make some initial preps. Check your hurricane supplies, hurricane kit, maybe get a few extra things when you're at the store. So that's today. Tomorrow, we'll know if we're going to get some impacts here. Then we'll ramp things up a little bit. Sunday, we would know what type of impacts we would get here. And then, of course, at that point, if we have a hurricane coming at us, on Sunday, we would make those full throttle preps. We're not there yet. We're at the tail end of this 5-day cone. They do shift around because we need to see how a front works out. We need to see kind of what angle of a curve this take. Does it move into the west coast or does it kind of stay down to the south? Is it more like a Charlie? Is it more like a Wilma? Or does it miss Florida altogether? That is still a wait and see. If we get the impacts from this, that though would be late Tuesday into Wednesday. That would be the timing for that. So look at the European model. This one has a quicker curve up into central portions of Cuba. The American model is back here. So basically, they are still feeling out that front, how strong it's going to be. I'm doing the same thing, trying to figure out how strong that front is, but we'll know that soon. This would take more of the impacts into South Florida Tuesday into early Wednesday and just kind of give us some tropical storm conditions. The American model took it right into, say, the Tampa-St. Pete area. That would give us hurricane conditions. So huge difference, and this is what I'm watching. It's this front. If this front just kind of casually grabs it, it's not a strong front, just kind of works it up to the north, that could drive it right into the west coast. But if this front is strong, it would really grab it and then kind of shoot it down to the south. It would grab it quicker and then kind of kick it out a little bit more so. That would mean less of an issue for us here. But Florida impacts at this point are more and more likely. But I'm not sure yet if it's exactly here or going to be more down towards South Florida.
Good afternoon. Right now at noon, all eyes are on the tropics as we track tropical storm, or actually depression, tropical depression number 9, and it could soon become a hurricane.
Not quite named just yet, and South Florida is on alert right now. Our area is in the forecast cone as the system continues to move through the Caribbean.
And with South Florida in that cone of concern, now is the time, of course, to make sure your family is ready for any possible impact. Lines already for gas very long at the Costco in Pembroke Pines this morning.
We've got our weather authority meteorologist Brandon Orr standing by. So Brandon, we're looking, but we still got some time to figure out what's going to happen here.
Yes, and we need that time to figure out what's going to happen. There's still a lot of uncertainty because any impacts that we would feel here in South Florida are still about 4 days out. So that's why things are still a little bit uncertain in the long range. Meanwhile, here's the latest 11 a.m. advisory. Max winds at 35 miles per hour, so this is still a depression. Any bump in these winds, it will become Tropical Storm Hermine, which could happen as early as later on today or throughout the day tomorrow. I've been watching hurricane hunters. Their data has been coming in. They've been flying their plane through this storm and found the center to be about here. Look where all the thunderstorms are. So all the storms are being blown to one side. It's a very disorganized storm system is what I'm seeing on satellite. And I really don't expect much strengthening in the next 24 hours. So when we wake up even tomorrow morning, I expect this to be a tropical storm, but not much more than a weak tropical storm. This is the opportunity for this to rapidly strengthen is after it moves past Jamaica, which will likely move to the south of Jamaica, and it's in the vicinity of the Cayman Islands. This is going to happen during the back half of the weekend, so Sunday and the Monday. Conditions out here are pretty ripe for a rapid intensification. Not only will that strong wind shear that's keeping it weak now let up, but the water out here is warm, and it's warm at a very large depth. So we could see this intensify rapidly as it crosses Cuba and moves into the southeastern Gulf. The one change I have noticed from the 5 a.m. advisory to this new one is they now bring this up to a Category 3 hurricane as it approaches somewhere along the Florida coastline. If it moves on the right side of this cone, more towards Miami, Fort Lauderdale, the Keys, of course, we would see more impacts, and that means hurricane conditions would be possible, especially during the day on Tuesday, lasting into Wednesday. On the left side of this cone, moving closer to about Tampa, fewer impacts, but still more of a heavy rain threat. Some occasional rain bands, but overall, not too bad in terms of conditions here. So that's a wide range of possibilities that we need to pin down in the next couple of days. Our models do cluster anywhere from Miami over to Tampa, so these are the two locations that we're targeting at least for right now. Stick with us throughout the day today, especially as we go into the weekend. We'll be able to get more details for you, and I'll be back with a little bit on what possible impacts we could see and more specific timing coming up.
Well, we have a lot to talk about when it comes to Tropical Depression 9, that potential threat to Florida. Of course, you know, social media buzzing. Anytime Florida's in the cone, the population and all the new people there.
That's right. And Dr. Nab, our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, joining us now for some analysis of this. Dr. Nab, wanted to ask you specifically about what happens this weekend in the Caribbean. Would we be looking at a rapidly intensifying system into a hurricane?
I think the chances of that are very, very high, and it's not every day that the National Hurricane Center explicitly forecasts that. From Sunday into Monday, they are actually forecasting rapid intensification. And that is because every indication that we look at tells us that that is what is going to happen. We all hope not. That'd be great. But we have to prepare for that. And so it is so important right now and through the weekend not to focus too much on what it is now and not delay getting some, at least preliminary preparations done, waiting to see if it becomes a hurricane or wait till it's a major and then you run out of time to do all the things you desperately need to do before it arrives. So we got to, utilize the forecasts and what we know a lot better than we used to decades ago. And look at this, Sunday evening, right on the cusp of hurricane, but look at that change from Sunday morning to Monday morning, 50 to 85 miles an hour, a 35-mile-an-hour change with continued intensification. Don't count on the less mountainous western part of Cuba to significantly disrupt this system. It's not going to weaken a lot. Charlie showed us that in 2004, and we could have a major hurricane coming near or over the southern Florida peninsula sometime Tuesday into Wednesday, but there's a lot of wiggle room in terms of where that center goes and a lot of potential places where it could go after that.
Live, the one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
And at this hour, we're keeping a very close eye as Tropical Depression number 9 continues to strengthen and move through the Caribbean. South Florida is in the tail end of that cone. The track shows the storm moving toward Florida as Hurricane Hermine by early next week.
And we expect a new update on the storm's track in the next hour. We do have live team coverage with our reporters and meteorologists covering everything you need to know about the storm's track and how to prepare.
But of course, let's begin with our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, in studio now with your tropical update. Betty.
Good afternoon. Tropical Depression 9, about 500 miles east-southeast of Kingston, Jamaica. Winds at 35 miles per hour, moving west-northwest at 14 miles per hour, and it soon could be upgraded to a tropical storm. Still has to get its act together, though. It is forecast to be a tropical storm as it approaches Jamaica on Sunday, and then a hurricane as it approaches the Cayman Islands on Monday. We'll zoom in on this forecast track and really hone in on that Tuesday, Wednesday time frame, because that is the time frame in which the Hurricane Center is showing the system coming off the northwestern side of Cuba and heading up somewhere in the vicinity of the southern Gulf of Mexico. Check out the intensity forecast. It is forecast to get a lot stronger, a Category 3 hurricane somewhere here right about the southern Gulf of Mexico. So clearly there is some uncertainty the farther out in time you go, but based on this forecast cone, it's one of those situations where we here in South Florida and the Keys definitely need to be thinking about our plan for early next week. The Keys may start to get some tropical storm force winds as early as Tuesday, depending on the track of the system. And even if the core, the eye, stays offshore, we know that the impacts from a tropical system can extend far away from the center of the actual storm. So this is the latest projected path. Of course, we too are looking at the track model guidance right along with you at home. And these models, of course, clustered close together, diverging somewhat, but these particular models are basically showing the same general trend, and that is taking this system near South Florida and the Keys around that Tuesday, Wednesday time frame. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. Michael, with these latest track guidance model runs, you anticipate any big changes in that forecast cone when we get the new update next hour?
Hey, Betty, I don't. The models really haven't changed appreciably today that we're seeing. Still a threat here to South Florida and something that we're going to need to keep a close eye to. Take a look at the visible satellite picture, and we're going to kind of step you through this afternoon. You can see right now what we're dealing with is a pretty disorganized system. We have a general spin of the clouds here, some convection to the west, but nothing organized yet. We haven't seen the convection sort of come together, coalesce, where you would see a developing system quite yet. It's because we have a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. We have winds from the upper part of the atmosphere that are raining down from Fiona there to the northeast over what is our tropical depression. Now, where is this one going to head? Well, we have a few elements here that we're going to be tracking. We have high pressure steering to the northeast of this. That's going to push it off to the west. We have a dip in the jet stream that's coming along. It's expected to become tropical storm Hermine or Ian, more than likely Ian, because it looks like the disturbance there in the eastern Atlantic is going to become Hermine first. But that dip in the jet stream is going to pull on this system. It's going to bring it to the north, and that is going to bring it toward Florida. Now, there is some question on how sharply that turns, and that's what we're going to be watching here into next Monday and Tuesday. When you look at the track models right now, Betty, you were just asking about this, we have a wide spread in the models. We have a lot of models that are going toward the west, the southern Gulf of Mexico. We have some, and this is Monday, Tuesday of next week, that are headed toward Florida, toward the southeast part of Florida. Depending on where the center of this ultimately ends up is going to matter in terms of how quickly that jet stream pulls this toward the Florida Peninsula. Either way, it looks like the threat, certainly we're square in the threat here over the coming days, and something we're going to need to obviously closely follow with a strengthening storm. Also keep in mind that the tropical storm conditions could reach the southern Florida Peninsula as early as Tuesday. Make sure you have those evacuation plans in place just in case we are asked to evacuate. Back over to you.
All right, indeed, we do have a developing system in the Caribbean Sea, and this is great satellite imagery because it shows us where the spin is right here just south of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and most of the rain at the moment is on the western side. There you can see all the cloudiness, and here is the rain. 35-mile-an-hour winds at the moment, moving east-southeast and around actually west-northwest at 14 miles per hour, and is sitting over 500 miles east-southeast of Kingston, Jamaica. Now, here is the forecast cone. High pressure to the east will continue to push the system west-northwest. It probably will become a hurricane as it nears the Cayman Islands. Look at that, 70-mile-per-hour winds already, and then crossing western Cuba as a Category 2 now, moving over some very warm waters, 105-mile-per-hour winds there. And then the forecast cone basically places all of Florida right now in the system's path. Now, what does the cone of concern actually tell us? Well, it says that the eye or the center of the system could be as far east as the Bahamas, or it could be as far west as the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to be a rather large and strong system, so even if it's sitting out here, we are going to feel some impacts, the same as if it's out by the Bahamas. We will see some rain and some gusty winds. Now, it's going to be all about the timing as far as the track is concerned. High pressure here, high pressure to the west. The system is going to look for that gap existing here, so it's going to be a matter of timing that will dictate where the system will actually end up. Here are the spaghetti models. They are basically now in unanimous consent, except for one outlier. It looks like the system will indeed move in across Florida sometime. Now, as far as the intensity forecasting, that is the weakest part of any forecast. One of the main ingredients is hot water. We've got plenty of that, and that's why we think the system is going to get stronger as it moves in our direction. Now, here's what we know. The storm will likely become a hurricane in the Western Caribbean in the days ahead. The path aiming for Florida. We are going to see some wetter weather. Now, what we don't know is exactly where that center will actually end up. and the exact timing of the storm's impacts. And of course, the big question will be, how strong will it be? But as far as impacts across the islands, we go now to my colleague, meteorologist Erica Delgado. Erica?
Also, we've been watching this wave still being sheared by upper level winds still left over from Fiona, believe it or not. You can see where the center of the system is right now and where all the high cloud tops, the showers and the thunderstorms are displaced to the west of the center. But that doesn't mean it hasn't been dumping very heavy rain for some of the islands near Venezuela, northern Colombia getting some heavy rain, and also the ABC Islands. So as far as the islands are concerned, as the system continues to move towards the west-northwest, an additional 1 to 2 inches for the ABC Islands, and still areas in northern Colombia could still see 3 to 6 inches of rain. This will be a strengthening system, less shear, warmer waters over the Caribbean as we head into Sunday. Haiti and the Dominican Republic, up 2 to 4 inches of rain. Locally, some areas could see up to 6 inches. And in Jamaica, 4 to 8 inches of rain possible, even isolated amounts up to 12. But Jamaica has been placed under a severe weather alert. And as we head into the Cayman Islands, possibly dealing with a Category 1 hurricane on Monday, a hurricane alert has been issued for the Cayman Islands. 4 to 8 inches of rain possible there before moving into western Cuba. So this weekend for South Florida, monitor the forecast, where the system is headed, and now is a good time to review that hurricane plan that you should have set at home. By Monday, some showers begin to move in, especially because we will have a front nearby. But it's Tuesday and Wednesday where we really begin to see that heavy rain and the wind possible. And this is the most likely arrival time for tropical storm force winds. And we can see that by late Monday into early Tuesday, the lower Keys could be getting some tropical storm force winds, and that could eventually spread into portions of South Florida, mainland areas like Miami-Dade, Broward County, and across the West Coast, and that could be as early as Tuesday. Of course, this could all change. We'll have to keep a close eye on Tropical Depression 9. Much more coming up in a few minutes.
Tropical Depression 9 churns in the Caribbean, and it's expected to become a hurricane over the weekend or early next week, perhaps a major hurricane. And we want to bring in Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. He's been monitoring all these developments closely, and you showed us, Brian, just that ever so slight nudge back to the west. This is the first of many tweaks that we're going to see with this forecast path through the weekend and into early next week.
Anytime you have a weak, just developing system, any kind of system that is not really well defined, it's always going to dance around a little bit. But let me say this. It essentially didn't change at all. Essentially every area that was near the center of the cone before is near the center of the cone now. So looking at the details of the cone, especially 4 or 5 days in advance, is really not good practice, right? What we want everybody to do is say, uh-oh, it looks like this storm is a threat to the west coast of Florida. If I live on the west coast of Florida or near the west coast of Florida, I need to be thinking about that. It also is a threat to the Keys, and it could be a threat to metropolitan Miami, Fort Lauderdale, too. We can't rule that out completely. Let's look across the Atlantic. I only want to do this briefly because I want to mention Hermine that formed out here on the other side of the Atlantic, and that means that this storm, when it forms, is going to be Ian, which is it's a better name than Hermine, I think, especially since it's going to Florida. 6 years ago, Hermine was a really disruptive storm in Tallahassee. So it's a little bit less confusing, I think, to have this one be a different name. Although the I storms are notorious. Remember, the last I storm was Ida and the Irenes, and a lot of I storms were big storms. All right, here's the circulation. Here are the thunderstorms. Now, if I put the colors on top of the thunderstorms, what you see is the circulation and the thunderstorms are closer together. We think that's a sign of the organizing process taking place and that the environment is improving around the storm. What's the matter with the environment? It's Fiona. Oddly, the air coming out of the top of Fiona, you can see this channel blows across the disturbance and all the way down into the Pacific Ocean. It's just kind of coincidental that that's happening, to be honest. It's not something that necessarily has to happen. Just where this disturbance happened to develop under that channel of outflow, it's called, out of Fiona. But once we get past that and into the Caribbean here, look, you see nothing there. and nothing is extremely conducive for storms to develop. That's why this is forecast to develop. We can look at it a different way. Here it is right now. Here's the strong upper level hostile winds that have been tearing it apart. Watch as we go forward in time. Here we are Saturday now. It becomes a tropical storm tomorrow is the thinking, and it goes into this Western Caribbean. Look at the blues. Blues are very conducive to development, and it becomes a hurricane there as it approaches Cuba. So here's the cone that we've been talking about. Indeed, it shifted a little bit to the left, but the thing is the bottom line is really the same. Everybody is threatened in the Florida Peninsula. I mean, this is the entire Florida Peninsula is threatened. Even Jacksonville up here is just outside of the cone, but that's just because of time. So there is no major city in the Florida Peninsula that isn't potentially threatened by this storm, and we need to everybody needs to focus on this. It's now time to get really serious about hurricane planning. All right, guys, back to you.
Yeah, you're right. No major city, so high population areas need to plan as we head into next week. Well, as Hurricane Fiona is set to target Canada, we're getting a new glimpse inside the storm from the water surface. The potentially life-saving data collected by these sail drones, that's ahead.
Tracking the tropics, first at 7, we're keeping a close eye on Tropical Depression 9 in anticipation of what it could bring. Governor Ron DeSantis issued a state of emergency for all of South Florida. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Trina Robinson. We have team coverage tonight. Reporter Ryan Nelson has what you need to know to prepare for this storm. But we begin with our team of meteorologists, Stephen McLaughlin, and hurricane specialist John Morales. Gentlemen.
All right, so John, the first thing I should mention, this is a bit of housekeeping. We were anticipating this to be the future Hermine, but Hermine actually already formed. So this is going to be the future Ian now, because we're now onto the I storm. So we've been watching the track all day, and just based on our latest computer models, this central track or something just west of Key West is looking more likely than something that would go to our east. And that means all of us probably get some type of effects, maybe just plain old rain. The question is how close do the tropical storm winds and the hurricane winds get to Key West?
Exactly. That is especially true because it's expected to be a very strong hurricane, and the stronger hurricanes normally have their wind field be much larger, especially on that active side, the dirty side of the storm. So you would expect, if it does take that track through the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, that we're going to feel some effects locally, whether they are just rain or perhaps tropical storm type winds, or worse yet, of course, a hurricane, especially a higher chance of that in the Keys than there is for Miami right now. But that's all in play right now. It's too premature for us to really tell you exactly what's going to happen.
And I think the big difference today, and we've been watching our models wobble a little bit, trying to find consensus, there does seem to be just an ever so slight shift to the west. So now our European model, which we always talk about as our most reliable model, it does keep the center of the storm just west of Key West, but it's too close for comfort. It's close.
Too close for comfort. Plus, I'll tell you that, that's the operational run. I've looked at a lot of the ensemble members. They run the same Euro forecast. They run it 50 different times with slightly different initialization, slightly different initial conditions. And there are many members of that ensemble that are still right over Southeast Florida. So something to keep an eye on. All right, folks, let me show you some of those models. I'll start off with that because this is the current batch, let's call them, of models showing good consensus for a strike on the Cayman Islands and then one on western Cuba. And there seems to be good confidence in that. And then also there seems to be pretty decent confidence that somewhere between the Florida Panhandle and perhaps Sarasota, there could be an impact, direct impact from what could be a major hurricane. I'm going to hand draw in here. I pre-drew it before showing you this graphic, but this is what the operational European forecast is showing. And let me tell you, this last night was right over Miami. So even this one, as ominous as it looks, especially for Key West and parts of southern and southeastern Florida. This was much closer to the metro area just this morning. So the forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center is one that pretty much encompasses all of those different tracks because it's wide enough to consider all of them. Right now, Tropical Depression 9 is just that, just a tropical depression. It has yet to become a tropical storm. Here is that forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. Noteworthy here in this graphic, Jamaica under a tropical storm watch, the Cayman Islands under a hurricane watch. So that tells you that Jamaica is only expecting a side swipe, but the Caymans are expecting a direct hit. Cuba will probably get a direct hit too, and then a strengthening hurricane ramping up from Cat 1 to Cat 3, says the National Hurricane Center, by early next week, so that it would pass Monday night into Tuesday, close or just west of the Florida Keys, or who knows, closer to us, because this is a wide cone, folks, and a lot of things could happen between now and then. But as Steve said at the top of this newscast, the trend today, anyway, has been more favorable for the Bahamas and for extreme southeastern Florida. We hope that that continues.
Latest advisory from the Hurricane Center on Tropical Depression 9. It's not quite yet a tropical storm. That's probably coming later tonight or early in the morning as the conditions get more and more conducive for strengthening in the western half of the Caribbean Sea. You can see how the low-level center is not as exposed as it was, now getting tucked in underneath those thunderstorms. That's the beginning of the wind shear lessening and allowing the system to get vertically stacked. And with Fiona's departure, we don't have that upper-level outflow and that northeasterly shear for too much longer. And upper-level high pressure taking shape over the western half of the Caribbean. This system is moving into that area where the waters are also extremely warm. So all the indications are that this is going to rapidly strengthen. And unfortunately, after the northwestern Caribbean, it's coming north toward the United States because of this low pressure system over the Dakotas and Minnesota going over the Great Lakes. That is going to weaken the ridge to its north and bring it northward out of the western Caribbean. And that's why the Hurricane Center is forecasting that turn to the right after what could be some very rapid intensification over the weekend and into Monday, and it could strengthen some more on its way to Florida, perhaps affecting the state of Florida as a major hurricane early next week. And we've got to get ready tonight and in the weekend. How much time do we have left? We got tonight to get ready. We certainly have the weekend, but then winds of tropical storm force likely to arrive either Monday evening or Tuesday morning in the Florida Keys and South Florida. So you back that up a couple of days, and we could have Saturday night into Sunday morning hurricane watches going up. Evacuation instructions from local officials could start coming out over the weekend. So you're going to want to be ready to take action. We don't have any watches yet for Cuba or for Florida. Tropical Storm Watch Jamaica, Hurricane Watch for the Cayman Islands. But where could those watches end up going? Certainly the Florida Keys could be in play. The west coast of the Florida Peninsula, even portions of the east coast of the Florida Peninsula have chances of tropical storm force winds over the next 5 days and hurricane force winds possible over the next several days from southern Florida all the way up the peninsula. So we don't know exactly who's going to get the worst of this, but we do know the risk is there, and we are going to help you through the preparation phase tonight and through the weekend. Stay with us all through this event on the Weather Channel. Updates throughout tonight on Tropical Depression 9. Could it become Ian very soon?
And so, a storm named Ian, and on air, online, all weekend into next week in every way. We'll be helping you through it with all the information you need. And I've worked with a lot of meteorologists throughout my career, and there are none better than our team right here, including that gentleman, James, and the entire PTV team. And we'll be here for anything you need, whenever you need it, to just walk through all of this and go through it together.
And wow, thanks. Every single step and every single update that we get.
No, it's important because it's time. I mean, we're all preparing prudently, but it's just a time to remind you. We're here with you and for you, and that's the way it should be. And guys like James and Steve and the entire gang, don't want to miss anybody, have it all covered for us.
Yeah, we all have the experience here, and for those who just moved here, we're here to share that experience with you here. There is a lot going on on right now, but a lot of this not affecting us. So we were just talking about Fiona. In fact, it's hitting right now. The center's still offshore, but it has become extra tropical or post-tropical now, is no longer tropical in nature because it really just merged with this cold frontal low, and they are just getting lashed right now in parts of Atlantic Canada. 105-mile-per-hour winds still, but again, no longer tropical there as it moves very quickly up to the north, and it will unwind very quickly too there. Want to update you real quick on these other ones, just in case you hear the name and you wonder is there another one coming? Well, Gaston, no. This one's going to stay way out into the Atlantic, not bother anybody. Hermine formed today. It's going to hug the coast of Africa, and that will be it for that one. It will not make it any farther east. So Ian is the one that we're talking about. It has 40-mile-per-hour winds now, and this is going to generally move off towards the west-northwest. Now, when it gets into this region here, just south of Cuba, very deep, very warm water, so there's a lot of fuel there for this thing to really spark up. And the Hurricane Center, like I said, even says, hey, some of our modeling says rapid intensification, and this could get even stronger before it moves over Cuba. Now, Cuba is mountainous, but when you go perpendicular to that, it doesn't really disrupt storms all that much. So it's not even going to weaken as it moves over Cuba. It'll weaken once it gets inland from Florida here if it moves in that direction. Now the models here, the evening model runs did shift a little bit to the left, but the Hurricane Center held steady because I think it's just going to keep going a little bit back and forth each time here until we can really nail it. Tropical storm wind probabilities have gone up as expected, and hurricane wind probabilities also have gone up, and as the storm gets closer, these will go up.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
We begin with a new advisory on Tropical Storm Ian. It is a system that could hit Florida and the storm by next week.
Governor DeSantis issuing a state of emergency as Tropical Storm Ian heads towards Florida.
And Tropical Storm Ian could become a hurricane before the weekend is over.
And it's just a matter of days before South Florida could feel its impact. Meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez joins us live this morning from the Storm Center with the details. Vivian, good morning.
Good morning. And now I have the opportunity to bring in the Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Michael Brennan, to talk to us a little bit more about Tropical Storm Ian. Good morning, Dr. Brennan.
Yeah, good morning, Vivian.
Now, what are you most concerned about potential impacts here in South Florida?
Well, in South Florida, we certainly have a lot of different things in play here. You know, given that the storm is still, 3 to 4 days away from impacting South Florida, we certainly could see that track forecast slide a little farther to the right of where we have it now. We could see more direct impacts from hurricane force winds, storm surge, heavy rainfall. Those are all still in play given the forecast uncertainty out 3 to 4 days in the future. So everybody just needs to pay attention, use this next day or two to sort of think about their hurricane plan, gather any supplies they might need, and see how the forecast changes.
Are approaching once again this week. How will Ian tie into the storm surge risk along the East Coast and into the Florida Keys?
Well, the Florida Keys certainly are at risk from storm surge, even on the forecast track that we have Ian on now. We would have strong onshore flow moving into all the Florida Keys here with a strong hurricane, maybe even a major hurricane moving from western Cuba up into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. We could certainly have storm surge impacts even if the system stays on the west coast of Florida with the strong southerly to southeasterly flow into areas like Biscayne Bay and along the southeast coast of Florida as well. So if the storm were to shift a little farther, a little closer to us, we could see stronger winds, even more storm surge potential. So we just have to see how that forecast evolves.
And do you anticipate any watches or warnings being issued for parts of South Florida?
That's certainly in play, probably not today, but maybe overnight tonight and into tomorrow. It'll depend on how the forecast evolves. What? Certainly the threat increases if the forecast shifts a little closer, but Ian is going to be a large storm. There's going to be a lot of impacts regardless of the exact track of the system. But yeah, we'll certainly look at the need for watches potentially overnight tonight or Sunday.
Thank you so much for your time and joining us so early in the morning.
Thank you.
All right, you heard it from the Deputy Director, Acting Deputy Director from the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Michael Brennan. A lot of things are going to be changing in terms of the extent of impacts that we can experience here in South Florida and all across the state, really, as we get closer and closer to Sunday and Monday. Once this system is located in the northwestern, western Caribbean Sea, we'll know more in terms of those exact details. But right now, we know that a major storm could be impacting the state of Florida on the western side. So 45-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving west to northwest, and it is pushing at about 15 miles per hour. It's actually starting to look a little bit better on the satellite imagery. But I want to talk about the steering flow, because we have these two areas of high pressure, one to our east, one to the west, and it's going to find an avenue between these two areas of high pressure. But what's going to lift it northward is a dip in the jet stream, and that's what's going to be taking it into the state of Florida. And the atmosphere is very fluid, always constantly moving and changing. And depending on how fast or slow these features move, it will determine if the track will be more to the east or the track will be more to the west, and certainly the magnitude of the impacts that we can experience here at home. But right now it's going to push to the west, strengthen to a hurricane approaching the Cayman Islands on Monday with 80-mile-per-hour winds, and it could be on the verge of becoming a major storm moving through the western end of Cuba. And a lot of people have been asking, well, Cuba, high terrain here, tends to weaken it. Well, yes, it could weaken a little bit, but it's not going to be over Cuba for that long. In fact, as it moves into the eastern Gulf of Mexico, it'll probably become a major storm with 150-mile-per-hour winds, and the center of the system could be located anywhere in this shaded area in red. Potential landfall could happen between Wednesday and Thursday. Most of the models are in line that this is a Florida event, and we need to monitor the latest advisories on what we can expect. There is a tropical storm watch for Jamaica, hurricane watch in effect for the Cayman Islands. So as we continue to track Ian, we need to monitor it closely, traveling through the Caribbean Sea. And a lot of warm water is up ahead for this to become a major storm over in the Gulf.
Hey, speaking of tropics, we're still watching the impacts of Fiona. This is video as it moved into Canada earlier today and even yesterday as well. It's now a post-tropical system. It's still packing dangerous winds and kicking up rough surf in Newfoundland and even the island of Bermuda there. It's video from when it moved past there on Thursday. Well, let's talk about this because, yes, this is no longer a hurricane. It's a post-tropical storm, but it still has tropical characteristics, and it is hammering this area here in Canada. You can clearly see it here on the satellite image, and it's pushing over this huge area of water called the Gulf of St. Lawrence. This thing is huge, which means we're still having huge impacts. Yes, there's lands being impacted as well, but the pressure on this thing has set an all-time record for low pressure in storms making landfall in Canada. I mean, look at the isobars, the lines of equal pressure, how it really kind of funnels in. That is like a topographic map showing the very low part. Very steep pressure gradient, huge wind field here, which is blasting across areas of eastern Canada right now. Yeah, it's broke a record, a pressure record level that was last set during a winter storm, January 21st. And now we're dealing with, what, September 23rd, 24th? I mean, this is a substantial storm. And earlier, before our show started, Dr. Postel was going bonkers on this, talking about this type of storm in this part of the world will create and currently creating new weather geeks in this area. Perhaps some of our future colleagues will be coming out of this storm that's pummeling Canada. I mean, meteorologically, this is just a fantastic system going on here, but also reminding you what happens in the tropics doesn't stay in the tropics. Yes, all eyes are on Ian, but guess what? Ian could eventually bring some needed rain to the northeast New England next weekend. But again, a lot of details to get through between now and then. We got you covered right here on the Weather Channel. Half past the hour as weekend recharge is rolling on this first Saturday of fall, and we are tracking the tropics. Tropical storm Ian. I'm Paul Goodlow.
And I'm Molly McCullum. Ian, of course, right now has its sights set on Florida. That could change. And to talk about some of the changes that we could see in the future and, of course, what Ian is doing right now, we want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Greg Postel.
Yeah, we're watching, as more data comes in, things changing, of course. There's no reason to not expect that. And I want to show you the latest latest update as of 11 o'clock, the most recent advisory from the National Hurricane Center, showing you a cone that has shifted a little bit to the west. Right? But again, this is not surprising. Even this cone is going to be moving around a little bit one way or the other in the coming days, meaning even if you're not in it, you got to pay attention because new data comes in. And we're talking about something that, gets in the Gulf of Mexico next week. So there will be changes in our understanding of what the steering patterns are going to be like, what the overall atmospheric condition is going to be like. So the intensity and the track are not set in stone. But we do think there's a pretty high likelihood of a major hurricane in this zone next week. Now, the official intensity is 120 miles per hour, which is very significant, but that could even be on the lower end of the guidance. I mean, there's some suggestion that perhaps it gets stronger than that. And again, the track is going to be waffling a little bit for sure. That's the nature of science. It's okay. So I just want you to expect that going forward. Let's have a look at what we've got now. And we've got on the satellite presentation a system that is trying to get better organized. It's not happening super quickly now. It's got some things slightly working against it. But the thunderstorm presentation is different than it's been in recent days, and it's much healthier in lots of ways. And in fact, the winds aloft are a lot more gentle than they've been in the last couple of days. Not much wind shear is impacting it. A little, but not like it's been, right? There's some strong winds aloft here now. There's some strong winds aloft here now, but really kind of near where Ian is, the winds aloft aren't doing a whole lot different things than the winds near the ocean surface, meaning we're in an environment in the atmosphere that's going to allow it to get stronger. But it's not just the atmosphere, it's also the ocean. The water is warm, and that warm water extends to a great depth. There's a lot of what's called heat content. As Ian moves, we think in this direction, it's going to be moving over very high heat content, lots of fuel. Some of the most, potent fuel in the entire Western Hemisphere is here in the Western Caribbean Sea. And, Ian will have the green light from both the atmosphere and the ocean, which is why the intensity forecasts are pretty high. This is a spaghetti model, right, of different models showing you their thought of how strong Ian is going to get over the coming days. This is Monday and Tuesday of next week. Look at this. A lot of them have it at a major hurricane strength, Cat 3 or greater. Paul, something to keep close eye on, even if you're not in the cone.
When you look at the forecast and you see all the different models, is there anything that you're saying or seeing that says that maybe is there a chance this could go into Central America? Is that even a possibility?
I just don't see it because there's such a big trough coming across the U.S.-Canadian border that's going to open up a weakness in that ridge for it to go north. I just don't see how we avoid that. And with all the models screaming for that to happen, and there's nothing, Chris, that's going to weaken it. Some of these weaker systems, tropical waves, depressions, weak storms, can go with the lower level flow, but the deeper and more organized this gets, the more it is going to be steered by the deeper layer flow. So right now, we have, sorry, that's not what I want, there's where I want to put the H. We have a big high pressure off to the north. That's what's steering it west, but that high is going to move along, and it's going to get out of the way. So if you back out, this big troughing here, it's coming over the Great Lakes, that is going to erode the ridge to the north, and that is what's going to draw it into the northwestern Caribbean Sea and then pull it northward. So the timing of Ian with that system going over the Great Lakes is just not good for going over the ripe, strengthening ocean and atmospheric environment for rapid intensification and then bringing it northward after that. Now let's look at the models, and there is in the models over the system over the Great Lakes, and so we got some narrow ridging off to the north right now that's sending it westward, but that trough deepens over the next couple of days, and there's our Bermuda high, and we've got the opening, and that is the door, unfortunately, to bring it northward. And then, oh my gosh, look at that outflow channel off to the north that will even more foster strengthening, not just weak wind shear, but tremendous outflow in there. And then the presence of this trough, is that going to pull it northeastward across Florida quickly, or is the trough going to leave Ian behind and have it moving slowly over Florida? Getting more and more concerned about a slow motion over the state of Florida. This individual Euro model run shows that happening into late next week into the following weekend. So that's just one scenario that's farther east more to the right-hand side of the cone, but you'll notice that we have a lot of Euro members that get into the central and eastern Gulf of Mexico, and some of them go over Florida. There is a very wide spread here over the next 5 days in the Euro model system alone, and then after that, we could have a slow-moving system over northern Florida into the southeast. So that's just the Euro. Now, what about the GFS modeling system? Okay, the GFS individual model run is farther to the west. In fact, the GFS and the Euro are a couple hundred miles apart over the Gulf of Mexico, Florida region. So there's a lot of spread in just those two models. And then the GFS ensembles are spread pretty far and wide from the central Gulf to the Florida Peninsula just 5 days from now. And then again, the potential for a slow mover after that. So what does this all mean for the state of Florida? Well, if the GFS is correct and the individual model run is a reasonable expectation of what could happen, then that would lessen the threat for, say, southeastern Florida, and maybe lessen the threat for direct impacts of the worst of the storm in say, Naples, Fort Myers. But this could still really have a big impact up in the Florida Panhandle and in the Big Bend area. But again, a slow mover because that trough leaves it behind. So there's still a lot of spread relative to the state of Florida and other parts of the southeast U.S. One resource being brought to bear here to try to get those models in better agreement out at days 3, 4, 5, and 6 is the NOAA G4 jet. This is a NOAA aircraft that doesn't go into the hurricane, it flies around it. It's in flight right now, and it's dropping dropsondes, these parachute-borne instruments, flying at about 40,000 feet and dropping the sondes, and that data is intended to get into the models to hopefully get them into better agreement, Chris. So we really are beneficial to have all of these aircraft resources to not only keep track of the intensity, but also improve the track. Now, we are going to go to the National Hurricane Center and talk to Acting Director Jamie Rome, who is joining us live from the Hurricane Center. Jamie, thanks for joining us tonight.
No, thank you for having me.
Well, let's talk about the latest forecast on the street and why you are able to more confidently forecast such robust strengthening than is sometimes the case.
Well, the overall environment ahead of this storm is pretty conducive. Both the atmosphere and the underlying ocean. The ocean's very warm, and that's the fuel for the hurricane. So as this system, and you can kind of see the overall outflow here sort of expanding, that's the environment getting better, but then it's going to move over very warm waters of the Northwest Caribbean Sea.
Jamie, when we talk about possible impacts for the United States, what are you most confident in right now?
I think we're most confident that the hurricane, potentially a significant one, is going to move into the eastern portions of the Gulf of Mexico. Thereafter, it gets tricky, not because the track is uncertain, but more the exact landfall location really matters for the hazard. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly who's going to get what at this early stage of the game, but the guidance is pretty persistent that a hurricane, potentially a significant one, perhaps even a major hurricane, is going to move into the eastern portions of the Gulf of Mexico.
And Jamie, let's talk a little bit about the progression of products and warnings coming from the Hurricane Center over the next couple of days. At some point, I would imagine we're going to have hurricane watches for some part of the U.S. How does that change the product suite, especially with regard to what we might see with regard to storm surge-related products?
Yeah, as we get into the watch phase, we try to get a little bit more specific and refine the impacts. So that means things like we provide more information on the storm surge and heavy rainfall potential. And that is what really helps people to start zeroing in on which portions of Florida could be most heavily impacted.
And Jamie, if you could go door to door to every resident in the state of Florida and tell them something, what would that be?
You need to look up your evacuation zone and know it now. In Florida, we letter our evacuation zones, A, B, C, and D. And so many people, especially with COVID, so many new Florida residents, they have no idea if they're in an evacuation zone, much less which letter.
All right, Jamie Rome, Acting Director of the National Hurricane Center, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck to you and all the fine men and women there at the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knapp doing such an important job this weekend, next week, and we have a lot to discuss here over the next 3+ hours going on.
Yeah, we sure do. And what's also happening at the Hurricane Center is they're talking to the emergency managers and briefing them as they begin to make potential evacuation decisions.
Off the top tonight, we're tracking Tropical Storm Ian.
The system is strengthening at this hour. The forecast has shifted, now eyeing the Florida Panhandle. And that slight shift making a big difference for South Florida as Monroe, Miami-Dade, and Broward counties move out of the cone.
Governor DeSantis already declaring a state of emergency, and with Ian poised to become a major hurricane in the coming days, people here are not taking any chances. And we have live team coverage tonight. Our crews are standing by in the Keys with a look at the preps there.
Plus, hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry, he's here to break down Ian's track and timeline. But let's begin with Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis with the latest advisory. Betty.
Good evening. Well, Ian is still gathering steam over the Caribbean Sea, trying to become better organized. Winds are up a bit from the earlier advisory, now at 50 miles per hour as it's moving west at 13 miles per hour. And notice where it is right now, moving south of Jamaica at this point. We want to talk about that forecast cone, of course, and if you've been checking in, you know that South Florida and the Keys are outside of the forecast cone, and that does continue to be the case tonight, even with this new advisory, and even a bit more of a shift westward even. We'll be talking more about that. In the meantime, let's follow the projected path and the intensity forecast too, passing south of Jamaica tonight and into tomorrow, and then late Sunday into early Monday, passing west of the Cayman Islands, getting over the northern Caribbean Sea, and forecast to intensify into a major hurricane, Category 3, then 4, as it heads over into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. And it'll be around late Tuesday, early Wednesday, with that nearest approach to South Florida and the Keys. But clearly, based on this projected path, it appears we're not in line for a direct hit, so good news there. We'll track it as it makes that landfall middle part of the week and eventually ending up coming in somewhere along that northwest coast of Florida on over toward the Panhandle. And by the way, it is forecast to weaken as it makes that landfall, but do not underestimate the power of this particular forecast, expected to strengthen to a major hurricane. All right, let's go ahead and bring in Michael to talk more about that shift westward and the models. We're applauding it here in South Florida.
We are. Make no mistake about it. This has been a good news story for us here in South Florida. Not so much the case, though, for our friends there on the western panhandle, in the panhandle in the western Florida peninsula. I want to show you the shift in that forecast track. This is the forecast track now, as Betty was just reviewing with us. If you go back only about 12, 16 hours, this is where the forecast was this morning. And look at the forecast now, so you can sort of see it underneath, and it's riding the left side of where the cone was this morning. So that should give you a sense of how much the forecast has changed just in the short 12 hours or so. And this is going back now about a day or so. Miami, South Florida, we have been in the cone now for about 24, 36 hours. And as Betty said, things are shifting to the left. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. All right, in terms of what's going on right now with this system, we had a Hurricane Hunter plane that flew down there from Florida, believe it or not. And this is a plane that flies, it's a jet airplane that flies very high up in the atmosphere, like 40,000 feet. And what they're trying to do is collect observations here ahead of the storms of the environment. All of that's going to go into our overnight computer models, and we're hoping that that gives us a better sense of where this may head. These are sort of special observations that we don't take all that often. In terms of what the storm is doing right now, though, it's still organizing. It's gradually organizing, not quickly yet, but the forecast is for this to strengthen very, very quickly come tomorrow. If you look at the water vapor picture, the upper level winds, large outflow sitting on top. You can kind of see the direction of the winds helping to ventilate the thunderstorms that are growing. And the forecast track, you can see the European model that was farther to the east now shifting to the north because we expect a sharper dip in the jet stream to pick this up. A flatter dip in the jet stream would bring this a little more gradually to the northwest. Either way, the risk here for a direct impact here in South Florida is decreasing. We'll send it back to you, Sanella and Lauren. Thank you.
Yes, sir. No problem.
We don't
have it down pat exactly just yet, where it's going to go, what it's going to do, but it's becoming clear this is going to be a major player in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about the fact that somebody's going to be in for a huge impact. The only question is where and just exactly what that's going to be. Now, we have also been watching a very intense storm in Atlantic Canada. Powerful hurricane Fiona slamming into eastern Canada earlier this morning, actually transitioned to an extratropical storm. The storm's still packing hurricane force winds, though, blowing over trees and power lines on Prince Edward Island, knocking out power for thousands. Fiona hit Canada nearly a week after barreling through Puerto Rico, where about 50% of the island is still without power. So we can show you the satellite picture over the last, say, 36 hours. And you notice this storm coming up into Newfoundland there, as well as into the eastern part of Nova Scotia. There's the drier air kind of wrapping into the underside. Incredibly powerful storm expanding outward as it became extratropical. And this is probably going to be one of, if not the strongest storm to hit Canada. Certainly by pressure, it appears that that is the case. Just a remarkable storm there in Atlantic Canada. Now, we've got some other activity in the Atlantic as well. A couple of features behind Ian, so we may be into a busier period. And when you look at what's happened here so far this season, I mean, it's pretty amazing. We went for most of July and August without any storms, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 things really taking off in a hurry here, and we've got a long way to go as far as this season is concerned. Mike, over to you.
Really remarkable what September has done, considering August was literally a goose egg. Wild for sure.
Fiona, now a post-tropical cyclone, ripped into eastern Canada. Yesterday, the U.S. National Hurricane Center said the center of the storm hit the Gulf of St. Lawrence after racing through Nova Scotia. The storm forcing evacuations as well as causing downed trees and power lines.
Well, the Canadian Maritime's getting hit this time around. 6:13, good morning, everybody. If you're just joining us now wondering, hey, what did I miss since last night? What's changed? We'll go through that. Really not a whole lot has changed, but I expect some pretty big changes coming up in the next 24 to 36 hours. Still a tropical storm, not a hurricane yet. In fact, top winds are only 50 miles an hour, so it's got a long way to go, but it's going to increase in intensity very quickly later on today as it continues to move off to the west-northwest. That's the look down from outer space. Notice how large the circulation is, but most of this is high, thin cirrus clouds. The core of the system is still pretty ragged looking and still relatively disorganized. The 5 o'clock advisory has top winds at 50 miles an hour, moving off to the west-northwest at 12 miles an hour. The forecast track, the cone of uncertainty, takes it off of the coast of southwest Florida. We are not in the cone of concern as far as the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast goes, but sometimes the worst impacts or some of the really bad impacts can be outside the cone, and especially to the right of a track like that. So we may still see some indirect impacts here around the middle of the week. Category 3, Category 4 perhaps as it moves into the eastern Gulf of Mexico and eventually up into the Florida Big Bend. But again, there's between about a 250 mile, between 150 and 200 mile wide possible error in here. That's why the cone gets so big on days 4 and 5. So something to keep an eye on up that way. Could be farther to the west, could be farther to the east, like the European model is saying. And if that's the case, we'll see very direct impacts here. But again, that would be an outlier. All the other, about 90% of the other models keep it far enough away to keep the direct impacts away from us. But I would love to tell you that they all agree and we can just pack up our tents and go home. Well, just keep doing what you're doing. Stay prepared, get prepared, do what you got to do to get those safety kits up to snuff today, because we are not entirely out of the woods. We don't want to have to go and jump back into this in a couple of days and say, oh no, here it comes. I want you to just think worst case scenario for now, even though the trend is a little bit better for us now than it was just a couple of days ago. Hurricane watch, tropical storm watch also for western Cuba. No watches or warnings for South Florida, at least not yet. The spaghetti plots do, for the most part, cluster together over the northeastern Gulf of Mexico, with landfall somewhere up in the Florida Panhandle-ish in that area somewhere. But again, it's to the right of the track and along the track where the biggest impacts will be felt. Future radar takes a major hurricane across western Cuba. It's only going to be there for such a short time. It really won't disrupt the storm. So it's going to be a major hurricane over the eastern Gulf of Mexico as well. Looks like it'll be about 300 miles or so, maybe 350 miles off to our west, but we're still going to be seeing some rain bands and squalls coming in around that. The American computer model says the system will pass about 350 miles off to our west and then on up into the Florida Panhandle. The GFS model has actually been pretty good so far this season. The European hasn't been bad, though, and that's the reason for concern, because this one brings it up about 150 miles away from us, and that certainly leaves us in a much more precarious situation for squalls and severe weather, especially Tuesday, Wednesday, and then into the southeastern U.S. by Thursday, Friday.
Maybe even a major hurricane in the next couple of days entering the Gulf of Mexico. So we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, Dr. Postel, you're keeping an eye on Ian, which is just a tropical storm. But perhaps maybe this time tomorrow, we could be dealing with a hurricane going over very warm waters, getting closer to the Gulf of Mexico.
I think that's likely, Paul. We are dealing with a tropical storm now that is slowly getting better organized, but I think that slowly will soon be converted into rapidly developing later on tonight, perhaps or early tomorrow. The water is very warm. The atmospheric conditions around it are supportive of development very quickly. As a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm now moving toward the west-northwest, it's going to bring some very significant impacts to parts of the Caribbean, as it is already in Jamaica, Cuba, and then eventually we think Florida as well. There's kind of no escaping this one, it feels like, as it's eventually going to turn northward over the Gulf of Mexico. Here's the latest cone from the Hurricane Center, again bringing its impacts along the way, and you can see the intensity at a very high end of the scale as a Category 4 potentially in the southern Gulf. And then the farther north it gets, it may indeed weaken a little bit, but it may not be that much depending on how quickly it moves and other factors. So be prepared regardless for significant impacts, even if you're outside of the cone, from Ian as a hurricane next week in the region, all the way from Key West to Pensacola and even beyond too. Just keep an eye on this one, because now we are starting to see those signs of its strengthening. Look at the visible satellite picture. Check this out. Okay, the center circulation at low levels is very likely somewhere in there. The mid and upper level vortex is also somewhere in there, and the thunderstorms are beginning to populate the middle of it. All of those are signs that this thing is starting to strengthen. I think now we're starting to see it really happen as expected all along. The wind shear is very low. We're not seeing a whole lot of it, meaning the winds aloft and the winds near the surface are nearly doing the same thing. If they were doing something different and there were a lot of wind shear, that would hold back intensity and disrupt the organization. We're not seeing that much right now. Atmosphere is giving it a green light. The ocean is doing the same thing too. The track of Ian is expected to move over very high heat content or fuel from the ocean. That warm water is also warm water that extends deep, and that means a lot of fuel for Ian to strengthen, and it may indeed reach Category 4 status Molly over the Gulf of Mexico next week. Someone to watch very carefully.
All right, thank you, Dr. Postel. You can stay with the Weather Channel all day long, and we will continue to track Ian and help you get prepared. We have live reports from Florida throughout the day. Paul is in Clearwater, Felicia Combs in Key West this afternoon, and Jim Cantori will be live tonight.
I'm trying to recall the last time that the confidence was higher in the intensification process than it was in the track. And I really can't think of anything. To be honest with you, I mean, it's something, when it's underway, we know it's going under the rapid intensification. But one of the things I want you to take away, too, is look at the pressure. All right? I mean, 991 millibars from 1,001. I mean, oftentimes the pressure drop precedes the wind starting to go back up. So you'll see that pressure drop first and then the wind's going. So this thing's on its way. This is what we've been talking about. This is what the guidance has been showing us for the better part of 2 days now. And, of course, this is what the Hurricane Center has been forecasting. But, I mean, take a look at these areas in the cone. You got a lot of real estate. Now, this is, again, just a track cone. Remember, your impacts will extend outside the cone. That's why the Keys, not in the cone, but you're in the tropical storm force winds potentially because you have tropical storm warnings. And even down toward Marco Island and certainly Naples, not in the cone, but you have a chance to get the wind, and there's evidence of that. Look at how large this wind field is going to go. And, I know you're watching this on the coast, and that's certainly going to be the area of potentially some of the worst impact. But if I'm watching this thing in Birmingham, Atlanta, Charlotte, Greenville, Spartanburg, I'm like, what if it doesn't wind down by the time it gets to southern Appalachia? That's a big concern, too. So you got to concern yourselves with that. Look at the rainfall forecast, 18 to 24 inches. Oh, that's what we're talking about when you have a hurricane that's got a lot of water with it coming out of the deep tropics and producing, of course, what could be very, very heavy rainfall in a very short period of time. And you're talking about something that's going very, very slow. I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knabb to talk more about this. And Dr. Knabb, the size of this, not quite sure where we're going to be size-wise with it, but you know, I have to think back to Katrina and certainly some of the bigger storms that have been in the Gulf of Mexico, and they may be at one point a stronger hurricane and forecast to weaken, but they've had the opportunity to produce larger category waves and surge by time whatever is there, category lessened, gets to the coast.
Yeah, former major hurricanes or former Cat 5s, when they weaken, it's not all good news. And the additional part of this, Jim, is there's going to be a combined effect between Ian and that high to the north to spread a pressure gradient over hundreds and hundreds of miles, even on the east coast of Florida. So when we look at this cone, horizontal size is one thing that the cone does not convey. The other thing it does not convey, unless you look more closely and do a little math, is forward speed. And so I don't like anything about this Ian cone because it is going to intensify, and if it's on the right-hand side of the cone, it could come ashore at or near major hurricane strength. That's bad enough on its own. But this is not going to be a Charlie, small, fast-moving, in and out in a short amount of time. This could be a very slow-moving system, and 6 miles an hour might be fast. You could spend Wednesday and Thursday almost stationary somewhere in this zone. So it becomes less about who gets the landfall and where is this narrow zone of hurricane force winds, but could it potentially bring hurricane force winds and storm surge to a long stretch of the Gulf Coast of the Florida Peninsula because of its large size and slow motion? Because if it peaks down here and starts to weaken due to shear land interaction, it will get larger.
And the fact that you've got a place like Tampa Bay, you know, let's just say we get a scenario where this slow-moving system goes and stays to our northwest, where we keep the onshore flow up into the Tampa Bay. You were mentioning this earlier. I mean, the forecast for rainfall is double digits. Where's that going to go?
Yeah, exactly. So if you look at the path and the speed of this in the GFS, remember GFS was the Gulf Coast of Florida's friend. It was the western outlier, but now it has trended to the east. And if you look at Wednesday evening's forecast, it looks like, well, southwestern Florida gets a lot of surge. But then if the GFS is right, then 24 hours later, it just inches past Tampa Bay, and now you've got onshore flow into Tampa Bay that is going to be perhaps long duration, while you have that enormous gradient between Ian and the high over New England, onshore flow into the southeast coast of the U.S. We could have water impacts from storm surge, and with the slow-moving system, rainfall, water could be just as bad, if not worse, than the wind aspects of this, Jim.
All right, so what we're going to do right now is hand the computer over to you, and you're going to give us a dissection of what's going on with this storm right now.
That's right. So we'll do a close-up now of that cone of concern beyond Cuba. So we already talked about Cuba being impacted directly by this hurricane. But then the big question is, what happens afterwards? Well, look, it's got a good chance of becoming a formidable Category 4 hurricane, 130-mile-an-hour winds there as it passes well to the west of the lower Florida Keys and well to the west of Miami. And then for Tampa, a lot of worry tonight because of the risk that indeed it could be a near major hurricane. Even though it's forecast to lose some strength down the road due to upper level wind shear, the wind field would be expanding and the impact would still be very, very powerful on all those regions. I should also note that there is a tropical storm watch in effect for parts of southwest Florida, and the chance for hurricane force winds is increasing in that area of southwest Florida today. So Steve, if you can advance these graphics for me, because it is not advancing for me. We're going to use the wind radii here. This is the graphic showing the hurricane force winds, the 58-mile-per-hour winds, and the tropical storm force winds. And there's a change tonight. Let's click it one time here so you'll see the change is that now Key West, anyway, I mean, the extreme western portion of the lower Florida Keys does fall inside that area of sustained tropical storm force winds. That's because this area is growing as the hurricane is expected to grow in size. Plus, it's been shifted a little bit further to the east, so now it would pass 150 miles away from Key West. Down the road, of course, the risk for west central Florida as well. And look, tropical storm force winds as far as Orlando, as far as the East Coast. Now, the wind speed probabilities are important too. So in the case of Key West, and this takes 2 clicks, Steve, you're going to notice a 70% chance now of tropical storm force winds for you, while Miami remains at a modest chance of just 30%. Now look at the hurricane wind speed probabilities. They are quite low for Miami. Just a 1% chance that we'll get hurricane conditions here in Miami, but Key West has an 8% chance, Havana 10%, and I mentioned earlier, Fort Myers up to a 15% chance of that happening. Very briefly, I'll tell you that tonight this system is indeed starting to intensify. It looks like it's going to quickly ramp up in intensity and become, thanks to light winds aloft and warm sea surface temperatures, a very strong hurricane before reaching western Cuba.
Yeah, so, we've been talking about the fact that it was kind of hard to think about an analog in the modern era, a storm that's going to do something like what this storm is probably going to do that has happened within the last several decades, and you really can't find one. So here's a graphic which illustrates that point when we talk about Category 2 and 3 hurricanes that have moved in within 100 miles to the north of Tampa, and that's important. Coming from the southwest, moving to the north of Tampa, because that is what is going to bring in, if you think about, a storm in this position, that is what's going to bring in that flow into Tampa Bay and radically increase the threat for a significant surge in Tampa Bay. And so when we look at all the storms that have come in north of Tampa that were Cat 2 and Cat 3, I mean, it goes way, way back. The most recent one was 1968. Then you've got Easy in 1950, and then it goes back even farther. There are several from the 1800s and one in 1921. And as you know, and during those times, for the most part, there was not nearly the level of population that we've got today. I mean, there was certainly more. There was a growing population in the late 60s, but it still wasn't anywhere near what we've got today. So this is why we say this is going to be something that a lot of people are just not familiar with, potentially, there in the west coast of Florida. We just haven't had anything like this in the modern era. Now, let's take a look at the current satellite picture, and man, this thing just looks amazing on satellite. I mean, it really is taking off here. It was not impressive at all for a lot of the day, and right now you've got this big central dense overcast that's growing. You've got convection that's really persistent about the center, a very well-developed core. I mean, it's taking off right now, and so it is doing what the models have been suggesting that it would do. It is rapidly growing here, and we do expect that there's a good chance that it's going to be a much more intense storm by the time we get into early tomorrow morning. I want to show you the models. This is the GFS model and the ensemble members, and there's been a shift. There was a shift to the west, and now more recently a shift back to the east. So it's more in line with where the European model is. There are still some members that take it to the northern Gulf, but they are outliers. And the preponderance of evidence is more towards the eastern Gulf and the west coast of Florida. And also the European model doing something very similar here, although taking the core more bodily into the west coast of Florida for the most part than are the GFS ensemble members. So, this is going to be really important to work on these details of this forecast. But another critical piece of this is that the storm is going to come up. It's going to be large. It's going to be very strong, and then it is going to basically slow down to a crawl right along the coast there. That is going to magnify all the impacts.
And now your tropical update. Here's the latest advisory. A look from above. The latest forecast track.
That's right, and we have the 5 a.m. advisory, which is in, and we now have Hurricane Ian, which is no surprise. We were expecting this strengthening to occur overnight, and indeed it has. And rapid strengthening even further is going to happen the next 24 to 48 hours. As for now, the system's still spinning over the western Caribbean, and really it's just continuing to slowly move towards the northwest, now at 14 miles per hour, winds of 75 miles per hour. Forecast cone keeps the system still right over the very tip of western Cuba. So this is not only a new advisory, this is also a new forecast cone. As we are watching the system move towards the north, we are still expecting it to stay just west of Key West and really just push right along our coastline across the state of Florida, possibly strengthening to a Category 4 and then moving in towards parts of the Panhandle as a Category 1 hurricane. Now, the one thing I want you to pay attention to is that the system itself is very large. So even looking at the center and even the cone, the impacts are felt well displaced from this forecast cone, and that's why here in South Florida we are dealing with a tropical storm warning in effect for the dry Tortugas, the middle and the lower Keys from the 7-mile stretch to Key West. Now we are also expecting the possibility of some storm surge because our winds are moving in off the ocean, and that coastal air mass is going to provide for that rushing wind and rain to basically hug our coastline. Why? Because we are feeling the effects of the outer bands of the system. Again, you don't have to be in the center of the cone to feel the effects of this system since it is such a large system. Now we are expecting Ian's tropical moisture to move in. We're already dealing with a downpour this morning. So today, from time to time, again, the washout starts by tonight into tomorrow morning. Not only do we see the uptick in the downpours, but we also see the wind strengthening as the system moves just to the west of the lower Keys. Again, the closer it gets to the lower Keys, the worse our weather pattern will be. We'll start it this afternoon, and then things go down going into Tuesday and Wednesday.
Pretty much all of Florida seeing the impacts, and even parts of the southeast down the road.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Behind us, we've got Key West as well as Jacksonville Beach. A few spots that could certainly feel the impacts from this system. And get to the very latest here, the latest advisory just coming in from the National Hurricane Center, Category 1 hurricane. It has upstream wind speed just a tad. It was 75, now up to 80, moving to the northwest at 13 miles per hour. So that's come down just 1 mile per hour. But overall, similar scenario than what we saw from the last advisory, just up just a tad with those wind speeds up to 80 now.
So from 75 to 80, still a Category 1 hurricane, but we don't want everybody to be focused just on the category, right? Because this will be a large and dangerous storm, eventually doing some strengthening as it approaches Cuba. And then after that, it's the Gulf of Mexico, where unfortunately it's the, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, we're all in the cone now.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll be here with you through it all, no doubt about it, taking you through it. Of course, now we've got some of those alerts that are in place there across parts of the Sunshine State when it comes to tropical storm issues, storm surge issues, hurricane potential in there as well. So a lot of areas to feel some of the impacts. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel now to talk about what's going on with this hurricane. And Dr. Postel, that latest advisory, anything standing out to you right now?
No, it's kind of behaving as we thought. The pressure is steady from earlier this morning, roughly, maybe down a couple of millibars. The wind up a little bit, but that's all part of the plan as really Ian continues to get better organized over the Northwest Caribbean Sea. The satellite pictures tell us that it is a much more, I guess, mature system than it was this time yesterday when I was looking at it very carefully here at this desk. And I can tell you that it is in better shape, healthier than it was for sure, but not perfectly so. And in fact, I would say it's maybe not quite as far along in terms of intensity as I thought it might be by this time. And some of the reasons why I'll show you in a second, but overall, we're seeing some impacts that are spread hundreds of miles away from the center. You can see it is getting gusty and very rainy across parts of southern Cuba there. Winds are gusting almost 40 miles per hour. But even in South Florida, not really directly associated with Ian, but sort of the large sort of counterclockwise swirl around it is bringing some clouds and some showers and, east breezes at 10 to 15 from Miami all the way through Key West. So not too bad. It's going to get a lot worse eventually down the line. But, this radar tells us a lot. The most recent image here coming out of Grand Cayman, by the way, where I might add the winds are out of the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. There's the center of circulation. And there is an eye with an eye wall that's kind of not wrapped necessarily all the way around the center, but pretty close. But what's more glaring than anything else is this lack of precipitation that is sort of wrapped also itself all the way around the center pretty much. There is a dry wedge, a little filament of dry air that's coming in. I'm not sure whether it's being drawn in laterally. Well, it is in part for sure. But exactly where it's coming from, I'm not clear. But I think what it's doing is probably holding back the intensification rate at least a little bit. While the expectation is that eventually will not be in the way, and we will see significant strengthening and very rapid strengthening potentially. Right now, that radar picture tells us a lot, that there's something going on in the middle of it that's maybe not allowing it to get as strong as quickly as some of us thought, including me. But I think that could change given some of the other parameters that are surrounding Ian right now, given the high altitude outflow. This is at jet stream level. The winds are kind of fanning out in all directions almost equally. Not quite, but almost. There's plenty of room for the exhaust system to work freely, which can allow it to breathe and inhale more effectively, which would strengthen it. So in this environment, the atmospheric overall big picture looks very favorable for intensification with low wind shear and a very healthy outflow. In addition to that, as we've talked all along, the ocean water is very warm, and that warm water extends to pretty significant depth. So the heat content, the amount of heat and fuel that can be extracted from the ocean, is at the very high end of the scale and will be so all along the future path as it moves through, let's say, the Northwest Caribbean and the Southern Gulf of Mexico going over the next couple of days. So that is going to allow it to get stronger. The atmosphere in the big picture, excuse me, should allow it to get very strong. Question is, what's happening in the interior? And that might play a big role as to where we end up. But with all that said, and it's complicated and nuanced, as it should be, it's not a digital world. We have to explain things and be transparent. Let me show you the models and show you what they're doing. Break it up into three pieces. This is the intensification phase between now and, let's say, Tuesday or Wednesday, as it moves over that warm water of the Gulf of Mexico, even still early in the midweek period. Then we kind of are in that phase in the Southern Gulf where it is a major hurricane, very likely, and then slowing down, potentially weakening as it moves northward, encountering drier air, wind shear, and cooler waters. We can hope that's the case. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to have significant impacts, because you can still have very significant impacts with a system that's maybe not as strong as a major hurricane in the Southern Gulf. But it's good news, because the intensity, Paul, does matter. It plays a role in the intensity of the storm surge. It plays a role in the coastal flooding. It plays a role in the wind damage. We want that intensity to go down, and there's some suggestion it will as it moves northward in the northern Gulf of Mexico.
A meteorologist about Hurricane Ian. I'm joined here by our Division of Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie, the head of the Florida National Guard, Jim Eifert, and Gracia Check. Thank you for coming, for our FEMA regional coordinator. As of 11 a.m., the storm is located roughly 375 miles south of Key West, and it's moving north-northwest at about 14 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds are now up to 80 miles an hour, and it moves into the Gulf, where it's expected to strengthen into a major hurricane in the eastern Gulf of Mexico as early as tomorrow. It will bring heavy rains, strong winds, flash flooding, storm surge, along with isolated tornado activity along Florida's Gulf Coast. Floridians up and down the Gulf Coast should feel the impacts of this as up to 36 hours before actual landfall due to the size of the hurricane. This is a really, really big hurricane at this point. The diameter, the width of it's about 500 miles wide. So if you look at the cone, and if you look at where they have the landfall going, I think the landfall is still Levy County. The impacts are going to be much, much broader than that. Of course, that track is still uncertain. It could absolutely wobble further into the peninsula or even further away from the peninsula. You will see storm surge in places like Southwest Florida, even though the storm is projected to be 100 or 150 miles off the coast of Southwest Florida. And so you look in Collier County, they've already issued voluntary evacuations for some of their coastal communities, because the storm surge is likely to be significant given how big the storm is. A tropical storm warning has been issued for a portion of the Florida Keys from the 7 Mile Bridge south to Key West. Hurricane and tropical storm watches have been issued from Inglewood south to Naples. We also have storm surge watches in effect from Pinellas County down to the Florida Keys. Those watches are anticipated to become warnings later today. Now, some counties have begun issuing evacuation orders or voluntary evacuations. The important thing for people to know is to know the zone that you're in. You will have counties probably throughout this morning and into this afternoon identifying areas that are vulnerable for evacuation, so you should anticipate that if you're on counties in Florida's Gulf Coast. Of course, as you go further north in Florida, there is a little bit more time before those decisions have to be made. So as we get into the northern Florida and into the Panhandle, those decisions may not be today, but certainly for Southwest and Tampa Bay, be on the lookout for that, because I know we've been conferring with a lot of the local officials that those are going to happen. The way to go is to go to floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. floridadisaster.org/plan-prepare. That will be able to allow you to look to see whether you are in an evacuation zone. And so if they do call for an evacuation of, say, Zone A, and you're in Zone A, then you know that, and you can take the appropriate action. The Florida Department of Transportation is now suspending tolls at facilities in the Tampa Bay area, the Polk Parkway in Polk County, Mid-Bay Bridge in Okaloosa, Spence Parkway in Okaloosa, Garcon Point Bridge in Santa Rosa, and of course all the Tampa Bay area, Pinellas Byway, Sunshine Skyway, Selman Expressway, I-4 connector in Hillsborough, as well as Alligator Alley down in Collier into Broward counties. And as we continue to monitor the path of Hurricane Ian, we may do more toll suspensions in other parts of the state if that is warranted. Some school districts have announced school closures for this upcoming week, and you may see more as the track becomes more certain. If you want to look at the most updated information regarding schools, you can get that at fldoe.org/storminfo. That's fldoe.org/storminfo. The Florida National Guard has activated 5,000 Florida Guardsmen, as well as 2,000 additional Guardsmen from Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina that have been activated to help. We've also have 5 urban search and rescue teams that are activated. We have Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission mobilized and ready to support needed efforts. And of course, the U.S. Coast Guard is also willing and able to assist in both preparation and response. Of course, we've declared a state of emergency for the entire state, given the uncertainty that exists. Of course, as we go every hour, we get a little bit more certainty in the general area, and we know that this is going to have major impacts on Florida's Gulf Coast. We've issued waivers of weight restrictions for commercial trucks to ensure we have ample fuel and resources coming into Florida. Make sure you're prepared. There's no need to panic buy. If you normally don't drink a lot of water, you may not need to go out and buy 20 gallons of water right now. So just do what you need to be prepared. We've been in contact with some of the major retailers like Publix and Walmart. They are constantly resupplying. I know Publix did way more than they normally do, and a lot of that is flying off the shelves. But just know there's an effort to be made to make sure that those shelves are restocked as quickly as possible. We've also authorized emergency refills of maintenance prescriptions for 30 days, and we'd anticipate anyone as part of your hurricane preparedness plan, make sure you have the prescriptions that you need. We've also been in contact with the major utilities throughout the state of Florida, particularly those that are servicing the Gulf Coast of Florida, FP&L, Duke Energy, TECO, the municipal electric providers, as well as the rural electrical co-ops. And I can tell you between all of those, there are tens of thousands of people that are staged and that are going to be ready to go when the storm passes to try to get power restored. But folks should be prepared if you're in this region that there is going to be an interruption of power. So just plan on that. understand that will happen. Even if the storm, the eye of the storm doesn't hit your region, you're going to have really significant winds. It's going to knock over trees. It's going to cause interruptions. And so that's just the name of the game. So just be prepared for that. And then they have the resources in place where, of course, that's going to be a priority once it's safe to go in there and get as much power back on as quickly as possible. Make sure that you have your plan in place. Finish whatever preparations you have. I mean, this thing is coming this week, and we know that, and we know we're going to have some major impacts throughout the state of Florida. We have at the department here for emergency management received 338 requests for assistance from local counties. 293 of those have already been fulfilled, and others are on the way. We've deployed 210 medical professionals to Hillsborough County special needs shelters and another 120 to surrounding counties. We have 300 ambulances supporting special needs evacuations in the Tampa Bay area, and hundreds of generators and pumps have also been staged in the Tampa Bay area to prepare for the flooding that we're anticipating. So please continue to monitor your local weather service for updates. Make sure that you're commencing your storm preparations. Visit floridadisaster.org/get-a-plan to see some of the things that may need to be done. For all you new Floridians who haven't been through one of these before, just understand, just remain calm. There's no need to panic. Listen to the folks at the local level. Listen to what they advise in terms of preparations, any evacuations. If you are going to be in your home when the power goes out and you have one of the generators, just understand those generators must be operated outside the home. Every year, we tend to have people that operated inside their home. You will get poisoning from carbon monoxide, and we have fatalities for that. In fact, we've had more fatalities in recent storms from the use of the generators than we've had from the direct impact of the storm itself. So just understand, it's great to have a generator. Obviously, we live in a very connected world. People want to have that power on, and I understand that, and I do too. But make sure it's used properly, and that exhaust has got to be going outside your home. Do not let that come inside your home. So we're continuing to work with communities at the local level. I've been able to speak with a number of the folks today. We're going to continue to work to support their plans. Obviously, at this point, we want everyone to be safe. You have a significant storm that may end up being a
We are getting a chance to listen in on Florida Governor Ron DeSantis giving an update on the situation here out ahead of Hurricane Ian. Some new information coming from him saying that they are suspending some of the tolls in and around the Tampa Bay area. Could be seeing more suspensions in some other areas down the road. 5,000 Florida National Guard being activated, a couple more thousand from a few other states. And they are in contact with the major utilities, and they're staged and ready to go. But be prepared for disruption in power.
All right, South Florida, welcome back. We continue to follow the very latest on Hurricane Ian, still over the Caribbean with winds of 80 miles per hour. This is as of 11 a.m. advisory. It's moving towards the northwest at 13 miles per hour, still being tracked out of Grand Cayman, about 100 miles to the west of the Cayman Islands. And you can see it's been pounding on the Cayman Islands since very early this morning. Now, it is beginning to move over very warm waters. We've been talking about conditions becoming more favorable for further strengthening with the system. It's already a Category 1 hurricane as of this morning, but we're moving into waters that are anywhere between 85 to 89 degrees, and this is fuel for these tropical systems to continue to grow in intensity and also in size. All this as it continues to move northwest, closer and closer to western Cuba. Now, models are in agreement that it will take it through the western end of Cuba throughout the next 24 to 48 hours. And then once it moves into the Gulf of Mexico, we're all too familiar with the very warm waters there. Further strengthening is possible, and it could even become a major hurricane as it begins to approach Cuba. Now, once we move it to the end of the work week, you can see the time frame where things really begin to change, where some of the models still suggest that the system will move into portions of the Panhandle, whereas we still have models that are suggesting that this will be more of a West Coast storm, moving anywhere between Fort Myers and as far north as areas north of Tampa. So you can see that models are in disagreement there as we head into the end of the work week. We'll take a closer look at the cone. It's moving towards the northwest, away from the Cayman Islands, still as a Category 1 hurricane, could still become a close near a major hurricane as it moves into western Cuba as early as tomorrow morning. Then once it moves into the Gulf of Mexico, the system will slowly begin to slow down, but still strengthening, possibly a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles per hour by Tuesday evening, just as it passes to the west of the Florida Keys. And that's why we have tropical storm watches and warnings already issued for the middle and lower Keys. Eventually, the system will continue to move towards the Gulf of Mexico, coming closer and closer to the Gulf Coast of Florida, still as a major hurricane. And that's when the models begin to diverge, still taking it somewhere within the Panhandle or possibly along the Gulf Coast. Now, one difference we have noticed in the last couple of days is the cone doesn't include the entire Panhandle, but now parts of the Panhandle, but still includes a good chunk of the West Coast. So we're going to have to see exactly where this ends up. Either way, storm surge will be a big problem up and down the West Coast, and that goes for the Florida Keys as well. As far as impacts for South Florida, passing showers today, increasing this evening. Tomorrow, Wednesday, we could see times of heavy rain, especially as those outer bands move in. So winds will continue to increase. Well, right now we have winds out of the east-southeast between 5 to 10 miles per hour with some outer bands pushing across South Florida. Some of those rain bands now approaching Miami-Dade. You can see some of these heavy downpours moving near Elliott Key. This will lift into Miami-Dade, so areas like Palmetto Bay, Cutler Bay could get on some of these downpours possibly within the next 30 to 45 minutes. We have moisture increasing, and all this is associated with Ian. You can see all that moisture moving into South Florida with the bulk of the moisture still over the Caribbean. Let's take you hour by hour so you can see exactly those rain bands. And this is this evening. You can see some of them already pushing through South Florida. And that's why we have to continue to see these rainfall. We continue to say rainfall will be the biggest threat for South Florida, for Miami-Dade, and for Broward County overnight. More of those heavy rain bands pushing through, possibly gusty squalls, while winds continue to increase, especially across the middle and lower Keys. Tuesday could possibly be the heaviest rain day for Miami-Dade and Broward County. You can see as Ian continues to get closer and closer to South Florida, or at least past to the west of us, we'll see those rain bands pushing through our area.
Hurricane Ian up a bit at the latest advisory. That was a 2 o'clock advisory, so we've gone from 80 to 85 mile per hour winds with this one. Pressure 976 millibars, moving to the north-northwest. So remember, in last update, northwest. Now north-northwest. We're going to see that turn to the north take over in the coming days. So that's going to take this right into western Cuba. Just a little blip on the radar, so to speak. Not going to do much to disrupt this storm. Not nearly as mountainous on the eastern side or western side of Cuba as the eastern side. Around the Cayman Islands, again, you're not seeing that eye, but we're seeing it try to form. Mike pointing out that on the radar, we don't have that well-defined, area of thunderstorms right around the center of that storm, but you can see that blow up of convection, and we anticipate not just an eye, but a strengthening hurricane here as we move into the coming hours. Still, all the models in agreement that we are looking at rapid intensification. Nothing going to hold this back. And so we go very quickly from that Category 1 storm by early tomorrow, expecting a Category 3 hurricane, 120 mile per hour winds. Then a higher end Category 4 hurricane Wednesday morning. Look at 140 miles per hour. Well, I guess a mid-range Cat 4, weakening as it moves farther to the north. We'll have some wind shear in play. But even though it weakens, it will likely broaden out, so becoming larger in size, and that could mean more effects for more people. Also, a slower forecast in the longer range, which, Mike, would also mean folks are dealing with prolonged surge, prolonged wind, prolonged rain.
Yeah, it's a tough forecast for a lot of different places, right? And so knowing what to do and when is vitally important. So just kind of finishing up your preparations right now is important. Then if evacuation is ordered for you, you know exactly when to go and where, right? I want to show you what the models are pumping out here as far as the wind forecast goes. On the left-hand side of your screen here, that is the reliable European model forecast. You can see where it's sitting here by Wednesday night, all right? That's sitting right off the coast here of St. Pete and Tampa, all right? Then you take a look at what the GFS model is doing. It's something quite similar. Same time frame, basically same location, and so the intensity is about the same as well. So we're looking at probably a major hurricane at this point, and it's just with that right front quadrant hit, it's pushing a lot of water. Then it's just shoving the water up into Tampa Bay and all of our vulnerable coastlines here. So a lot of the islands here. So I'm thinking Sanibel and Captiva up through Placida, and then on your way all the way up into Clearwater. These are places that are going to be inundated with water. We're very vulnerable, and we've built a lot of stuff literally right on the sand. There's very little elevation change, if any, from maybe your favorite restaurant or your condo right down to where the water is right now.
They're finalizing the preparations because, of course, once the storm really hits us, then it'll be too late to get ready. So the government here has been warning here, particularly on the people on the westernmost province of Pinar del Rio, to get ready if they live on islands off the coast, to get into the mainland, to get off away from the coastal areas. We've seen ships leaving the port of Havana throughout the day, cargo ships, because they cannot be in the port here where they could break loose and cause damage, even sink. Of course, you know, in a country where the economy is already in such dire straits, you really can't go and do hurricane shopping or buy plywood. The stores are already empty. So what people really have to do right now is try to get to their homes, try to get someplace safe. And even in Havana, where the storm is not expected to hit, if we get tropical storm force winds or rains, that can cause buildings here to collapse. So it's still a very dangerous situation here. And people know they only have a few hours left.
All right, Patrick Ottman in Cuba. Stay safe. Thank you very much for that.
Ian right now is making an island impact as it crawls right through the Caribbean. 7's Robin Simmons live in the Plex with what islanders are enduring there, Robin.
We are getting reports that people in the Cayman Islands are already out on the streets assessing the aftermath. The western tip of Cuba now in the storm's sights. The winds and rains of Ian making landfall in Georgetown, capital of the Cayman Islands, in the early hours of Monday morning. This residential unit on the shoreline quiet as the Caribbean Sea pushes underneath, the whipped up water covering a local pier.
I'm here as part of the UK military's Operational Liaison Reconnaissance Team. We're a small team that have deployed from the UK ahead of the storm at the request of the Cayman Island governor.
A special operations team from the United Kingdom on the island to be in place for any engineering, communications, or logistical needs after the hurricane passes.
We'll be with the team throughout the storm. Once the storm has passed through, we'll be liaising with HMS Medway, who are currently approaching the islands. They have embarked on board a crisis response troop.
El huracán Ian en las últimas horas, como bien tú decías, es un categoría 1.
The storm a category 1, but western Cuba is bracing for whatever Ian brings. The U.S. Coast Guard has been keeping an eye out for Cuban migrants trying to escape as the storm approaches. And about 50,000 people have already been evacuated from Cuba's westernmost province. That's about 3,400 square miles. The National Hurricane Center here in the U.S. is predicting some spots could get as much as 14 feet of storm surge tonight into tomorrow.
Hablemos ahora de Cuba, donde a esta hora pues ya está lloviendo muchísimo en el occidente. Hay alerta ciclónica desde Pinar del Río hasta Cienfuegos y la Isla de la Juventud o Isla de Pinos.
Y como se imaginarán, con lo poco que tienen allá, con la crisis económica que hay, el pueblo se prepara como mejor puede para enfrentar a este monstruo que los acecha, como nos va a mostrar ahora Harold Santana. Harold.
Así es, Stacey, Fausto, buenas tardes. A la escasez que ha predominado en Cuba durante los últimos meses se ha sumado estos días, debido a que todos han confluido a carnicerías, tiendas y panaderías para tratar de poder comprar lo que tienen en este momento ahí y así enfrentar de la mejor manera los embates de este huracán. En alerta ciclónica están Pinar del Río, Artemisa, La Habana, Mayabeque, Matanzas, Cienfuegos y el municipio especial Isla de la Juventud. Y en La Habana la crudeza de la realidad se impone. Colas interminables en panaderías, tiendas y carnicerías. Hoy muchos se apresuraban a comprar lo que podían.
Agua, brillante y todas las cosas esas para poder cocinar, porque se va la corriente.
Con lo que tienen a mano, trabajadores comienzan a proteger negocios del gobierno. En tanto, edificaciones casi derrumbadas quedan en desamparo.
Sí, nos causa temor. Debido a las condiciones también de las viviendas, también nos causa temor.
En Televisión Nacional, los meteorólogos advierten sobre la intensificación de Ian en la próxima madrugada.
Justo aquí, al oeste de la isla y al sur de Pinar del Río.
Tormentas eléctricas, lluvias incluso fuertes e intensas en muchas localidades van a abarcar. El diámetro que aparece ahí de ese huracán es de alrededor de unos 600 kilómetros.
Hoy nuestro equipo en La Habana grabó imágenes que poco han salido en televisión. Trabajadores desinstalando bombas de gasolina en servicentros del verano. Los dueños de escasos botes anclados en el litoral habanero también toman medidas.
Nos dieron la orientación de llevarnos las embarcaciones de aquí para un lugar más seguro dentro de la bahía, un lugar que hay techo.
En tanto, las autoridades cubanas sostienen largas reuniones, videoconferencias incluidas, y a modo de conclusión, en un triunfalismo irresponsable, sin alusión a la vulnerabilidad de casas y edificaciones, Díaz-Canel hace asociaciones sin sentido.
Sin quitarnos el polvo del camino después de la victoria
en el Código de la Familia vamos también a enfrentar con éxito esta compleja situación meteorológica.
Reportes en redes sociales dan cuenta ya que en la localidad de Alquizar han comenzado las penetraciones del mar. En tanto, en Pinar del Río están tratando de proteger los semilleros de tabaco. El Aeropuerto Internacional de Miami, por su parte, hoy suspendió todos los vuelos destinados hacia Cuba y se prevé que mañana se produzca la misma situación. Así que si usted tenía previsto viajar a la isla, comuníquese con su aerolínea. Seguiremos pendientes. Soy Harold Santana. Ahora volvemos a los estudios con ustedes.
Well, it's almost 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and that is the time at which the intermediate public advisory is intended to be sent out by. But it's not quite 8 o'clock yet, and I remember sitting in that forecaster's chair over the years, and when I have aircraft reconnaissance out there, sometimes what I'm doing is poring over that aircraft data all the way up until the last possible minute to make sure that the intermediate public advisory has the benefit of all of those data. Plus, the other thing you got to consider is that the Hurricane Center is not just working with the local offices of the National Weather Service on coordinating watches and warnings and all kinds of impact statements for the United States, but they're also coordinating with other countries like the Cayman Islands and with Cuba and so forth on what they want to have put in their advisories, any changes to the watches and warnings. Now, we've had both hurricane hunters out there, the Air Force and NOAA, and they'll fly at slightly different altitudes, and they have slightly different instrumentation. The NOAA plane outfitted not just for sending data in real time to the Hurricane Center, but also collecting data for research purposes. They also have a tailed Doppler radar that they can utilize to see things, take an MRI of the hurricane in a way of speaking. And but both of them have flight level winds and have the SFMR instrument on there. So they've been making the multiple penetrations, and I would not be surprised to see changes at 8 p.m., but we haven't yet. So the missions are not over yet. So here we are with the max wind still at 100 miles per hour, but look at that pressure, 965. The pressure continues to take that downward trend. Not a surprise. And so we only have a little while longer, a few hours to go before the center crosses western Cuba and moves into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. This will be a very short amount of time in the overall scheme of things for the hurricane to continue to intensify in the southeastern Gulf, but it will be obviously way too long, way too much in terms of wind and water impacts there in the area of western Cuba. The motion is north-northwest at 13, and if we can take that full, because what I want to do on this is take a quick look and see what the advisory is conveying in terms of any changes to the watches and warnings, and there are none. So that is not unusual for an intermediate public advisory to have no changes to the watches and warnings in the United States. We don't put up new watches and warnings when we're talking about an intermediate public advisory. But remember, at 5 p.m., the pressure was 972 millibars. Now it's 965. Sometimes the pressure decreases are going to lead the wind increases. And if we look at this on the visible imagery today, we can see how well defined the coiling around the inner core is. Don't have the eye yet, but if we switch over to the infrared, look at that big blow up of really tall, deep thunderstorms with really cold cloud tops. I would not be shocked, Chris and Jackie, to see the wind speeds go up by 11 p.m. tonight. Pressure's dropping. The winds will follow soon.
And Tampa could soon take a direct hit.
It's never good. It definitely makes your heart skip a beat.
Complete 19 coverage. Tracking Ian.
Hurricane Ian continues nudging north, storming through western Cuba on its way towards Florida's Gulf Coast.
The storm's outer bands are already being felt here, making for a drenching day across parts of South Florida.
And here's a live look at the southernmost point in Key West, provided by Two Oceans Digital. The waves and the concerns they're starting to pick up a bit as Ian continues to inch closer. Hello and welcome, everyone. As of the latest advisory, Hurricane Ian remains a Category 2 system.
Strengthening is expected once it moves into the warm waters of the Gulf. And in the 10 o'clock headlines tonight, prepare for a torrential Tuesday across South Florida tomorrow. South Florida is under a flood watch until at least Thursday morning. And come tomorrow afternoon, Ian could develop into a dangerous Category 4 system.
We have extensive coverage in place for you tonight from the Storm Center across South Florida and the Keys to Tampa and beyond. But let's begin with Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow. Phil.
All right, good evening, everyone. Let's take a look at the very latest here. The cone of concern, still a system on tap to make landfall across western Cuba. It's a Category 3 major system, then getting stronger and then aiming for the west coast of Florida or even Florida's Big Bend before fizzling out, moving in across the southeast. This is the 8 p.m. advisory, 100-mile-per-hour winds. So that's a Category 2. Moving now to the north-northwest at 13 miles per hour. Now it is being tracked out of the western tip of Cuba. As far as the rainfall, there's plenty of it, and that is being swung in our direction across Cuba, the Florida Straits, and into South Florida at this hour. We have 2 feeder bands moving across. The first one here across the Keys and a secondary one right across the mainland South Florida area. We're looking at some pockets of very heavy rainfall down by the lower Florida Keys, basically from Little Torch and Big Pine all the way down in through Key West. And because one area here has received plenty of heavy rainfall, there is now a street flood advisory in place for the Big Hoppet Key area. That'll remain in force until 12:45. Now check out most of Miami-Dade County. There's a huge swath of rainfall that extends from Bimini through the beaches, the metro, and then as far west as mainland Monroe. And this is slowly lifting to the north. Now, the National Weather Service suggests that we could see 4 to 10 inches of rain through Friday, 4 to 8 for the Keys, and even our friends here to the east, about 2 to 4. Now, because of that, there's a flood watch in place for mainland South Florida until Thursday, 8 a.m. However, for the Keys, you are looking at a flood watch until Wednesday at 6 o'clock. What does a flood watch means? It means the ingredients are present for very heavy rainfall. If you see standing water, don't play in it. There could be a downed power cable. And avoid driving in flooded areas you may not see where the road ends and a hazard begins. Here's the close-up cone, Category 2, right across western Cuba. Actually, right before western Cuba, it'll kind of get ramped up to a Category 3, then a 4 by Tuesday at 2 p.m. And then everyone here in this area highlighted in red from Fort Myers all the way to the Panhandle could see a direct landfalling hurricane anywhere between a 3, maybe hoping that it gets down to a 1. So here's what you should know tonight. Flood watch for South Florida and the Florida Keys. You're also looking at a tropical storm warning from Key West north to near Marathon, and from Marathon northward into Isla Morada, you're looking at a tropical storm watch. For more on the impacts across South Florida and the rest of the state, here is meteorologist Brent Cameron. Brent?
All right, thanks a lot, Phil. And we start with this. How far away is Hurricane Ian from the South Florida mainland? And the answer to that, we go into the northwestern Caribbean, just south of Cuba, 400 miles away, and getting closer as it moves more toward the north and northwest. Here's a look at some of those heavy rain bands associated with the system. The hurricane very much sending those big bands of rain into western Cuba earlier in the day near Grand Cayman Island. And notice this as we zoom a little farther north in toward our area of South Florida, those outer bands that we have been experiencing to the tune of over 4 inches of rain already in South Miami and also Weston, more than a couple of inches of rain, Coral Gables, Layton in the Keys, and also for you in Opelika. Now, in the lower and middle Florida Keys, we're looking at potential winds of 58 to 73 miles per hour. That threat increasing over the next 24 hours. 4 to 6 inches of rain, give or take, and also a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet above ground level, or where one is standing. As far as Broward and Miami-Dade, even though we'll be farther away from the system, we can still expect some heavy amounts of rain, some gusty winds. winds up to 45 miles per hour. And then down the road, that is as we turn our concerns to the Gulf of Mexico, we'll have concerns in the college towns and cities from Tallahassee to Tampa and Orlando. That's where we have some school closures in effect for the rest of the week in some cases, like Florida State and also Florida A&M University.
But first, tens of thousands of Floridians are on the move tonight. This as Hurricane Ian strengthens and threatens the west coast of Florida.
Just moments ago, actually, a new forecast track was just released. So we begin our team coverage with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. Steve.
Yes, we have the very latest information for you. The winds now 105 miles an hour, so an increase in the wind speed. No changes in the watches and warnings for our area. We still have a tropical storm watch issued for the Treasure Coast and also for the lake. Here's a look at the storm tonight, getting a little bit better organized. The hurricane hunters flying through it during the day. We also have big rain bands firing up well ahead of the storm that are feeding into each other and dumping tremendous amounts of rain. This is one of the reasons the flood watch is in effect, and that'll continue through Tuesday and Wednesday, more than likely, as we get more of the outer feeder bands working in along the coastline, tapping into the warm Gulf Stream waters and dumping that rain across Miami-Dade and Lauderdale, and then eventually up into Palm Beach and the Treasure Coast. So you'll hear rumbles of thunder overnight, more than likely. Severe weather threat, though, escalates tomorrow and tomorrow night with a tornado threat developing with wind shear and big upward storms forming. Here's a look at the latest forecast track. So 105 now, Tuesday in the evening, 140-mile-an-hour winds, Category 4, stays as a 4 into Wednesday during the day, then down to a 3, just drops a little bit, Wednesday 8 p.m., just off the coast of Tampa. Big storm surge in this, pushing all that water of the Gulf of Mexico in toward the coastline and low-lying areas, and then it slows down. Notice the difference in the timing here from the spacing from here to here. These are 12-hour differences, and there's a pretty big difference. So this is slowing down, it's weakening, but it's also continuing to spin counterclockwise and push all that water from the warm Gulf Stream up and along beaches where it develops a big storm surge. And because it's a slow mover, it's going to have issues with the high winds buffeting the coastline. And we also have a flooding threat here because it's moving so slowly. We have to get it out of Florida, and that's not going to be happening until later in the week. So there's a close-up of the forecast track, and you can see the error cone still juts out across central Florida. I mean, it's still, it's unlikely, but it's still possible that we could see a track more toward the east than the south and bringing it closer to us. But at this point, just the tropical storm watch for the Treasure Coast and for Lake Okeechobee. You'll still see some of the models are to the east. Almost all of them moved a little bit to the east during the day, and that trend has been continuing, but it's we're starting to get a little bit better agreement on where this is headed. So tropical storm watches for Lake Okeechobee and also along the Treasure Coast, and the probability of seeing tropical storm force winds over 60% now, Treasure Coast a little bit less, very, very high on the Tampa side. And this is the probability of really damaging winds, hurricane force winds, very low still in our area and likely not expected to climb very much.
Hi, everyone. Hurricane Ian is getting stronger. Winds of 105 miles per hour as of the 11 p.m. advisory. Pressure 962 millibars. It's moving toward the north-northwest at 13 miles per hour. And Michael, it's getting closer to that western tip of Cuba.
It is very close. We're forecasting, or the Hurricane Center is forecasting, up to 15 feet of storm surge with this push of wind here in western Cuba. Winds of 105 miles per hour. Category 3 winds, Betty, started 111 miles per hour. So a few ticks up, and this one we have ourselves a major hurricane. Not that it's not already major, but this one's going to get into the Gulf and strengthen, we think, even further.
Almost noticing an eye-type feature on there.
Yes, you can see that right here. The warm spot, as we call it, the yellow within the red, that is the developing eye of this very, very powerful hurricane.
And tomorrow heads over into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. Forecast still to become a Category 4 hurricane as it passes west of the lower Keys and then makes its way up toward the west coast of Florida. And look at how tightly packed those icons are.
Yeah, that's one of the big things we want to point out here is that, yes, it is expected to weaken just a little bit as it gets to the coast, but it's going to be moving very slowly as it does so. That means it's going to have a lot of time to not only push water from the coast inland, Betty, but also bring a tremendous amount of rainfall possible here to the entire Florida peninsula. We're even seeing some of those rain bands bands here in South Florida tonight.
We are. Those winds circulating around the hurricane, pushing that ocean water toward the shore. It's going to be problematic.
It is. And, even down in the Keys, I should mention, they will see some storm surge from this, but it's primarily a West Coast Florida, which we'll talk about here in just a minute.
That's right. Some of the impacts here, the heavy rainfall. We are under a flood watch, by the way, through Thursday. So just keep that in mind. Plenty of rainfall to be had.
Yeah, and then also the gusty winds. I can't forget about that. I mean, we're going to have some of that down here. We're not expecting the sustained winds, mainly in the squalls that come through, but we could see some gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour. And Betty, as well, the severe threat. We often get these isolated cells that move through. The tornado threat is going to be here with this one as well.
All right, we'll be tracking all of that and, of course, keeping a close watch on what's happening with the storm surge.
Yeah, and so the big story with this one's going to be the next few days is what the water is going to do. These are tremendously big storm surge numbers, Betty. I mean, 5 to 10 feet of storm surge is what's being forecast into Tampa Bay. I have never seen a forecast like this in terms of the magnitude of the storm surge in this part of the coastline. So many people that live here. And it's not only Tampa Bay. I mean, we focus on Tampa Bay, but to the north up here into the sweeping arm of the Big Bend, up to Cedar Key, and then down to Fort Myers, maybe as high as 4 to 8 feet for some of these areas. So a wide stretch of coastline here along the western peninsula that are going to be impacted by this one in the coming days.
And also the Keys. We cannot forget the Keys. Let's really focus and close in on this area too, where we're expecting some storm surge, 2 to 4 feet. That's the forecast.
It is the forecast. We take a bigger, closer look at this one. You can see that, yes, it is less in magnitude than some of the areas to the north, but nevertheless, they're going to have some flooding issues in some of the low-lying areas. I want to talk for a minute about the steering with this one. That has been kind of the focus the last several days. What's going on here is we have two areas of high pressure sort of flanking Ian on either side. In the middle, we have a dip in the jet stream. That dip in the jet stream is pulling this to the north. As it does so, you kind of have competing steering issues here. You have high pressure that's kind of going to the south here. You have the jet stream that's wanting to go to the north, and you have Ian in between, and that kind of keeps it a slow-moving system. And the concern here, again, is when you have a slow-moving storm, it's the water. And it's typically the water that is the most deadly hazard of a hurricane. About 90% of deaths historically in hurricanes are from the water, from the rainfall, from the storm surge. So that is kind of the biggest concern here. Look at some of these big numbers that we are expecting here close to the coast, up to 20 inches of rain. Holy cow. Down here in South Florida, though, even up to 10 inches of rain in some of those bands. They're going to be really starting in earnest, Betty, tomorrow. The rain bands on the outer edges of Ian, but also continuing on into Wednesday as well.
And we've already got some good downpours, soaking rains happening out there tonight. These are leading to some flood advisories in parts of South Florida, including from Fort Lauderdale down toward the Miami area, where we continue to get soaked. Even the lower Keys dealing with the downpours and the gusty storms too. We'll take a closer look at the Doppler radar coming up here in a few minutes, and we will be here to get you through the next couple days. Nicole?
Okay, thank you, Betty. Right now, mandatory evacuations are in place along Florida's west coast.
And as Betty mentioned, Tampa could experience the worst of Ian's wrath. That's where we find local 10's Janice Fernandez live with more on the potential threat and how people are preparing. Janice.
Louis and Nicole, people are very much preparing. Today, all throughout Tampa, we saw people filling up their tanks. We saw them filling up sandbags to protect their homes and businesses, and of course, going to the grocery stores to get those much essential items. Now, the overall tone here is very serious. People are listening to those warnings and, of course, listening to those mandatory evacuations.
I want everyone to understand the seriousness of this situation. And again, don't wait till the last minute.
Stern warnings from officials, not taking any chances when it comes to Hurricane Ian, the rapidly intensifying hurricane with its sights set on the Tampa area.
Just topping off some gas for generators. Hopefully don't have to use them too, but just getting prepared.
Mandatory evacuations already underway for parts of Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee counties. I want to give you this perspective. What you're looking at behind me is Interstate 275 northbound. That's connecting Pinellas County to Hillsborough County. And by Monday evening, you could see the traffic backup. That's because everyone in Zone A of Pinellas County was asked to evacuate by 6 p.m. Monday. And here's the thing, this is just a preview. It's only going to get worse because by Tuesday morning, Zones B and C will also be under mandatory evacuation orders, meaning thousands of people will have to leave and find shelter. Emergency personnel also standing by, 5,000 Florida Guardsmen deployed. Tampa General Hospital also prepared to continue caring for patients even during the worst of the storm. This flood wall being built to protect from storm surge. But as far as how bad the storm surge can get, that is what is concerning officials the most.
This could very well be that next 100-year storm.
And when we talk about preparing for the storm, it's not just before, but after the storm as well. Earlier this evening, Governor DeSantis announcing that search and rescue teams are activated and on standby, ready to go. Also, over 27,000 power restoration personnel are also on standby, ready to go to areas that lose power. And that is something officials are really stressing, that power will be lost in most areas. So remain patient and wait for that power to get back up and running, something that crews will be working on diligently. For now, that is the very latest. Reporting live in Tampa, Janice Fernandez, Local 10 News.
And hello everyone, I'm meteorologist Jane Menard here with a Fox weather update. Hurricane Ian very likely strengthening since the last advisory. Came in at 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, 105-mile-per-hour winds. That puts us at a Category 2. Now, Ian has certainly undergone some intensification. We can see all of this convection bubbling up deeply, that center of circulation really coming together. Right now, the estimated distance from a landfall on the western coast of Cuba is likely about 20 to 30 miles or so away. So we are anticipating that in the next hour to hour and a half, maybe even getting to about the 3 o'clock hour. It's something we're going to be watching for very closely. Let's get a closer look inside Hurricane Ian. So again, Category 2 hurricane likely strengthening, and I wouldn't be surprised if by the next advisory, which is coming in within the hour, that we will likely have a major Category 3 hurricane on our hands. You can see that deep convection on the west and southwest side of that center of circulation as it pulls up into Cuba. I mean, these are some very intense thunderstorms. Just taking a look at some of the observations, they're pretty sparingly across the island of Cuba, but picking up some readings of wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour. I mean, that is going to be hurricane force winds, and we are anticipating this to be really a destructive storm as it pulls through Cuba and into the Gulf of Mexico. You can see within that storm deeper convection. The brighter those colors, this is where we really can see the intensification of Ian as these that center of circulation, these thunderstorms really coming around, pulling up to the north here. This system really steadily chugging along. As far as that drop in pressure, I mean, really a steady rapid intensification has occurred. And even since earlier today, I mean, sitting at 980 millibars, we're now at 962. That is a 22 millibar drop just within a matter of nearly 12 hours. And that's one thing that we're going to be watching for very closely is this pressure. If it continues to fall, the stronger it becomes, and that is likely in the forecast here. You can see our hurricane force winds continue to increase as well. We saw that rapid intensification really start to pick up late last night, continue to steadily climb throughout the day today. Category 2, 105-mile-per-hour winds. That's what we're going to be watching for closely. Now, we take a look at the radar right now. We already have some of the outer rain bands of Ian pulling up into the Florida Keys and Southwest Florida. In fact, we take a look at Miami, which has already picked up about 2 to 3 inches of rain. Lighter showers right now. Let's in fact switch on over to the Miami radar, where you can see we get a little bit of a break. Some of this rain has come down in the overnight. In fact, it's about pushed off well to the north there. But Miami, this is just the start of what is going to be, you know, very wet and windy several hours. In fact, let's take a look at the impacts for Miami and Jacksonville, where we do have the concern there that we are expecting to see rain as well as the potential for winds really pick up. So stay with Fox Weather for more. This is a Fox Weather Alert in the new updated advisory. Hurricane Ian, now a major hurricane, 115-mile-per-hour sustained winds. This is all due to the fact that we have had intensification with this storm. Hurricane Ian expected to make landfall over western Cuba very soon. You can see that center of circulation, that eye, just miles away from the coastline of Cuba, and we are expecting to see that happen in these early overnight hours. Now, major Category 3 Hurricane Ian, again, 115-mile-per-hour sustained winds. That pressure, 956 millibars, continues to fall, continues to show strengthening, and you can really just see the intensity of these cloud tops. When we see these brighter pinks, that's showing us these thunderstorm clouds that are billowing high into the sky. We get actually some of those cooler readings. That's what this is actually. That infrared imagery shows us those cloud tops as well as the temperature within those clouds. When we get those cooler clouds, it's really some strong thunderstorms that are developing there. Those cooler cloud tops high up into the atmosphere, showing the intensity. We have that center of circulation, that eye wall, which is just about to make landfall very soon here along the western coast of Cuba, and we are expecting to see it just have a bump in the road emerging on the other side of Cuba throughout the day on Tuesday, sometime Tuesday morning, and we are anticipating to see rapid intensification continue. Ian in the forecast track expected to become a Category 4 hurricane before it does begin to slow up approaching the coast of western Florida, and that's one thing that we will be watching for very closely. But in this latest special advisory, an update from the National Hurricane Center, we now have a major Category 3 Hurricane Ian with max sustained winds at 115 miles per hour, gusts a bit stronger than that as well, and we can certainly anticipate Ian to continue to strengthen. Stay with Fox Weather for more. Hurricane Ian, now a major hurricane, Category 3 with 115-mile-per-hour sustained winds. It's really expecting to make landfall in Cuba any minute. It's imminent now. If we take a look at the satellite imagery with Hurricane Ian, you can see the intense convection. This is a powerful storm, and if we take a closer look inside this storm, you can see that eye, that center of circulation, just about crossing over the coastline. We're just, I would say, nearly a couple, like dozen miles away from Pinar del Rio. I think at last advisory we were 35 miles away. We've shaved that down as that center, once that crosses over, and we're talking just a mere maybe 10 miles, and we are expecting to see that landfall in western Cuba this morning. We are anticipating Ian to continue to strengthen. Stay with Fox Weather for more. Fox Weather Alert, Hurricane Ian makes landfall in Cuba as a strong Category 3 hurricane, winds sustained at 125 miles per hour. Landfall occurring around 4:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time in a town of La Coloma in the Pinar del Rio province of Cuba. You can see here satellite imagery of this very powerful storm. Deep convection, we're talking storm surge, wind, heavy rain, all impacting western Cuba in these early morning hours. Category 3, we've seen that pressure continue to fall. This is a very strong storm on the higher end of the scale of a Category 3, and we're likely going to continue to see intensification with Hurricane Ian, especially as it emerges back into the Gulf of Mexico, where we have very warm waters, and we are anticipating a forecasted Category 4 as it pulls up into western Florida, or just off shores of western Florida. So here's a look at the enhanced satellite imagery. You can see that landfall as it occurred. That eye very clearly pointed out here with Hurricane Ian. We do have very strong convection around the center of that circulation, deep convection, very strong thunderstorms, and this is all going to continue to impact Cuba over the next hour or so, if not a little bit longer, as it crosses over the island, emerges on the other side into the Gulf of Mexico, and will likely just be a bit of a bump in the road. Here's Here's the latest forecast track. So we do have a Category 3 Ian expected to become a Category 4 sometime either later today or on Tuesday. It will begin to slow and begin to weaken by midweek. However, the impacts remain the same. Storm surge, which could be catastrophic and deadly, and we are anticipating to see heavy rain and wind impact the entire peninsula on both coasts, the West Coast and the East Coast. The system will pull up into the Georgia and the Carolinas by the weekend, but that forecast track something we will be watching very closely. It is a wide cone, and so the impacts will be far-reaching. Remember, the cone is just tracking where that center of circulation goes. We do have Ian, which is going to become quite a wide system, quite a wide storm. So here's the latest advisory. What has changed now? We are still anticipating a full update and advisory at 5 o'clock this morning. We'll be back with more of that information as it comes into us from the National Hurricane Center, so do stay here. But you can see since the 11 o'clock advisory earlier in the night, we've gained 20-mile-per-hour winds. We're now up to 125 miles per hour. We've dropped 10 millibars in pressure, and we've seen a little bit of slowing movement, but that's just because we've reached landfall in Cuba. Be sure to stay here with Fox Weather. We'll be back with more of that information when the National Hurricane Center drops their new advisory at 5 a.m. Eastern.
Hurricane Ian, 125-mile-an-hour winds making landfall as I speak right now over western Cuba and starting its ascent into the Gulf of Mexico, where it will intensify further before taking a beeline toward Tampa Bay. Have not been hit in the Bay Area in more than a century. The storm surge estimated at this point to be between 10 and 14 feet. A lot of people have evacuated. Good call there. For us on the eastern side of Ian, we're going to see these squally downpours and storms throughout the day. For instance, the expanse of this hurricane goes all the way up the U.S. eastern seaboard. You can really see it with this satellite imagery, the eye right over western Cuba right now. We'll see embedded within these outer bands the possibility of tornadoes today as well, especially this afternoon and when we get in through to tomorrow. Here's Ian right now, 125-mile-an-hour winds. As mentioned, increases with those hot waters, just fuel to the fire over the Gulf of Mexico, and holds it up until a Category 3 status as it nears Tampa. Near the bay, it is just about this close, so any little wobble would make a huge difference. That area will be significantly impacted. Without overblowing it, it's dangerous, and Ian will continue after that to move up toward Jacksonville and then diminish in intensity. We'll see a little reprieve with some drier air on the backside of Ian as soon as Thursday. For the next couple of days, the real risk is the water. We are going to see the potential for flooding. We're under a flood watch. We already see these intense squalls indicated by the red on radar near the southern tip of Florida into parts of South Miami, and even in our area, we have a shield of light rain that is associated with just that dense tropical moisture that we have surrounding us. So from Jupiter Farms back into Belle Glade, you're seeing some showers already. Mentioned the tornado threat. We're in the slight risk for seeing severe weather today, and that will be the case tomorrow as well.
This is Channel 9 Eyewitness News this morning. Coverage you can count on.
We are tracking Hurricane Ian, a powerful hurricane. It just made landfall in Cuba. The track takes it closer to us. Hurricane conditions are more and more likely right here in Central Florida.
And those final preparations are happening today before you hunker down for this storm.
Precautions leaders are now taking to keep your lights on as much as possible.
Plus, look at this from overnight. Bumper-to-bumper traffic headed from Tampa up I-4 to Orlando. We're monitoring the overnight updates on the coast as thousands of people evacuate inland.
5 o'clock on the dot on this Tuesday morning, September 27th. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kirsten Delgado.
And I'm Alexa Lorenzo. We have got you covered this morning with everything you need to do in these final hours of prep. We have team coverage ahead of Hurricane Ian. Our reporters are live on the ground, and our meteorologists are with us in studio. Let's get to Brian Shields right now in Severe Weather Center 9 with that new 5 a.m. update.
All right, good morning. On Ian, first thing is first, overnight the conditions they're looking worse for us. This system is going to be much closer to us, if not basically on top of us down the road. With that, we are preparing for a hurricane here in Central Florida. So thinking more along the lines of an Irma or Charlie versus a tropical storm. That's what we need to prepare for as this system approaches. It is going to make landfall potentially just south of Tampa and then roll right into our direction slowly. That is going to be a huge issue, and Rusty and I will break that down with the rain, which is going to be significant. Winds right now at 125 miles per hour. Unfortunately, it's all ahead of schedule for the development in this. It is a powerful system, Category 3, almost Category 4 hurricane, and you see it here. It'll get held up a little bit by the land here, thinking of our friends' family down there, and then lift its way into the Gulf of Mexico as we go through the day. Then it becomes a Category 4. Let me just zoom you down into this and show you what I'm seeing here. Now, the track has all shifted. Here's Tampa. The thinking yesterday was maybe it comes on shore somewhere up here or over towards Cedar Key, and you see the trends more and more toward direction. If this holds, this brings a major hurricane into Holmes Beach, Anna Maria Island area, Siesta Key, Sarasota, Bradenton, and then slowly drags it up into our direction. There could be still a Category 1 hurricane on Thursday, very close to Sumter County. Then the track takes it through Sumter right into Marion. That is just the track. Again, that puts us almost all on the east side or right in the heart of this. So all of us, all of our counties, Brevard, Flagler, Volusia, all of us need to prepare for a hurricane and hurricane conditions by the time we get into tomorrow night and especially on Thursday. And look at this. This is Friday morning. It is still here as a tropical storm, still on Friday, tropical storm conditions with us. So if you don't take anything away, take away this map for you. Be where you need to be tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. That is the most important thing I can say. That's where I want you in place at 9 tomorrow morning, because tomorrow there'll be breaks in the action tomorrow, but that tornado threat is going to be increasing tomorrow. The rain bands will be moving in. So tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., be in place, be where you need to be for this hurricane that is headed our way. So here's the European model, getting very close in line to the GFS, timing issues down the road, but overall, we'll be tweaking it for you. You know how this system has been going. Let me take you out on time. Stop it here. This is 8 tomorrow morning. Heavy bands of rain already moving in. The tornado threat will be high throughout the day tomorrow. Here's a Cat 4 off the coast of Fort Myers, and then stopping it here. This is Wednesday. This is 5 o'clock tomorrow, so we don't have a lot of time with this system. A major hurricane approaching Sarasota, and then we're going to see the tropical storm conditions with us all tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, and then after this makes landfall near Sarasota as a major hurricane, that brings the hurricane conditions to us starting tomorrow night in our western zones and then spreading across. This is 7 a.m. on Thursday morning, and you see it here. This is Thursday night. Category 1 hurricane right near Sumter County, and hurricane conditions for all of us. I'm not talking about hurricane gusts. I'm talking about sustained hurricane conditions. That's 74 miles per hour or better. And then you see the track just taking it through Marion County. And we'll still, by the time we get into Friday morning, still at least some tropical storm conditions will be with us. All the models took that shift into that direction, and you can see it here for yourself. Everything kind of pointing at us. So the new watches and warnings are going to be coming in. We'll update those. Rusty and I are working hard, but we're looking at winds 50 to 80 miles per hour, Marion, Sumter Lake. Higher gusts could be 85, could approach 100. That tornado threat. We swing back towards Seminole, Orange, Osceola. Winds 70 miles per hour, gusts 75. Tornado threat. 6 to 12 inches of rain plus. Winds upwards of 50 miles per hour along our coast. Coastal flooding and that river flooding. So full hurricane preps. If you have the boards, you have the shutters, put those up. As we get into tomorrow, we'll see those squalls moving in and that tornado threat. I'm going to break this down further with Rusty. I got you covered with everything this morning. It's 5:04.
6 de la mañana, 2 minutos. Muy buenos días para quienes recién se suban a Telemundo 51. Somos primera edición en este martes 27 de septiembre. Por aquí Alejandro Isturiz.
Y por aquí Irene Sánchez. Gracias como siempre por su sintonía. Vamos a iniciar, como no podía ser de otra manera, con Dainés Sierra, quien tiene lo último del huracán Ian a esta hora. Dainés, háblanos un poco de cuál es su trayectoria, su avance y su fuerza en estos momentos.
Chicos, muy buenos días para ustedes, también para los amigos de Telemundo 51. En estos momentos sigue siendo un poderoso huracán categoría 3 con vientos máximos sostenidos de 125 millas por hora y con esa misma intensidad tocó tierra más temprano cerca de las 4:30 de la mañana sobre la provincia de Pinar del Río en el occidente cubano cerca de La Coloma. Y como pueden ver en esta imagen de radar de Cayo Hueso, tenemos parte de esas lluvias ya afectando sectores aquí del sur de la Florida. Comparto con ustedes la información de ese último boletín emitido por el Centro Nacional de Huracanes a las 5 de la mañana. Como les mencionaba, vientos máximos sostenidos de 125 millas por hora y un movimiento en general al norte a razón de 12 millas por hora con esa presión mínima central de 952 milibares. Acá comparto también ese cono de trayectoria. Observen que rápidamente va a estar pasando por el occidente cubano sobre la provincia de Pinar del Río y ya se espera que en esta tarde de martes esté sobre la porción sudeste del Golfo de México. Observen cómo va a seguir organizándose y sería un poderoso huracán categoría 4 con vientos máximos sostenidos de 140 millas por hora. Va a mantener en general ese movimiento al norte y se espera que pudiera estar tocando tierra, como pueden apreciar, cerca de la madrugada de este jueves, como un huracán categoría 3 cerca de la bahía de Tampa, Sarasota. Así que definitivamente todo ese sector que se mantiene con aviso de huracán deben estar atentos a la evolución de este sistema. Cualquier cambio en las próximas horas puede incidir en un cambio a futuro. Observen también cómo ese cono se movió un poco más al este-sudeste y eso pues hizo que algunos cambios también se reflejaran aquí en el sur de la Florida. Nosotros seguimos fuera de ese cono de trayectoria, pero eso sí, en estos momentos tenemos una vigilancia de tormenta tropical para el interior del condado de Miami-Dade y también de Broward, para todo el condado de Palm Beach, y un aviso de huracán que se extendió un poco más hacia otros condados de la costa oeste, los condados de Lee y también de Charlotte. Impactos locales vamos a ver aquí en el sur de la Florida, a pesar de que estamos fuera de ese cono de trayectoria. Yo más adelante regreso con esa información. Por el momento usted siga con más de esta cobertura.
The fact that they might even stall out like we think it could.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's almost all of Florida that's going to be dealing with this massive storm. And as a matter of fact, recon in there right now, hurricane hunters saying even over land, they're noting a pressure drop within the center, possibly down to 947 millibars, although the official advisory has it at 952. High-end Category 3. We are just shy of Category 4 status, 125-mile-per-hour winds, moving north at 12 miles per hour. It's a big storm, outermost rain bands extending all the way up into South Florida, including the Keys, prompting severe weather and even a tornado warning for mainland Monroe County. So here's a look at the stats when it comes to our very first landfall of Ian, making landfall near La Coloma, Cuba as a Category 3 with winds of 125, pressure right there in the center, 952 millibars. Now, when you're watching the Weather Channel and you see us report on the pressure, when you see that go down, that typically means we have a strengthening system and the winds will therefore respond to that and go up. And we are expecting it to still continue to strengthen over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane warnings for the lower Keys, Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers, all expecting hurricane force conditions, hurricane conditions, and tropical storm warnings. They go well inland all the way to the other side of Florida. So tropical storm conditions extend more than 100 miles from the center of the storm, and it is expected to kind of slow down and parallel the west coast of Florida as we go tomorrow into Thursday. But note the wind speeds here. We're going to be ramping up 140, 130. Thursday morning, we're at 120 miles per hour as it makes that closest approach to the Tampa Bay area. Don't be so, focused on where it actually comes in, the landfall, because there will be impacts far and wide from the center of the storm, including tornado threat, rainfall threat, storm surge as well. You can see the worst of it hitting Cuba right now. That's where the strongest winds, those almost Category 4 winds, within the eye wall, surrounding the calm of the eye. And we do have the thunderstorms extending up toward the Keys right now, and we only expect it to get worse as time goes on. So do expect deteriorating conditions. Everybody, Jordan, should be ready for this storm right now because it's not looking good for preps. You know, when you've got the rain coming down and winds at Key West right now, 35 miles an hour.
South Florida getting hammered with heavy rain. And, if you just look at the wind speeds for a second, tropical storm force winds are going to begin to arrive in Florida as early as today.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in St. Petersburg, Florida. We are right on Tampa Bay, and this is where we could see significant water rise as Hurricane Ian nears the vicinity. Right now, Hurricane Ian is a Category 3. If you're just waking up, yes, we went from a Category 1 yesterday morning to a Category 3 this morning. And by the way, it's going to be strengthening from there, already making its first landfall on the western edge of Cuba, and then now it has its eyes set on Florida. We have all sorts of advisories stretching from really North Florida all the way down to South Florida. If you have a watch, that means that those types of conditions are favorable within 48 hours. If you have a warning, that means those types of conditions are favorable in 36 hours. That goes for hurricane watch, hurricane warning, tropical storm, surge, all of them. They have the same meeting, that just as timing is a little bit different. Let's talk about the timing, because once this goes off Cuba, it is going to get up potentially to 130 miles an hour, making it a Category 4. And then the question is, does it pull a Charlie, take a right, and make landfall down towards Sarasota, or does it shift up towards Bradenton, make landfall here in St. Pete, Clearwater? I would say in that vicinity from Fort Myers to Tampa, you really need to be paying attention to this system. It's really the morning that you have to finish your preparations, because tomorrow it is going to be all rain. The other problem with this is look how it slows down. It is going to be sitting over this area for potentially 24 hours, if not longer. So we're gonna have a lot of rain and a lot of wind damage, because it's just going to be cranking and cranking and cranking. You can see the eye associated with this. Just as a quick review, we've had so many millions of people move to Florida that are new to this area and maybe aren't as familiar with the lingo as some of the people who have lived there their whole lives. The eye wall is where you have the strongest winds. The eye is the center point, and that's actually where you have calm winds. And so if you get in that eye wall and you end up in the eye, don't say, okay, it's over. You're going to have another eye wall to get through before it comes through. Right now, hurricane force winds extend out 35 miles from the center. So we're talking 70 miles across. Tropical storm force winds extend out 115 miles from the center of this. We're going to get another update at 8 a.m. The update after that will be at 11 a.m. That's when we'll get a full, chunkier, thicker update at 11 a.m. But the rain's already coming in. We've had flooding actually over in the Boca area. So the east coast of Florida, you're not going to be, void of this system. We're already seeing the rains. We're already seeing the winds. As it comes north, it interacts with a little bit of shear. And so that's perhaps what will take it down a notch. The problem is if it does more of that right side of the cone, it's still going to be pretty strong opposed to the left side of the cone track. That's where it would weaken a little bit. But here's what I want to say. Hurricane Ike, Category 2, Galveston Island. Go Google Hurricane Ike, Galveston, Bolivar Peninsula, and look what it did to that area. So I don't want people to let their guard down if they say, okay, this is only going to be a Category 2, not a Category 3 at landfall, or even a Category 1, because you will still see significant damage. And let's go to Jim now to talk more about this, who's in Clearwater, Jim, you're what, 15, 20 miles as the crow flies for me over on the beach side, and I'm on the bay side to tell the two different stories of the beach versus the bay. But I'll tell you what, you and I were both in Galveston for Ike, and they got crushed by a Category 2, crushed, as people do.
Yes. So as you remember, that thing moved diagonal across the Gulf, right? And it also grew in size. It was a very, very large hurricane. So we wound up getting Cat 4 surge and waves out of a Cat 2. So, this is going to have a little bit less time to just kind of hook in and may not build that up. But yeah, you have to prepare for what the forecast is. You see the worst case scenario for the surge, and that's what you guys need to be preparing for. That surge is maximized at two things: the right angle and who's ever in the eye, Steph. So that's what we're looking at. Storm surge warnings, again, essentially from northern Pinellas County all the way down into southern Monroe County here, not including the Keys. Those are storm surge watches there. And you can see where we're expecting that surge to be maximized. Now, what's interesting is Tampa Bay is still the center point of the track, or it's just actually north of the center point of the track. If the track continues to shift to the south, expect that max surge area to shift to the south as well. All right, because we'll be on a more northerly component. We'll see. Let's let our guard down, because we still know that the northeast part of the Gulf of Mexico is in the cone. So that's why that cone just kind of bulbs out again, because of this uncertainty in the track. Does this pull a Charlie 2.0, or does it, hook in, or does it just kind of ride and bounce off the coast and then come in just to our north? Either way, definitely plan on going higher ground. Here's the Euro model versus the GFS. I wanted to show you this because you can see how the global models have, first of all, come in line more than they ever have. Secondly, they are south of Tampa right now. All right? But again, that's one run of two different models on this given day. And we know how wonky they've been, certainly, for a while. But I think it's important to note that this is the first time that they've come in to agreement here as to exactly what's going on in terms of where they're going to bring this thing.
Dr. Postel, I want to bring him in to start to analyze this latest data coming in from the National Hurricane Center. So first, Dr. Postel, what are your thoughts here with this latest update?
Well, it makes sense. After moving over Cuba during the last, 12 hours or so, we did see the pressure come up a little bit. That's normal. That's what we expected. And that the reconnaissance was giving us that clue all along. And it's, I think, not going to be long before it recovers what it lost and then some as it moves over warm water. So it will resume strengthening and get probably stronger than it ever was in the next, say, 24 hours, moving over the southern Gulf of Mexico. There it is right now. You can see, look, the outer bands are moving through parts of the Keys and southern Florida with a tornado threat, with some supercells there in the outer rain bands, lots of wind shear. Dangerous weather in South Florida today, no doubt about that. The winds occasionally will gust to 40 to 50 miles per hour in some of those outer rain bands, as we've seen already in Key West. But here we go. Look, let's look close in. Now we are back out over water. The movement is due north, or close thereof, and we're seeing a ring of very powerful thunderstorms completely encircle the eye right in there. So the area of lowest pressure. This thing is not going to, it's not going to be long before it recovers again any pressure that it lost, or I should say gained, as it moved over Cuba. And just to give you an idea of some of the weather conditions, about 100 miles to the east, we are seeing at Havana 23 gusts to 37. So certainly tropical storm force wind gusts extend outward pretty far, and that is clearly being felt even now across parts of the Florida Keys. So it's a pretty big storm, and that should be kept in mind as it closes in on Florida during the next day or two. Now let's have a look at some of those current conditions. You can see rain, sort of the sharp cutoff here is pretty notable. Tampa east at 6 miles per hour. No rain yet, but it will get very rainy. Look at this. Key West now sustained at 30, gust to 41 miles per hour. We'll see those weather conditions get a lot worse in Key West later on today. But there's that cutoff. Not raining yet in Tampa, but it will get rainier and it will get a lot windier as we go through the next couple of days. But here's what I was talking about. As Ian moved over Cuba, now these were vortex messages, so these were extrapolated pressures from the aircraft flying at about 10,000 feet, I think. And you could see that as it moved over land, the pressure came up. And now it's, I guess, identified as being a 960-ish, 963 millibars. But now that we're back out over water, the pressure will come down very quickly, I think, and we will see the wind speeds accordingly ramp up. So there's overall the latest advisories. I mentioned 115, 963. Expect that pressure to go down and the wind to go up later on today. I don't know what that's all about, but let me show you this. This is really important. This is a future forecast, a future radar, right? Not perfect, but it's pretty good. And it sort of is consistent with that southward trend, slight southward trend in recent data, showing you that very likely Ian will be moving along a path like this today, north, and then perhaps northeastward. And then we're thinking now that the more likely landfall would be south of Tampa. But that still brings very bad impacts, even far away from where the center is. But here's the thing. The track matters, and it's not yet known where it's going to make landfall, but that plays a huge role in who gets the worst weather, the worst storm surge, and the like. The hazards are completely tied to the exact track. You might be hearing a lot of the fact, oh, don't focus on the track. Well, actually, everything else is dependent on that. So you want to pay attention to it. But I do want to mention that even with a southward movement of the future path, of Ian brings very impactful weather and damaging weather to Tampa and areas nearby. But the worst of the surge and the wind in this scenario does bring it in to areas just to the south of that landfall location. And of course, we have to talk about the threat for Central and North Florida also, because we may see Ian reemerge over the Atlantic and bring some pretty nasty weather and coastal flooding to parts of North Florida and Georgia. That would be likely later on this week. Something to consider, Alex, going forward.
So again, we are continuing to monitor how those models are reacting to this new shift, and we are seeing some changes in where the rainfall totals will be the greatest, and some of it is not necessarily what you might expect. So again, what we're looking at is the storm moving onshore at about 8 o'clock, then moving across the center of the state and across I-4, and then potentially working its way somewhere up North Florida. There's also a possibility that it could go a little bit more northeast and head out into the Atlantic. So again, with this storm moving slowly across the state, whichever direction it heads in. So again, we've got this cone not only at landfall, but also afterward. And where that rain sets up and stays the longest is where we'll get the highest numbers, of course, and have the greatest potential for inland flooding. The coastal areas still have the storm surge issue. Now, granted, some of the expected storm surge numbers, how far above or how many feet of storm surge have come down some along the coastline to reflect the path shifting to the south. But we're still looking at significant storm surge impacts, including coastal flooding, in addition to the rainfall flooding potential. So again, the coast is more likely to endure that and also get some of the strongest winds. As we look at where the rain is right now, we already have light to moderate rain in our southern counties, and this is all going to continue working north here tonight. So again, we've got a couple of hours still across much of the area to get prepared, get in place, and I'd say have that done by the time you go to bed tonight, and then we will start to see a lot of our weather conditions starting to deteriorate tomorrow as we're waking up. Excuse me, and that includes wind speeds reaching tropical storm levels, as well as the rainfall getting quite intense as well. We'll have more after the break.
Winds have gone up a little bit in response to the pressure dropping. So as pressure's dropping, the storm is actually intensifying, okay? So the pressure's now dropped to 955 millibars. Correspondingly, the winds have gone up an extra 5 miles per hour or so. 120 mile per hour, Category 3 hurricane. And the location right now, 265 miles south of Sarasota, Florida, and headed off to the north here. So a lot of concern here on the west coast of Florida. If you take a look at where the hurricane warnings are, that's Tampa down past Fort Myers here. Then we have tropical storm warnings from Naples, southbound from there. Then we have tropical storm watches. That does include Miami, the Fort Lauderdale area. And then actually those tropical storm watches go all the way up to the panhandle of Florida, then up through coastal Georgia as well. Here's a look at that 5-day forecast cone, and you can see where it heads here with an anticipated potential landfall between Fort Myers and Tampa tomorrow evening. Maybe around sunset or just after sunset. That could be a major hurricane at landfall. Then coming inland from there, there could be impacts that go into Orlando, in Jacksonville, Savannah, Atlanta, Columbia, Charlotte. All these places could feel the effects of this hurricane. It's a well-formed hurricane, very annular in shape, donut hole right in the center of that. So yesterday you couldn't see that. You certainly can today. So a very big threat for us here along the west coast of Florida. Storm surge is already there in the Keys right now. We've got some overwash in Key West. We're going to take you to Felicia Combs in just a moment. We've got the flow that's in just like this, and so that's why we're getting the water coming in, even though we're now going toward low tide. We've also got some really rough surf here on the east coast of Florida with the flow in this direction, but ultimately it's going to be the right front quadrant coming in here to southwest Florida. It's going to create that life-threatening storm surge, but with a 120 mile per hour Category 3 right now, potential more intensification. Wind will become a major player, and power outages could be extensive across south and central Florida. Here's a look at the winds right now. It's breezy, but it's not extreme just yet. Naples gust to 23. Fort Myers, our winds are offshore at 16. In Tampa, light winds at 8 miles per hour. These winds will go up exponentially here over the next 24 hours. There's a look at the wind shear. Most of that is off to the west and to the north here, although that may come into play about a day or so from now. And we think that could add to some weakening, but that may not happen until after landfall, or maybe right at landfall. But the thing about that is all the effects will still be baked in at that point. So don't think that because it could encounter wind shear near landfall that, oh, we won't really get much storm surge anymore. That's already going to be accounted for. The winds might come down just a hair, but I still think we'll be dealing with a major hurricane at landfall. There's a look at the forecast. Wednesday evening, we could be looking at a landfall with winds around 125 miles per hour. Land interaction after that, as it comes inland, will begin to bring it down in intensity. There again is a look at that eye. It is so well formed right now. Just now coming off the coast of Cuba. They had a really rough blow there, but it didn't really do much as far as reducing the intensity of this. But life-threatening storm surge is what we know right now. Hurricane force winds expected to reach the west coast here by tomorrow morning. Danger of life-threatening storm surge all along Florida's southwest coast here. So the time to prepare is almost coming to a close. We're getting to a point now, Alex, where you pretty much are going to have to be where you want to be. And we noticed the traffic there on I-4, say Ybor City, Tampa, all the way over toward Winston. I mean, it's a traffic jam right now. Things are going slow, so you need to get to your spot today.
Overnight, the storm made landfall in Cuba with heavy rain, 125-mile-an-hour winds. At this hour, it is churning in the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. CNN meteorologist Jennifer Gray is in the CNN Weather Center. So we know there's been a slight shift now in the forecast path, shifting a little bit to the south. What does this change, Jennifer?
It basically means that areas just to the south are going to get the bulk of the surge. We know that with this storm, it's the storm surge that is going to be the biggest impact, the most terrifying. So we are going to see a section of the Florida coast get up to 10 feet of storm surge, and it's not going to be in and out. This is going to last for hours and hours on end. And so as the track continues to shift a little bit to the east or back to the west, we'll get a new track at 5 o'clock. We'll know more. But anywhere along that section of the Florida coast that has been told to evacuate, get out. This is not a storm you want to mess with. Right now, 120-mile-per-hour winds. The winds have increased with this 2 o'clock advisory. This storm is undergoing another form of rapid intensification. We're seeing it right now, so we're going to see the storm strengthen to a Category 4. We're talking about this storm potentially making landfall by tomorrow night and zooming in on the coast. Here are the cities that are within that cone. Anywhere from Fort Myers all the way to Tampa, you need to be on high alert. Your preparation should have already been made by this point. We could see 8 to 12 feet of storm surge in this one particular area, anywhere 5 to 8 feet on either side of that. And as I mentioned, with this storm moving at a walking pace, you are going to get that storm surge for hours, Erica. This one's terrifying. This part of the coast is very vulnerable, and we are going to see huge impacts. And not to mention, Erica, we could see up to 30 inches of rain for some locations.
Yeah, that is not what folks want to hear. That is for sure. Jennifer, appreciate the update. Thank you. Let's turn now to Cuba. Ian raked the western part of the island overnight, damaging buildings, downing trees, causing power outages. I'll show you some more of the video from the ground there. You can look at the aftermath. Considerable damage to buildings at the famous tobacco farm, or tobacco farm in Cuba. CNN's Patrick Ottman is in the capital of Havana. Looks like you still have a little bit left of the storm still lingering there, Patrick. What more are you seeing, and what have you seen in terms of damage on the ground?
Yeah, Hurricane Ian is not done with us just yet, as much as we would like it to be, and for all the damage it's already done to Cuba. Bands of the storm continue to hit behind us. At certain points we lose sight of the other side of the harbor of Havana, and you just see there this rain coming in. And also more concerning, I'm seeing the tide going up right now, but it should be going out, and that is the storm surge. Of course, as the storm moves away from Cuba, all this water that is pushed out has to come back, and it comes back rushing in. And we are now starting to hear reports in Havana, which is really the largest concern, of flooding. And there are a lot of low-lying areas of this city. Thousands of people who live in low-lying areas. Many of them were evacuated before the storm, but there are just simply too many people to evacuate. People, of course, sometimes don't want to evacuate. And so now the concern is that you could have flooding here, that people, their homes could go underwater, and that they could have to leave. So there's still cars on the road. This is nothing compared to what Western Cuba was hit with here. Houses had the roofs taken away, trees knocked down, crops lost, really terrible damage to the west. Help is now heading that way. We are told to begin the process of restoring electricity there, because all the electricity in the province of Pinar del Rio for about 500,000 people was knocked out. Electricity was taken down for Havana, much of Havana too, because of course if power lines fall down, people could be electrocuted. So the government typically takes out the power before a storm hits. And so even though Hurricane Ian has already moved into the Gulf of Mexico, is apparently heading towards Florida now, continues to lash Cuba, and that just goes to show how long this will go on for people wherever the storm goes to next. It is not a quick event. It will last the better part of a day, as it has here in Cuba. We are still feeling the impacts of this very powerful storm.
Yeah, and it's such an important point. Patrick, appreciate it. Stay safe, my friend. We also have some new video coming into our newsroom here of a hurricane hunter with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying into Ian's eye wall. This afternoon, more than 2 million Floridians are under some kind of evacuation order. Governor Ron DeSantis encouraging everyone to take this seriously.
In some areas, there will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge. And our recommendation is to heed those evacuation orders.
This is CBS 12 News at 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us at 3. I'm Luli Ortiz, and meteorologist Michael Ehrenberg joins us now. You're tracking Hurricane Ian for us. A new advisory also came out less than an hour ago.
Right.
So what does that show us?
Well, we got another update there, Lulu. The thing is, it moved over Cuba, weakened a little bit with top winds of 115. Now they're back up to 120, and the hurricane hunters were in there, and they're finding the pressure lowering. So the bottom line is, it is strengthening, getting stronger, just like we had thought here. And we're still feeling a fair amount of impacts. You know, it's been raining all day out today.
It really has.
Yes, and we're already feeling some of the impacts with some of those outer rain bands. Top winds, once again, are at 120 miles an hour. I'll direct to go to max 2, please, if we can, for our graphics. There we go. And the system is very well organized. You can see that symmetry on our satellite imagery. We've got a large eye here moving off to the north at a speed of 10 miles an hour. Winds are gusting up to 40, moving to the north at 10. So there's a look at the forecast track. Expected to explode and become a Category 4 sometime probably tonight. Stay as a 4, 130 miles an hour, and then weaken as it approaches the southwest Florida coast. And a little troubling, the tracks have, again, continue to inch to the right. It now looks like the landfall will be near Venice, Florida, sometime later tomorrow evening or tomorrow night as a Category 3. Then it weakens to a Cat 1 and goes to the north-northeast and bends to the north right through the state, slowing down here and weakening as it does, but it's going to dump a lot of rain here. The winds might diminish, but there is a big flood threat. Now, this is actually good news for the Tampa Bay area, because if the center passes east of them, then they're not going to get the worst storm surge that was originally anticipated. I mean, still going to be bad out there. Hurricane warnings in effect for where it will make landfall. All of our area since late this morning now under a tropical storm warning. Hurricane watch in effect for Okeechobee County. And just by definition, a tropical storm warning means that sustained winds of 39 miles an hour or higher are expected within the next 36 hours. And you definitely want to complete your storm preps.
5 en punto, así comenzamos con estas imágenes en vivo desde Cayo Hueso, donde se sienten los embates del huracán Ian mientras se aproxima a la Florida.
Durante todo el día, ese ha sido el panorama de lluvia, fuerte viento y marejada ciclónica, mientras muchos curiosos se acercan a la costa. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Muy buenas tardes. Les saludamos Gloria Ordaz.
Y Alejandra Molina, gracias por acompañarnos. Acaba de salir el último parte del Centro Nacional de Huracanes.
Vamos directamente con nuestro meteorólogo Luis Carrera y lo que dice ese boletín, Luis.
Básicamente lo que dice es que la trayectoria de Ian podría llevarlo a tocar tierra un poco más hacia el sur. Ya el objetivo de Ian no es la bahía de Tampa, es un poco más al sur, cerca de Port Charlotte, Fort Myers. Esa área sería la que mañana recibiría el impacto directo de este sistema tropical. Pero durante esta jornada, gran parte del día, hemos estado viendo acá bastante lluvia, precipitaciones que han dejado más de 2 pulgadas acumuladas en diversos puntos de la ciudad y también en la zona de Los Cayos, Cayo Hueso, que ahora está a unas 80 millas aproximadamente del centro de circulación de este sistema tropical. Han visto viento fuerte en ráfagas y por supuesto también mucha precipitación. Como todavía la siguen viendo en Cuba, vea la imagen, acá está Ian, lamentablemente precioso huracán, muy bien formado, avanzando hacia parte de Florida. con muy buena estructura, no se va a debilitar, de hecho puede fortalecerse aún más, todavía dejando mucha actividad de precipitación, ya no solamente en la porción oeste de Cuba ni en el centro, hacia partes ya casi del este de ese país, seguían viendo lluvia fuerte durante esta jornada. Como ustedes bien decían, se mantenía fuerte Ian, ahora con vientos de 120 millas por hora, moviéndose norte en torno a 10 millas por hora. Ese norte es un poquito mentiroso, es nor-noreste básicamente, lo cual estaría llevando a Ian en una trayectoria un poco más hacia cercana a la costa oeste de Florida antes de la bahía Tampa. Vea lo que indican los modelos, ya no la llevan sobre esta zona, el grueso de ellos se concentra sobre esta porción y por ello sería esta el área que podría recibir para mañana el impacto directo de este sistema tropical. En ningún caso viene hacia la ciudad, por supuesto que no, pero sí va a estar un poquito antes en el día tocando tierra firme, primera cosa, y segundo, podríamos ver el paso un poco más cercano del sistema tropical a nuestra área durante este día miércoles. Justamente eso es lo que indican los modelos, que para este miércoles por la mañana, como huracán categoría 4, pasaría sobre aguas del Golfo e impactaría mañana por la tarde como huracán categoría 4, la zona de Port Charlotte, Fort Myers. Mucha atención, esa área vería más lluvia, más viento y por supuesto más marejadas ciclónicas. Ahora, nuestra zona, el gran cambio, con la aproximación un poco más hacia el este de su trayectoria, se amplió el aviso de tormenta tropical, que aún no está reflejado en los mapas porque recién se está emitiendo, pero ahora sí involucra partes principalmente de Miami-Dade. Repito, no porque el sistema venga para acá, pero sí como precaución porque podría estar más cerca nuestro. Los efectos, especialmente sobre esta parte del sur de Florida, podrían ser mayores en cuanto a precipitación y en cuanto a principalmente ráfagas de viento que podrían ser fuertes sobre esa área. Así es que, repito, hasta ahora con el desplazamiento un poco más hacia el este del cono de la trayectoria del sistema tropical, nuestra área, sectores de Miami-Dade, están bajo aviso de tormenta tropical. Regreso con ustedes.
Y eso es justamente lo que tenemos que vigilar, ¿no? Ese aviso de tormenta tropical. Gracias, Luis.
Is tracking every twist and turn of this hurricane. He is here with the very latest on it, Bobby.
Big time twists and turns the last 24 hours, 36 hours or so. But now it's getting closer to landfall. We're going to get just kind of wobbles like we've seen throughout the day today. You can see all the rainfall out there now that's continuing to push off towards the north. Guys, are we looking at weather 1 here? I don't think this is weather 1 source. Looks like we've got weather 2. So if you can pop that up, there we go. There's the satellite right now. You can see that it's wobbled a little bit here. And that trend, I think, will actually kind of continue. But the track that from the Hurricane Center is now towards southern Sarasota. That's Venice, basically, right there. Okay? Now, I don't usually put those red lines on there a lot because I don't want you to focus on it. But when we're watching it with radar, I put that on there because you can see, look, is it coming to the left of the line? If it comes to the left of the line, this line could come up. If it goes to the right, it could go to the right. So that's why we're showing that now. Now, the bigger picture is showing tornado watches, okay? That big box means there's a watch. That little square right there means that there's a tornado warning. That's out towards Alligator Alley. A watch means conditions are favorable. It's like, I can compare it to a taco, right? Here's all your taco ingredients. That's a watch. Your taco, you hold in your hand, you eat, that's a warning. We have a watch now in effect for areas now, basically Fort Myers, but it includes Highlands and DeSoto counties. And then that watch will be expanded to the north as we go through tonight and during the day tomorrow. Here's the latest forecast track as of 5 o'clock from the Hurricane Center. This shifted a little bit to the east. The numbers haven't changed too much, still thinking about 130 mile per hour winds, then decreasing, obviously as it moves on shore, but decreasing a little bit right before it moves on shore. Guys, that is an amazing hurricane making landfall. There's going to be some damage where that makes landfall. Right now, it looks like it would be southern Sarasota County, perhaps down towards the Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte area, yet again, a la Charlie. Now, the bigger picture is going to show that this will curve up a little bit, and then because it gets closer to the water, there's going to be actually a little surge issue over on the east coast of Georgia and up into South Carolina as well. They have now extended hurricane warnings all the way down along the coast to Marco Island and Naples, Orlando as well, because instead of it coming up the coast straight, it's coming in like this. And so we think we'll at least get hurricane gusts over 74 mile per hour winds in Orlando. The timing of all of that, well, tonight, what's it, 2 in the morning? It's already on shore down in Marco Island for tropical storm force winds. For us here, it would be as sunrise comes up tomorrow, we'll see the winds pick up steadily in the 30s and the 40s throughout the afternoon on your Tuesday. I think the worst weather is Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday night, and early on Thursday. The storm surge numbers now, Tampa Bay has come down again to 4 to 6 feet, 3 to 5. You get off of Pasco and Hernando northward. The problem's going to be down here as you get from Longboat Key southward, I think especially down towards Sanibel, where we could get 8 to 12 foot of storm surge.
Live picture from Tampa. It's looking north from downtown. You just got some cloud cover right now as the storm system's still well displaced off to your south, but this is a storm that you're still in the forecast path of it. There are scenarios that take this uncomfortably close to or to Tampa Bay still, although the most likely landfall just a little bit farther off to the south. Here's where we stand with Ian right now. Maximum sustained winds, 120 miles per hour. That's a brand new update. We just got a 7 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Its motion is north at 10 miles per hour. Look at that. Pressure is down a little bit, though, at 947 millibars. And this is a storm that's been undergoing some structural changes. We've been watching an eye wall replacement cycle taking place, but that pressure has still been dropping, and we'll eventually see the wind speeds respond to that pressure drop. Those will get stronger likely as we move through the rest of this evening. I mentioned the eye wall replacement cycle. Here's what's left of the old one, right about there. And then you see an outer ring that's forming. This will start to constrict and take the place of that old inner eye wall. And as it does so, you briefly get a pause in the intensification, sometimes even a weakening of the hurricane, but the overall wind field gets larger, it expands, so that impacts more people. And then once that new eye takes over, we can quickly see this start intensifying once again. That's why that's the forecast from the National Hurricane Center for this to strengthen to a Cat 4 before it makes landfall. Look at that, a sustained wind right now, 37 miles per hour. That's awfully close to the sustained tropical storm conditions that we've already seen. We've already recorded those in Key West. Big problem with this through the afternoon with some of these outer rain bands that have been moving down across South Florida. We've seen numerous tornado warnings. These rain bands have a lot of spin, of course, as you're moving closer to a tropical system that's rotating rapidly. We have 2 ongoing tornado warnings right now. That one's off to the east of Naples for Collier County. It runs until 7:30. These spin up quickly and focus some of those higher winds. They can be very damaging, but they're much more isolated. There is also another tornado warning in the far inland part of Collier County. Same story there. We'll be watching for these to see if they can maintain their intensity. The tornado threat is there through the rest of this evening, overnight tonight, until at least 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. This may get expanded. This will be a threat as the storm moves on shore. As long as it's intense and those bands are moving through, there will be a non-zero tornado threat that's going to exist for at least likely the next 36 to 48 hours in Florida. That's the forecast path as issued by the National Hurricane Center. Forecast to make a landfall. I mentioned the width of the cone here. Any subtle difference, a wobble to the left or right, will dictate where this eventually moves on shore. If it's closer to the Tampa Bay with western forecast solutions, or perhaps as far south as Fort Myers, maybe even a little bit farther south than that. Those are all possibilities as we move through the next 24 hours. But the issue is that this is forecast to be a major Category 4 when it does make landfall.
Very concerned about water in Tampa, even if storm surge is not going to be as high, but it's not going to be zero. Now watch the storm as it's approaching, and you can see on the radar, we're just getting light rain up into Tampa and Orlando, starting to get flood advisories there. But this is going to be a long duration, like 2 days plus of rainfall and a major hurricane pushing storm surge ashore, and the hurricane is going to slow down as it moves ashore and crosses the peninsula at an average of about 5 miles an hour. And it might move erratically in here. And so these timings for when winds are going to arrive, or when you really need to be out of flood-prone areas for storm surge, or for very flood-prone inland rain-induced flood areas, and into a safe place that's safe from wind and not in a flood-prone area, because water is going to be life-threatening, not just in the storm surge warning areas that we have, which is bad enough on its own. This is why we've got to be evacuating as officials instruct us to do so. This is significant life-threatening storm surge, and so is this up in here. So that's bad enough on its own. But then you add what I would call a major flood watch. This is not your everyday flood watch. And this is something I haven't seen, I can't remember the last time I did see it, where we have likely flash flooding in the southern half or southern third of the Florida Peninsula just through tomorrow morning. But then look at this. The Weather Prediction Center has gone with their highest level of risk for rain-induced flooding, including places like inland, Metro Orlando, but also overlapping with some of the storm surge areas that need to be evacuating. 2 days in a row. That's Wednesday into Thursday morning. This is Thursday into Friday morning. You really need to start wrapping our brains around just how life-threatening, damaging, significant this water event could be with a combination of rain-induced flooding and storm surge flooding, Jackie. This is a big deal. And you know, we talk about flood watches a lot. We talk about the risk of flooding a lot. This is way up the scale.
Breaking right now, we have new tornado warnings just in as new cells work their way off the coast onto shore, and they are rotating and producing tornadoes tonight. Dr. Knapp here, along with meteorologist Jackie Jarris, and Hurricane Ian almost due west of Key West now, but it's these outer bands that are causing us the biggest problems at the moment.
Yeah, we have evacuation instructions for Lee County over in Fort Myers, and they're calling A, B, and C zones. People are getting out, but you got to be aware of a way to get warnings while you are going to your safe place to deal with the hurricane. And we talked about, Jackie, how that first tornado warning that was crossing 595, that we could have another one behind it, and here we go.
There we go. So this is near Pembroke Pines. Once again, really Pembroke Park, I think, is closer to the location of where we've been seeing some of this rotation. So tornado warning for Broward, Miami-Dade counties. It's portions of those counties, but includes you in Hollywood, Miami Gardens, Pembroke Pines until 8:15. So again, this is a Doppler radar.
Oh my goodness, look at that rotation.
Just to the west of Hallandale Beach, just to the west of Interstate 95. You can't miss the green and the red right next to each other. You need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Lowest level of your home that you have. You want an interior room, no doors and windows, as many walls as possible between you and the outside of your home or your structure.
Yeah, folks, this is a really good time to be getting off the roads in Broward County. And again, this is, you know, Miramar and Hallandale and Pembroke Pines and Hollywood. These areas are just continuously populated and densely packed with a lot of roads and a lot of structures. So this is not going to, if we see any indication there's debris, it's not going to be trees. Well, it might be trees, but it will be also buildings, because there's just so much infrastructure in this area.
What do you think there?
Yeah, we got to have this superimposed with the velocity.
Noisy,
so if we have the dropout, it doesn't look like it yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that changes later on. And again, some of the areas, there's some overlap with that previous tornado warning with this new tornado warning. It looks like it's a little farther to the east where it's headed, but again, if you're up in, you know, the 595 zone west of Fort Lauderdale, it could be, you know, headed in that way. And so Davie into Plantation heads up again.
There we go. I'm just waiting for him to get it back to current time, and there we go. So right there, just south of 820.
Yeah, so 820, this long stretch, highway, that 820, that's Pines Boulevard, and that goes all the way from I-75 all the way to the coastline into Hollywood. That is a major thoroughfare. We got to get off the roads here. There are malls and all kinds of homes and big neighborhoods in this zone. And I got a text from a friend down there that said on that previous one that they saw, you know, green flashes with the previous one, and maybe saw a thin funnel. So, I mean, this has been striking ground, but my goodness,
now
that is a very bad sign.
Yeah.
About to cross Pines Boulevard, and that is co-located with the velocities. This looks like a very strong signal, and when it's co-located with the velocities, that means it is striking structures in all likelihood.
Yes, Hollywood, you need to be taking cover immediately. Do not wait. Get to your safe place right now. This is moving north. So, Dalton, yes, let's do an updated track. I want to give people a better idea of when it's going to be arriving.
Jackie, right in here, this 441 going north and south, that's 441, sometimes known as State Road 7, and this is the Florida Turnpike. These are major north-south thoroughfares, along with all these busy east-west streets going from the coast to the western suburbs. so many cars and structures in this zone. Got to get off the roads to a sturdy structure, and there could be a lot of mobile homes in this area. If you can get to a sturdier structure, if you're farther north in this warning, be good to do that, because a mobile home is not a safe place to be in tropical storm, hurricane, or tornado.
Right, so there you can see right there where we're seeing the area of rotation. Definitely getting more of a hook signature, I think, on Doppler radar west of Interstate 95 near Pembroke Pines.
Look, there's more coming.
Yeah, so this whole line, go ahead and expand out just a little bit more for me, will you? Go to auto radar if you have to. There we go. So you can see this whole line in here. And Dr. Knapp, all within there. Will you do a pause, do a now instead of a loop, will you?
All along
there
this
we go.
line.
Here and here and here and here and probably here and probably here. And these are all going to be feeding right into this area and could be repeating themselves. So you guys might get hit over and over and over again with tornado warnings. But this also might deviate and kind of work its way a little bit up to the north too, Dr. Knapp. So this whole area really needs to be alert in the next few hours.
Yeah, this northeastern quadrant is going to have low-level wind shear. You're going to have that change in wind speed and direction with height in the first few thousand feet above the ground because of the rotation around the hurricane, and the winds strengthen and change direction with height a little bit. And then when you add the land friction, those lowest level winds turn even more, and you get even more change of direction with height. More tornado warnings probably coming.
I'm going to gather a little more information from the National Weather Service, but in the meantime, all of this is coming from a hurricane. Hurricane Ian, you might have heard its name over the last couple of hours today. And I want to bring in Dave Holder with some more details on that.
Yeah, that's right. Breaking news here. We have a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico aiming towards the state of Florida. And I'm kind of, joking here a little bit, but it's not a laughing matter. Very serious, very dangerous matter. As this hurricane continues now off towards the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. That track has changed ever so slightly with the new update. It is starting to make more of a right turn, and it is making a right turn now in line with some of the model data suggesting a landfall near the Port Charlotte area, near the Punta Gorda area. These are areas that got hit by Hurricane Charlie, if you recall, about 15 years ago or so, or maybe it's been longer than that now. Anyway, I digress. Ian is at 120 miles per hour and 947 millibars as it does make its way off towards the north-northeast. So yeah, the latest cone could have a Category 4 hurricane just off the coast here of Cape Coral and into Port Charlotte. Now the Port Charlotte area here, Charlotte Bay area, we could be looking at a lot of storm surge into this area. And then as the hurricane crosses the peninsula, a lot of rain as well. This is a multifaceted storm, multifaceted with numerous hazards. We've already seen, of course, the tornado threat that we've been dealing with all day, and we have a storm surge threat. And there you go, Port Charlotte down towards Cape Coral, almost towards Naples here, just north of Naples, up towards the Sarasota area here, all could see 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. 12 feet of storm surge, pretty much unsurvivable there if you're on the coast. So you do need to heed those evacuation warnings.
Oh, the tornado, Rob!
Tonight, Hurricane Ian causing chaos in South Florida, even without a direct hit.
The monster storm unleashing several possible tornadoes in Broward County. At least one has been confirmed.
And take a look at this. Small planes completely flipped upside down at North Perry Airport in Pembroke Pines.
And in Cooper City, more damage. Check out this massive tree uprooted by strong winds. And we know that several homes and cars in the area have been affected as well.
Here's a look at where Ian is right now. The hurricane getting stronger and closer to Florida.
The Gulf Coast bracing for impact as soon as tomorrow. And time is running out for those who want to get out of the storm's path. Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Juwan Strader.
And I'm Jackie Nesprell. Officials are predicting historic rain, catastrophic winds, and life-threatening storm surge.
NBC6 has live team coverage tonight covering Ian's impact on South Florida.
We begin our coverage with hurricane specialist John Morales and NBC6 meteorologist Steve McLaughlin with the new advisory. Guys, take it away.
All right, so it was a rough night on that far eastern side of the center of the storm. We get the tornadoes, the tropical storm gusts, even in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. We knew that. So the winds right now at 120 holding steady, and I know you have some insight because you watched that eye start to grow over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, the reason the winds have held steady at the center of the hurricane is because the hurricane has gone through an eye wall replacement cycle, and that usually stops the process of intensification. But then when it's done with the eye wall replacement cycle, we end up with a much bigger eye. The eye right now is 75% larger than it was when it left Cuba. And that's going to spread those hurricane force winds when it reaches the southwest coast of Florida across a much greater area.
Now, I know you're going to talk about the track in great detail, but we've watched the track get smaller because we're closer to the time of the event, and we have watched the center shift from Tampa over the last 24 hours to really Fort Myers right now. Fort Myers is now dead center. That is good news for Tampa. That is very bad news for Fort Myers.
For Fort Myers, and Fort Myers is a little bit inland, but you know, those coastal communities there like Cape Coral, they're going to get slammed with the storm surge. This is very concerning, and it could also very well impact the same places where Hurricane Charlie impacted, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda as well. So all those places that are right on the coast, they're really going to feel the brunt of this. And again, you're looking at the close-up 11 p.m. update of the track, forecast track from the National Hurricane Center.
And last night, when we were still up in the air on the exact placement of the center of that eye, and really go back 48 hours, you know, it looked like as it was going to approach, it would lose some of its strength. That's no longer the case. It's coming in quick. It's coming in very strong. It could make landfall as a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, I mean, you've got it right there, and you know, that is pretty awful because this is much larger. Charlie was a Category 4. Fine, but Charlie was tiny compared to this, which now has become a behemoth in terms of the diameter of the eye. So let me go ahead and take it away here and talk in more detail about what's going on. You're looking at the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center for the position of the storm tomorrow morning. And then the position of the storm tomorrow evening as it makes landfall here. Again, honing in on the Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, Cape Coral area. Tampa, you know, you've dodged another bullet. I don't know how you do this, but, you know, once again, it seems like you're not going to get the brunt of this. Happy for you. Someday it's going to happen. And it's not going to be pretty, but you seem to have dodged this particular bullet. And then there's the track down the road as it departs our state towards the end of the week. We here in southeast Florida are under a tropical storm warning, but the wind gusts have reached 41 miles per hour, which, yes, is tropical storm strength, but we haven't seen sustained winds of that nature. However, down in the Florida Keys, the winds have been much stronger, and I'll show those to you in just a second. Now, the eye is now north of Key West's latitude. So officially, this hurricane is starting to move away from you, Key West, at this hour. Problem is, every time you get one of these bands, like this one right here, you end up with some pretty good wind gusts, and the wind gusted to 76 miles per hour for you this evening in Key West, and we had a 58 mile per hour gust in Marathon, which is right there. Contrast that with 41 miles per hour in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. Look at this eye. Okay, if you recall what this system looked like 5 or 6 hours ago, you'll remember that the eye was much smaller. It was 20 nautical miles across as it left Cuba and moved north of Cuba through the Florida Straits and the Gulf of Mexico.
Good morning, everybody. Continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ian. Officially this morning, it is just shy of 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm Greg Parker.
And I'm Lisa Spooner. As you can see, we're simulcasting. Been a shift change. So Allison, our chief meteorologist on NBC2, is still with us as we get our morning meteorologists from NBC2 and ABC7 together. But, you know, for those of us who may be just joining you, for those at home who are just tuning in.
So we are kind of passing the buck here, but we're all going over the information. We're kind of trading what we've seen over the past few hours. Jason is in-house. Lauren is in-house. Jim Dickey's in-house. We're all making sure you're up to speed of how the storm is progressing. And throughout the morning, we are going to be tracking, your morning team is going to be tracking the storm get closer and closer to a region. Here's what you need to know is that the storm is still just as strong, and it's going to continue to intensify as it gets closer to our landfall. You know, sometimes you see those storms just weaken just a bit before landfall. That's all we can hope for at this point. It's maybe a little drier coming, but it's just not on the forecast. The forecast remains that we're going to see this powerful storm push on in. And what we've been discussing, all the meteorologists kind of behind the scenes, is the timing of it. Is this going to come on in the middle of the day? Can we kind of just see this get in and get out, and we can try to assess the damage and move on? Or is it going to linger? Is it going to stay off our coastlines and just keep that storm surge potential so high?
At what point are you going to be able to answer that, do you think? Or is that going to come with the 5 a.m., the 11 a.m. models?
So we're at the point now that we can see Ian on our Doppler radar, and now we're just tracking it. We're just going to have to track each and every hour. Okay, it moved another couple miles. It moved another couple of miles. If we start to see from 1 hour to the next, it slowed down, we're going to know we're in for it, even more than we already are. So we just have to watch it hour by hour, get closer. This will make landfall by the end of the day. Hopefully it's a little bit earlier than later.
It seemed like, too, we were counting on a little bit of shear as well to maybe break the storm down just a little bit as it was inching its way to the coast of southwest Florida. I mean, is that still going to be at play? Because it seems like the storm might be, as you have been saying, intensifying.
Yeah, it's going to intensify for another little bit. It will start to get that shear, but it'll be too late at that point.
Wow.
It will start to get that shear kind of at the same time where it's making landfall, and it would start to weaken from that land interaction anyway. So that shear is, I wish it was coming a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, it's a little bit farther to the north, so we have to, and I do want to point out, so we've been getting these advisories every hour, and then at 12:30, the National Hurricane Center said, hey, we got to give a special advisory specifically for the Keys because the storm surge was getting higher for them than they previously anticipated. That's how powerful this storm is.
And that's kind of what we were seeing, that trend yesterday, too, is they kept seeing that storm surge potential keep ticking up. Any chance that we could continue to see that tick up, or do you think hopefully we've reached that max potential storm?
So here's where you're going to see it tick up if it stays off our coastline, if it just churns out there, and that's one of our in-house models does it. Let's go actually to the advisory, and we'll head over to the wall, and then we'll do team coverage coming up in just a moment here, and we'll toss it over to Jim Dickey. But the 120-mile-per-hour winds, we're at 1 o'clock advisory, still has not weakened. It is staying off to the north-northeast. The pressure is holding at 953 millibars. It's up just a little bit from earlier today. Here's what we're tracking: a lot of thunderstorms. Look at the amount of lightning. That's a sign, a big sign, that this is going to continue to intensify, and all of those rain bands moving through Key West as well.
Flying projectiles, those are all going to become more common as the winds continue to pick up. The winds have already picked up.
We haven't been hit by a hurricane this big or directly in over 100 years.
Ian, a powerful and dangerous Category 3 storm, and forecast to strengthen to a Cat 4. Good morning and welcome to our special coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick. Impacts are really being felt across the Keys in southwest Florida, even South Florida. We're seeing tornado warnings pop up from time to time, and this is just the beginning of what will be a multi-day event that will bring life-threatening storm surge to parts of Florida, and then also bring in the hurricane-force winds and also heavy flooding rainfall. This is going to be a multi-day, multi-tiered dangerous situation. Let's get right to the numbers on the latest on Hurricane Ian. Category 3 storm, 120-mile-an-hour winds around the center of circulation. Now, the key numbers here, of course, the pressure. Anytime the pressure begins to fall, that means that the system will also begin to strengthen. But another number here I want to pay attention to over the next several hours will be the forward motion. Right now, moving north-northeast at 10 miles an hour, currently 90 miles southwest of Naples, Florida. So it's still moving at 10 miles an hour. So if you just extrapolate that itself, and it just stays on its current path, we're talking within 9 hours of possible landfall. But this could change, and also this could change because if you look at the track of Ian, there will always be little wobbles here and there. So it could easily be a big change and major impacts, whether or not your city gets hit in southwest Florida, or maybe the one that's a little bit farther off to the north as far as the eye wall and the impacts. But I want you to look at a bigger perspective here, because it's not just where the eye is. It is a very vast area, and areas off to the north and east. You can already see in the infrared here where a lot of these storms, a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of these little supercells are beginning to pop up well ahead of the storm, and showing you the big bigger perspective here, this is what I'm talking about. These storms well ahead in some of the outer bands, not only in South Florida here, but also down across the Keys, where persistent heavy rainfall and storm surge flooding has been going on in parts of Key West. I want to move over to this tornado warning that's out for Palm Beach County in Florida. So you can see right over North Palm Beach itself. Going to move over and get the radar site up and going. Here it is in Palm Beach. Tornado warning, radar indicated in effect until 3:30 a.m. Going to move over to our base velocity mode, and this is what we're looking for in terms of the reds and greens close together. The reds, when you're looking at a radar site that's down to the south, the reds are heading away from the radar site. The greens are heading toward it. So anytime you have the reds and green close together, that is where your tornado is. I want to go right back to right about, well, that's a better way of looking at it. Right here is where we start to see a little bit of that couplet. Now, what's going to happen is that the mode end up changing colors there, so it might be a little bit harder to see, but if you move that forward into the tornado watch box right there, the tornado warn box, it is right here where you're starting to see that couplet. So West Jupiter at 327, North Palm Beach, really within minutes. You're talking 3 minutes from now. This radar indicated tornado warning will be right overhead. So take cover immediately. Limestone Creek at 332. And we're looking at this continuing to move off very quickly. Now, what happens with these tornado warnings is that they will be very quick. They'll pop back up, spinning back out, and then we'll see another tornado warning begin to move. So it'll be an on-again, off-again type of thing with these tornado warnings. Tornado watch in effect for really a good part of South Florida, almost all of it, until 5 o'clock this morning, and this will continue to work its way farther off to the north. And also want to get to the forecast fan. We'll break this down a little bit more for the rest of this hour, but you can see a major hurricane possibly making landfall later on today, Ray, anywhere within the cone. But again, don't focus necessarily on the cone here or here, because places like Tampa, Cedar Key, and even down here into parts of Key West and Miami, there's going to be widespread impacts, not necessarily where the wind fields are, but also where the center of circulation is, but also vast area around that. And this could be a very dangerous situation as far as storm surge, flooding rainfall, as well as the wind.
Actually, while you were speaking with us, Casey Sherman kind of flagged us in the Weather Center and said, hey, we've got some updates here. It sounds like this Hurricane Ian is now a Category 4 hurricane. So we are going to be dealing with some very, very serious conditions. It's going to be a very long day for everyone here.
A very long day. And, you know, let's go over to Casey Sherman. She's been warning us that this has the potential to reach Category 4 strength, which it is now. Casey, are you ready, or do you need us to?
I think she needs just a few more minutes.
Let me just hop on. I want to get you this as soon as possible. Okay. So let me go ahead and show you this. Yes, it is a Category 4 hurricane now. The hurricane hunters did find 140-mile-per-hour max sustained winds, and this is anticipated strengthening over those very warm waters. This is that latest forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center. This does show a Category 4 hurricane at landfall, whereas we zoom in here, we really haven't seen too much change in the track. We are still anticipating a landfalling system. Looks like it's been nudged just slightly to the north and west. So that's a little bit of a change, which we have seen consensus models, I will say, nudge a little bit to the north and west. If that's a trend that continues, that would be slightly better news for us. That would mean that, you know, maybe we could miss some of that eye wall for some of those areas, but really haven't seen a huge change. Still looking worst case scenario here in Southwest Florida. Not to scare you, but this is a big situation. And right now, Category 4 at landfall, where it looks to be somewhere near the Captiva area, up through the Cape Hayes Peninsula, and then through areas like Port Charlotte before it enters into the northwestern portions of DeSoto County.
Someone might be hoping, oh, maybe it'll keep, you know, shifting to the west, or these big jumps. We're just past that point, correct?
You know, I think if we look at the current data with the radar, here it is, and you can see kind of that track that it's been taking, lining up with the latest National Hurricane Center track, and you can see it's pretty much in line with that northeasterly track. You can see how that's kind of moving nearly along that center. So while we have seen, and this is what the National Hurricane Center is looking at, these consensus models that did happen to nudge slightly off to the north and west, yeah, we're still not expecting much change. Even with this little nudge, likely not to see much more nudging, I think, continue. I still think this is going to be likely, more than likely, a Southwest Florida direct hit.
All right, Casey, thank you. And we're going to let her kind of gather all that data and analyze all of it. She was showing, though, 2 p.m. near Sanibel, and our reporter, who is safely, as safe as she can be in a hotel, Claire Galt, sent in an email, and she said, boy, she's really starting to feel that wind from the glass just shaking and noticing it start to pick up. So conditions are going to worsen.
Well, Ian has done some strengthening and is now a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles per hour right near the center of the storm. We're talking about the eye wall right there surrounding the calm of the eye. It's moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Hurricane hunters were recently investigating the storm, and that's why we saw the number go up there, the pressure go down, and it is closing in on the west coast of Florida. In fact, landfall is expected now either midday or early this afternoon. Hurricane warnings not just for the coastline, but far inland, all the way into the Orlando area, because there is that potential those hurricane force winds will still be blowing with this thing. It takes a while to really unwind and weaken these systems, even after it crosses over land. Tropical storm watches and advisories even on the southeast coast of Georgia and the Carolinas, because toward the tail end of this thing, we could see this thing come back over the water and come back in for another landfall. But it's all about Florida today. Again, looking for that landfall south of Tampa, maybe around the Fort Myers area. Storm surge potential is going to be rising at that point. And of course, we got the heavy rain we're going to be dealing with, up to 2 feet in some areas of Florida, as between Thursday and Friday, this thing doesn't move a whole lot. It basically just sits and spins over the Sunshine State, and you've got all that tropical moisture dumping out. We're talking rainfall rates that could get up to around 2 or 3 inches per hour. Winds have been impressive with this thing down toward the Keys. Our highest wind gust 97 miles per hour. So we did see some loss of power with this thing. We saw some tornado reports across the southern part of the peninsula as well. And we have lots of lightning showing up on the present radar. I want to show you this real quick. And the buoy reports near the eye around 69 miles per hour. But again, those strongest winds are going to be right in the core of that eye wall. As it's coming into Florida, we will look to see those winds increasing. They're already doing that this morning. Fort Myers, it is an east wind gusting to 41 miles per hour. Naples, you're now gusting to 51. So as expected, the tropical storm force winds are arriving, and then eventually the hurricane moves on in. Over the past 24 hours, we've seen significant rainfall, but we're only going to add to these totals up to a foot or even more. Some isolated amounts up to 2 feet of rain to go along with the storm surge that is expected on the west side of Florida.
We're going to look at the advisory here this morning. There's the newest update, which is going to be the wind speed. It's going to be the greatest number that you're going to want to look at. For us meteorologically, we look at the pressure that has been continuing to go down. We're now at 936 millibars, so the wind speeds, they're at 155, which is getting to be that borderline Cat 5 status as it approaches Fort Myers. And Kelly, it's moving slow. It's only moving at 10 miles per hour. Yeah. So you're getting a lot of the warm ocean, sea surface temperatures to help fuel the storm. Right. The lack of any upper air movement is allowing it to just slowly crawl closer to shoreline.
Yeah, the problem is wind shear is very limited, dry air not happening either, so that's why we're seeing that increase in the wind, the drop in the pressure. So to be a Category 5, I just want to point out it has to be 157 or higher, and we are so close to that it might as well be. I mean, and we're talking 155 mile per hour winds within the core, the eye wall surrounding the center of Ian, still a high-end Category 4 hurricane.
And I believe we have Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt ready to go in the studio. He's working on the weather graphics right now. Here's a look at the Naples Pier, Matt. And what do you take when you look at these live shots around Southwest Florida? What do you expect to happen now as the hours go on?
I expect this to be a historic day across Southwest Florida for all the wrong reasons. This is going to be one of the strongest storms that we have ever seen in recent times for our area. The latest update since last night, when it was a 120 Category 3, it is now a 155 Category 4. Category 5 strength is 157 and above. It is almost a Category 5. And it is approaching one of our worst case scenario landfall locations between Englewood and Sanibel Island. In reality, this is as real as it gets. So I cannot stress enough the seriousness of this situation with 155 mile per hour wind force when we hit this afternoon and this evening when it comes to the tide levels. Now at this time, it's not time to panic. And what we will do is we will be with you every step of the way. We're not going anywhere. So there are going to be no surprises. Every element of this storm you will know. And let's highlight at the moment what is going on and where we are at with this storm. We are seeing the outer bands. We had the multiple tornado warnings that were issued last night. We have them currently around the East Coast, but the main event is right here. And that is where we will see tornado-like winds of over 100 miles an hour for coastal Lee, coastal Charlotte, and all the way into Sarasota County. Even DeSoto County will see wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. So when that occurs, and we will tell you when that happens, we treat it like a tornado, as we will see those tornado-like winds. Now, when that moment comes, we will let you know, but it is approaching the coastline, and it will happen. It is inevitable. It will happen. There are not going to be any more surprises. This is going to be our storm, and that has been the track ever since yesterday. And as we put a loop onto this radar imagery, you'll notice that it is heading in the general location of a potential landfall from Englewood and all the way towards Sanibel, primarily as we hit this afternoon. That is when the tide levels will be forced up. Our worst case scenario when it comes to a hurricane is a landfall from Englewood to Sanibel. Not only is that going to be happening later today, it's going to be happening as a Category 4, almost borderline 5 storm. That is the current status as of right now. The pressures are lowering, and let's go back to the pressures that have right now lowered to about 900, you're going to see it pop up, 937 millibars. That is stronger than Charlie, and the other difference here is that Ian is a bigger storm, bigger wind field, bigger scope of those that will be impacted by this storm. So if you have not done so already, I just cannot stress this enough. For your life and for the people that you love, if you are listening to me around Boca Grande, Captiva, Sanibel, if you have said, hey, this is going to be like every other storm, I've been fine, this is going to be no big deal. This is not going to be like those storms. There's no exaggeration here. Literally, your life is at stake here if you stay around Sanibel, Captiva, and Boca Grande. Doesn't get any more serious than that. This is one of the strongest storms that we have ever seen in Southwest Florida in recent memory. 155 Category 4. Please, I beg you, take this seriously. And it could continue to intensify. The pressure last night was about 954 millibars. Now it is at 937 millibars, and it hasn't capped yet. It could continue to lower, and it's not impossible that this develops into a Category 5 right off of our coastline. Now, I'm hoping, praying that it stops intensifying for the sake of our community and for the sake of Southwest Florida. But please, if you are listening to me, you have a couple more hours, if that. The time to leave is now. If you have defied the mandatory evacuations, Sanibel, Captiva, Boca Grande, the reality of the situation is that those islands are not going to be what we love and what we have known. This will change what they look like. We will recover, and we will get it back to what we love it as, okay? We will, and we will clean up. But this is one of the strongest storms that I have seen in a long time, not only across our state, but across the entire Gulf of Mexico. We had Michael that made landfall as a Category 5. That was a 160. We saw what that did to Panama City, Tyndall Air Force Base, Mexico Beach. We had blue tarps on people's roofs for months, if not years after the storm. So I just really want to stress the seriousness of the situation here. There's no exaggeration. So that is my message here, that this is a storm that is going to bring a lasting impact. And look at the motion. It's only heading at 9 miles an hour. This is not a quick shot and then it's out of here. This is going to be a longer duration event. We're seeing the bands right now, and what I have done is just so you know that we're getting you the most accurate information, we are using 3 radars. We are using Tampa, we're using Miami, and we are using Wink Live Doppler 3X. I have just about 30 minutes ago changed some settings on our radar to detect 200-mile-an-hour wind. So if the winds get that high, and we obviously hope that it doesn't, you will know where they are, and you will know if it's going to be impacting your community.
Well, back now with more coverage of Hurricane Ian as that storm continues to make its way to Florida's west coast. We've seen over the course of the morning just some severe weather in our area as well. Steve, so we can't emphasize enough how serious it is to take these warnings and watches to heart.
Yeah, we're watching it loom. How quickly is it moving towards us? When's it expected to make landfall?
It should make landfall over the next couple of hours. It's roughly about 40 to 50 miles away from the coast and moving at 10 miles an hour. So you do the math, and it's right now it's almost 9 o'clock. So we'll say 9, 10, 11, 12, around noon, 1, 2, between noon and 2, it should be making landfall. So during the early afternoon hours, and this is going to be a major hurricane. It is right now producing winds of 155 miles an hour. That makes it a very intense Category 4 hurricane. If it gets up to 157, it's a Category 5. If it makes landfall with these winds at 155, it'll be the 5th strongest to make a landfall in the continental U.S. since we've been keeping records. So this will be a doozy of a storm system as it works its way towards Fort Myers and over towards Port Charlotte. Now, ahead of it for us, we've been getting a lot of moisture during the overnight hours, but it looks like a little bit of drier air is going to start to move on in. So some good news for us. But eventually more showers and storms will develop as the day goes on. It'll make landfall again between noon and 2, winds of 155 miles an hour. Then it quickly races across the state. And as we head into tomorrow around 2 p.m., at that point in time, a tropical storm, winds of 60 miles an hour, sitting right on top of the Space Coast. So tomorrow afternoon, as it's to our north, we will see improving weather from south to north as the day goes on. And then eventually it works its way out into the Atlantic, and it makes a second landfall somewhere between Georgia and South Carolina as we head towards the weekend. Now, here are the tropical storm force winds. We will get into that as the day goes on. So everyone under winds of at least 40 miles an hour. But then notice these strong winds right here, winds of at least 58 miles an hour. That will move over into Okeechobee County and parts of the western sections of Indian River and St. Lucie County. That is during the nighttime hours at 11. So that's when we will see the strongest storms into Okeechobee County and parts of the Treasure Coast. And then as we head into tomorrow evening, notice the 40-mile-an-hour winds are starting to pull away from us, and our winds strongly start to come down as we head into the backside of this system. But one of the major concerns will be the storm surge. In fact, the Hurricane Center is talking about a storm surge of potentially up to 16 feet. That is just catastrophic flooding for parts of southwest Florida. Whenever you get a storm surge like that, that can literally move homes. So we're talking just major damage anticipated for parts of southwest Florida with this storm system. You can see the rain moving on through, but notice there is some drier air to the south. So we are going to get into a little bit of a dry slot. But in the meantime, still seeing some locally heavy downpours into parts of the Treasure Coast, over towards Jupiter, with a couple of showers and storms offshore as well. We picked up a huge amount of rainfall. In fact, up to about 9 inches in some spots. We were in a drought condition, and we will likely break that drought with all of this tropical moisture moving through. Now, we do have a hurricane warning in effect for Okeechobee County. We have a tropical storm warning for all the other counties. This is where we will likely see winds of 40 miles an hour. We cannot let our guard down because we have a tornado watch in effect through 5 p.m. That means tornadoes could possibly spin on up through 5 o'clock this evening, and obviously we do have a flood watch in effect.
Yeah, I want to bring in Dr. Michael Brennan. He is at the National Hurricane Center. Good morning, Dr. Brennan. I had to check to see what time it is. We've been here for a while here in Fort Myers and Cape Coral and all across southwest Florida as we continue to monitor this powerful beast of a hurricane. And the main concern on our mind is a storm surge. We've seen these values come up here throughout the course of the day, now up to 18 feet of peak surge possible for Lee and Charlotte County. And it kind of explained to our viewers why these numbers have come up so much through the course, well, just in a matter of hours.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've seen Ian strengthen overnight now with the high-end Category 4 hurricane, maximum winds of 155 miles per hour. And now because we're so close into the landfall area, we're really able to hone in on the Lee, Charlotte County areas is where we expect those highest surge values. Like you said, 12 to 18 feet above ground level. And it's not just the surge, but it's going to be the waves on top of the surge that are driven by those 150 mile per hour plus winds that are really going to make that an unsurvivable environment on places like Sanibel Island, these barrier islands, and the open coastline of Charlotte and Lee counties in the next few hours.
Dr. Brennan, Cape Coral is our most populated city in southwest Florida, and of course they're incredibly vulnerable to storm surge. What kind of surge are you expecting there across the Cape? I know it's kind of hard to pinpoint that, but we still have a lot of folks who stayed in Cape Coral.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's in that 12 to 18 foot range there. And everybody you see who lives in these areas shaded in pink, that's in that storm surge warning. And hopefully folks in Cape Coral, up the Caloosahatchee River, Fort Myers have heeded the evacuation orders they've been given, because you're just about out of time to get out and, potentially save your life and get away from that life-threatening surge.
Would you say there's still time to take action right now? But what would you tell those
I think
folks?
so.
Yep.
I mean, it's not ideal. Try to get out of that storm surge zone. Try to find a place of safety, either a shelter or go stay with someone who lives, just far enough inland to get out of that storm surge zone, because the eye wall of Ian is going to be moving on shore here in the next few hours, and at some point the water is going to rise. The winds are going to be too strong for you to move around if it hasn't gotten that bad already. So we're really down to the last minutes maybe for people to try and save themselves.
And for those who have decided that they're going to ride out this storm, what advice do you have for them when we get to the phase where we're dealing with that potentially catastrophic storm surge?
Well, if you're in a multi-story house, get up high as you can. It's not impossible to say that you might have to, evacuate your home and get out on a roof or something. If the water starts to rise in your home, you have to do everything you can to potentially save your life. But unfortunately, you're going to be trying to take those protective actions in the face of potentially 150 mile-an-hour winds in the eye wall of this hurricane. So that's why we've asked people to try to get out before it gets this bad, because you're going to find yourself in an environment where nobody's going to be able to come help you if you get in trouble.
All right, Dr. Brennan, thank you. Not so good news here for Southwest Florida. And again, just to reiterate, you don't have to go far. You just have to get out of that flood zone. Let me ask you one final question, if you will. So when we start to see the water move up into the bays, the estuaries, and the waterways, and we see that peak storm surge, how long do you think the water will stay at those levels?
Well, as long as there's onshore flow. Remember, Ian's going to move northeastward across the state of Florida, and so there's going to be a prolonged period of southerly or southwesterly flow that's going to keep that water bottled up into those bays and inlets and harbors that extend far inland from the Gulf. There's also going to be the exacerbating fact that you're going to have heavy rainfall, 5, 10, 15 inches of rain, and all that water is going to try to flow into that entire drainage system here in Southwest Florida, and that's going to leave those water levels very high, I would imagine, at least through much of the day on Thursday.
All right, Dr. Brennan, of course, we've got a live camera here from Fort Myers Beach that we're also looking at, and we're coming out of low tide, high tide coming this afternoon. Not a good time as the storm is pushing that water onshore right around the same time, and already it looks pretty violent at its Fort Myers Beach. So thank you for your advice for those still in those flood zones. We appreciate your time. That's Dr. Michael Brennan with the National Hurricane Center. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and send it back over to Lisa. Lisa?
I want to talk about I-named storms real quick. Just some background information, and you can see those details on the side of your screen of what's happening with the storm as well. If we go back to 1954, there have been 94 storms that have had their names retired, going back to 1954. I tops the list at 13. So it is no surprise to any meteorologist that, of course, we have another I-named storm that is probably going to be retired. I know it's too early to say that, but if something's coming in as a Cat 4, potentially a Cat 5, that's an assumption that you have to make. 44 storms have been retired since 2000. In all, 44 storms. 11 of those were I-named storms. So you have a 50-50 chance here. It's just remarkable, these I-named storms. And by the way, we haven't had a hurricane hit Florida since 2018. Let's get back to the facts with Dr. Postel. Just trying to mix it up here to give you guys all sorts of information. We are going to be live nonstop for the duration of this. And there's a lot of information to get out, and we're going to do our best that we can to get you from South Florida, North Florida, and Dr. Postel, that includes Georgia, South Carolina. This thing has the potential to make a third landfall coming off the coast of Florida into South Carolina. We'll talk about that a little bit later. When do we anticipate its second landfall here in the southwest coast of Florida?
Within the next couple of hours, and in fact, the eye wall is getting very close to the Gulf Coast of Florida, not that far from Sanibel. You can see a lot of lightning strikes in there. This region of the hurricane, right in here, that eye wall is where the winds are over 100 miles per hour, and they will be moving onshore, very likely Captiva, Sanibel Island, within the next hour or so. Steph, you're up here in Englewood. Your winds are maybe 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts to 50 to 60 at times. It is an east wind or a northeast wind offshore. So in those regions, it is keeping the Gulf back, and we're not seeing a lot of water rise there. But that will change going forward, especially along and to the right of where the track goes. This is the NHC's track. You can see that right in here. This is where the center of circulation is expected to go. Now, of course, the destructive winds over 100 miles per hour are in that eye wall, and they're closing in on the coast, and they will be moving inland. And that will bring a destructive wind well inland during the afternoon and evening hours. But right now, we're watching very carefully for the wind to change direction and increase in speed right along the southern coast there of Captiva, Sanibel Island, Bonita Springs, and areas near there. Because, again, that is where the water is going to rise quickly, especially in this zone. So we have to watch out for that very carefully. That is where the highest and the most destructive storm surge, well in excess of 10 feet, will likely be. Here's some water rises to show you why the wind direction matters. We're seeing that south wind in Naples with nearly a 3-foot water rise. Not yet in Fort Myers because the wind is not coming off the Gulf yet, but it very likely will, and we have to watch out for this wind to change direction, guys. This is going to be a destructive event inland as well. The catastrophic storm surge is on the way, as well as those destructive winds over 100 miles per hour that can lead to complete wall and roof failure of even well-constructed homes in the eye wall as Ian moves across South Florida later on this afternoon and this evening. Stay tuned for all the updates.
Brian, as we're tracking, Ian, we got that latest information. The storm center of it still about 45 miles off the coastline.
Yeah, and developments this afternoon, developments right now, this morning, is that this storm is going to make landfall sooner than expected, and it's going to come, it looks like, right over Fort Myers. This is a dire situation for people that have not left the islands that are going to be overrun with water and the coastal areas. And where Robert is there in downtown Fort Myers is forecast to get in the 6 to 8 feet of storm surge range, which means above the normal high tide. Now, the slight amount of good news is, let's look at the satellite picture and then I'll show you what's happening. The storm has kind of leaned to the right and is making a beeline for Fort Myers. And the other thing that's happened is that you notice that the eye here is clearing out. And when the eye clears out like that, that's often a sign that we have a very, very well-developed hurricane. So all of this is bad. But I started to say that the little bit of good news is that because the storm has suddenly hurried up, you know, that's really bad for people that have delayed their departure and so forth. But it's going to be low tide in Fort Myers midday, and so that takes about a foot of difference off the storm surge. So that's a small difference when you're talking about a storm surge of 6 feet, 8 feet, something like that, on up the Caloosahatchee River. So, I mean, this is a frightening situation because there's a large area in Fort Myers so there you see Fort Myers here. Now let me just describe where some of these places are. You've probably heard of Sanibel Island there. This is Captiva Island here. The way this is going, large parts of those islands will be completely covered in water. And then into Fort Myers, you have the Caloosahatchee River that goes up like that, and then downtown Fort Myers is just on the south side of that river, and that's where Robert was. Now, if we look at the wind directions, the winds, the speed exactly doesn't really make a heck of a lot of difference, but the wind directions, we see they are not yet on shore. The winds are still coming in. This is now at the Fort Myers airport. The winds are still coming in like this and wrapping around into the center. So that's not forcing the water in. Now, up in Punta Gorda is up here, this body of water to the north. This is called Charlotte Harbor in here. And this little point you stick out here, that's Punta Gorda up there. And there are two rivers up here. One of them goes off to this way, and it's called the Peace River. The water, because of this wind, is being pushed out of the Peace River now, and the water is very, very low. Then at some point, the wind is going to switch, and it's going to come back in a big way, and that's when we get the big flooding. We're not getting the water out of the Caloosahatchee River, which is the one that goes through downtown Fort Myers, because the wind isn't coming so much in this direction. In Naples is down here. Now, the wind, they have been getting some storm surge in Naples on the southern part of the city, especially because they've had kind of a south wind there. And here you see up at Venice, it's coming well offshore. So there is not a big storm surge threat up there. The headline here is this storm is making a beeline for Fort Myers unless it somehow stalls and starts drifting in some other direction. This is a horrendous situation for folks there. There's the radar, and we've seen the storm, as you were talking about, develop into a larger eye. So the eye right now is estimated at 35 miles across. That's as opposed to 7 or 8 miles with Hurricane Charlie. Well, the larger the eye just dramatically increases the amount of water that gets pushed on this side of the storm. It's just a much bigger scoop of water being pushed this way into the coast. And I drew it to the south, but being pushed up this way toward Fort Myers. So right now, the water is being pushed up next to Captiva Island, so it's kind of filling in the river. So it really kind of depends. Storm surge is so sensitive to the direction of the wind. It depends on where the center of this eye goes. Does that center of the eye go here so that the push is all inland in Fort Myers? Or does the center of the eye, I didn't want to do that. Let me do that, go back. Or does the center of the eye come over Fort Myers, and then we don't ever get the strong push of water in? Now, we've been talking a lot about the water, but the winds in this eye wall here are, as we know, estimated at 155 miles an hour, and there are no homes, or essentially no homes in Southwest Florida that are rated for anywhere near that. So this is a kind of situation where you're going to have violent winds that it's going to tear roofs off of homes and collapse buildings and so forth, plus have this incredible storm surge problem. A little bit of good news, I guess, is that we can see that dry air is wrapping in on this side, so it is not a horrendous rainstorm. The rain is going to kind of be to the north. All right, let's talk about that. So once this storm comes ashore, and the forecast has been for it to come ashore this afternoon in this area here, and Fort Myers or someplace a little to the north. It looks like it's leaning to the right side of the cone, so it's going to come something like that. And then move inland and move in the direction of Orlando. So what's expected to happen in Orlando and these other Central Florida areas, Winter Garden and other areas that are kind of right in the path of this thing in the cone? Well, in Orlando, I was just on the air on Fox 35 in Orlando, and what I said there is anybody that was around in 2004 for Hurricane Charlie, they should be thinking Hurricane Charlie, but a much larger area with torrential rain. So Charlie went by in a big hurry. This is not going to go by in a big hurry. This is going to take all of today and tomorrow to clear the Orlando area. So here's the rain corridor that's going to develop, and here you see it right there in the bright reds. And notice the dark red with some of the heaviest rain is there in Central Florida, extending over to around Daytona Beach. The details might move around a little bit, but what's going on here is there's a cold front that's draping across Florida, and so Ian is pushing moisture up against that cold front, and that combination is going to lead to torrential rain. It will not be surprising to see rain over 2 feet in a number of places there. This is an ultra heavy rain scenario for Central Florida. The other thing to talk about in the inland sections is the winds will die down. The sustained winds. You know, when we rate a hurricane, we talk about sustained winds. Right now, 155 miles per hour over the water. Inland, the winds are going to die down from friction, but the gusts are going to go up. So we expect in Central Florida, let me go back to the wind speeds. You see 60-mile-an-hour winds are forecast during this time. It's in the Orlando area with gusts maybe to 80 miles an hour, something in that range. So that's why the hurricane warning is in effect in South Florida or in Central Florida. Now, one more thing for North Florida. If the storm goes out like this as expected, now we're going to have the winds coming around like this, and we have a Hurricane Irma scenario with storm surge flooding from the Jacksonville area south for a few counties and north into Georgia and South Carolina, because we have a long fetch of air coming inland related to that cold front and the hurricane together ganging up on that part of the coastline. So that's a whole different kind of problem. Heavy rain with storm surge on the North Florida coastline up into Georgia and the Carolinas.
Glad you're with us here at 11:30. We're keeping a close watch on Hurricane Ian as that strong storm continues approaching Florida as a major Category 4 hurricane.
I'm just reading John Morales' breakdown here, who's actually joining us live in just a few seconds. He sent out this information via Twitter. The 11 a.m. advisory winds of 155 miles per hour, borderline here, Category 5. Catastrophic hurricane.
Parts of Florida re-bracing for a potential catastrophic impact. The center of the storm is on track to move on shore on the western coast of Florida very shortly. Millions of people along Florida's Gulf Coast are under evacuation orders. And as you heard at 11 o'clock, some people have left. Some people have hunkered down and stayed.
Yeah, it's the confidence there of the structure, whatever building they're in. But the story here is storm surge 18 feet. That is the new information that came in as of that 11 a.m. advisory. We appreciate you being on the other side and joining us here for the special edition of the NBC6 News as we continue monitoring this monstrous Hurricane Ian.
Let's check in with hurricane specialist John Morales with a closer look at where the storm is right now. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. I mean, really bad scenario unfolding here for Southwest Florida. As you can see, the eye of this hurricane, which, you know, if you were following along last night, or if you've read some of the things I've put on NBC6.com, or for that matter on Twitter at John Morales TV, you know that this eye grew from 20 nautical miles wide to 35 nautical miles wide. That is a 75% increase in the size of the eye. And what that means is that those catastrophic winds, you know, Category 4, Category 5, which, by the way, there's really not much of a difference. Once you get to Cat 4, you're talking catastrophe, and a Cat 5 obviously as well. And this is a catastrophe in the making. The wind, I'll talk about the wind first, but obviously right around this ring here, this is the eye wall, and that's where you're going to see those winds sustained 155, gusting to 200 miles per hour as it slides generally towards the northeast, and it really looks like, it's already scraping areas like Sanibel and Captiva Islands with that powerful eye wall, with those high winds, with the storm surge, because we need to talk about that too. So let me set this in motion. And, as this is moving towards the north, right, as this is sliding towards the northeast, 150-mile-an-hour winds are driving water from the Gulf of Mexico into all these areas of Southwest Florida. All the way down from Chocoloxy, which is down here in Monroe County, past Collier, Lee County, Charlotte County, up to Sarasota County, all those places in risk of seeing a coastal inundation that would be as deep as 18 feet above my feet. All right? And that's why these evacuation orders were issued, for the risk of that deadly storm surge, very damaging storm surge arriving at the coastline. You know, this hurricane is going to be making landfall within the next couple of hours. That's when the center of the eye of the hurricane reaches the coast. So yeah, the eye wall is reaching right now, the Fort Myers area. It'll soon be up to Punta Gorda, Cape Coral. You're going to get slammed by this. And then, of course, it'll traverse in a general direction towards Orlando. And then by then, it should start to lose strength. Very briefly, here in Southeast Florida, we're looking certainly better. Our gusts have not been that impressive. But for some more local weather, here's Adam Berg.
Let's go to Doppler 1 at the wall. It's still going to be multiple feet of water moving into our region. So, I mean, there's just, I mean, maybe we'll save a couple of inches, 6 inches, maybe up to a foot, but we're still talking about this water moving into substantial parts of our homes and parts of our coastal communities. I have this on a time lapse, and I know I do want to make a little announcement before more people start losing power. So write these down. These are the radio stations that we'll have, that we're streaming on. You can listen to us if your power goes out. We will be here until this storm passes, until this threat goes on. So we're going to be here overnight and through tomorrow as well. So this is going to be 96.1, 103.9, 98.1, and Sunny 106.3. Those are just several of them. B103.9, I did mention that. So we have several of these radio stations that will be on streaming for the rest of the day through tomorrow because we will expect more power outages. We've already seen that. This is a time lapse of the past 6 hours, and a couple of things to note from it is that within last night into this morning, we did see a big jump. You know, I left last night, I came in this morning, and I had to readjust all of my maps to be much farther north. That's a good sign because it's moving. I will say in the past hour, it is just doing this little bit of a wobble just offshore. So it's just kind of staying out here for the past hour or two. And remember, that's what I was looking at last night with one of our computer models, suggesting that it just kind of wobbles out here for a few hours. Each hour, we're tracking how this storm gets closer to our coastlines, and we need it to keep getting closer and closer. We've seen a big jump into the overnight hours, but the past 2 hours is just staying out here a little bit and staying pretty well organized. And the lightning count, I don't have the lightning turned on in this view, but the lightning count continues. It's starting to get at that little bit of land interaction, but until the center of this storm, that core of the hurricane is disrupted, it's going to stay on the powerful side because we still are pretty warm and in this really tropical environment to keep the storm going. Sanibel, St. James City, South Seas, up through North Captiva, you're seeing the brunt of this outer edge of the eye wall right now. South Seas 1144, just a few more minutes of some of the stronger winds. This will then move into Pine Island. This will then move into Matlacha. And because it's only moving at about 10 miles per hour, you're going to be dealing with these very strong winds for about an hour. And then we'll get into that eye wall. That eye wall will be a time to relax and catch your breath. And then the back edge of the storm will come. The problem with this back edge of the storm is that it's just as powerful as the front edge of the storm. So we're not going to see too much of a difference for the back edge than farther to the north. Look at the lightning. We're at 21 lightning strikes within the past 15 minutes. Cape Coral just starting to see some light showers push on in.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, and right now we are having a look at Hurricane Ian in Punta Gorda, Florida, and look at that water streaming through town. It is flowing. Remember, 6 inches of swiftly moving water can knock you off your feet. 2 feet of swiftly moving water can float and move a car. This is where meteorologist Jim Cantori is, and he is getting ready in his safe place to ride out the rest of the storm. And so as soon as he is safe and ready, we will get him back on air, bringing live coverage of what's happening in Punta Gorda, which is just off to my southeast. I'm here in Inglewood. And when we come back, I want to talk about how the winds go up exponentially with a hurricane. Now, they go up up in 5-mile-per-hour increments, if you will. But I'm talking about the destruction from these winds. And what does 155-mile-an-hour winds do versus 75-mile-an-hour winds with a Category 1? The damage goes up exponentially. We'll talk about that with Dr. Postel in a little bit. But first, let's go out to meteorologist Mike Seidel, who's to the south of me in Fort Myers. And I am 2 miles inland from the coast where he is. He is right on the water and exposed to that wind, less friction. Mike, has that water been coming up in Fort Myers? Because we have that record now set in Naples when we're talking water rise.
Oh, yes, it has, Steph. We've been showing it to you, and it gets higher and higher very slowly. It's not like a big wave coming in, like a tsunami. It takes a little time, but eventually, where I'm standing, I would be completely underwater. That's the forecast of 12 to 18 feet surge. We'll see how that verifies. We're going to be moving higher up, way higher up above 20 feet in the next hour or so. So we're staying and get out of some of this wind, too. The weather station nearby, 56 miles an hour, gusting to 84. That's the peak sustained and gust we've had so far. We're not quite in the eye wall. Now we're going to get in the eye wall. That's where we're going to get those gusts. And that's why we have an extreme wind warning up for now. This is a situation that's going to knock out a lot of power. I don't know if you can see behind me, but the wind, the force of the wind, is picking up the water off the Caloosahatchee River and just turning it into a spray. Wow. Just amazing. So these winds are closing in on what I took with Fiona in Ponce, Puerto Rico. We gusted there to 110. We were sustained at 77. We're not quite there yet. But this is going to be a long afternoon because the hurricane is only moving 10 miles an hour, Steph. Charlie moved much, much faster. It was a much smaller storm, and as you said, we've already set the record in Naples, and more records will fall. We'll see how that surge goes. Stephanie, Fort Myers Beach just across the water here, 9.4 during Charlie, and Captiva, Sanibel was anywhere from, I think North Captiva was about 9.4 also. That's about where the center crossed and went into Punta Gorda back on that Friday, August 13th. Yes, Friday, August 13th, 2004. Stephanie?
All right, Mike, thank you for that. We need to get inside now to the studio because we have a new tornado warning. Let's get right to it. I'm not sure who's handling it in the studio. I'm just going to toss it back in.
From there, yeah, new tornado warning here that is now fired up here for us. And we always talk about when it comes to these tropical cyclones, whether it's tropical storms, hurricanes, you can get these tornadoes to spin up. And we do have a new warning that is up here for us. But there's that big picture here, what's going on with Ian. 155-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane at this point, getting closer and closer to the west coast of Florida, starting to make its way onshore at this hour. So conditions just going to continue to go downhill. There's the radar showing you where that particular tornado warning is right now, just to the south and west of Sabine.
Julie, this is the big one for the Southwest Florida. This is going to change the landscape in some spots there for years to come. This isn't a quick, we'll get rebuilt here real soon. It's going to take some long time here. Let's show you this. If you want to take this full screen, this, we just lost our footage. I was going to show you what we have there as far as live footage coming in off of Naples Pier where the surge is ongoing there. And it's overtaking the pier at times, especially when the waves come on. And in this area of Naples, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, 12 to 18 feet for Fort Myers. That's the hardest hit zone for the storm surge. And if we, I know a lot of us have interests over there on that side of the state, and I wanted to show you some of the, deeper details on the storm surge and what it may look like here. So this is a potential where 9 feet is in red, 6 feet is in orange, 3 feet is in yellow. Notice here's Marco Island. They're going to miss the worst of the winds, but we could still get a lot of surge in some of these spots, like up in Bonita Springs. Look at all the red that we see on our map here. Captiva, Fort Myers Beach is getting it really hard right now. This isn't necessarily how it will play out. This is kind of a worst case scenario based on the current information that we have. But in this zone, you can see just how high the threat is through Fort Myers, through Punta Gorda, up into Grove City even with the storm surge. So here's the latest advisory, 155-mile-per-hour hurricane. hurricane. That's as high as you can go as a Category 4, all right, because Category 5 would be 160 with the Hurricane Center forecast to go in 5-mile-per-hour increments. And it's this ring right here. That is the eye wall. That's really what matters. Where that goes is who gets the worst of the wind. And it's much, much worse within this ring than it is just 15 miles away. So if we just kind of track this around Naples and then up here towards Sarasota, that's kind of the zone. So Fort Myers, north of Naples, Fort Myers, Captiva, Sanibel, some of these places up here, and maybe even on the south side of Sarasota. I do believe that the eye wall is going to miss Naples. They get the surge. They don't get the worst of the winds, though they will get hurricane force gusts. But within this zone, you have 100+ mile-per-hour winds and potentially 155 mile-per-hour winds, and that eye wall is now raking across Captiva, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, some of these spots. That's an extreme wind warning in purple. We don't see that often. That's a high-end hurricane-only type of warning. What kind of wind are we talking about? Well, this is a radar estimation of what the winds are, and you can see 170 mile-per-hour winds reported by the radar. Now, this is above ground level, so they would be a little bit lower than that at ground level, but you can see how 130 raking over part of the island, but you get a little bit away from it, all right? Winds drop off sharply. 80 mile-per-hour winds still can cause damage, but not what you would get in the eye wall. So I also want to kind of take a look around here and show you the forecast. This is where the center is forecast to go from the Hurricane Center. And notice how it tracks to the north-northeast and does so slowly. This is only moving at 9 miles per hour. That means prolonged surge, prolonged wind from that eye wall, and then, of course, the rain that comes with it. It's a big hurricane, too. This was a long... kind of a worst-case scenario where it grew in size, grew in strength right up to the point of landfall. This is about 80 miles wide with the hurricane force winds, about 320 miles wide with the storm or with the tropical storm winds, and that's why we have it here in South Florida.
Very rough surf, and we've been seeing that. It's hard to tell. Okay, watch that wave. The water is, to my eye, a little bit higher, coming in a little bit further than the last time that we looked at this shot. But man, the surf is rough there. You don't see that in the Gulf of Mexico every day.
That's why the pier has been shut down for so long. It's just a dangerous place to be, and we hope that the pier will be able to withstand these waves, but it's repeated beating on these structures.
I was just going to say that. We got to hope that... Watch the end as we're talking about this, the far end of the pier, because you can see it coming over the pier and really battering the pier out into the Gulf there.
Yeah, the Fort Myers Beach Pier and the Naples Pier, they're going to be battle tested like they never have been tested before. With these type of waves, the wave action upwards of about 30 to 40 feet plus off the coast, and then that wave action is going to not only add to the surge, but we are going to see some significant damage as a result at our local beaches and right along the coastline too.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to us on the radio, we're going to continue to take you up and down the coast. We're going to continue to give you information of what's happening inland, as well as people who are watching us on TV. But we are seeing the surge that Southwest Florida has not seen. And we know that the water is such a damaging part of the hurricane that we have great concerns for not only the coastal areas, but any area along the water. We have great concerns for sections of Cape Coral that are expected to see extreme tidal surge or storm surge as well. But please stay in touch with us, because as Matt has said many times, this is a long duration storm. This is not going to quickly come in and come out just like an afternoon thunderstorm. This is going to be a long duration event, and we will be here with you throughout it.
A long duration event with different timing for quite literally every town and almost every neighborhood. So we're going to be very careful, and I know Matt will be very detailed about going through them town by town. Here's when it starts for you. Here's where you are. Here's when you might have a breath.
We essentially want to create a situation where there are no surprises. You know exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and how it's coming. And we are right now, I would say, if we were to compare this to something, let's say a baseball game, we're about at the fourth inning. We still got about 5 innings to go, and we hope we don't go to extra innings. But this is a situation, major hurricane, almost a Category 5. Max winds 155 miles per hour. As the eye is very, very close to Sanibel, Captiva, and Boca Grande, as it is pushing north and northeast, slowly at about 9 miles an hour.
Okay, Matt, stay right there. We're going to go over to Nicole Gabe, who has some videos to show us that she's been pulling from off of social media, I assume, Nicole.
Yeah, Lois, you guys mentioned the winds right here.
This video right here shows exactly how strong the winds are. Just keep your eye right here on this lanai.
Oh, wow.
Continues to roll.
Where is that, Nicole?
So this is in Cape Coral. The location, it's a precise location, not an exact location, excuse me. It's near Palm Tree Boulevard, southeast of 40th Street area.
Okay.
So again, this is a neighborhood, guys. You see the winds. Cape Coral area, the lanai completely ripped off, goes over the roof into the air. And this is why we are telling people to stay inside right now. Anything could be flying in the area.
And
trees, pieces of debris. If there's a construction site near you, things are flying again. And this is somebody's home, obviously. The lanai completely ripped off again, though. That area is in Cape Coral. It's Palm Tree Boulevard in southeast 40th Street.
You're watching the Weather Channel's live continuous coverage of Category 4 Hurricane Ian. That's a live picture of Fort Myers Beach. This camera is at least 6 feet above ground, and the water is lashing up on it. This is Estero Boulevard. You're looking across, and you can barely see it, the Lanikai Hotel. Dr. Knabb, our hurricane expert, is with us. Dr. Knabb, you literally said to me off air, I don't know if Fort Myers Beach could be in a worse position right now. Why do you say that?
Because you have, the most intense hurricane. It's borderline Cat 4 and 5, so it's, it's essentially top end intense. It is not very small. It's a pretty large hurricane, and the direction of onshore push is perpendicular, aimed at Fort Myers Beach, and Fort Myers Beach, where this camera is at the apex of a concave-shaped coastline with some of the most shallow water, and you're going underwater there in that camera.
Goodness.
And now, this is what it looks like when you verify forecast of storm surge flooding of 12 to 18 feet above normally dry ground. And that water's probably not done right. So we're right in here. That's where Fort Myers Beach is. So concave-shaped coastline, you're so vulnerable to storm surge because of how shallow the water is, a great distance as you leave the beach. You're getting the maximum onshore push there from a large hurricane at the Cat 4 or 5 threshold, where, by the way, we still have this extreme wind warning. You got to shelter like you would for a tornado if you haven't evacuated from that zone. But let's go into here, and look, we have the Caloosahatchee River that goes in from here too. So, Mike, before long, after we maximize the storm surge here into Fort Myers Beach, this gets a little farther north, and then we're going to push all that water up the Caloosahatchee River, so miles and miles inland from the Gulf front into Fort Myers itself, not Fort Myers Beach, but Fort Myers along the river is going to experience a dramatic storm surge.
Dr. Knabb, this is in essence the Gulf of Mexico on Fort Myers Beach. I want to give our viewers some perspective, all right?
Yeah, so
that's the exact spot where the camera is, and that's what it normally looks like. And then you look at the upper right-hand corner, that's what it's doing currently. That is so dramatic.
Yeah, so I believe on this camera shot on the left there, the before shot, you're looking across the main road, but the Lanikai Resort itself is Gulf front.
Right.
Okay, so the shot we have...
Behind that hotel is the beach.
Yeah, and so the shot we have, I believe, is the water going down the street.
Yes.
But it is coming from the Gulf. You can't tell in this shot, but it is coming from the Gulf of Mexico. So if you had an aerial shot here, you would see the Gulf of Mexico covering Fort Myers Beach completely in several feet of water, maybe in that 12 to 18 foot range.
I just saw something fly by, so there's also extreme wind right now.
Yeah, and the reason the camera goes underwater and then above it and under it, you have wave action on top of it, and this water is moving, and it is incredibly heavy and damaging. So that's going to destroy some structures, not just get them wet. Let's go to Stephanie, who's in Englewood in the northern eye wall.
So things are, we just had the camera off there because we saw sparks flying from the power cores that are up there. And so you can see there is what I believe is a transformer. And Mike Bettis, actually, if he can hear me, Mike, maybe you can give us all a lesson, because we're going to see a lot of this. The sparks, the transformers, I know that you really know. You see the green flashes, what that means. Give us a quick explanation again when people say, oh, we see the transformers sparking or that green color happening.
Steph, you know, power is going to be a huge concern for us, and there's all kinds of stuff flying behind you, so I'm glad you have your helmet on and you can be safe here. Power outages are going up dramatically right now, so I think we're going to get a lot of damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see structures damaged, maybe roofs compromised as a result.
Stay on that. Yeah, all right, Mike, sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted Austin to get, I could see it was sparking, and I just wanted to show you guys, but of course it stopped right now, but we'll keep following that. Mike, I also want to point out these trees behind me. Notice all the palm trees, and also the visibility. It's dropped dramatically. Look at all the debris that's starting to fly in the air, and these bigger trees that are starting to already tilt over, and we are yet to get in the worst of it right now. Right now, our pressure is still dropping. We're now at 983.3 millibars. So we're getting closer and closer to that eye, and the center of the eye is where we have the lowest pressure. And when we talk about pressure, it's significant because the lower the pressure, the stronger the winds. They correspond with each other. And so the fact that I see that we're dropping down to 983, that to me means that we are getting closer to that eye wall, and then eventually into the eye, which is the dead center of this. That's when they will call landfall. Not when a piece of the eye gets over land. When the dead center of it gets over land, that's when we'll have landfall, and that is something that is right around the corner from now. We'll be back with more live coverage of Hurricane Ian.
As of the 2 p.m. advisory, it has not gotten any stronger, but still 155-mile-per-hour winds. That is a Category 4, a couple of miles per hour away from becoming a Category 5. It is moving at around 9 miles per hour, and it is being tracked out of Punta Gorda, about 50 miles south-southwest. Now here's a satellite view. You can see that Ian has been unleashing its fury for quite a while. And when we say the hurricane is about 35-40 miles away, what they mean is the actual center of the hurricane. That is what the hurricane center tracks. They will consider the system making landfall once the center of the eye finally moves on shore. But today it has been just unleashing its fury with strong gusty winds and rain. This is great satellite imagery, and you're going to see something really interesting because here is the circulation, there's the eye, but look inside the eye. You're going to see a couple of smaller spins. Those are called metal vortices, and basically they're just like almost like little wind tornadoes inside the eye, and that usually happens when we start getting a very strong hurricane on our hands. Also, what we've been watching for is the eye wall. The actual eye, inside the eye, it is very calm, very quiet, and rain-free. However, it is just the outside circle of the eye, known as the eye wall, where you find the strongest winds and the heaviest rain, along with the storm surge. Now, the storm surge is caused by the wind just pushing plenty of water inland across Naples, Fort Myers. This is going to be a very dangerous area right here. As we move into Port Charlotte, all that water is going to pool in and cause plenty of flooding. I have some last-minute information here saying that Ian in Naples has recorded almost 6 feet of storm surge. That is a new record. The previous was Irma at just over 4 feet. So an incredible hurricane starting to make landfall across the west coast. Still some feeder bands impacting South Florida with some rain, but let's take a look at that eye. The eye wall, the eastern side of the eye wall, has already moved on shore between Naples and Fort Myers with very strong winds. That'll continue to move inland. There's the Iso Captiva right now, getting a break from all the destruction that the eastern eye wall caused. Everything is quiet. But now, in about another half hour, they're going to get the backside with more wind, more rain, and some more lightning as that eye continues to track inland. As far as the wind gusts are concerned, we are looking at 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts in St. Petersburg. Sarasota, a little stronger. And then the closer that you get to the hurricane itself, 79-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Venice. But check out Punta Gorda, 106-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And remember that the center is out here, the same with the eye wall. That's where the strongest winds are. Once that moves in, we're going to see these numbers go even higher. We'll have a lot more throughout our coverage. Let's send it back to the desk.
Hurricane Ian's a Category 4 hurricane causing extreme storm surge right now. That's a view from Naples, Florida, where the water is now up to the roofs of vehicles. The strong onshore flow here is devastating to parts of the west coast of Florida. By the way, Sarasota County now saying they are no longer responding to 911 calls, so no emergency response in Sarasota County right now. Do not call 911. You will not get assistance if you need it. But Dr. Knapp, hopefully everyone has taken the warning seriously. They've gotten out of town to avoid this.
Yeah, and Mike, that is something that's going to happen over a large portion of Florida during the height of the storm. In tropical storm conditions, help can't come in most cases. So you've got to be in a place where you've got a first aid kit and you can fend for yourself.
Naples and Fort Myers are really being battered right now. Sanibel, Captiva, we're getting the eye that's coming onshore now. We'll get a designation from the Hurricane Center probably in a couple of hours. We're getting the forward eye wall at this point hitting us. We've had wind gusts to 126 miles per hour, Redfish Pass, 106 in Punta Gorda. We want to take you to Punta Gorda with our Jim Cantori. Jim, the winds are really cranking right now, and some of the storm surge that we're seeing is truly mind-blowing.
It really is, dude. Watching this thing come in just like a buzzsaw in through here. Some of the pictures, obviously, of the surge. We've gusted already to 106 miles per hour at the airport, okay? And, you know, out here in the street, I'm on 41, US 41 right now in downtown Punta Gorda, and it's just coming straight down here from the south. All right, so it's a north-south route, and it's coming right down the road in through here. In terms of what we've seen, sure, there are some palm fronds here and there. I don't see any heavy structural damage where I am right now, but we still got a long way to go in this northeastern eye wall. The other thing, too, is part of that eye wall has come inland, all right, from the water, and has come and traveled all the way from the south and then back at us here in Punta Gorda. But do we get into the center? It's absolutely a possibility. As a matter of fact, Abrams and I could both get in the center at the same time. All right, then we're going to deal with the backside of this thing, which looks, certainly interesting from a radar perspective. Some of the stronger winds, especially about 8,000 feet up earlier I was looking at, were in the backside of this thing. So it's got plenty of power, and all that just comes translating down and starts spreading out. We still got a long way to go with this. We got over 500,000 customers without power right now. All right, I still see lights on in the streets. I don't know if those are run by some type of generator, but in terms of homes and businesses and things like that, it appears to be pretty dark at the present time. So just looking around, you can see the palm trees blowing. You can see the water going down the road. We're not in really heavy rain now. But one of the things that I've seen with this so far is a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. Which earlier on, when the winds weren't blowing so hard, I could actually hear the thunder with it, so it was right overhead. So an amazing amount of thunder and lightning in the eye wall. If we got one shot here to look at our storm path cam, I want you to look at this because this is over at the marina. With the winds now, with a slightly more southerly component here, the water may be starting to come back up into the east side of Charlotte Harbor. All right, and that means it's going to fill into that marina where we essentially earlier were looking at boats just sitting on the mud at the water's bottom. Again, guys, hunker down, be careful when we get in that eye. Don't think the storm is over because you still got to deal with one hell of a backside. All right, and it's going to hit you. All right, let's go to the northern eye wall where, again, like I said, it'll be interesting to watch here if Stephanie and I get the chance to share the eye wall, or the eye center, I should say, later. Steph, you're in that wall, though.
Basically off Inglewood, and you see things have really gotten pretty rough here, and they're actually going to get even worse because we're really just getting into that eye wall, which is about 15 miles thick, and so we're not even in the heart of it yet here into Inglewood just yet. So far, there's been a lot of debris. You see a lot of trees are scattered here. We've had these limbs completely ripped off of this tree now. Thankfully, did not fall on the house. So I will say we have pretty well-built houses here on this block that we're in. I see the siding, though, which obviously is not as strong as what looks like. These houses look like they're made of brick, the one at least across the street it does. But you see the siding has been ripped off, and we are still not into the worst of this storm yet. Power, shockingly, ours went off and then came back on. It's unbelievable that we still have power, but if you've been following along, our pressure continues to drop. 977 millibars. A couple hours ago, we were at 990. The lower the pressure, the closer we are to the center. And this all depends. Jim was talking about that eye and just how big it is. Could we both be in it? As a crow flies, I'm about 20 miles from Jim down to Punta Gorda there. And so we'll see exactly where this lines up, but then you're going to have to go through that back eye wall. Venice, Sarasota, towns in between. We still have a long way to go, so buckle up, everybody.
And welcome into the northeastern eye wall of Ian as it continues to work its way slowly on shore now, maybe making a landfall somewhere near Captiva. But either way, we're in the eye wall. We're in the worst part of this thing. Eventually, it looks like we may get in the eye, the calm, if you will, in the storm. But then we'll have to deal with the backside of this once it moves on through. Again, a lot more, if you will, that smell of timber that usually accompanies these things when you know you have tree damage, okay? We've also just recently there's a lot of lightning in this eye wall, a lot of lightning. We just had a bolt that was pretty doggone close to us, okay? So, you know, if that happens again, I'm walking off. Cameraman's protected, producer's protected. We're out here sharing the street, obviously. This is 41, right in downtown Punta Gorda, where we are taking this eye wall. But what a difference. I mean, literally, almost in 2 minutes, it just started coming in here with such ferocity. Not to mention the visibility's down. Probably a mile at best is what we've got for you in terms of the visibility. Okay, maybe a mile at best in what we're dealing with. But either way, more power law. This is what takes out the power. This is what causes the extensive structural damage here. And that's what we're expecting with this thing as it continues to push on off to the northeast. Remember, it's going to take a minute for this thing to wind down. I mean, you're on the upper end of Cat 4. So damage will go well inland with this. And in some cases where there's more trees, you know, and more structures, it's going to be even a worst case scenario. So a lot of surge. You saw that video from Fort Myers Beach. A lot of debris in that surge. The big question here, if we can take our storm path camera, we're kind of looking out again. We're on the eastern side of Charlotte Harbor in Punta Gorda. The wind has been essentially pushing the water out of the east side of the harbor all day today. Now, winds are coming around a little bit more southerly, so it's allowing the water to come back in. The big question is, how much time do we spend in the eye wall, or do we get into the eye where that'll at least calm down maybe a hair? But then you got to deal with the backside, and that's what's going to take most of the water and bring it onto the eastern side of the harbor and potentially flood places in Punta Gorda. So that's where we're going to get our surge issues coming from. But just so eerily weird to see the water pushed out. We saw it again up in Tampa Bay because they're an offshore wind like they were in Wilma as well. And now we're dealing with, again, this eye wall. Heavier rain, low visibilities, occasionally debris just rolling down the roads from time to time. But holy smoke, guys. We're taking it. We're taking it now. And occasionally, those winds are gusting over 100 miles an hour. All right, Steph, Englewood, what do you think? You think we'll be able to share the eye or what?
It's possible, Jim. We're only about 20 miles away from each other. And you can see how we're both just getting hammered by what I would like to kind of call, you know, not the heart of the eye wall yet. We're still getting in it here. And as you can see, it's really rough. I will say, we just got an alert on our phone that emergency vehicles are no longer responding here in Sarasota County. So if you call 911, it's too dangerous for them to come out and rescue you. So keep that in mind. And the police will do this. They sometimes go house to house and say, listen, they've actually come up to me on a hurricane before and said, look, you should leave. We're going. We're not going to be able to rescue you. You're on your own. They say that. So they can only go out when it's safe to do so. Here, you see the visibility has dropped tremendously. We have a lot of debris from the trees. And the thing about Florida is there's palm trees, right? Everyone knows about palm trees in Florida. These are doing quite well, and that's why we have them, is because they're tropical entities. They're skinny. They don't have lots of leafage. Obviously, we have the palm fronds. Those are ripping off from time to time. You can see this one is struggling, but what I will say is it's never a good sign when you see a palm tree that has gone down in a storm like this and up the road, which I got to keep my photographer safe for now. Okay, Austin wants to come out. Way down the road, I don't know if you can see it anymore. We have a palm tree. Austin, if you can come by me, here, I'll hold we've seen are these trees and then some siding. If you can even see, it's starting to rip away from this house over here, and you see how that becomes a projectile. So if windows aren't boarded up, those can hit it right in that sweet spot, and then you can get all the rain and the wind inside the house. You can see numerous houses boarded up. Everyone is inside here. Everyone's staying safe. I've not seen anyone out, which is the good news. But again, we still have a ways to go. We are just getting into the thick of it now. Then if we get into that eye, it's not over. We have to get through the other eye wall. So we still have many, many hours to go with Hurricane Ian. Winds still at 155 miles an hour. We've already had those gusts over 100 miles. 126, 109 in Punta Gorda. We're going to be right back after we take a really quick break. We got you covered.
Hurricane Ian is a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour and is in the process of making landfall as we speak. Thanks for being with us here on the Weather Channel for continuing coverage. I'm Mike Bettis. That's a live look right now. What's happening for us in Fort Myers, Florida. Storm surge is taking over. The winds extremely high. The storm surge catastrophic for some of these coastal communities, Dr. Nab.
Yeah, and Mike, this is at the opening to the Caloosahatchee River. So this is not on the immediate Gulf front like Fort Myers Beach, but it is what is in the process of making its way up the Caloosahatchee River. So it's overflowing as it enters the river, but it's headed north into Fort Myers proper from here.
Absolutely stunning. It's not the only place getting hit, though. Numerous places along the West Coast are getting ravaged by wind and water as we speak. We've got Naples, Florida, we want to show you, and your jaw might just drop when you see this.
Oh, my goodness.
There are cars where the water is up to the roofs here. This is how bad the storm surge has gotten there, and that's on the south side of the hurricane.
Now imagine standing next to your vehicle, how high your head is relative to the top of a van or an SUV. You would be mostly in water, and that water is moving. And Mike, there will be debris and all kinds of objects in that. And then Fort Myers Beach has taken the brunt of this catastrophic hurricane. Essentially, Mike, what I would consider the worst case hurricane scenario for Fort Myers Beach.
You really can't. The visibility is so poor right now because of how high the winds are. Now we go to Venice Beach.
North Eye Wall.
Now this is the North Eye Wall. The water is actually going parallel to the beach or going out. But there is a building at the end of that pier that you can barely see, Dr. Nab.
Yeah, and so they're really taking the strength of that northern eye wall. Now, as bad as this looks, and it is horrible, it is not the strongest part of the hurricane. That would be on the east side.
That's stunning to think that that's not the strongest part right there. Let's get you to the teeth of it. Our Jim Cantori in Punta Gorda right now. Jim, the storm is really maximizing as we speak. That eye wall is ferocious.
Yeah, we're in it, man. Big time. And, you know, you kind of look around a little bit, Mike. You're looking for damage, but sometimes you can't see it because the visibility's so low. That was the wrong thing to do, turn into the wind. But I wanted to show you the tree that's across the way there. It's just kind of laying over. There's obviously a lot of debris and whatnot. I have not seen any big chunks of roofing or things like that yet, but that doesn't mean there aren't any out there. The visibility is very low, maybe a half a mile, and that's about it as we deal with this northeastern eye wall over here in Punta Gorda. Now, what's changed is our wind direction has come around a lot more from the south. All right, so we're southeasterly still with the component of the wind. That's pushing all that water on the other side of Charlotte Harbor. When we get into that eye, and then eventually the backside of it, all that water on the western side of the harbor is coming this way. So if you remember that story as a kid of the 5 Chinese brothers where they were warning the brother not to get out of the water, well, we can make an absolute analogy with that because the water came back up when he was caught out there. So don't get caught out in areas that don't have a lot of water now. It's because the wind is holding it on the other side of the bay, okay? That's going to change. It's going to change big time when we get on the other side of that eye. So just be forewarned right now. I can't tell if we don't have power or not, but I can tell you one thing. There are no street lights on anymore that I can see. There's not, even the signal lights aren't working. I see a lot of flashing going on. But that's what I'm looking at here, guys. Oh. Just give me a second here. All right, I mean, that's what we're looking at. As this thing comes roaring in, we've already lost a street sign right here. All right, you can see how that's pushed over by the power of the wind. They just start flapping around like that, and as soon as they get caught, they get blown over as a result of that. But this is our worst wind right now as we're getting into the eastern side of this. Tons of power outages, millions of you without power, and this is why. I mean, well, what could take this? You know, trees, homes, roofs, things like that. Just an awful situation with the wind here coming through Punta Gorda right now. The big question is, how much water do we get to come on the west side of Charlotte Harbor back over this way when we get to the backside? Remember this shot that I'm showing you right now, because eventually, maybe 30 minutes an hour, I don't know, we're going to be into the eye, and we'll probably see some blue sky up there. Steph, let's go over to you. You may be in there with me, as a matter of fact. Dr. Nab, I'm sorry, back to you.
Okay, Jim, I'll take it from here. Yeah, you may get into the eye, Jim, but in Inglewood, where Steph is, she may not. And anybody who gets into the eye, please do not venture outside. The backside of this will come roaring in, and you'll be putting yourself in danger. And there's a lot of cloud-filled aspects of this eye. It's not going to be super clear, but the winds will die down briefly. But then the backside of this is going to push a lot of storm surge on to Punta Gorda and Charlotte Harbor, and heads up inland. This is moving across the peninsula. And that is a little bit inland, and they've had gusts over 100 miles an hour, but they don't have as much open exposure with water, and you have some taller structures. Right, so the wind gusts are likely stronger in and around where Jim is, and higher up on some of those buildings. So this has got to be doing a tremendous amount of catastrophic wind damage along with the storm surge. The 3 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center says that the center of Ian is about to make landfall. It could be just moments away when the center has been declared to have crossed the coastline, but that hasn't quite happened yet. But the area around Captiva is in the eye. 155 mile an hour Category 4 hurricane. Just for reference, just for comparison, Charlie came ashore in about the same area with max winds of 150 miles an hour as a Category 4. Charlie's pressure was higher. It was a smaller storm. This is a bigger storm with a lower pressure at 937. North-northeast at 9, so it hasn't made a dramatic change in path. There's a little bit of wobbling going on. 9 miles an hour is not very quick. Here's the big picture of it. So it is about to affect a lot of people inland in central Florida. And just now coming up on the screen here is this big area that's wrapped in purple, and I want to describe what's going on here. This is an extreme wind warning that is for this northern, northeastern, and eastern eye wall area. This is just like a tornado warning in terms of what you should do. This entire area needs to be taking shelter, lowest level, most interior room, or lowest dry level, most interior room, if there is any water in your vicinity, from salt water, from fresh water, whatever the case may be. But you got to get away from windows, away from exterior walls. You want to maybe put a helmet on, put a mattress over you. This is the take final shelter for the winds of a major hurricane. This is issued when we have a major hurricane coming ashore. So this includes Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Inglewood, going up to Arcadia. They had damage in Hurricane Charlie, but this is going to be a much wider area of damage. So it's not a case where you can, well, I hope that the eye misses me and then I won't get wind damage. No, this is moving slowly. It is larger. It is very intense up at the Cat 4 or 5 threshold. So this entire area at risk for life-threatening winds. So again, that extreme wind warning until 6 p.m. in many portions of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Lee counties. Now, looking at the visible, you can see how the cloud-filled eye does not mean it is losing much punch. It is just a matter of the dynamics of the hurricane. But the more impactful dynamics of the hurricane that are going on here are not just the wind, where we've gotten at, these are just at the airports in Fort Myers. That's not even in the eye wall. It's east of there, starting to get in the eye wall, but have gusted over 100 miles an hour in some places. But look at Venice, you're getting an offshore wind, a lot of lightning in that northwestern eye wall. You're never going to get in the eye. Fort Myers Airport is not likely to get into the eye, at least not for long. Punta Gorda, you probably will. So those are just the airport observations, but here are some of the more recent observations. Punta Gorda, you peaked at 106-mile-an-hour gusts, and then we've got Fort Myers Beach relayed by the Weather Service, multiple social media posts showing storm surge levels up to first-story roofs. Had an elevated observation there in Naples of 105 miles an hour. Now, this is earlier in Fort Myers Beach. This is the Lani Kai Resort that is on the other side of the street there. It's Gulf front, but now the Gulf has moved onto the barrier island in Fort Myers Beach. And this is about 6 feet above the ground that the camera was mounted, and this is when the water wasn't quite that high, but it has gotten higher since. You can see the debris in the water, how fast moving the water is, the waves on top of it. This is not just going to get structures wet, it is going to gut some structures, destroy some structures. This is the worst case hurricane scenario for Fort Myers Beach. Now, our Mike Seidel is just a little bit to the west and northwest of Fort Myers Beach. He's at the entrance to the Caloosahatchee River on its way up to Fort Myers. Mike, is the water continuing to rise there?
It is still rising, Dr. Knabb. We've noticed a bit of a shift in the wind. It's come around a little bit more to the south. And what we noticed earlier is we got some brightening. We almost saw the sun briefly, but we never got the winds to really die down. They were still howling, basically in the picture from left to right, right up the river. And look at the waves crashing into the pool deck, which has been obliterated. We were standing out there earlier. We must have about 5 to 6 feet of water above the pool deck, and then the water was not even up to the wall, the concrete wall, which divides the river from the pool deck. So our surge has got to be close to 9 or 10 feet right now. Look at things just flying around, mostly palm fronds. The other thing we saw about 20 minutes ago, a big yacht came up the river. It went from left to right up the river. It got unmoored somewhere. Now, there was a boat around the corner next to the condo. I don't know if it was that boat or not, but it just went on by. There's all kinds of debris getting blown up the river from the bay and from the Gulf of Mexico. But the wind is still howling, the roar of the wind. We've gusted at least 100 miles an hour. We're still trying to get a hold of that weather station. Our issue here is cell service and the internet. We've got one cell company that's working right now, which is why we're able to broadcast, and I can talk back and forth to the control room and to Steph and Jim. But this has been unrelenting now for, what is it now, about 3 hours. These winds just howling and pushing the water from the Gulf up through the bay, up the river, and into the hotel. Everything is surrounded in this area in Fort Myers. We're out here on this point. Everything is underwater in this general area, but we're elevated. This hotel is built up high. And look how bright it's getting. Look up here. Looks like the sun. I mean, this is as bright as we've gotten. I almost thought I saw a little patch of blue sky. So we're right on the edge of the eye wall in the eye. You can see that on the radar, how close we are. Our point here on the water in Fort Myers. There's several boats that have come up in here. Just a real mess. And this eye wall is going to be with us for a while because Ian's only moving 10 miles an hour. So look at what's rotating in over where we are in Fort Myers Beach. That's all got to rotate in as Ian slowly lifts off to the northeast. So a couple more hours of this, and the power of the water alone is just taking out structures. Where we were this morning, the dock and the house by the dock, it's gone. It's all gone. All we see are the pilings right now. So that's all gone from the surge. Here comes another gust, and look how it's swirling around the building here. Just whipping around here. It's really impressive. I mentioned earlier I've covered, I think this is my 91st hurricane and tropical storm, anything with a name with it, Stephanie. And this is the worst I've ever covered or seen in 30-plus years at the Weather Channel. Now, granted, I haven't been in locations sometimes like with Ike where you were in Galveston, but this is the worst by far as impacts and surge. I mean, the surge coming up here is just amazing. Let's go up to Stephanie up there in Englewood. Stephanie, you're in the northern eye wall. Tell us what you have.
All right, Mike, and that's the thing is when you're in the eye wall for hour upon hour It's just brutal. Whether you're in a Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4, it really doesn't matter. Obviously, the higher the category, the worse the weather, the worse the storm. And this storm is going to be with us for hours. We started in this eye wall here in Inglewood, I mean, just after 1 o'clock. So we're going on 2 hours, and there's really no rest in sight for us. And you can see that the water is starting to pond out. No significant flooding, but these culverts drop down and collect water. And we have breaking news. We now have landfall. I'm being told we officially have landfall now of Hurricane Ian as a Category 4 hurricane. And of course, the center of the circulation, the eye had to go over. Rhiannon, do we have an exact location yet of that landfall? When you do, hand it off to me. Say it one more time. Cayo Costa is where the official landfall is of this hurricane. Now, this is a second landfall. Don't forget, it went over Cuba, had a landfall there. Its second landfall, believe it or not, this thing could have a third landfall. We'll see what happens as it goes over the state. Does it go off the coast and make another landfall, perhaps in Georgia or South Carolina? That is still a possibility and something we'll watch, but you know what? We've got to get it through Florida first, and this is affecting the entire state. Obviously, not as bad as we're dealing with here in Inglewood and Punta Gorda and Fort Myers and Naples, but we're feeling the far-reaching effects. Over 600,000 are without power. And remember, this is a very long state, so there's going to be so many without power. Even as a Category 1, as it moves inland, we're going to lose power. So I would say if you're watching us from other parts of the state, Central Florida, Northern Florida, you need to have your plans in place if you are to lose power, because it's going to take quite a while to get power back throughout the entire state, and that was quite a gust. I think that was one of the biggest gusts we've seen so far, and we're getting closer and closer to the center of the circulation, which just means that our winds are going to continue to go up. And could you hear that sound? We're going to give you a listen here as we go to break of the sounds of Hurricane Ian just making landfall.
And if I remember the story correctly, they actually have some extras there. So if they do need to replace that,
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, JP. I need to get this out there in case anybody can come help. Can you show me the video of how far the water is? Okay, so where are you right now? Oh my goodness, where are you?
That's the roof of the house next door right there underwater.
So this is in Fort Myers Beach on Cutlass Drive?
Yeah.
564 Cutlass Drive. It's 4 of us.
4 of us? On Cutlass Drive, and you're on the 2nd floor already?
Yeah, we're all
6 of us in here. 18564 Cutlass Drive.
Do you have a roof?
There's 15 feet of water now.
There's 15 feet of water and it's still coming in?
Yeah, it's still steady rise, and the waves just keep pushing it through the windowsills.
Do you have, and there's 6 of you right now, and what's your address again?
1818. What's the address here, babe? What's the address?
18564.
18564 Cutlass.
18564 Cutlass Drive in Fort Myers Beach?
Yeah, 18465 Cutlass Ave.
Cutlass, and the rest of the neighborhood is underwater as well?
Yeah, I had to swim out of my house. My house was too low. It's pretty much, my house is pretty much gone.
So you're a neighbor across the street?
Yeah, my neighbor, she has a more recent house built up, so we walked over here, or I had to swim over here. Just right in the middle of it. Glad I did, because now my house is underwater.
Your house is underwater. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is everyone out of your house?
Yeah, everyone's out of there. Now we're just in here, and we're dealing with a lot of water in here.
Okay, can you show me how far the water, how high it is up? And can anyone get up on the furniture too as well? Okay, so you're already up on, you have everything up high. Do you have a way to get into the roof?
Go to the roof. Don't go in the attic.
Don't go in the attic. Do you have a way to get on the roof?
Yeah, we're gonna have to find out a way here soon.
Okay, so hopefully somebody is seeing this. In the windows that you have there, are they hurricane impact windows?
Yeah, they're hurricane windows.
So the water is coming up against the windows right now. Oh, the storm surge.
Life jackets?
Do you have life jackets right nearby?
Yeah, there should be somewhere on here.
Find something.
Find something. Find some life jackets, a cooler, something to grab onto, and make sure that you get up on the counters for right now until, I know the Fort Myers Beach Fire Station isn't far away, but in this kind of weather, I don't know if they're going to be able to come out.
Their trucks are underwater right now.
Their trucks are underwater right now as well. So,
Got 50 feet of water in here. There ain't much on St. Carlos Boulevard that's not underwater.
so you're right off of San Carlos Boulevard right now?
Yeah, we're right off St. Carlos, right there right before the bridge to go on Fort Myers Beach.
Right before the bridge on Fort Myers Beach. Okay. And is it still storming there and raining there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's blowing over 100. So I thought it's probably blowing 130, 140.
What are the winds there right now, Rob?
We know for sure that they were up to around 120.
Yeah, the winds were up to 120, so that was the pool cage in the pool. But you're on the second floor, or is that the top of the roof?
No, the house is just built high, you know. But I don't know. We got to make a little decision here because this is getting worse by the second.
Okay, what? I don't think it's safe to go outside.
He doesn't have a choice. He has to be ready to get on his roof.
Okay, you need to be ready to get on top of the roof and grab some something that will help you stay afloat.
The most intense hurricane force winds are starting to pull off into the north of where you are. So the worst of the winds will start to relax over the next hour or so, but it's going to remain onshore for several more hours. So the water levels are likely only going to be rising over the next few hours. So it will likely get deeper from where you are right now. So you need to make your decisions as soon as possible, but expect the water levels to continue rising from where they are right now, because even though the winds won't be as strong, they're still pushing water on shore. So whatever you can do that would, something like a life jacket or something that would be able to float, is what you want to, keep with you as close as possible.
Okay.
He's.
Kelly, could you repeat his address to me?
Wait, we have someone on the line. Repeat the address to me. Sure, repeat it 100%. Sorry, slow down.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
Okay.
Fort Myers Beach.
Beach. And it's right off of, and there's 6 of them inside.
And the water's coming up, and we're trying to decide what we're going to do next. The winds are blowing super hard, so I'm not sure what.
I just got off the phone with the fire chief of Fort Myers Beach, and he said right now they don't have emergency crews.
Before the bridge.
It's right before the bridge. The fire department says they don't have emergency crews to come there right now.
But I got the address to him, and he said as soon as they can deploy someone from there.
Can you ask him what he thinks they should do? They're on the second floor, and the water's coming up.
Let me get him on the phone right now. I'm going to call the fire chief.
We got through to the fire chief, so we're going to talk to him and see.
Hey, Ron, we're on the air again, and I'm wondering if you might be able to help us get some advice for these people that are stuck. What floor are they on?
They're on their second floor.
They're on the second floor on Cutlass Drive. What do you think they should do?
They need to get as high as they can from the water and try to ride out the storm. That's the best advice I have, is they need to get as high as they can and try to shield themselves from the wind and the rising water.
But outside?
Outside or inside? The phone just died.
As high as they can, wherever they can get to.
The phone just died.
Okay.
So we will try to get back in touch with them again, but they said their phone was about to die.
Okay, so for anyone else, if it happened to them, this is certainly happening to other people.
There has to be other people
in Southwest Florida right now. That was a lot to take in, and we're going to be thinking about those people, and we'll get in touch with them. But if it happened to them, this is happening to others. So you need to have a plan right now. You find something that will keep you afloat, but if the water gets up to the point where it's already at your waist and you're at the highest point of your house, don't go into the attic. You need to get on the roof. You need to take your chances and go outside. The wind is awful, but you have a better chance of surviving the wind conditions right now than you do water rising to the ceiling of your home. And so if that happens to you, or you know someone who's in that dire predicament, you need to tell them. Find something that will keep you afloat just in case, and
be prepared if the water gets to the point where you know you might drown and you don't have any other way to get out of your house. Have a window, have a door, something that will still open that you can get out.
Because as you heard, Fort Myers Beach firefighters, they're not there. Sanibel, they're not on Sanibel. They can't. They had to go to safety. So they're not there to help right now. So you just really need to come up with a plan in your mind, as you said, ahead of time. If you can grab some life jackets. If the water's not to you yet, it could be to you soon. So get your life jacket, get a floating cooler, get something, and get up high.
Allison, Rob, and JP have been stressing this all day long. This storm surge is only continuing to rise. We are not even at the peak, folks.
No.
So let that family's really terrifying situation be a learning lesson for you or for someone you love. If they are in an area that is clearly flooding with storm surge, they need to make a plan immediately and be ready to get out of their homes. As dangerous as it is outside, it will be better than with the water rising to the ceiling of your house, because you can't go in your attic. You'll drown in there. You have to be prepared to get outside where at least you can keep your head above the water.
Yeah, get a flotation device and try to just ride it out. As the fire chief said, don't go outside. That could be even more dangerous. You saw the waves whipping up against their home on the second floor.
But you have to if that's your
right.
Yes.
Try to go up.
Yes, try to go up. But if you don't have a safe place in your home to go up any farther, your only choice is to go outside at that point. The firefighter was saying, try and shelter yourself from the wind as much as possible, obviously, if you don't have to.
Or if you have to hack through your roof.
If you don't have to be on the roof, but you're going to have to get out of your house at this point and just try and hold on for dear life, because this.
You guys ready, Allison?
If you're obviously there has to be other people in this scenario on Fort Myers Beach. Look at your surroundings, try to get to the top of the roof, see what else is in your view. Know that the water is going to be pushing inland. Is there another building in the distance that might have a balcony that you could jump on? Is there anything farther inland that you could identify that might be the next stop, that maybe catch your breath before that water continues to rise? Because staying there is only, you have to have some sort of plan to the next step of where you could go that would be a little bit drier, a little bit higher.
Yeah, I know you're shaken up by this, Allison, because you had been warning people for a couple of days that this might happen. And so this is happening now on Fort Myers Beach, but for anybody who is north of there now, take heed to what is happening on Fort Myers Beach, what is happening in Naples, and be aware of that. And please, please, please make a plan. It's too late for you to get out and to escape, but at least get some kind of flotation device, get some kind of cooler, get something, and keep an eye on the weather. And I know a lot of people are losing power, but you can see us on Facebook, so you can stream that as well.
We have our live stream going on Facebook Live, so the power is going out all over the place. We get it. But most people still have some cell service. You might have internet service, but at the very least on your phone, you can still stream us on Facebook Live. We are on at least 4 radio stations across Southwest Florida: 106.1, 98.3, 96.1, 103.9. So if you can get a radio signal, that's another way that you can stay with our coverage nonstop. We want you to be informed up to the minute, because unfortunately, this is getting more dangerous by the minute.
Make a plan.
In fact, as you were speaking, just got another emergency alert system. The National Weather Service now has an extreme wind warning up for our area, which would incorporate areas of Lee County and up into portions of Charlotte County as well. This is a true catastrophic hurricane landfall right now. Category 4 hurricane that we need to stay on top of here. So with that, why don't we send things over to Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray. Allison, show us where things are moving now, if you would, please.
All right, so if we could have one of the cameras come on over here to this image here. So we're having a few, as everybody's having a few data issues here. So this is what we're dealing with right now. We have the latest image of where the radar is, where the storm is. And what I want to bring your attention to in Fort Myers Beach is where the eye is and where the wind is. So because of the placement of the hurricane still making landfall, it officially made landfall in Cayo Costa. Now we are still having these southerly winds push into Fort Myers Beach even more so than what we had earlier. So this water that you're seeing in Fort Myers Beach is going to continue to get a little bit higher. We can zoom in and see Fort Myers Beach, the rain will pick up. The wind speed, it's still pretty gusty out there, but the wind direction is going to be key. And let me zoom out a little bit. So
if I may, Allison, we have Doppler 1 back. If you want to go to the wall, I can telestrate behind you.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
So for the control room, Doppler 1 will be the graphics at Chroma Wall.
Okay, perfect.
And Allison will go to the Chroma Wall, and I'll telestrate behind the scenes.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, we lost a little bit of that data, but we have it back, and this is what I'm concerned about going forward. Do you see how, because of the shape of the hurricane, this will only continue to increase? So that water was moving with that southerly wind ahead of the hurricane. Now we have more of that onshore wind. So like we mentioned, that storm surge threat will continue to increase into the overnight hours. So parts of Lover's Key all the way down through Big San Carlos Pass, all the way up through Punta Rasa. Now you have that direct onshore wind starting to come on in. Cape Coral, St. James City, even extending around here through Shell Point. This will move up through the Caloosahatchee as well. So if you're on one of the canals into Cape Coral, you don't even have to be in Southwest Cape. This is going to, anywhere there's water, it's going to rise. Anywhere there's water, it will continue to go up higher and higher. So until this storm gets more to the north, if we could zoom out just a little bit, Rob, and maybe put let's try to see how far out it is. I mean, when we did the Futurecast earlier today, it looks like those onshore winds could continue even through tomorrow morning for us. Yeah, so if we maybe just see the distance between Sanibel and farther south into Naples. That's going to be roughly, okay, so 30. We have another, 3 hours to go of the onshore winds here for Fort Myers Beach. And that will be the onshore westerly winds, which will be even more impactful than those southerly winds for the storm. So here's that latest of the storm. It's still spinning. We still have it on top of the eye. The eye is still moving through parts of Cape Coral, very calm there. And I think, do we have the latest advisory now that we're getting that service back in from the National Hurricane
Just give me 1 second.
It seems like it's drifting more east than I think a lot of people were expecting. It's straight over Cape Coral at this point, right?
So the eye is right over Cape Coral. You're right. And it's also parts of Fort Myers and maybe even parts of McGregor are starting to see that outer band of of the eye wall, but it is starting to deteriorate a little bit. That's a little bit of good news that we're just starting to see that deteriorate. But the bad news are the winds. And we always knew the winds would be so impactful. We're talking about a Category 4 storm, and the winds are only one piece of the puzzle. The winds are going to impact a certain area, and the storm surge is going up and down the coastlines. And that's why those storm surge warnings were in place on Monday. And that's why those evacuations started on Monday as well. Let's take a look at the wind speeds, and Rob's going to kind of go through there. Yeah, up through parts of North Fort Myers, extending up into Charlotte County, we have 112-mile-per-hour wind gusts up through DeSoto County, probably up to 100. That eye wall is headed into DeSoto County. Inland spots, you're not going to get storm surge in Arcadia, but you're going to get a lot of rain, flooding potential. And we've already had some flooding concerns in parts of DeSoto County before the storm came on through. We have all of this heavy rain to deal with up through parts of DeSoto County, riding right up through 17. This will be here for another couple of hours. It is only moving at 9 miles per hour. The winds will continue to be 100 and 110 miles per hour. That's the storm winds, the hurricane winds. That's the storm surge for Charlotte County may come later on tonight. It may not be as high as what we're seeing in Naples because you have those southerly winds for so much longer and the water is already there. You got the benefit of the water exiting Charlotte Harbor, so now since there's not already water in there, it all has to come back before it can continue to start to increase. That's what I can hope for right now, is that We don't have, because originally those storm surge potential in parts of Charlotte County were going to be much higher than farther to the south. They started bumping up the southerly ones once we saw the trajectory of the storm. But since all that water left, what I'm hoping for is that those storm surge potentials don't come to fruition in parts of Charlotte County, like what we're seeing in parts of Naples and Fort Myers Beach. I'm gonna toss it over to JP or over to.
We have some video to show you of the Sheriff's Department substation. This is on Fort Myers Beach.
Oh my goodness.
That's the substation right there, the unit that they use. It's kind of like a mobile unit, but it was secured to the ground. This was concrete in the ground at the time. But
it's back working now.
This is on Fort Myers Beach near Times Square, I believe, and there it goes, just floating away. We've also seen images of Nervous Nellies in Times Square, all of those restaurants there underwater, and people telling us that pretty much on Fort Myers Beach, the Gulf and the Bay have met on Estero Boulevard. So the whole island's been breached.
You know, we always say,
It's Diamond Head.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. This was the worst. Look at these pictures from Diamond Head Beach Resort on Fort Myers Beach. Dozens of cars underwater, getting reports that the water is moving up to the second floor at the hotel. In the barrier islands and the coastal communities of Southwest Florida, this is worst case scenario stuff. And now you're looking at Sanibel. Look at this time lapse of the water surging up.
And this is what they warned it was going to do. You know, when you have 12 to 18 worst case scenario storm surge predicted, and when they go back, the meteorologists and the National Weather Service is going to go back and say we were right on, because this is the kind of storm surge that we're seeing in some parts of this area. And Allison and Rob said yesterday that your area might be okay, but the next area is going to get 16 feet of storm surge. It was just too much to predict, so everybody needed to be out of the way. And again, I spoke with the mayor, Holly Smith, of Sanibel. She evacuated, but she said some people stayed. She's been in contact with them. When this is all said and done and the water starts to recede on Sanibel, the first thing they have to do before anybody can get back is to make sure that the causeway bridges are okay, because who knows, with all that rushing water, what's happened to the causeway bridges. So that's going to be the first thing to do. She said she's been in contact with the governor. She's been in contact with our federal authorities, and already working to try to get things in line. So as soon as this is done, as soon as the water is receding, she can get federal help, which is FEMA's going to have to come in for sure.
All right, let's go to ABC 7 Chief Meteorologist John Patrick. John, we talked about worst case scenario. It's here.
It was just gut-wrenching to even forecast this, because yesterday, as the Hurricane Center kept bumping up and up, the storm surge forecast for how much storm surge was going to be, sometimes we'll get the forecast and it doesn't come to fruition. And this time it did. And it's just a horrible thing to witness happen across Southwest Florida. And we have hours of this to go, because the center of the storm, as you can see here, pretty much right over the mouth of Charlotte Harbor is where the very dead center of the storm is right now, between, I'd say, Bokeely and the mouth of Sanibel Harbor here. And one good thing is, I'm going to fly down and take all those East Coast lightning strikes off. We have about 13 lightning strikes here within the last 15 minutes. We have been showing this storm, that outer eye wall, where from time to time it'll have between 50 and 60 lightning strikes within a 15-minute time span. So that's one piece of a little bit of good news, is now that this is on shore and starting to interact with land, we're starting to see the eye fall apart just a little bit, and the eastern side of that eye wall fall apart just a little bit. But the northern side and the northwestern side, you can still see packing a punch with the wind and with the heavy rain that we are seeing in here as well.
It is now official. Hurricane Ian making landfall. Its first landfall on the west coast of Florida, 3:05 Eastern time at Cayo Costa, Florida. Category 4 with 150-mile-per-hour winds and a pressure at a very low 940 millibars. Let's get you to the action in Punta Gorda with meteorologist Jim Cantori. Jim, extreme winds right now.
Yeah, this is extreme, bro. This is really hammering. I just got knocked on my butt. You can hardly see, Dennis. You can hardly see anything out here. A couple pieces of debris look like some housing, styrofoam and things like that that are like underneath the roofing, maybe in the roof. It just came flying by. All right, you know what? I think I'm just going to come in here for a second. Just give me a second.
Jim, you all right?
I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm fine. You just can't stand up. Ugh. All right. All right. I'm gonna let you guys look at the pictures, okay? And I'm gonna stand behind this wall a little bit because I'm just getting blown over. I got a long week ahead of me with coverage here. I don't need to get injured out here.
Jim, you're all right? Your wind speed's 110 miles an hour, Jim. All kinds of debris.
The deeper we get into the eye wall, the worse the winds is. That was definitely our strongest gust, without a question. Be interested to see what we got at the airport with that one. But that one took my wind. That one took my wind. Oh. Guys, this is why you're talking about a Cat 4 here. And you're talking about, it's structures aren't going to survive this, trees, power lines, things like that. We don't have any power here. The alarm's going off in the parking garage. That's been going on for about an hour now. About an hour now. So we definitely, we're out of power, and so are about 750,000 more people. I don't even know what the number's up to right now, but a lot of customers without power. And the further this thing gets inland, the more and more customers. We're going to easily be over 1 million before all is said and done.
Hey, Jim, I know you've been in a lot of storms before. I mean, how's this wind speed compared to some of those other storms you've been in? You're I'm looking at the radar really closely. You're in the real core of the really intense stuff, but I think you're going to back down from the winds pretty quickly.
Yeah, Mike, I'm going to try and get out here because I want to just show you guys how awful this is. Everyone, within this, there are higher gusts, obviously. One just knocked me off my feet. But the thing is imagine this. As we're taping this, and then fast forward in time when we get in the eye, and the calmness of the eye. You can see birds flying around, blue sky. It's absolutely nuts. But that's the core of the lowest pressure right there, and it's what's around that eye that just beats and beats up at the coastline, and beats up at people's homes, and beats up at trees and power lines and things like that. But what's going to be interesting, like I've been talking about, is what happens to Charlotte Harbor. Obviously the calming of the winds a little bit. Oh, Jesus. The calming of the winds is going to allow us to get in the eye, maybe some of that water to filter over. But do we in fact see the surge component ramped up when we get on the south side of this thing in the southern eye wall? And it pushes the water
Jim,
on the
come
east side
on
of
in for
Charlotte
some
Harbor.
cover, my man. Come on in. Come on in. We can have a conversation when you're under some cover. That's too much. We're going to get Jim a break there. Dr. Knabb, gusts there, 110 miles an hour. Jim was showing us all the debris that's flying down the streets here. The other side of that eye wall is hitting us in Inglewood. Look how much damage there is here.
Yeah, and so what Jim experienced and what you see on the ground and flying through there here is one of the many, many reasons why venturing out into the eye is a bad idea, because when that back side comes in, then more wind, more debris, and it's the debris flying through the air that also does a lot of the damage, right? And it's one thing if you're experiencing strong winds. It's another thing when debris is flying. So that's why shutters and plywood on windows protect homes. You don't necessarily just need to protect from the wind itself. You need to protect from things flying through the window. And again, the airports are measuring gusts, the 90 to 100 plus mile an hour range. But there's the 77 gusts to 108 at the airport. Oh, by the way, I will mention that the Punta Gorda Airport observation is east and not right on the water like Jim's shot has been. So they're probably getting even stronger winds on the water there. But look at this huge area, Laurel and Arcadia down through Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, all the way down through Cape Coral, Fort Myers, down to Bonita Springs, Sanibel. Everybody there under an extreme wind warning. This is where you shelter like you would for a tornado. Lowest dry level, most interior room.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, man, when it comes at you at 100, it's pretty hard to stand up. I won't lie about it, and that's why we're not out in it right now. We're just going to show you the pictures. I got Chris Erickson on camera, and we're in a protected area kind of behind this big brick wall now. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I just don't feel like rolling down the street. It gets a little old, and you can see what's going on here. Big wind coming on through. Still waiting to get into this eye. I'm wondering, Dr. Nab, this thing's stalling a little bit. Kind of taking a little sidestep and maybe even stalling just a hair here for a second, because we really haven't seen a break. I thought we would get into a break. It almost looked like it was brightening a little bit, and then we just went right back into, and I was almost going to stand out there again. But the wind just started absolutely ripping through. But again, don't be fooled.
Yeah, Jim, you're right on the edge of the eye wall. You're right on the edge of it. And so it just little bits of wobbles in the overall hurricane and changes in the character of the interior part of the eye wall can make it very borderline what you're experiencing. But
we just lost the roof.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right there. It's the right side, Chris. The right side of the roof of this building and the sign. There's more shingles and the sign's gone. The sign's gone. Holy smoke. Sorry, Doc, just stuff, when stuff like that happens, you see it right in front of you. That's why, actually probably a good thing we're kind of standing back here protected from all this debris. That's the thing, being in a city, you got all these buildings and whatnot. Stuff comes from different streets. It comes from high elevations, and you don't see it coming, especially when these visibilities in some of these rain bands. Holy smoke! Look at this! Look at this! Right down the street. Nora, thank you for pulling me out of the street. Thank you, Nora. Seriously. Mama knows best. I appreciate that. Wow. All right, guys, again, the signage, things are still blowing around, just like Dr. Nab said. It's going to be great when we get in this eye, because everybody's ready for a break here. But this is why. I don't know why people are driving around, because when that debris comes along, it's going to go right through those windows. The smaller the debris sometimes, the worse it can be, especially if it's hard. So, just stay off the streets, guys. And remember, when it gets calm, we're still going to have to deal with the backside of this thing. It may take a minute before it gets to us, but we're still going to have to deal with the backside of this thing. I've been seeing a lot of styrofoam, a lot of fascia, plywood coming by.
Yeah, so another thing about the eye is it's kind of cloud filled, so you're not going to have as much clearing as you might think, so it'd be even harder to tell when the eye is about to depart and you get the backside.
Guys, our continuing coverage of Ian as we here in Punta Gorda are kind of waiting on the eye. Believe me, after some of the winds that have rolled through here over the last hour, you're talking about gusts over 120 miles per hour. We've actually seen, debris at times, signage, has been literally ripped right out of the sky from in front of us. Let me show you here. This is just a few moments ago, right across the street. And you can see how these signs just get blown right out of here. I mean, eventually the wind and the power of the wind, especially as it's been so gusty, the sign can't hold itself in there anymore. So trees, debris, I don't know if it's siding, roofing, some of these aluminum. Wow, you know what? It just got calm. It just got really calm here. Look at this, Erickson. Wow. Yeah, all right. Doc, you said it. We're almost in the eye. I mean, it's still a little breezy, but I'm going to be honest with you. I could not walk out here stand up straight before. I could not. It's still gusty, so it's not clean, but this is a big difference. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke too soon. All right. Ooh. Man, I thought we were in the eye for a second. I really did. I mean, we're trying to get there. If you look at the radar and you look at the way that this thing's coming at us right here, look at this here.
I need your steady my shoulder for me.
Just hold his shoulder. Hold his shoulder right here.
Better act.
Steady his shoulder for him.
Okay.
So we can just keep shooting and I can talk behind this thing. Wow, that was crazy. Well, now you know why we ask you not to go out in the eye, or what you think is the eye. Dangerous out here, guys. Debris still flying around. If anything that's changed, we've lost the rain. Okay, it's not raining hard. We got good visibility now. We can see all the way to the bridge. We can see, across parts of the city here. Again, we're right on 41 here in downtown Punta Gorda. No sign of water intrusion yet. We'll see what happens again when the winds come around from the other side. When they calm a little bit, which isn't happening right now, we'll be able to get a little bit more of an idea of what's going on out through here. But right now, we're kind of lulled into this sense of being in the eye, or tried to get in it. But for the moment, we're still on that, I guess, northeastern edge of the inner eye wall. Nab, over to you. Let's go back to Dr. Nab in the studio.
We're with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Nab. Dr. Nab, we've got this camera placed on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. It's pointing over toward the Lanakai Hotel. And this is a time lapse. We sped it up. This is go minute by minute. The amount of water that comes up and how quickly it comes up is astounding.
Yeah, so this is on a barrier island, and you're looking toward the Gulf of Mexico. Buildings on the other side are Gulf front, and this is the Gulf of Mexico coming onto normally dry ground. And look how, yes, it's sped up because of the time lapse, but even in real time, that water is moving. It has got debris in it, and it is gradually rising because you have the continued onshore push on the eastern and then southeastern side. And Fort Myers Beach has been facing the onshore flow for hours and hours and getting to be close to high tide. And this camera is mounted, what's it, about 6 feet up above the ground, for the sole purpose of, they placed it there beforehand to monitor the storm surge. And you'll notice that before too much longer, this camera goes underwater. We are anticipating storm surge flooding of 12 to 18 feet within this general area of coastline.
Just amazing, Dr. Nab, because if you look at the before pictures to give people some perspective, it's beautiful. A lot of people who live there know it. A lot of people that live in other states go there to vacation. They're very familiar. It's really alarming to see how much surge came up, how quickly that surge came up, and how damaging that can be. You said to our viewers, like, one-story buildings may not survive this surge.
And even multi-story buildings could have, their lower floors gutted by the water, and then you have maybe the wind damage. And water that's moving this quickly, you don't realize how heavy and damaging and deadly water can be, and it is going to be plowing through these buildings. And this is why we evacuate, because you can't ensure your survival. The only way you can is to not be there when this happens. And who knows how high this actually got in other places that we're not looking at.
What's interesting about it, too, is you see the water come up. There are no white caps or anything like that because the surge is coming ahead of the eye. But then once the eye and the eye wall get there, that's when the winds really start to crank. You see the palms really going, and then you really start to see the waves on top of the surge.
And, again, because this is such a large and powerful hurricane and a slow mover, the duration of the push of the Gulf of Mexico toward the coastline, and this is a part of the coastline that is concave shaped. It's one of the most storm surge vulnerable areas in the country, even the world. And this is the worst case scenario that led to this. Strong, intense, large, slow-moving, and concave-shaped coastline with really shallow water going out from the beach. That's why we maximize the storm surge. And it isn't just a beachfront issue like we're seeing on these barrier islands, where Jim Cantori is in Punta Gorda. He's on Charlotte Harbor. And before long, Jim, we're going to have a push from the west toward the eastern part of that harbor. You could get storm surge when that second back eye wall comes through.
Yeah, it's going to push. It's like having water on a plate, Doc. It just sloshes it back the other way, right, as the wind pushes it across. So it's going to get worse on the water, trust me, here on the Punta Gorda side. Again, it's still breezy. It's still gusty. We've gotten to a side here where at least you can stand out in front of the camera. But look at this. The last time I saw pictures of palm trees and all the fronds ripped off the top of the palm, you have to go back to Wilma in Cancun. I remember seeing this in Cancun, all right? That's an incredible wind, Doc, as you know, because these trees are meant to take a good bit of wind and just sway with it. But look at this. They were just ripped right off the top here, literally right off the top. That's a pretty incredible sight, to say the least. Again, guys, a lot of debris from those trees. We saw sign debris. We've seen roofage that has been ripped in places from time to time. But the wind and at least the rain now, I'm going to say the rain for about the last 10 minutes has pretty much ended. You get an occasional spit here, but there, I mean, now you got visibility, and you can see how far out that we can see a lot of this. But, you know, I see people now leaving the garage, and I hope the heck they don't realize, and they don't live in a low-lying area that's on the east side of Charlotte Harbor, because that water still has a big chance of coming up. Guys, it's starting to calm a little bit. Do we get in the eye here momentarily? We'll see, but we still got a long way to go.
We told you about that sensor in Naples, the water level sensor, the water rise, went offline over 6 feet. Significant surge, a record surge that occurred in Naples. We're just reading this report into Fox Weather. It's on an article on foxweather.com. You can go there and get all the details on this. But the Naples Fire Rescue Department had flooding at their fire station, and it sounds like there was a smoking fire truck that had to be pushed outside. So it's just an indication here that we talked about how it's not safe for first responders in some of these places, Collier County, Charlotte, and Lee counties. We got these rescue calls. The first responders are dealing with a lot of the same problems from this major hurricane. So just an indication of that in Naples. We know Ian, it made landfall about an hour ago now. We do want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. And Brian, this is a top 5 storm now when we're talking about major hurricane landfalls in Florida. The comparison to Charlie, with the track at least, but this storm is so much bigger than Charlie.
Yeah, it's a completely different hurricane, Ian, than Charlie. I mean, Charlie was fierce, and in the Charlotte Harbor area in Punta Gorda and up that waterway, I mean, it was a mega hurricane, but it was like a tornado. It was essentially a tornado that went through there. This is a real hurricane. This is a big, lumbering, powerful hurricane that's moving a lot of Gulf water. And as you've been talking about, it's moving it to the coast. And, you know, the records that we're going to set all kinds of records here for storm surge, because they haven't had many hurricanes on the West Coast since those storm surge or water level sensors have been in place in Fort Myers and Naples going back to the mid-60s. So, you know, if you go back to 1960 to Hurricane Donna in 1944, the great hurricane that went up through there. And the one of record for Fort Myers is 1873, obviously way before there were sensors. So this is definitely the modern hurricane now of record in Southwest Florida. All right, so here you see it, and there you see it moving ashore. Now, this is unfortunately really bad news for Lee County and Fort Myers, because you can clearly see that the center is to the north. Now, that doesn't mean that up here, this is Charlotte Harbor right in here. That doesn't mean that that's going to be a picnic up there. But the problem is that in the Fort Myers area, it's going to push the water up the river, because the river kind of runs west to east. Once that wind is coming from the west, then the water coming out of the Gulf goes up the river, and a lot of people live along that river. Downtown Fort Myers is on the south side of that river, and not to mention Cape Coral, and you know, the populated areas are along that river. So this is going to be a significant issue. Looking close up on it here, we can see it. There's Cayo Costa, the little island there. It's a state park island that where the center, more or less, of Ian made landfall. And you can clearly see that this bottom side of the eye wall is like this, and the Caloosahatchee River comes kind of up like that. So once the wind is coming from this direction, it's pushing water up that river from the Gulf, and it can go 10 miles inland up that river. Just a lot of folks in Fort Myers are near that waterway. All right, let's take a look at the winds right now. And you've probably heard about the 125-mile-an-hour gusts in Punta Gorda here. The latest reading was gusting to 123. So, it's still a fierce windstorm going on in Punta Gorda, although it looks like now, so Punta Gorda is you see this little kind of area of land sticking out there into Charlotte Harbor. This is Charlotte Harbor here. So that's Punta Gorda right there. So if they're still getting ones, and the airport is kind of to the west. It's not the I-75, but it's to the west east of Punta Gorda. So they must be very close to getting in the eye there now. I imagine we'll see those winds go down. There you see the radar, and the main point of this is that the super heavy rain is to the north, and it's kind of expanding to the north as the system is going this way. This is expanding to the north. So throughout this system's life, I think, this is where the rain is going to be, north and east of the center. And this is going to be important for central Florida as we look ahead. Because if you think of this as the track of the system, like this, let's say, it could be a little farther south, whatever, but if the worst of the rain is in here, like this, look, that encompasses our major cities, Tampa, Orlando, and Jacksonville. And that is the expectation of what's going to happen. And here on the rain, this is a new rain forecast from the Weather Prediction Center. I want you to look at that area there from Orlando toward Daytona Beach. And that's 18 to 24 inches in widespread areas, which we would expect some isolated spots, maybe 30 inches in this area. So this is an extreme, and they're calling it extreme as well, a flash flooding threat all over central and north Florida. In terms of the models, I just showed you that, say that it's right down the middle of the cone of the models. We don't expect anything else from that. So inland goes the storm, and what we have here are the hurricane force gusts in the orange here, and that's hurricane force gusts. And you notice they extend almost all the way across the street. This storm has grown so large, and we're talking about midnight tonight now, and just coming to Orlando, those are the hurricane force sustained. Notice they're shrinking because the overall storm will be weakening, but expanding. And the yellow, that's tropical storm force winds. Look at that. This is the entire peninsula except for Miami-Dade and Broward County. Now, let's move forward in time for 6 hours. Now it's 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now the hurricane force gusts are all of metropolitan Orlando down to Melbourne, the Space Coast, and essentially we don't have hurricane force winds. Let's just ignore that. But we're talking about sustained winds of 60, 70 miles per hour, gusts up to 80, 90 miles per hour, something like that. So damaging winds on top of that incredible rain that we just talked about in the 2-foot range in that same area. So we expect incredibly difficult conditions here in central Florida tomorrow. And by the way, some counties are already doing this, and maybe more that I haven't heard of is they're opening shelters and all that kind of thing. Normally you don't do that for a windstorm, but they're so worried about the flooding that they want people to have safe places to go, and also they want electricity dependent people and people that, if the power goes out for an extended period of time are going to have a problem. So we all expect all of that in the whole central Florida area, millions and millions of people, and then it moves north, and now we have the storm driving the water into Jacksonville, into Charleston, and this is going to start on Thursday. So long, long way to go here. Guys, back to you.
Local 10's Janice Fernandez is in Tampa to show us conditions there right now. Janice.
Nicole and Calvin, Tampa getting quite a punch from Hurricane Ian. The wind and rain has been relentless all day long, and officials are really warning residents to hunker down and to be ready for a long night ahead. The Tampa Bay area bracing for a rough 24 hours. Hurricane Ian, although not directly hitting Tampa, expected to continue bringing relentless rain and wind. Earlier, the wind direction causing this, a reverse storm surge. The water in Tampa Bay pushing back out, allowing people to briefly walk around and get a close look at the spectacle.
I'm a commercial fisherman, so I'm on this water every day. So, I've never seen it like this.
We're here at the Davis Island boat ramp. Take a look over here. You see all of these sailboats moored right now. They are swaying back and forth in the wind. And what's interesting is if this water pushes back even further, a lot of these sailboats could end up on their sides. But police warning the winds will change, causing the water to rise quickly. As the hurricane moves in, officials also warning they will not be able to help anyone in need while conditions remain dangerous, hoping people listened to those evacuation orders. And let's talk about some of those dangerous conditions. Right now, you're looking at a picture of downtown Tampa, and that is where there is a significant amount of debris out on the roadway, and that's why police right now are blocking off that area of downtown. They don't want anyone trying to drive out on the roadways. Now, you may remember that I have been saying that so far Hurricane Ian has mainly been a wind event here in Tampa. That doesn't mean that we won't see flooding. That is still very much a possibility as the rain has been relentless, but what people really are going to be looking out for, especially throughout the night and when we start to get that daylight tomorrow and are able to drive around, is that debris that we're probably going to see in many parts of the Bay Area. And important to note, I talked about some of the numbers when it comes to those power outages. So Hillsborough, Pinellas County reporting that 50,000 customers are without power, but this storm is affecting the whole state of Florida, and right now the numbers that we're getting is that over 1 million people throughout the state of Florida currently without power. That is quite significant. And of course, we will be here as we continue to deal with Ian's wrath. For now, that's the very latest. Reporting live in Tampa, Janice Fernandez, Local 10 News.
Okay, Janice, thank you. Let's take you now to a live picture from Bradenton, another area dealing with Hurricane Ian. Right now, you can see the waves crashing up against the Broadwalk there. Another area that is dealing with heavy rain and wind, gusting at sustained wind at tropical storm force, but gusting at hurricane force winds near the airport. I was just talking to Betty. The wind gusts are at 70 miles per hour. So just another live picture we're showing you as Hurricane Ian makes its way through the southwest coast of Florida. We are also getting video of Ian's fury coming in from southwest Florida.
And Local 10's Laren Livingston is in our newsroom now with the latest images coming in for us. Laren.
Calvin, Nicole, this is an extremely large, extremely slow-moving storm that made landfall near Cayo Costa just after 3 p.m. with winds near 150 miles an hour, a very dangerous Category 4 hurricane. And our partners with WJXT are on the ground in Northport. Listen to how they describe the dangerous conditions out there.
Now look over here. There were stop signs, there were street signs. All of those have been ripped down. These trees coming out of the ground right now. There's lots of debris flying by. We do have some flooding in certain areas. Thankfully, this was built on higher ground than most places here in the area. But we've seen trees topple, we've seen branches go down the road, and we've seen roofs come off. And unfortunately for people that live here in this part of Southwest Florida, the worst is still to come.
That was reporter Vic Michelucci with WJXT joining us from Northport, Florida. And he says residents are feeling the effects of Hurricane Ian there. That's now flirting with Category 5 level conditions. And of course, you can see right there, as he was just mentioning, wind, rain. You've got downed street signs there. You've got debris there, down trees. Conditions are only expected to deteriorate as this massive storm continues raging across the state. Naples Fire Rescue posting this video of firefighters pushing out one of their fire trucks after the bay was flooded by the storm surge. The water is waist high. You can see them wading through that water there. The chief says they pushed the truck out because it started smoking and they were worried it was going to catch fire. And the roads are now underwater in Sanibel. We saw this storm surge image coming through earlier today. As you can see, the water level rising there underneath the street signs there as debris moves through that water. Lots of roads inundated with water and storm surge right now. The Marco Island Police Department tweeting out this video showing the water up to the docks and, of course, inundating this neighborhood earlier today. That's where they were encouraging folks to seek higher points in their homes if they were still there because the roads were just impassable and the water was continuing to pour in. And the storm surge hitting Pine Island really hard. This is not far from Sanibel Island and Lee County. You can see the wind just blowing that water and that water slamming over the seawall there into those buildings. And new video from ABC News in Fort Myers Beach, the wind and rain just pummeling the area there, almost whiteout conditions you can barely see, but this is just how intense that storm is and has been. And in Naples, a fallen power line sparking this fire, and you can see the wind there continuing to blow, the flames and the smoke with the palm fronds all down there on the ground. It eventually kind of put itself out, that fire, and thankfully, as far as we know, nobody was hurt and no other structures were damaged, but you can see just what was left behind there as the wind brought that power line down. And this is new video from St. Augustine. The storm hasn't even made it to North Florida yet, but because it is so large and its impacts are so far reaching, the entire state, as we've seen and heard, is already feeling the effects. We will continue monitoring our satellites and news feeds and bring you new images in about half an hour. Calvin.
Okay, Larry, thanks a lot. And now let's get the latest on Hurricane Ian with the Local 10 weather team.
Hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry and Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis are here with the very latest.
Hi, everyone. Winds of 140 miles per hour as that eye continues to make its way inland. And the one thing I'm noticing with this new advisory, Michael, last hour moving at 9 miles per hour, now 8 miles per hour. How much slower could it get? This forecast is, I mean, a lot of wow factors going on here.
Yeah, trending the wrong direction. Sometimes you think the storm has come in, it's weakening, we're done with it. This is just the start of this terrible event for the entire peninsula. The Weather Service is forecasting 30 inches of rain. That's over 2 feet of rain through parts of central Florida and northeastern Florida as this moves to the north. You can see the eye here of this one coming ashore about 3 o'clock, a little after 3 o'clock, just to the south of Punta Gorda there. In Lee and Charlotte counties, and now moving inland. We're losing our sunlight here, but some very strong wind gusts. Betty, you and I were just talking, they're still being measured. We had a wind gust there to the south of Fort Myers just in the last half hour of 136 miles per hour. So this one, a very gusty wind, but gusty storm, but for the most part, this is a big water event. You can see the pictures and how much the extent of the flooding from the storm surge that we've seen so far.
Right. Fort Myers has been in that onshore flow seemingly all afternoon, pretty much.
They have been, and Port Charlotte and Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda, obviously, Naples. There are a lot of very populated areas with a lot of people that typically live here. Hopefully those people got out of harm's way and evacuated. But like you said, it's taking its time. It's not moving very quickly, and the winds still gusty here, 123. This is, as of now, they're in Punta Gorda, 123 miles per hour, and all of that weather, Betty, is going to be moving inland. This one really making history already, and we haven't even seen the end of it yet. Betty, this is tied for the 5th strongest hurricane to make landfall in the United States, going back to 1851. I mean, it's just remarkable. And this is going to be certainly, I think, the strongest hurricane on record for this part of Florida.
And that's not all. It's also done some remarkable things as it has moved across parts of Florida, the highest storm surge on record for Naples, and that is since 1965.
Yes, and that, I mean, really shattering the record there. The previous record was Hurricane Irma. We all remember that one in 2017. But yes, shattering the records there. Even down into the Keys, we were a little surprised by how much water this drove into the Keys last night. 3rd highest storm surge on record for Key West. That goes back over 100 years. Think about all of the hurricanes that have moved by the Keys. This was a big storm, is going to be a big event through the peninsula.
I remember the look on your face when they upped the ante on the storm surge forecast for the Keys last night.
Yeah, a number of factors kind of happened at the time. We had a hurricane that was growing in size. It got a little bit closer to the Keys than was originally forecast, and the combination of those two just really brought a lot of water down into the Keys. This is the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. As of 5 o'clock, like you said, winds to 140 miles per hour. That pressure at 945. Weakening just a tick, as you would expect, as it moves inland. But as Betty pointed out, one of the big factors here in the rain that this is going to produce, the freshwater side, if you will, of the flooding, is that slow north-northeast movement.
And let's take a look at the forecast cone. Takes it across central Florida into northeast Florida. Tropical storm conditions are going to be felt all the way up toward Jacksonville. And then there, flooding issues that we were just discussing.
Yeah, you're going to see this long arm of the storm extending across Florida, but even into Tampa as this pulls by to the north, Betty, the winds are going to shift back to the west. We saw the water push out. That's something we call storm surge set down that happens during these big events when the water or when the winds rather are moving offshore, but they're going to switch around to the west. So we could see some storm surge into Tampa Bay, some minor, even moderate flooding, and then into Jacksonville, northeast Florida. They're calling for up to what is it now? I think 7 feet of storm surge possible into parts of St. John's up there along the first coast, and that in addition to the heavy rainfall that's being forecast.
And then notice it doesn't immediately push offshore over the western Atlantic. It's forecast to sort of snake back in toward the Carolinas.
It is going to bring some rainfall, going to bring some weather up there, but thankfully, Betty, here on the backside in South Florida, we're going to be in the dry slot of this. The conditions are going to be improving. They're going to be a little windy tomorrow, but at least we're going to get into the dry side of this, the wraparound side of it.
I'll show you that 7-day planner coming up in a few minutes.
I believe now we have the acting director of the National Hurricane Center with us, Jamie Rome. Jamie, do we have you?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Weather. And we've been talking the last couple of days. We had mentioned that the significant threat from Ian, among the many others, was going to be a potentially historic storm surge. It looks like that's exactly what's unfolded across parts of the southwest Florida coastline.
Yeah, unfortunately it did, and you've seen the footage coming in on social media. Experience tells me that it's not until a day or so after the event that you really see the full extent of the disaster. So as shocking as those images are that you're seeing coming in from Naples points north, when the sun comes up tomorrow, I suspect it's going to be even worse.
I've got a question for you. We are still seeing that Ian is holding its Category 4 status now that it's moved over land. Is this something we were anticipating for it to last this long as a Category 4?
Yeah, it'll begin to weaken in earnest over the next several hours as it moves inland. But what will not weaken, and you can almost see it in the radar imagery here, you can see this enhancement of the reflectivity starting to the north, and this is what's going to put down the significant rainfall that we're predicting along into the north of the track, especially along the I-4 corridor. You can see these heavy rains and winds starting to move into the Tampa and Lakeland area, so things are going to go downhill quickly as the sun sets.
Jamie, I want to go back to the storm surge for a moment, and a lot of those projections are based off high tide, which we haven't seen yet in southwest Florida. In Fort Myers, for instance, it's coming up at 6:45. We've seen that wind direction shift. There's been a little degradation of that southern eye wall, but do you think we've seen the worst of the storm surge in some of those areas, or do you think the water is still going to be rising for a stretch as we're getting closer to high tide?
In some areas, for example, Naples down here, now that it's out of the eye wall, things may start to improve over the next several hours. But you can see Naples and Fort Myers here, the winds are still shoving that water inland. And as the tide comes up, things could get even worse in the next couple hours.
And now we talked about how the storm's maintaining its intensity. You had issued the storm surge warnings for the other side of the state, the northeast Atlantic coastline of Florida, perhaps up to Georgia and South Carolina. Is that a big concern moving forward? You'll be monitoring how intense and broad this storm remains?
Yeah, so to your latter point, the size, this orange area here denotes the size of the wind field. And look how expansive it is. And if you just sort of project that wind field along, you can see it's going to impact almost all of the Florida Peninsula, save the extreme panhandle over here. But then wrap back into the southeast and impact Georgia and South Carolina.
Can you speak to when we're expecting the worst of the storm surge in the Georgia and South Carolina area?
That would be out here in Friday. So as Ian moves back over land here on Friday, so early Friday, the worst storm surge on this projection would probably be during the day on Friday.
Are we anticipating any evacuation with that? Are you expecting it to be bad enough for that?
It's hard to know. The evacuations are ordered by local officials or local emergency managers. I'm sure they're poring over the forecast and information that we're putting out and making those decisions as we speak.
And just lastly, you mentioned the wind field of this, so it's maintaining itself fairly well and will all the way up into central Florida. We're already up over 1.3 million people without power. Are you expecting that number to still rise dramatically as we move through the overnight and throughout the day Thursday?
Oh yeah, as the core of the damaging winds push northward and start approaching the densely populated I-4 corridor, you're likely to see significant power outages through the night.
Jamie Rome, Acting Director with the National Hurricane Center, we appreciate your time and your expertise very much, and we certainly hope that as we move on through the next couple days, we can see this weaken a little bit faster, but we know that forecast is brutal. Thank you very much. We get some new video now in from Marco Island, just off to the southeast of Naples. Time lapse, and we're watching that water coming. If you look at one of the pilings, that gives you a little perspective. First time I'm seeing this, and this is one of those cameras placed previous to the event. You can watch that camera. Okay, this is until the camera went out, and you can clearly see why it went out as the water was coming in and the conditions were getting worse and worse in those areas. So yeah, a wild perspective to see those clouds rushing in, those rain bands, and that water getting higher and higher. Look at the dock on the right side of the screen. That's what I've been staring at, just this little gauge of the water rise. And clearly it looks like it's getting swallowed up right about there. So this is some incredible video in from Marco Island, and it is crazy to think about just the coverage of the areas that are dealing with this. Marco Island through Naples, all the way up now through into southern portions of Sarasota County, where we're seeing this very, very heavy rain right now, but that surge devastating all the way up through places like Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, all of these spots seeing that significant water rise. Kelly?
Right, and you get the storm surge, and then you get the incredible amounts of rain on top of that, both of those things combining to create those horrific conditions. Here's the latest on Hurricane Ian. By the way, we're still awaiting that press conference from Governor Ron DeSantis. If that happens, you're going to hear me stop abruptly and then toss to that. But we've got 140-mile-per-hour winds still moving north-northeast around 8 miles per hour. Central pressure is 945 millibars. Average air pressure is closer to 1013 millibars. 945 is pretty low. Okay, let's talk about the latest with Hurricane Ian. Yes, obviously the focus right now is all across Florida, but there are a lot of locations post-Florida that are still going to get some significant impacts from Ian. So I do want to tell you about that. Ian is going to be taking a trek to the northeast across the state of Florida. So Thursday morning, this line here to the southwest of Orlando, 85-mile-per-hour sustained winds. By Thursday evening, afternoon, 65-mile-per-hour winds. And then it is going to move over the water. Now, here's the problem with that. This water is still relatively warm, so it's not going to significantly weaken post that. In fact, it's going to be staying at that strength.
Well, you can only stay in the dirty eye of Ian for so long, and now here we are on the backside of this, all right? And the winds are howling, and now they're coming in from the north, and they're coming right in the garage, which is where we are. This is also going to bring the water over toward Punta Gorda from Charlotte Harbor, okay? So we're going to see how high the water gets. This is the test for us in terms of the surge. This will be our big test here coming up as we go through the next few hours with this. But this is just relentless. I'm going to be honest, the visibility with this band is lower than anything we've dealt with on the east side. Now, we had winds already at 124 miles an hour in gusts, all right, at Punta Gorda. Also 115, 92, I think at 1.2, 92 sustained on one of the anemometers, which is incredible when you think about it. But now we're on the backside of this thing, and it's spending a lot less time over land. And so we can see winds easily gusting equally as strong. The problem is now we got a chance to push water into Punta Gorda. And that's why we're in the parking garage. All right? Believe it or not, I'm actually inside the parking garage. Look at that. So everybody's here. We'll just go up if the water comes in, and we'll be able to show you that. But either way, this side, again, relentless. Absolutely relentless. We've got 1 million plus across the state right now without power. I was talking to friends of mine in Bonita Springs,
They had at least 10 to 12 foot of surge. The Gulf of Mexico essentially became a part of Bonita Springs. All right, huge problems there. Fort Myers Beach, we showed you the surge there. Huge surge component. And we're not going to be able to see, a lot of the damage, obviously, until this thing gets out of here. But I think you're going to reveal, obviously a historic hurricane hit in southwest Florida from what was essentially almost a Category 5. And when they go back and reanalyze this, they may find enough to call it that. The surge was huge, absolutely huge. You could literally take Charlie, and put it inside Ian. That's how much bigger it was. So a much bigger issue. The barrier islands will never look like they did before this thing again. All right? There's going to be major cuts across these islands because of the wave action and the storms. It's just incredible. All right, guys. I'm as inside as I can be. It's coming right in the door. Woo. All right, let's go back to Dr. Knapp.
All right, Jim, yeah, stay safe. It is exhausting to battle Ian like this, and we have a formidable hurricane that will remain so for hours and hours to come, as this is what it's like to be beginning just the second half of a hurricane. When it's large and slow moving, the long duration of the winds is maddening, and it adds to the damage. And some people will go through a long duration in the eye, relatively speaking, compared to a small fast-moving hurricane. But some people will just barely get in the eye for a little bit. So please don't go out into the eye. Don't go wander out there, because you just don't know how long it's going to be before the backside roars in. And it's kind of cloud-filled, too. So you're not going to really be able to tell when the backside is coming in. We're not getting really new observations from the Punta Gorda Airport. It's been stuck on that number for a while. But even down in Fort Myers, we're still getting the southeasterly side. So the northwestern side of this is very convectively active. So there's a lot of lightning in this very active eye wall. And we are in a situation where we need to be sheltering like you would for a tornado. This very large area under an extreme wind warning until 7:30 local time is essentially like a tornado warning, but for the winds of a major hurricane. And it goes all the way from the Fort Myers area through Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, Inglewood, Port Charlotte, up into Arcadia. These are parts of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Sarasota counties until 7:30. Again, lowest dry level, most interior rooms where you want to be, because this could do tornado kinds of structural damage, and objects and trees can fly into the buildings, and you want to be as far away from the outside as possible. Now, with this extreme wind warning, there is some overlap with this big flash flood warning. In fact, they're just about completely overlapping. Very large area under a flash flood warning. So that's why I say lowest dry level, most interior room. And the rainfall rates on this northwest side are really adding up. So even if the winds aren't all that bad, but they're bad enough to be inside, there's no reason you want to be out and about in this. And the rainfall totals are really adding up on this side of the storm. Radar estimates, over a foot already. And this is what is headed toward places like Orlando. And even on the far northwest side of all of this, we've got some strong winds in the Tampa Bay area. Look at St. Petersburg gusting over 70 miles per hour. And we have the eye of this system that has moved completely inland, and it's losing a little bit of its definition, but it's going to take a long time for this system to die down. And one thing I want to highlight when we talk about the flood risk that we're dealing with, we saw that big area under the flash flood warning, and we've got tonight through tomorrow morning high risk of very significant flooding, and that will continue tomorrow into the next day.
We're back with our breaking news coverage of Hurricane Ian's assault, and it's a brutal assault on Florida right now. A very dangerous situation unfolding in Punta Gorda, where the backside of the storm's eye wall is pounding the area with fierce wind and rain. Randy Kay is on the scene for us. Set the scene where you are, Randy.
Well, just take a look at these pictures. I'm going to let the camera and this video speak for itself, because it is quite a sight here in downtown Punta Gorda, We are seeing probably, these are definitely hurricane force winds. I know that Jennifer Gray was saying possibly up to 100 miles an hour. It is really pounding this area. Earlier, it was much quieter here. We had the eye pass over us, and things had definitely calmed down. Now it is much, much worse. We are seeing debris flying down these streets, and also some of the trees are down as well. If you look over here, you can see some of the debris out there. And we also are expecting still some of the storm surge because we're not very far from Charlotte Harbor, which is just on the edge of downtown Punta Gorda. And that is where that storm surge, which is still expected, maybe even 12 to 18 feet, will come. There's a good reason why the businesses here had spent days in downtown Punta Gorda trying to get sandbags and boarding up their businesses because of how bad, give me a second, of how bad this is supposed to be. That house, believe it or not, even through all of this, well, the screens are still holding up on that house across the way, yet I've seen stop signs down, street signs flying around, trees are down. It is, you can see this, you can see the signs over there just wobbling. Palm trees are down. These winds are serious. This is a violent, violent storm. On the front side of the storm, Wolf, before the eye passed over us, it was much less than this. It certainly wasn't good weather. It was pretty bad, but this is nothing like what we saw earlier. We wanted to come down here and play it safe, but also show you why it's so important that people hunker down for a storm like this, Wolf. We just wanted to make sure that you could see what's happening here, because this community has been through Hurricane Charlie. This downtown Punta Gorda was devastated by Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, but that was a wind event. That wasn't a rain event or a storm surge event. So this is a completely different beast for this community. It's no wonder that the governor has high water vehicles and search and rescue teams on standby here because they were probably needed. There are still people who didn't evacuate. About 2/3 of this community was ordered to evacuate, 2/3 of Charlotte County. It's unclear if they did, Wolf. If not, you better hope that they're in a safe place with a storm like this rolling through here, Wolf.
Yeah, and what's making it even more dangerous and potentially more deadly, the National Hurricane Center just reporting that it's moving very, very slowly, this Hurricane Ian, at only 8 miles per hour. So that means it's hovering over your area for an extended period of time, potentially, Randy, causing a lot more devastation and danger. But go ahead and give us your sense.
I'm sorry, Wolf, I couldn't hear you there.
All right, can you hear me now?
I hear you.
All right, but it's moving very slowly, this hurricane, at only 8 miles per hour, according to the National Hurricane Center. That means it's hovering over Punta Gorda for an extended period of time, potentially causing a lot more destruction and danger. Is that what you sense?
Yeah, that's certainly what it's going to feel like here. We were told that this is a very slow-moving storm, and that's why we talk a lot about Hurricane Charlie, because Hurricane Charlie was a fast-moving storm. It was moving at about 25 miles an hour. It just raced right across Charlotte Harbor, right through downtown, devastating this town. In fact, former President Bush was able to land his helicopter here. It was so dry here after that storm. This is a completely different animal, so it does feel like it's just sitting right on top of us, and it's going to be here for a while, we're told. Certainly, and if it's at this rate and this pace, and rain and wind at this force, this is going to be a heck of an experience for a lot of people here. I can't imagine people who maybe have never experienced a hurricane before. Some of these first-time Floridians, they come here for the sunshine. They come here to live on the water. They don't expect to get this kind of water. So it's certainly an experience, but there is no sign of clearing, no sign of letting up. I mean, I'm watching the water come right at me, and I'm also concerned because we're in this garage and we can even see that even the drains are starting to back up a little bit. And I did speak to the emergency management earlier, and they were saying that there was concern about sewage backing up possibly. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens here, Wolf.
Randy Kay on the scene for us. We're going to get back to you, so stand by. Randy, be careful over there. I want to bring in Jamie Rome right now, the acting director of the National Hurricane Center. Give us a sense, if you don't mind, Jamie, of what Randy Kay is experiencing right now in Punta Gorda.
Actually, the conditions are probably quite bad. You can see the center moved on shore, made landfall earlier today in Punta Gorda. So he's probably experiencing some of these very intense bands and definitely hurricane force winds.
And how long is this going to continue? Because it's a relatively slow-moving hurricane, right?
Exactly right. And this is the story that we feared. This is the story that we forecasted as Ian approached and collided with Florida. It would slow down significantly and effectively just crawl across the Florida peninsula. And what this means is that the risk of heavy rainfall and flash flooding along the I-4 corridor or for points along and north of the track tonight and tomorrow is very high.
So what parts of Florida do you suspect, Jamie, are going to get the worst of Hurricane Ian?
First of all, for wind perspective, the parts right here, Sarasota, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, getting heavy wind as we speak. Still Category 4 force winds, 130 miles per hour at its peak. The areas to the south already experienced or are experiencing the significant catastrophic storm surge that we advertised in our products. So you saw the images unfolding in Naples, very sad situation. And then places along and north of the where it tracks across the state of Florida, that's the I-4 corridor, is going to experience significant rainfall overnight and the potential for flash flooding.
So the next 24 hours in Florida could be so dangerous to not only people along the coast, the western coast of Florida, but throughout the state.
Exactly, and now the sun's going down too. So people have got to stay put. They've got to stay put, and when the sun comes up tomorrow, people are going to want to venture out of their homes and look around. I really caution you not to do that. We lose a lot of people after the storm pushes ashore. As they get out and try to look around, they drive their cars into flooded streets, they encounter down power lines, all sorts of hazards. So please stay in your home tomorrow, even though it may be tempting to come out.
I know you've been with the National Hurricane Center for quite a while. Give us a sense, Jamie, of how devastating this Hurricane Ian is compared to others you've had to deal with.
For portions of the Florida coastline who haven't experienced a major hurricane like this in quite some time, some of these places haven't experienced a major hurricane in over 100 years. It is historic, and this storm surge down here in Naples is going to be absolutely historic when the sun comes out tomorrow and we get a sense of the full gravity of the devastation.
Awful situation indeed. Jamie Rome, the acting director of the National Hurricane Center, thanks for all your important work. We'll get back to you, of course. We really appreciate it. And to our viewers, stay with us as we continue to track Hurricane Ian's life-threatening strike right now unfolding on Florida and the extreme winds tearing through Punta Gorda right now. Stay with us. You're looking at live pictures.
Charles Peake got a chance to get out and just survey the area a little bit, and this is what he found. Look at this. The roof completely gone. Now remember, we've had sustained winds of over 90 miles per hour here in Punta Gorda. We have had gusts at times 110, 115, 124. That obviously did a job on the roof here. Isn't it the weirdest thing? You look at it, the TVs are still hanging on the wall. Unbelievable. So that place is total. Now, that's just one building in one area of town that we got to see. I have no idea what the rest of the place looks like. But the fact that we've gusted to 124, there's probably a lot of wind damage out there. We saw signage. I saw a palm tree, which I've never seen before. Actually, several of them completely stripped of their fronds. Stripped of their fronds. And the last time I saw pictures like that was with Wilma on the island of Cancun, down in Mexico. All right? That takes one heck of a wind to do that. That is absolutely relentless. So that's what we're looking at. We certainly anticipate, sadly, that we are going to see more types of damage like this. You know, again, it's hard to imagine, and you're always hoping for the best, but what we've seen today is extensive storm surge damage. Sanibel, Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Cape Coral, the area that took that southern eye wall that came right off the water. No friction to stop it. So it just pushed the water right in, and you know, you saw surge well over 10 feet in spots, without question. I know that because a friend of mine's down in Bonita Springs, and I know his first floor starts at 12 feet, and he got it all the way to the top. And that's just off of the Gulf. So big time water coming in there as a result of the storm surge. Now, we've also had gusty winds, very strong winds, over 100 miles an hour. And that, you know, again, as I was mentioning earlier, the back side of this thing is just as strong with the wind enough so I can't even stand out here. So the wind coming inside the parking garage, which is where we're going to be for a while until we can get out of this and make our way to potentially back toward where we're staying tonight to try and get some sleep. But either way, again, there's a lot of sleepless nights that are going to happen tonight in the state of Florida. People are without power. We've got at least 1.5 million, closing in on 2, I would imagine, at this point, and more of you are going to lose power tonight. So get ready for a long night, not to mention, one that's going to feature, I think, a lot more flood warnings, because there's a lot of water with this, Jackie. As you know, we're getting it right here in Punta Gorda. Thank goodness it's got an easy escape route, at least here. Oh, I'm sorry. Paul Goodlow, let's go up to you in St. Petersburg. Paul, what's interesting with this offshore flow, you know, I've got a northerly wind, you've got a northeasterly wind, pushing the water from the bay out toward you. Have you seen any kind of water rise from the bay side?
I've seen the opposite, Jim. I've seen a huge water decline. I was here yesterday at the St. Pete Pier, and there was water up to its normal level. Yeah, it's being pushed out, and some people call it being sucked out, but the wind, the all day long northeast offshore flow has pushed a bunch of the water out into the Gulf of Mexico. Hillsborough River is much, much lower. The bay behind me, there's parts of the bay that I couldn't even see. I had no idea there was rocks and pilings here. It's easily 5 to 9 feet lower across the Bay Area because of the constant wind. Now, here's the thing. What slushes out eventually has to slosh back in as Ian continues to move well to the north and east of us. We don't expect it to come surging back, but in some areas there probably will be, especially with the tide changing as we head over the next, say, 24 hours. There could be some minor flooding and minor higher water surge here, so we're not quite done with that threat for storm surge. But thankfully, it is much lower than initial forecast, say, even a couple of days ago with that change of track or where that center's going in. But one thing we're also really concerned about is the #1 killer with hurricanes. It's water, it's flooding, and it's not just from the surge, from the bay, from the Gulf, it's coming from the sky. There's an airport right next to us. They picked up over 2.5 inches of rain. We're getting rainfall rates between, say, 2 to 4/10 per hour. But we have the heavier bands now starting to move from the South Bay into the Central and North Bay, and we might get into those 1 or 2 inches per hour, and that's the big concern is the freshwater flooding. The flash flood warnings have been slowly creeping farther north into the Tampa Bay area. Again, this entire metro area, about 3.5 million people live here, so it's also a concern. Yes, we've dodged another hurricane. We're happy for that, but we're not done with the impacts here. It's going to be flooding, not to mention these winds are still gusting 70 to 77 miles per hour, so we still have several more hours of wind-driven rain, at least here in St. Petersburg, even without a direct hit of the eye of Hurricane Ian. We're here with you all night long here on the Weather Channel. Stay tuned for coverage of Ian.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Hurricane Ian, and you were looking at live pictures from Punta Gorda. This is from our storm tracker Charles Peak, and you can see there's still a terrific amount of wind there. Winds gusting as high as 135 miles per hour in Punta Gorda earlier today, and they are still fierce on the backside of what is now a Category 2 storm. Still seeing elevated water there, and as you can see, a lot of sea spray as well right along the coast. It has been a devastating day in terms of surge and wind in Southwest and west central Florida. I also want to show you some other video here. This is blinding rain and storm surge taking over in Fort Myers, Florida. And, you know, this is a very apt description of why we say hide from the wind, but run from the water. There is so much power, so much force in that water. A cubic yard of water weighs about 1,700 pounds. So you can only imagine the weight and the power of that wall of water coming in. And we saw just terrific devastation today in Southwest Florida. Our hearts going out to all of the people of that region. It's been an awful, awful day. And we knew going in that this is one of the most surge vulnerable sections of coastline in the entire country and indeed around the world. Also want to show you some video showing the surge rising. This is time lapse showing that surge coming in beautiful Sanibel Island in Florida, and it can happen very fast. This is a very large storm, produced a wall of water, and that really didn't let up for hours and hours and hours. So I'm sure that the flood damage there in Fort Myers and Sanibel and Captiva and surrounding areas, Cape Coral, is going to be just devastating. We're going to be talking about, many, many hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion in losses. And another video from Cape Coral. So this is just across the river from Fort Myers, and here you see the water driving in there. And this was the worry all along, that we would see this devastating surge, and that's precisely what happened through the course of the day today. So let's give you the latest on the storm. Right now, it is a 105-mile-per-hour Category 2 storm and moving to the northeast at 8 miles per hour. There is now a flash flood emergency in effect. And in this area, DeSoto, Hardee, Manatee counties, a catastrophic threat, 12 to 19 inches of rain has already fallen. And as you can see, it's not really letting up here. So Wauchula, Arcadia, those areas near Sebring, we're talking about a really significant flash flood threat. Also a new flash flood warning in effect for Hardee Highlands and Polk counties. Considerable threat there. 4 to 10 inches of rain has come down there. Now here is the model forecast. I want you to pay attention to Orlando there, and very heavy rain is going to be coming in over the next several hours. That'll go through much of the night tonight, finally begin to taper off towards morning, but still be coming down strong along the northeast coast of Florida. So we're talking about additionally a foot to a foot and a half to 2 feet of rain from Orlando into the northeast part of the state. So a significant flash flood threat continues through tonight and into tomorrow morning along that I-4 corridor and farther north. The wind was just fierce today in many areas. Again, gusting to 135 in Punta Gorda. Right now, we've got gusts to 59 miles per hour in Orlando, gusting to 60 miles per hour in Sarasota. And we want to go now to Punta Gorda and to Charles Peak. And we are looking at some of the damage there. And it looks like, maybe the floodwaters have started to recede in this area. And you can see that there is no power. There's signs down. This is where we saw winds gusting over 130 miles per hour today. So just such a damaging storm across much of the southwest part of the state. And it's not over yet. We want to go to Chris Warren, who is in Jacksonville. And Chris, of course, after storms have come into Florida and moved up into the northern part of the state, we've had terrific flood events in the past, including with Irma. That could happen again in this case.
In fact, Carl, that's exactly what the National Weather Service here in Jacksonville has been talking about for the inland flooding. This is the St. Johns River right here and some of the estuaries. They're saying think about Irma, and that's the kind of flooding that could happen. For coastal areas, they're saying think about Matthew, and that, of course, was in 2016. And we're looking at maybe 4 to 7 feet. Could see some dune overwash at the coastal areas. And again, here, some flooding as well. 3 to 6 feet, also a possibility. And of course, that very heavy rain going to lead to some flash flooding, urbanized areas. Water could get into homes once again. So if you flooded with Irma, you flooded with Matthew, be ready. This could be a similar story, and the winds are going to pick up. The rain's going to really start raging tomorrow. It's looking like a pretty nasty day, but we are looking ahead to the weekend here on the Weather Channel. Stay with us.
Significant storm surge there, and you have been watching Fox Weather, our continuing coverage of Hurricane Evening going through the night.
Hurricane Ian making that landfall as a Category 4 hurricane earlier this afternoon. It happened just after 3 p.m. Eastern. It occurred in Cayo Costa in southwest Florida. Those maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour, a high-end Category 4 hurricane, tied for the 5th strongest hurricane on record to make landfall in the United States.
And just after landfall, the city of Punta Gorda, Florida, recorded a wind gust of 124 miles per hour. Those powerful winds created record storm surge in Fort Myers, knocking out power to more than 1 million people. And the storm is not over. Extremely heavy rain and damaging winds are in the forecast for the entire state of Florida as this slow-moving major hurricane continues barreling to the north-northeast at just 8 miles per hour. We want to show you right there where Hurricane Ian is currently located. It's making its way further inland and will be impacting portions of central Florida later on tonight. And also some video on the right-hand side of your screen. This is coming from Naples, Florida. This is a firehouse.
Yeah.
Look how high that floodwater reaches, especially as we take a look at that fire truck. Just incredible. And unfortunately, this is what much of southwestern Florida looks like this evening.
That storm surge initially, when we saw Hurricane Ian make landfall, bringing on in those very strong winds, we do have that heavy rain threat too that we're contending with, Kendall, and that's going to be the threat persisting as we head into the evening. So let's bring in meteorologist Ian Oliver, of course, dealing with this hurricane still. Ian, the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, it's still a major hurricane over central Florida.
Stephen, I was just talking to Dylan back in the Fox Weather Forecast Center about that. This is a hurricane that made landfall more than 5 hours ago. And as you just pointed out, it's still a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds up to 115 miles per hour. You see this image now almost centered over the peninsula. Its motion north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. So this is a storm that is still slowing down, which prolongs some of those impacts across interior parts of the peninsula, as well as, at this point, both coasts, when we're talking about tropical storm force winds that extend out 175 miles from this center of circulation. There you go. As we look at the size of this storm, which is still expanding, this is now tomorrow afternoon. This forecast coming directly from the National Hurricane Center, where you see the orange, those are hurricane force wind gusts still. Again, we're looking at 3 p.m. Tomorrow afternoon. Space Coast all the way up through Jacksonville, the St. Johns River, the possibility we could still be seeing hurricane force gusts. But you also want to note the size of this wind field, the yellow shading. That's the tropical storm force winds. And keep in mind the motion of those, which we talked about, is an onshore flow for places like coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina, bumping up that storm surge threat. And as this moves out over the open waters of the Atlantic and it has its moisture source, its power source back, you notice how those hurricane force gusts actually linger. You didn't see that orange get a whole lot smaller moving into Friday morning now. This is 7 a.m., bringing the possibility of those gusts to places like Savannah, perhaps up to Charleston, along with that storm surge, which could lead to some flooding that eventually spreads into interior parts of South Carolina. But those tropical storm force winds could extend all the way up to Myrtle Beach. Because of that, we now have tropical storm warnings. We had those northeastern parts of Florida and into coastal Georgia. Those have expanded up into South Carolina. And then look at these tropical storm watches. Those are all the way into interior South Carolina, all the way to Columbia now. So this is still going to be a very impactful storm moving forward. These are some of the impacts for Jacksonville. Look at those rain amounts, 8 to as much as a foot of rain possible. 40-mile-per-hour gusts from tomorrow all the way into early Friday. The possibility we could see some gusts maybe approaching. You saw that in the wind field, but that's less likely here. But over the next 5 days, you look at the rain still to come, that red indicating 8 to 12 inches up into Savannah, too. This whole swath of rain as Ian now taps into some of that extra Atlantic moisture up into South Carolina, North Carolina, perhaps all the way up into Virginia, and far southern parts of the Delmarva see an enhanced rain from this over the next 5 days. So this is still very significant. And of course, we have that ongoing flash flood emergency. That's what's ongoing back in Florida for a number of counties, Charlotte, Lee counties, Sarasota, Manatee, and then over into Hardee and DeSoto counties, Wauchula down to Arcadia. It also includes northwestern parts of Highlands County out to Sebring. That's where heavy rain continues to fall. That flash flood warning, that flash flood emergency continues to run until 9 o'clock.
Now at 10, Hurricane Ian crashing the west coast. The storm roared ashore as a dangerous Category 4. Officials now working to save those who are trapped and in trouble. Ian unleashing a wall of water.
We have seen life-threatening storm surge.
The flooding fierce, the damage devastating.
The storm also sparking serious power problems, and the darkness could last for days, even longer.
Here in Tampa, they were hoping to avoid a direct hit, and now tonight, many are breathing a sigh of relief.
But the relentless rain is not done yet. The system now setting its sights on Central Florida.
Extensive night team coverage of Ian's impact.
I'm Craig Stevens.
I'm Balkis Nure. We have night team coverage of the West Coast catastrophe. It's a dark and dangerous night across Southwest Florida, hours after the area was hit hard by Hurricane Ian.
The storm surge was intense. First responders here had to navigate their way through waist-high water after their fire station flooded.
Here's a look at where the eye of Ian made landfall this afternoon, the tiny barrier island of Cayo Costa, and then the system surged onshore.
A satellite image shows the moment of impact. You can see the well-defined eye and bands of lightning surrounding the center of this powerful, then Category 4 system. Hello and good evening. The west coast of Florida is dealing tonight with a catastrophe.
Ian slamming ashore with 150-mile-an-hour winds, leaving towns underwater and residents trapped in their homes. We have extensive night team coverage across the Southwest Florida area tonight. We begin with Kevin Ozebek. He's live in a flooded out Fort Myers. Kevin.
And Craig and Balkis, it has been a very long day here in Lee County, and we are still not completely done with the severe weather. Tonight, the winds are still gusting. Here in the city of Fort Myers, we are now under a curfew that will not end until 6 p.m. on Friday. There have been reports of looting today. Both here and then down south in Collier County, there's been extreme storm surge. Hurricane Ian has battered this part of the Gulf Coast.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida.
A historic storm battering our state's southwest coast. Hurricane Ian bringing in life-threatening storm surge, packing winds of up to 155 miles per hour, just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. The storm's eyeball slamming the area, making first landfall in Cayo Costa this afternoon. The massive hurricane slowly moving inland, battering places like Naples, Sanibel, and Captiva Islands. What's usually a tourist destination turned into a massive landfill. In Sanibel, the strong winds blowing one of the main doors at a hotel. Guests holding onto the structure, trying to keep water and debris from coming inside. A fire station in Naples surrounded by high water. Firefighters dealing with the incredible flooding as they continue to do their job.
As you can see, it is up to, I am on my tippy toes here. I'm 5 feet, so this water is probably 4 foot.
Neighborhoods there painting a grim picture. The storm surge reaching up to 12 feet. Roads and cars completely submerged by the floodwaters. Police in Marco Island issuing a curfew, urging residents to stay off the streets as conditions are extremely hazardous. The National Hurricane Center says Ian has slowed, moving further inland and leaving behind catastrophic wind damage.
But it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders.
Search and rescue teams are prepared to deploy when conditions allow.
There will be trauma surgeons, there will be engineers. As soon as it is safe, the moment it is safe, they will start going from door to door to start saving lives on their life-saving missions.
And urban search and rescue teams from across the country are now en route to southwest Florida. Lee County leaders say over on Fort Myers Beach, a different city, it's one of the barrier islands from here, they say they have reports of hotels destroyed and the water rising to the level of attics of homes there. So the fear tonight is some people may be trapped inside their homes because of this rush of water.
This is going to be one of those historic storms.
Fort Myers facing the wrath of Hurricane Ian, the major Category 4 storm packing 155 miles per hour winds, just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. There's major flooding and life-threatening winds. Ian's Iowa moving onshore across Cayo Costa, north of Cuba in Lee County. Fort Myers suffering some of the strongest impact.
Fort Myers just taking a beating. I hope people are inside. There is nothing safe about this remotely.
Frank Loney is an architect from California who's working in Fort Myers and is caught up in the middle of the storm. He says it could take months to fix the damage that's being done.
The storm surge is very significant. We're actually seeing cars and boats float down the street. We're seeing trees nearly bent in half. It seems like we have gusts that are well over 100 miles per hour. And I'm sorry that if I'm speaking very loudly because it's very hard to hear due to all the noise of the disaster that's occurring outside.
The storm surge forecasted to reach up to 60 feet, threatening to flood entire communities. For those who chose to stay behind, some are now trapped indoors.
It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm.
You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous.
Many, like Chelsea Napier and her husband, who live in Fort Myers, chose to hunker down at home, describing now the excruciating waiting game for first responders.
They told us not to leave. And at this point, the streets are flooded. We've called the 911 number. They're going to call us back when we can get out of here.
Another man trapped in a building in Fort Myers, describing the unbelievable event he witnessed.
We're in the second story of a North Fort Myers home on the Caloosahatchee River. The Caloosahatchee River has flowed through the bottom floor of this house, and we're safe on the second floor. That's the ground floor of what was my beautiful home. And again, my concern is that's how high that water is in a one-story house.
Fort Myers City Mayor with what comes next.
Well, it's quite a bit, and our teams, for the safety of our employees, we've not sent them out to do a full damage assessment at this point. So, we will do that as soon as the winds get to a level that is safe to send people out.
And devastating videos coming in from homeowners. Floodwaters seeping into their homes and cars getting swept up outside.
Oh, my
John and Belinda Collins are trapped inside their home.
It's been pretty hectic. I think it started about 11 o'clock or so, 11 or 12 o'clock. And it's just kind of set in the Gulf Coast, probably for, I'm going to say for about 4, 5, 6 hours, just sitting there, not moving hardly at all.
And we have new video coming into the Newsplex tonight. This is the flooding in Bonita Springs. That's in southern Lee County. You can see just devastating flooding there as well. This is what happens when you've several inches of rain, and then when you add on top of that this extreme storm surge. So a lot of cleanup that will be done in the coming days here. And tonight we end you with this. We still do not really know the full scar that Hurricane Ian has left here, but that may come tomorrow with daylight and a break from this awful, severe, nasty weather. Live in Fort Myers tonight, Kevin Ozebek, 7 News 19.
Well, from Fort Myers in Lee County, I want to head up now to Charlotte County.
The night team's Sheldon Fox is there live with a look at the conditions there. Sheldon.
We're told the worst is behind us, Belkis, but we have recently stepped outside for the first time in hours, and I can tell you right now, just based on what we're seeing out here with these conditions, and we are under some cover, it's bad enough right now. Wicked wind and relentless rain punishing the state's west coast hours after Ian's landfall. This was the scene not long ago in Madeira Beach. Earlier Wednesday evening, a cell phone captured what was happening in Port Charlotte. People hoping their hotel is strong enough to withstand a Category 4 storm, which ripped apart an awning. The impossibly heavy wind and rain making for what looked like a whiteout outside. Hurricane-force winds had trees swaying helplessly and about to snap. The monster storm making its destructive mark.
This is a magnitude in this part of the county we did not see with Charlie and certainly didn't see with Irma.
Video from Port Charlotte, courtesy of EarthCam, showing its sheer force. The beach hardly visible as fierce winds and rain rock the camera and stir up the surf. Winds close to 100 miles per hour and a storm surge, a major concern.
We're going to see some significant push of water coming up over the next few hours.
People who live in Punta Gorda leaving their homes, seeking shelter at a hotel.
A couple people got stranded, and we don't mind them hanging out in the lobby. You know, we understand that it's unsafe conditions.
Many afraid they won't return to the homes they left behind.
We're also very scared that maybe our mobile home won't be there when we get back.
We live right on the bay over there, and we're not expecting to go home to a house.
Back out we come live to Port Charlotte, and you can see just how ferocious these winds continue to be. Imagine this is the backside of the storm. This is after the storm is said to have, the bulk of the continues to be awful outside. We're headed back in for cover. We're live in Port Charlotte near Punta Gorda. Sheldon Fox, 7 News Night Team.
All right, Sheldon.
It is not just Southwest Florida. Ian is a large storm spanning the state.
Inland cities and towns are also feeling its effects tonight. The night team's Robin Simmons is in the Plex with a look at that for us. Robin?
It really does feel like a statewide system. We felt effects here in South Florida last night. Much of the rest of the state getting a taste of Ian today. From a tree snapped in relatively light winds from Hurricane Ian to some people sneaking in a last-minute fill-up before the really nasty weather moved in. A more blustery scene in Venice, the effects from Hurricane Ian being felt across the state. 250 miles to the north and on Florida's east coast in St. Augustine, Ian is leaving a mess of local streets. Trouble in Titusville for the owners of these boats in floodwaters battered by high winds. While on Jacksonville Beach, more than 300 miles away from where this massive storm made landfall, it is a much safer place to take in Ian's powerful strike on Florida. And since the storm is so big and slow moving, flooding from Ian in several parts of Florida is a serious threat. Live in the Newsplex, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
Well, we've seen the storm surge and the flooding. There's also a lot of other damage to be dealt with in Southwest Florida. Night team coverage continues with Joe Rotes. He's at the Set Center with a look at that for us. Joe.
Craig, Hurricane Ian toppling power lines, blowing out transformers as water levels rise and sweep away people's homes. Hurricane Ian storming ashore on Florida's west coast, immediately carving a path of destruction. From Fort Myers, where power lines were popping, sending surges of electricity on top of pool cages, down south to Naples. Local fire rescue posting this video. Sparks flying after a power line came down. Situations like this putting more people at risk of losing power during the hurricane just shy of being named a Category 5. Not far off in Naples Park, this video posted to social media, a warning not to do this. The man seen swimming through the storm surge that overtook a home, but you never know what chemicals may have leaked and are mixed in with the water. Head a little northwest, a time-lapse video from Sanibel Island shows what roadways look like as the storm surge swept through the small coastal city. Another video showing a Sanibel hotel pool before the storm rolled in, and then after waters washed over it. On Fort Myers Beach, Lee County Sheriff's Office sharing this video of one of its command trailers, lifted off its foundation and sent floating down the street. Head north now to Charlotte County, the strong winds whipping up enough force to take down palm trees.
This is bits of aluminum siding, fencing, parts of roofs. Those piles are getting bigger.
Continuing up the coast to Bradenton, it's not just homes bearing the brunt of the damage. This boat being ripped to shreds as the wind pummeled the area. A power transformer blowing out in the same area, then darkness creeping in Wednesday night.
Most of Bradenton has been plunged into darkness. I guess we're joining the 1.8 million customers without power across the state of Florida.
With so many people now without electricity, hundreds of trucks are ready to respond to power outages. Some of those trucks spotted heading out from Lake City in the northeastern part of the state. And it could be days, likely weeks, before power is fully restored across Southwest Florida. We're live in the Satellite Center. Joe Rotes, 7 News 19.
Well, there's a big sigh of relief in Tampa tonight, Joe, where it appears they may have dodged what was originally expected to be a direct hit from Ian. The night team's Nicole Ensalada is there live with this. Nicole.
Well, we are seeing, Belkis, still some wind and some rain, but all day long it really, at least not in downtown Tampa, hasn't felt tremendously severe. Now, there are other parts of Tampa Bay where there certainly was some damage, but not at all what they had expected and what they had feared.
Nobody knows what to expect. It's kind of like, is the storm going to come or not?
And it did, bringing gusty winds and flooding to Bradenton, toppled boats and damaged mobile homes to Largo, low visibility and rough surf to the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, scattered debris, wind and rain in downtown Tampa. But as of late Wednesday, not the catastrophic storm surge Tampa Bay residents had been fearing.
Tampa is very vulnerable, but at the same time, it has to be so unique.
Brian Carley lives on the water of Old Tampa Bay and saw firsthand the opposite of storm surge. The storm's movement causing Hurricane Ian to push the water out into the Gulf, leaving some areas dry.
I'm standing in my backyard right now. We're on the water, and it's about 1.5 miles out to the channel marker where water normally is.
I don't think the storm surge is anything like they had originally projected.
Still, leaders are not giving an all clear.
Those who have left the Zone A, please do not go back. This is not over. And then those who haven't left, we're still looking at flooding.
Nature once again reminding us how conditions can change so quickly.
I'm just having to adapt to the situation and be ready, you know.
I feel really bad for the people that are down south, and they're my thoughts and prayers because it's going to be devastating for them.
And still so many officials over the last several hours also encouraging people to still stay home, because this is when things can get dangerous, when people feel like they have dodged that bullet and they feel like maybe it's all over, and they start going outside and taking pictures and doing the things that they think they need to do, cleaning up. When they may not have power and it gets very dark and you still have flying projectiles because there's still some heavy winds, that sort of thing. So that is something that local officials here in the Tampa Bay area have been really trying to encourage people not to do, not to go outside, to make sure you wait until tomorrow, wait until everything is clear to start doing the work that you may end up having to do. But once again, here in Tampa Bay, we still have hundreds of thousands of people without power. Reporting live in Tampa, Nicole Insalata, 7 News 19.
Well, Ian is now making the slow slog inland. And night team coverage continues with Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow with where it is right now precisely and where it's headed. Phil?
All right, so let's take a look at the very latest here, because the cloud cover suggests that the center has moved already into the middle of the Sunshine State. And by the way, it made landfall earlier today, just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 150-mile-per-hour winds. It did so just north of Captiva as a Category 4 system. Now, the very latest is suggesting that the winds have come down to 100 miles per hour as of the 10 p.m. advisory. It is now being tracked out of Orlando, about 80 miles to the south. Checking out the radar, we can clearly see that there's plenty of rain, but you can almost split the system in two. Pretty dry to the south as that circulation is being interrupted coming into the rest of the storm here from the Gulf of Mexico. So keeping those feeder bands from bringing much needed moisture to the center of the storm. Still plenty of rain moving in across parts of Sarasota. A little break right now from the rain moving in through Tampa, Lakeland, big downpours. All that rain continues now in through Orlando, across Cape Canaveral, and more rain is now moving in across parts of North Florida in through Jacksonville. Now here's a close-up cone, Category 2 right now. It will continue to lose a lot of its punch by the time it reaches Orlando overnight. It will be a Category 1, but then by the afternoon tomorrow, it'll be down to tropical storm status and then heading out into the open waters of the Atlantic. We'll have a lot more in our local forecast a little bit later on.
And, you know, in terms of a lot of what we talked about for the last couple of days, you know, it was all realized. We knew it was going to be a large, very powerful storm, and it was going to cause, you know, a multitude of problems. That's exactly what happened today.
And I think my fear at this point is, of course, we're just a couple of hours after landfall, that we haven't heard the full scope of damage,
Yes.
what's happened down there.
Right.
And that likely won't be for days until we get the full idea of exactly what happened damage-wise in Southwest Florida. We want to take a minute to talk about some of the things and some of the videos coming in to the Weather Channel of what happened today. This is from Fort Myers Beach earlier today. The temporary outreach center became disconnected from its foundation and was swept away by the large storm surge. And this was not the only thing that went floating down the water as far as storm surge goes. Debris, you know, there were boats at one point that went floating down some of the, in between some of the buildings. So, you know, it's just one of those things that when we get into the water that is this powerful, it can move very, very large objects like this temporary outreach center. In Naples, the fire department worked to rescue people trapped in high water. And this is something that a lot of the emergency responders have been doing all day long. But unfortunately, meanwhile, the Naples Fire Department itself was underwater. We saw just a tremendous amount of surge in the Naples area, and water levels are still continuing to try to come down in these spots. In fact, Fort Myers, which I'll show you in just a minute, is still experiencing several feet of surge. Today, Hurricane Ian made landfall in Cayo Costa, and ironically, that is the exact same spot that we saw Hurricane Charlie make landfall. Of course, we're looking at two wildly different storms, and of course, the biggest difference is just the sheer size of Hurricane Ian. Winds at 150 miles per hour and pressure all the way down to 940. No surprise here, we have seen those power outages continue to skyrocket. Right now, we're over 2 million customers without power, and keep in mind, a customer is just a billing point. That can be a household of 4, 5, even 6 people. So we are looking at a lot more than just 2 million people without power right now. It's just 2 million customers. And that number will likely grow as we're watching Ian cross the peninsula and move into more populated areas with some fierce winds, as well as the rainfall has just been tremendous as well. Some of the top wind reports we've seen, Punta Gorda, 135 miles per hour. As Carl and I were just talking about, you know, we will likely see more data come out of, say, the National Hurricane Center and some of the local National Weather Service offices over the next couple of days as they comb through the data. But these are just some of the initial reports, and they are fierce from Ian. Here are some of the wind speeds that we're still seeing right now. Sarasota gusting to 60. Orlando, the winds really starting to pick up, gusting to 50 right now. The I-4 corridor is not a place that you want to be through the overnight hours or tomorrow, frankly, because Ian will be crossing right over there. This is what I was talking about with Fort Myers, still seeing 5 feet of surge, and it'll take a lot of time for this water to come down, and it's going to come down a lot slower, and then it quickly rose earlier today. Well, Hurricane Ian made landfall just after 3 this afternoon as a high-end Category 4 storm. The Weather Channel's Jim Cantori rode out the storm in Punta Gorda. Here's what it looked like as the strongest winds hit.
This is probably our worst wind right here. Yeah, this is extreme, bro. This is really hammering. I just got knocked on my butt. You can hardly see Venice. You can hardly see anything out here. A couple pieces of debris, look like some housing, styrofoam and things like that are like underneath the roofing, maybe in the roof. It just came flying by. All right, you know what? I think I'm just gonna come in here for a second. Just give me a second.
All right, that is just some stunning coverage from Jim Cantori there. That was from earlier as Hurricane Ian was making landfall. Now we want to send it out to St. Petersburg, where we find meteorologist Paul Goodlow. And Paul, while all the water was rushing into places like Fort Myers Beach, your area actually had the opposite problem, where the water was just rushing out of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it's all about wind direction, wind direction, wind direction. Take a look at this video from earlier in the day. You can see there's land that people perhaps were trying to claim, but it was a dangerous kind of dance they were doing. Yeah, the water northeasterly push that water out of the bay and into the Gulf of Mexico, but that water's going to come back. It's been slowly kind of returning the last hour or so as we've seen Ian kind of pass us by and getting a little farther away. In fact, our pressure is now rising. The lowest this evening was 997. That's the closest pass to the center. Now we're sitting above 1,000 millibars. Our winds have gone down just a tad. We're still been gusting 50 to 60. In fact, last hour 61 mile per hour wind gust. But our sustained winds have dropped from 39 or above to now 35 degrees. So officially lower than tropical storm force.
Welcome back, everybody. Wrapping up our coverage now of Hurricane Ian, and going to bring in Chris Martinez, chat a little bit about this storm. I was just looking at some new updates from the National Weather Service in terms of watches and warnings. And Chris, some have been discontinued to our south, in Miami-Dade to Broward County. I think we can anticipate by, say, 5 a.m., more advisories drop. But as we look big picture here, and we look back at this storm, this was, as we pointed out before, this is hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime event, but 24 hours ago, I want to give you props, Bud. You called it. You suggested that this storm, when it was 120 miles per hour, could become a Cat 5. It almost did.
I was literally amazed, because when we went home, was it last night? These days are running together. When we went home last night, I think it was at 120, right?
Yeah.
And then we woke up and it was like 155. But thanks for that. But no props needed to give. But again, it's just a testament that the Gulf of Mexico is such a powerful food source. And again, we didn't have a lot of wind shear as the storm was eventually making landfall. And these water temperatures, Mike and friends at home, were 86 to 88.
So warm. And
it's shallow there. So you've got all that energy to feed and strengthen that storm. So that's why I say don't sleep on the Gulf of Mexico, because it happens as they approach the southwestern Florida coast. It happened for Harvey. As you move closer towards the Texas coast, all across the Gulf Coast, especially as you get closer to that landfall to the coast, these systems tend to blow up. And that's why we talk about, it might be a little bit stronger than the Hurricane Center suggests. And I think this is how this one behaved as well.
And I remember Hurricane Michael in October of 2018. This was and Ken Graham, the director of the Hurricane Center, points this out often, and you interviewed him at the Hurricane Conference back in April, that the 4 Cat 5 hurricanes that made landfall in the United States, all 4 were a tropical storm 36 hours before landfall. They all went through this rapid intensification. Michael was a tropical storm, suddenly becomes a Category 5 hurricane. The other thing I want to run by you is, and I talked about Glenn earlier in our coverage, when this storm went through that rapid intensification overnight, it blew up into almost a Category 5 storm. One of the things we noticed, one of the things that really struck me, was the amount of lightning near the center of the storm, near the eye wall. And again, we've discussed how this is going to be studied and broken down, and the academics are going to have just so many papers coming out on this. But just the fact that that lightning was so intense and so widespread, it kind of really blew me away.
And it's just a testament about how much moisture was being fed into the storm. And it was a perfect example, Mike, of rapid intensification, because the definition is 35 mile per hour strengthening. And it went from 120 to 155 in less than 24 hours. So it was and you're going to hear, and it could, when they go and do the post-storm assessment, they could upgrade it to a 5. It literally was right there. And earlier recon from the Hurricane Center, the flight that was in the storm was picking up winds of 158 in the storm.
Yeah, I remember, I think Vanessa said something about that this morning too. So Yeah, just an amazing storm. Unfortunately, the story of Ian has not been finished yet. The story's not done because now it's moving toward Orlando.
Right.
Our coverage will continue during the overnight hours, but as always, Bud, great job.
You too.
Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que podemos esperar durante las próximas horas? Vamos directamente con John Morales, meteorólogo y experto en huracanes de NBC6. Muy buenas noches, John, y adelante, cuéntanos.
Bueno, ya tenemos aquí la imagen del radar meteorológico para que vean lo que está ocurriendo justo en este instante en términos de dónde está localizado esto, porque desde que llegó a tierra por acá, por el sector cercano a Fort Myers, se ha estado moviendo hacia el nordeste y pueden observar como el ojo del huracán como que no está tan bien definido ahora y es porque viene perdiendo fuerzas. O sea, llegó como categoría 4, ahora va por categoría 1. Los vientos máximos sostenidos son de 90 millas por hora en vez de 150 millas por hora. Pero una cosa que preocupa esta noche, aparte de toda la inundación costera por el agua de mar que penetró a nivel récord para Fort Myers y Naples, nunca se ha visto un nivel de agua en el mareógrafo ahí en ese sector como se vio durante este ciclón. Bueno, aparte de eso, esta noche tenemos toda esta cantidad de lluvia y ha llovido particularmente fuerte aquí al sur de Tampa, en un lugar, un condado que se llama Sarasota, un evento que se daría solamente una vez cada 1000 años. Y estamos hablando de una acumulación de lluvia de 20 pulgadas en cuestión de 12 horas. 20 pulgadas de lluvia se han acumulado ahí. Además, el viento actualmente todavía soplando 90 millas por hora. Como ven, pasando más bien al sur de Orlando, pero oiga, en Orlando la brisa también está fuerte y se anticipa la posibilidad de que durante la noche sigan viéndose esas ráfagas. Fíjense cómo debe perder fuerza en las próximas horas. Ya de madrugada empieza a acercarse a la costa para salir ahí cerca o al sur de Daytona y luego vuelve a salir al mar, vuelve a entrar como tormenta a las Carolinas. Eso sería para el final de esta semana y el fin de semana.
John Morales, muchas gracias por esta información. Y usted en casa, por favor, tome todas las precauciones necesarias. Esto aún no termina.
Prolific rain that we're going to be talking about when all is said and done across Florida. We do want to get to the very latest with the radar and tell you where some of those flash flood warnings still are and maybe where we could see more come down the line. So you're still looking at quite a few of them laid out, stretching out of Fort Meade, stretching over Haines City, and further up into the Orlando area. Areas, by the way, that have already seen several inches, maybe half a foot to almost a foot, and then we're going to continue to see those numbers go up. Given the heavy rain, that rain falling to the surface, bringing with it some very strong winds from aloft. So this is a look at the velocity. Cody from Weather Command kind of clicking on some of the scans at this point. So 50-mile-per-hour winds that you're going to find scattered throughout the region where you have those flash flood warnings. So we're still seeing tropical storm force winds, but that potential for hurricane force will go up as we continue to see really the core of Ian shift in that north-northeasterly direction. It's all pinwheeling through central, north-central Florida, heading into the northeast. So those bands bringing in torrential rain, you still have the strong winds that are going to associate it. So it's all just, you know, making it very challenging to be outside. Now, the hope is that it's 1:30 in the morning and most everybody is in the comfort of their home and safe, but this is going to be a threat into the overnight. So there's a look, Cody, circling where we have the core of Ian still at this time. There's no longer the eye. It's really fallen apart as it's weakened, but it's still quite strong. Keep that in mind, too. It is heading in that north-northeasterly direction, heading right towards Cape Canaveral and Titusville. Cape Canaveral, by the way, storing Artemis 1, the launch delayed because of Ian. This moon rocket was supposed to launch, I'm losing track of days, I believe earlier this week, but it did get delayed because of the hurricane, as it should. Also should note, we're showing some of you the rain totals at this time. When we talk about the amounts, this is all an estimate. So we'll get more exact totals moving forward, but radar estimates showing anywhere from 8 to 12 inches coming out of Avon Park as you take it into Fort Meade, where we do have that flash flood warning. So that's on the southern lower part of your screen here. Shifting into the northeast, anything highlighted in red, we're looking at about a foot at this point. And notice the rain is still coming down. We'll take it into the Orlando area. You guys still under that flash flood warning. And notice the winds that are associated with these rain, the heavy rain. We're looking at current winds, 33. It looks like that might be the sustained wind in Orlando. Sustained coming out of, it looks like Leesburg, around 30 as well, gusting even stronger than that. So you're going to get these bursts of winds, and then they'll maybe fall back a little bit, and then they'll come back again as we continue to see Ian move throughout Florida.
Ian, still a hurricane with the latest update from the Hurricane Center, but a minimal Category 1 storm with 75-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. And now the rain and the surge moves north-northeast and eventually off toward the west into the southeast. Thanks for joining us for our special coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm meteorologist Ray Stager.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borek. On the screen there, you're looking at a live shot in Orlando, Florida, where the center of Ian continues to hammer now parts of central Florida, and that's going to continue to bring the heavy rain, the high winds farther off to the north and east as Ian will track across the Florida peninsula. In fact, you're looking split screen there. On your left, St. Augustine. On your right is Lakeland, Florida. And both of which you can see the heavy surf being blown in St. Augustine because, well, at least on this side, you're seeing those winds coming in mainly from the east-northeast. And in Lakeland, you can see the very heavy rain just being blown across the screen there. Let's look at the current numbers of Ian. The new numbers came out. Now, the next full advisory, next full discussion will come out at the 5 o'clock hour. But every hour, there's just going to be a new position change and new numbers here. But here are the numbers that Ray was talking about. Still a Category 1 hurricane, just holding on to that 75-mile-an-hour wind. So we've seen those winds, sustained winds drop. Pressure is rising, now up to 980 millibars. Anytime you see these numbers continue to climb, that means that we're not quite seeing a stronger system as it was before. Moving northeast at 9 miles an hour, that's the forward motion, and currently 55 miles south-southeast of Orlando, Florida. I want to show you this loop here, and again, this loop is going back several hours, and notice how in of itself, how much stronger it looked along landfall and how much less we're seeing all the big numbers, all the colder cloud tops as we head toward the 2 o'clock hour. Now, still a little bit of action here around Orlando and Melbourne, but for the most part, this Ian is starting to really lose a little bit more of its feel as it did early on into your Wednesday and now pushing into your Thursday as well. Here's the radar look. Ray will be getting in a little more about the flooding threat, but we do have some current flash flood warnings that are currently out, mainly just south of the I-4 corridor, going to hit each one of these. Lake Wales, you're right in the middle of it. Polk County, flash flood warning in effect until 3:30. Radar indicated, so not quite seeing the catastrophic flooding as areas off to the east, where we're also looking at some flash flood warnings currently out here for parts of and around the Kissimmee area. Here we go. Osceola County, that is where I'm concerned about the flash flood warning, because this one has a considerable threat tag on it. So we're seeing some life-threatening flooding that can come out of that list off to the north. That does include parts of the coast from Cape Canaveral, Brevard, Orange counties in the flash flood warning until 4 o'clock. And then also looking at Orange and Osceola counties, including downtown Orlando, under a flash flood warning. That is also until 2:45 a.m. So we still have the considerable flooding that's going to come out of this. We're looking at the winds out of this as well. We're seeing some gusts upwards of 32 miles an hour in Jacksonville. Those top storm force wind gusts in Orlando at 49 miles an hour. 56 in Vero Beach. I want you to follow these arrows and you get a good idea of where that circulation is. So that is why we are keeping our eye on Ian as it continues to track its way off to the north and east. We did have a couple of active watches and warnings out there, but that is not happening. Bigger perspective, though, all the alerts we have, according to Hurricane Ian, even though it is past Naples and Fort Myers and Sarasota, this will probably end up being change as well. These hurricane warnings will most likely have to be dropped eventually, but you can see this tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings still farther upstream. So we're not quite done yet with Ian, even though it may be weakening. It's still a dangerous storm, particularly for areas now from Central Florida off to the north. Absolutely amazing video coming out of Jim Cantori. Our very own Mike Sedell said that out of all the years that he's been tracking and out in live hurricanes, that this is one of the worst ones he's ever been in.
Yeah, you know what happens? He said it was on the back side or the southwest side of the eye wall. Usually your strongest winds on the northeast side, as Jim mentioned there, as strong as they experienced on the northeast side of the eye wall. So powerful storm. And you were just seeing just a little snippet of what Ian was. When the sun comes up this morning, I'm sure we'll see the breadth and the scope of the damage in southwest Florida.
And here's a look at what Ian was doing. You can see the track. That's the white line behind that. But this is what it was like right along landfall early on today, and how Ian was still a very formidable, very dangerous storm. Even at this time, we have the possibility for some flooding rainfall, catastrophic flooding that could also go on. And it is something that looks to continue as far as the heavy rainfall and at least tropical storm force winds for the remainder of today into your Friday.
Yeah, recapping landfall yesterday afternoon. Cayo Costa in Florida, Category 4, maximum winds at 150, pressure 940. And now as we wind down, still going to be impacts. And we take a look at the named storms and landfalls here of the I storms. You can see Ian, Ida, Isaias, and also Irma, all going in different parts of the south and along the Gulf Coast. So, ice storms are memorable ones, Todd.
Well, if you think of it just in terms of when the hurricanes season begins, typically if you're going to get your ice storms, they'll happen during the peak months, right, into your September and October. Just something to point out there as well. As we take a look at where we are, at least as far as the with Ian at this time, we still have some ongoing flash flood warnings that are out for Orange and Osceola counties. You can see really basically all along the I-4 corridor, flash flood warnings look to continue for the next couple of hours, Ray. So the wind may not be as strong, but the rain, heavy rainfall looks to continue. And we have some new video here at the Weather Channel. I love this video. Simple fact that yes, it's dangerous, but the reason why there's a man walking in, well, a bit of a storm surge there. Look on top of what looks to be a air conditioning unit there. He's grabbing an orange tabby cat that was trying to find a safe spot away from the rising flood waters. Again, a very dangerous situation with what he is doing with the rising tide and flood waters. You can see at least the water upwards about up to his knees, and it only takes 6 inches of moving water to knock a person down, but he was willing to take that chance to help save that cat. And when you look at a lot of things that happen, especially when you're dealing with these type of storms, you have to think outside, especially if you're evacuating. You have to bring your animals with you, and you have to bring, if you have community cats out there, a lot of times you got to think of that as well, particularly when you're dealing with storm surge. They have nowhere to go. At least that one ended up a very happy situation there, even though, again, it was a very dangerous thing he did. But thankfully, he did end up saving that cat.
Have to go through the flooding here. I mean, take a look at this video that we got out of Fort Myers, Florida.
That's my grandparents' house. That one right there on the ground.
Just devastating. I mean, storm surge came in. You have the pressure from those waters. Not only do you have, water that comes in to flood the community, but it's rough water. And all of that pressure on these buildings, unfortunately, it looks like those two homes just collapsed under the weight of that water. And really, the damage has been done there. I mean, you saw the home next door. Also, the first level of that home just, caved in on itself. Storm surge is still going to be a component with Hurricane Ian, especially for Northeast Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. We take a look at Hurricane Ian right now. So this is the advisory as of 2 o'clock this morning Eastern time. We are going to be awaiting an update at the end of this hour. 5 o'clock a.m. Eastern is the next time we will get an update from the National Hurricane Center. Here's that core of Ian right now moving up through Central Florida at about 9 miles per hour to the northeast. That pressure has come up, so we are seeing that weakening, but overall the impacts of Ian are still remaining the same. We are expecting hurricane force gusts to continue, which is why we do have a hurricane warning that stretches both coasts. And we're really going to be focusing more so on central and northeast Florida for the impacts of Hurricane Ian, seeing those hurricane force wind gusts at least over the next couple of hours, as we are going to be awaiting for Hurricane Ian to emerge back off the coast and into the Atlantic. But one thing to note too, tropical storm warnings are in place up through Jacksonville, Savannah, up into Charleston, South Carolina, where we are anticipating these conditions to continue to go downhill throughout the day today and into our day on Friday. Power outage tracker. Many of us spent the evening in the dark, went off to sleep, and you're going to wake up in the dark too, where we have 2.5 million outages in Florida. This is customers. So at this point, we're talking probably more people than that. And this number, as we've been tracking it overnight, has continued to climb, because what we're also monitoring now is more power outages along the coast up into northeast Florida, Orlando. So if you do happen to still have power, savor it. Make sure you're charging up those phones, charging up your laptops, because eventually we could get to a point where that power is going to go out. We're going to see Charlotte County at the top, Hardee and DeSoto with nearly 90% or more of the county without power. We do have new video coming in to the Fox Forecast Center. And we're going to get to that right now. In fact, you can see just the devastation. This is here in Charlotte County, Florida, which you just saw, which 90% of the county is without power. I mean, take a look at the winds that came through. Absolutely devastating, knocking down tree limbs, these palm trees, no match for the winds. Charlotte County, I mean, the storm surge and the flooding. Take a look at the top right of your screen. You can just see the damage that has been done, this water that comes in, and you'll see the white caps too. I mean, this is what I was talking about when we're talking storm surge in these communities. Of course, this water comes into areas that would typically be dry land, but it's not just calm waters. You have those strong winds and you have the lapping of that water, and it really is quite rough and very dangerous.
And Ian is now a tropical storm with 65-mile-per-hour winds located southwest of Orlando. And based on the forecast track, it should exit the Florida coastline between Melbourne, Cape Canaveral later today, and over the open waters of the Atlantic. It does look like it could get a little bit stronger just below hurricane strength before it makes landfall for a second time between South Carolina and Georgia. It seems more likely like it will happen around South Carolina near Charleston. Wind speeds still remain rather impressive. We have gusts of up to 40 miles per hour in Orlando at this time. And here's where the system is located. It is producing quite a bit of wet weather, especially around Daytona Beach, stretching as far north as Jacksonville, Orlando getting soaked, and the brunt of the activity being felt here. But on the backside, we've noticed that conditions have dried up significantly. Now, I wanted to point out that we had another system developed yesterday, and that's Tropical Depression 11 with 35-mile-per-hour winds located just to the west of the Cape Verde Islands. Best news of all, this is just an open water system, and it's not going to impact any land areas, and we're not expecting significant strengthening.
Live, the one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
Right now, a live look out of our tower cameras here in South Florida. Still some clouds as we pass through the effects and we begin to move forward from what was the outer bands of Hurricane Ian impacting us the last couple of days.
And let's take a live look. We go to Jacksonville Beach. This is now a downgraded tropical storm Ian moving over the area right now after cutting across the center of our state. We are seeing the waves kicking up on that pier right now, and also the storm surge is going to be a problem even over as this heads towards the East Coast, continuing today. And a stunning admission this morning during a live interview on Good Morning America, the Lee County Sheriff warning that the death toll could be in the hundreds.
While I don't have confirmed numbers, I definitely know the fatalities are in the hundreds. There are thousands of people that are waiting to be rescued. And again, cannot give a true assessment until we're actually on scene assessing each scene, and we can't access people. That's the problem. We're accessing the bridges. We're seeing what's compromised and what's not. And this will be a life-changing event for the men and women that are responding.
Heartbreaking to hear that. Again, we have not confirmed those numbers at this point. That was the Lee County Sheriff giving his best estimates before they even get out for search and rescue and search and recovery efforts.
But no, now the sun rises there on the West Coast. We'll start to see the real devastation that we couldn't get the scope of yesterday. It is going to be a very difficult few days as we start to really try and figure out exactly what happened there. Julie is standing by this morning with a check on our forecast. Of course, the very latest on this tropical storm. Julie, it's really hard to process what we're going to witness here.
Indeed it is, and it's so hard for us to imagine that the system was just over 120 miles to the west of us yesterday at this time. Standing here on this moment, we were watching the eye wall get ever so close to the southwestern half of our state and our friends, our neighbors. A lot of you have family and friends there, and we are feeling your pain. We pray for you, and we want you to know that we will do the best to help you in any way we can, especially right now as we continue to watch the system. Now our concerns are for northern Florida, that parts of Orlando, I was just looking at the radar, that they have received at least estimated radar results of over a foot of rain. Northern Florida isn't used to a deluge of storms as well. So not only did this system bring Category 4 hurricane winds to the southwestern half of the state at landfall, but now is bringing a deluge of showers and storms and some gusty winds across the northern half of the state. And it's not done yet. It's going to push off into the Atlantic and then move over the southeast coast of the United States. As of the 8 o'clock advisory, winds are at 65 miles per hour, pressure 987 millibars. It's moving to the northeast at 8 miles per hour. Center's 40 miles east of Orlando, which again, for the last 12 hours, they dealt with downpours from this system. So that continues to be a factor for our friends in northern Florida. And then as we watch the system push off the coast of Florida and towards the Carolinas, winds a big factor too. They have winds gusting well into the 60s by Daytona Beach by tonight. The sun sets, more rainfall across parts of the southeastern half of the United States, where we're going to see winds gusting in the 50s and 60s. So really this system making a mark all across the state of Florida. There are still tropical storm warnings in effect because of the winds all the way from parts of the central half of the state all the way now to the southeast coast. Not only will it be the wind, it'll be the rain, it'll be the flooding, everything we've been talking about with this system.
You look around, all the trees have been shaved off like a tornado. No power, no water where we are. I don't know if that's the status around the entire Lee County area. We're panning over towards Fort Myers Beach over there in the distance. And then we also know there's structural damage to the Sanibel Causeway, so that's not passable. Also to the Pine Island Bridge, that's not passable. And as the governor mentioned, they're bringing in about 100 portable cell towers. That's going to be a big help because cell service is very limited. We're up on a roof just to get enough cell service to broadcast. Here's some of the debris that's been blown around by the hurricane yesterday, Ian, and it piled up over there at the end of the road. That was kind of the high water mark in the front of the hotel. But remember, that hotel's up about 15 to 20 feet. Everything underneath is pretty much ruined. The bottom of where we're standing, this is a parking garage, the lowest level. Those cars, about a dozen cars, a motorcycle, they're a total loss because they got flooded out by the salt water. And that's what it is. You just look around and debris everywhere. Even if we can get out to the main road, we're told that's impassable because the surge washed away the asphalt. So we've got huge structural issues and just connectivity and getting around this area. We'll keep you updated from here and keep you updated on the potential fatality take here in Lee County as we go on through the morning and through the afternoon. Stay right with us here on the Weather Channel. We'll check back with Jim Cantori and Punta Gorda. Later on, we'll have Stephanie Abrams, too.
And good morning from Inglewood, Florida. We, of course, here in Inglewood went through the western eye wall. We were in it for hours and hours and hours. We got into it, I want to say, a little bit after 1. And I'll tell you what, it was still cranking here at 8 o'clock at night. It was just nonstop. And it just sat over us. And as you can see, it brought a lot of water into the area and did some damage. So we drove around this morning for a bit. And overall, I will say that structurally, everything stayed intact, at least in the neighborhood we're in. Now, trees did fall, and that obviously caused some structural issues. But we didn't see roofs torn off, shingles obviously torn off, but you didn't see whole roofs torn off. These are pretty solid buildings, though, here in the Inglewood area. But you see the water rise here, a woman walking from her house. How'd you guys fare, ma'am?
We're really lucky.
Yeah, really lucky.
Shingles off my ridge bed.
Yeah.
That was it.
Good, and everyone's okay and safe.
Me
and
my 2 dogs are good.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. So if you couldn't hear what she was saying, she said that she just had some shingles off her roof. Her and her 2 dogs are good, and that they fared well because you look at other communities and you can see how bad it was. And I'm not saying that this is good by any stretch, but as you just heard that woman say, it could have been a lot worse because all the homes, they're still standing. You see the roofs are still intact. I'm just trying to point out some of the positives here. But yes, where we had the canals, there's a lot of canals around this area. And obviously the closer you are to a water source, the higher the water is going to go. And I know there's a canal not too far. I saw an area with some boats. So we did see neighbors coming out of this just to get a walk. You can hear, I don't know if you can hear it right there, but there's a generator, and you see a woman starting to just pick up some of the debris that is in her yard. And if you look down the street, we did find some streets that were tough to pass or impassable. We actually went all the way over to Minnesota Key this morning, and we got stuck. We couldn't go any farther on Minnesota Key. There's some big trees down over there. We'll go down there in a little bit, but we just wanted to kind of give you a lay of the land of where we are. cars driving through. There were some trees on the road. It looked like they were chainsawed, so people could get by already this morning. And then as we look over to this side of the neighborhood, we're just going to stand over here because there is that car. We'll get over there in a second. Of course, we have all morning to show you what's happening here. But there are a lot of people just out and about looking at the damage. You can really see, I think what's interesting, all right, there's no cars, Austin, we can cross now. We're good on both sides. You can really see actually where the predominant wind was. And we really got into, first we had an east wind, and then everything kind of shifts around, and you could see kind of a north wind, then we get a northwest wind, and you can see everything kind of leaning in that same direction. Some palm trees down here. We spoke to some people too. Oh, a lot of fences down as well. And so we'll just continue to show you the neighborhood here as we go throughout the next several hours here on the Weather Channel. Let's go to meteorologist Jim Cantori. He is in Port Charlotte, from what I understand. Jen, you were in Punta Gorda. Now have you moved to Port Charlotte?
Yeah, all we did, Steph, was come over the bridge. Okay, so it's Punta Gorda, Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, which is where we come. We're right behind us is the Sunseeker here. I want to show you, basically, right here. Let's start right here. Brad, let's go over and show everybody what a crane that behaves in the wind should look like. You've got kind of a tail end of it, and you've got a front end of it, which is essentially what moves everything, right? The back end of it is weighted because it's taking a front end load to move things. All right, so let's come over here and look pretty much right above our heads at the backside is missing. All right, the front side's laying on the top of the roof here. The backside's missing, but there it is. All right, it's crashed down right below, and it has done damage to the building. There's like windows, maybe even concrete, and the scaffolding, obviously very heavily damaged here as that part of the crane came down. Now, Chris Erickson's got the drone, and he can actually see even more damage as we look from the top back, if you will, toward Punta Gorda. So looking back to the east is where we're going now, and you can see there's a red crane here that has also sustained some pretty heavy damage. Now, these things are supposed to sway with the wind, all right, but even they have a limit. We gusted to about 130 miles an hour yesterday with the wind gusts, but after talking to several people this morning, what's really interesting to me is that they said there's actually not a lot of damage. We went and saw people that got their roofs completely torn off in Charlie. And remember, Charlie was a 4 too. And this was a 4 as well when it came in. Both higher end Cat 4s. But they're saying all the roofs held very well. A lot of people's roofs held. You know why? Because so many were replaced after Charlie to code or above. And that's why I think Punta Gorda has actually done very, very well. Especially, we had gusts to 110, we had gusts to 115, we had gusts to 130 miles per hour. Now, that said, there's a lot of damage to my south. That's where we got a lot of the surge, as you know, and we're still dealing with a very active storm in terms of flooding. You remember I just talked to the sheriff in Volusia County, and we've had 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the East Coast already. So, yeah, certainly kind of memories of Charlie, but this one, of course, moving a lot slower, so it's got an additional component in the form of heavy rain and flooding. A lot of 911 calls coming into the Volusia County area, where now emergency management, like yesterday in Lee County with the surge, this freshwater flood, they cannot get to. What a storm. Can you believe it? Another ice storm that has a chance at being retired. And unfortunately, a lot of people's lives changed forever. Historic storm into Southwest Florida, the worst certainly since Charlie, and then before that, Dora, back in 1964. We'll be right back.
This storm will go down in history as one of the most powerful hurricanes to ever landfall in Florida. Right now, as we look at some of these threats going into the afternoon, I want to look at where the current state of this storm is. Right now, meteorologist Steve Bender is standing by. Steve, I want to send it over to you. One of the interesting things I heard you talking about this morning was just the amount of water that's already existing in inland areas like Orlando. Yeah. A lot of people may not realize how many lakes are there that are really at their tipping point because of all the water we've seen late summer.
Yeah, I lived here for 5 years, Amy, and went to college at UCF just down the road from here. And yeah, over 100 lakes. And at the lakes that we've seen, Lake Eola, I'm pointing at right now, white caps are forming. That shows you how fast the wind speed is at the surface. Let's dive into this camera since I know it. Lake Eola goes right into downtown. You got Robinson Road, which has been completely flooded for 3 hours now. You have Avante Living, a senior living center, which is just down the road to the east of here, being evacuated. We're going to bring you some visuals of that throughout our show, where it's so high up, they can't use wheelchairs to get them out. They had to take each individual person out by stretcher. That's what's showing you what's happening inland, not even around the coast. Let's take you to the coast, to the oldest city in America. That's St. Augustine. We're looking at the wind that's going to be driving in that storm surge. High tides coming in at 11 a.m. and will linger through the early afternoon. So you can see the angry waves off in the distance that will be crashing on shore. This is all still Tropical Storm Ian. Let's dive into what we're seeing in radar. There is the Melbourne site. That's what we're going to be using. Notice this horn. That is the Space Coast. Remember, they brought in the Artemis space shuttle in early this week because they had feared this is what's going to happen. Flagler County, they started their evacuations yesterday because of the rain that's coming in. Let's look at this on radar. You'll see all the green boxes. Those are flash flood warnings. Embedded in that is actually flash flood emergencies. And that's going to be the I-4 corridor from Altamont Springs up towards Deltona. And that is a grave situation. When they put an emergency tag, you're talking airboat rescues, jet ski rescues. Water is inundating homes, making it difficult to get to those people that are in need. And so this is going to go on until really noon. So you got another hour, an hour and a half under those emergencies. They have taken the brunt. Here's the good news, though. When we stopped radar right now, notice most of it has lifted north of there. They are still getting those light showers, but most of this is pushing north along with the movement of the overall system that we have with Tropical Storm Ian. So over the past 12 hours, I-95 corridor, Daytona, down towards Oak Hill, they've got anywhere from a foot to a foot and a half of rain. That's what this dark patch is right into this region. Then you're seeing it widespread I-4 to the south from Deltona in those areas where they've had that flash flood emergency. They're looking at anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of rain, and that will kind of stretch back towards Titusville. But this has been widespread because some of that has actually gone down into Orlando and towards Kissimmee. And so we know that the theme parks, they're closed. We have the airports, they're closed too. We're looking at Jacksonville Airport. They're closed for today in anticipation of this moving north. As we look over the past 2 days, though, the brunt of this, of course, coming in there right around Port Charlotte, just to the north, where they took the northern eye wall. Those angry storms that had torrential rain, you're looking at anywhere from a foot and a half to 2 feet of rain on top of the storm surge. And that's where we have all of our field teams. They're going to be diving in to that rescue effort and also the recovery efforts through the day. Here is a visible satellite. This is something that we can look at once the sun starts to rise. And so now we have a few hours where it's been up and we can look at the evolution of Tropical Storm Ian. And one thing is when it slows down, it's also going to broaden out. So this wind field is over 500 miles wide when you're talking about tropical storm force winds, and that's what's going to be driving in. Look at those little ripples in the upper atmosphere. That shows you the dynamic thunderstorms, outflowing winds counterclockwise are going to be pumping all of that storm surge into Jacksonville, the St. Johns River, which goes 310 miles down towards Orlando, and we're showing you that stream and why we're telling people in Georgia and the Carolinas, you need to be prepared for this for late tonight, Friday, and through the weekend. Talk to some local meteorologists that are there in Charlotte, North Carolina, and they're having their viewers reach out and say, hey, I was going to have a wedding at the beach. Is that going to be safe? No, you have a storm that's going to be moving back in and the possible third landfall that's going to be happening over the weekend here in the Carolinas and looking out towards Georgia as well. So when you look at visible satellite, all of this is attributed to Tropical Storm Ian. You can see that flow that continues to happen. And one thing to note, the water in the Atlantic right there in the southeast is very warm. We haven't had any major storms tap into that. Fiona was, not Fiona, we're looking at this way out here towards Bermuda was the only previous storm system that we had. And so we're looking at actually really warm water and energy to drive this in. And we also have a high pressure system sitting over the Ohio Valley region, which will guide this back in. And the problem is actually interior places like Asheville, Roanoke, Virginia. You're butting up against the Appalachian Mountains, the eastern slopes. This will also push into that. We've talked about the orographic lift in the past. You're looking at a flash flood threat where you could also be seeing nearly 8 to 12 inches of rain by the end of the weekend because all of these weather patterns are colliding right into this stretch right here from Virginia down through North Carolina and into northern Georgia. This will be an active weather pattern coming in into the next 48 to 96 hours. Craig?
All right, Steve, thanks so much. If you haven't seen this video yet, I want to show it to you from Sanibel Island. A house on fire there on the island. As you can see, the community just flooded out. Major concern here because last night EMS and fire authority said they can't get to the island. It was just too dangerous. And then part of the causeway is now wiped out. So getting to the island is tough as well. Just sad to see these images that come in now that the storm has passed. We'll have more on Ian when we come back, including where it's going next, how much rain and wind to expect as it moves closer to South Carolina and Georgia. Right ahead on Fox Weather.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Baldwin. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. We're following the devastating impact of Hurricane Ian right now. And some of the first pictures of the devastation and destruction left behind. Here's a look in Fort Myers of the destruction there. New aerials just in here of the catastrophic damage across Southwest Florida, which took a direct hit from this storm. The storm surge and relentless rain really causing widespread damage that officials are already acknowledging will take a very long time to recover from. And it seems obvious when you see this kind of damage. Bridges, roadways wiped out. The bridges, the only vehicle access to Sanibel Island and Pine Island, are now impassable, says the governor. Entire sections of these bridges have been washed away, essentially cutting off those barrier islands. In Port Charlotte, the monster winds blew the roof off the intensive care unit at a hospital and also flooded the ER. Just really scary moments playing out in many different parts of the state. Florida's governor gave an update this morning, and the way that he put it, he says Ian is producing a 500-year flood event for cities far from where the coastline where Ian first made landfall. The city of Orlando got more than a foot of rain in just a few hours overnight, and right now, more than 2.5 million customers in Florida are without power, which is a huge problem and a major focus as first light comes up and this day continues. Let's start with CNN meteorologist Chad Myers right now. He has the very latest on this storm for us. Chad, Ian is not yet done.
It's not. It's going back to be a hurricane again, and the hurricane warnings are now posted for the entire coast of South Carolina. Yes, this thing is getting into the Atlantic, getting into the Gulf Stream, into the warm water of the Gulf Stream, and it will try to re-intensify. 75 miles per hour for now, but that's not on shore yet. There's still some time between that spot and landfall. Gonna have to watch that. An awful lot of rain and even some surge coming into places that don't need it, like Charleston. Charleston can flood with just 4 to 6 inches of rain. Then you put a 4 to 6 foot storm surge in here, and then you have real problems in downtown. A little bit less storm surge to the north on up into the Carolinas. North Carolina, only 1 to 3. But you see the problem. You see what's happening here. This is now gathering. It's halfway off the coast. So half the storm is gaining strength. The other half isn't gaining strength. I won't say losing strength, but isn't gaining. And this center of this hurricane went right over Cape Canaveral. And they decided to move Artemis into the hangar, or the tall thing, whatever they call it. And finally, that was the great news. Of all the things that somebody did right and did wrong, at least we know NASA did it all right. Savannah, you're gusting to 26, Brunswick to 33. There's even some big gusts on up into parts of Georgia. Here's what the wind's going to look like over the storm system. As it gets back into the Gulf of Mexico, going to try to re-intensify. Some of the early models that we look at do have it re-intensifying, and maybe even more than a Cat 1, but we're not going to get ahead of ourselves there. This thing is still only halfway offshore. But the wind on shore and the surge possible for these areas could be significant, even though not as significant as Ian was on its first 2 landfalls. Remember, this hit Cuba, it hit Southwest Florida, and now somewhere into the Carolinas, maybe even the northern parts of Georgia, depending on how far this thing turns left or not. But with this storm, we always looked at, down here in Ian, we looked at the southern half of the storm for the biggest surge. Here, because of the different direction, we have to look at the northern part of the storm because that's where the largest surge will be. 70 miles per hour. Last hour, it was 65. Oh, Kate, really? Another landfall? Please, no.
It really is remarkable. This storm just really won't quit. Chad, thank you so much for following it. I really appreciate it.
You bet.
So the harsh reality of how extensive the damage really is just starting to set in many parts of southwest Florida. I'm going to take a look at these aerial images from Fort Myers. The city was just pummeled by storm surge and torrential rains.
And we want to show you those images we mentioned earlier from 7's Skyforce of the damage in the west coast of Florida. Let's go back to Karen Hensel in the Newsplex. Karen.
Yeah, Vanessa, as you know, getting this bird's eye view of the destruction left behind, very vital.
Debris everywhere here.
There were signs of Ian's path in almost every neighborhood along southwest Florida's coast.
We traveled north from Naples, where along the shoreline, where we saw extensive damage in marinas, and we saw vehicles that were flipped upside down.
7's Ralph Rayburn flew over Naples. Cars and trucks had been picked up by the storm surge. Some flipped over. Others?
Yeah, buried in the sand.
There were boats stacked on top of each other.
There's a catamaran.
Other boats had been washed up into yards against homes. Many homes showed damage from Ian's winds. Some were destroyed, everything but the outer walls gone and washed away. This horrifying pile of debris is what is left of the 39 trailers that made up the Bonita Beach Village Mobile Home Park.
This is a mobile home park here where it looks like the wind collected all of these residences here and pushed them all the way off the side of the road back into the back bay there.
There were emergency crews trying to make their way into the coastal neighborhoods. Their efforts hindered by sand across almost every road. The beach was washed inland by Ian's storm surge.
There were some people out on the roadway. There were cars where people had gone out and tried to venture out, but they couldn't get very far. I think the water pushed so much sand, like the area that you're looking at right there, that it's just impossible to pass on a road that is normally just used for traffic.
7 Skyforce didn't, however, see a lot of people in the damaged neighborhoods, which hopefully means they heeded evacuation warnings before the storm. But rescue crews will still have to go door to door.
They're taking head counts. They're trying to establish who left and who's still there, who stayed behind. And do some kind of a head count of the number of people that are there.
For Rayburn and the 7 Skyforce team who have flown over hurricane zones before, the sheer size of the area of destruction was shocking.
We flew over after Hurricane Charlie went through up there in Sanibel and Estero and those areas right there, Captiva, and the damage was intense, but it was much, much smaller. This is much more widespread.
All right, Skyforce is back up in the air, heading to Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. We will have more on that damage there later today.
Ian, now a tropical storm, still a rainmaker, though, for several parts of Florida. Meteorologist Erica Delgado is in the Weather Center with where the storm is going now. Erica.
Alex, unfortunately, this system has made landfall over Florida, but is long from being over because the system will continue on. It's now beginning to push offshore. This is the latest advisory as of 11 o'clock this morning. Winds are now back up to 70 miles per hour. So nearing hurricane status. It is now over the waters, and we know how warm these Atlantic waters are. You can see spreading all that rainfall along the east central coast of Florida and spreading well along the Carolina coastline. It's being tracked out of Charleston now because it is expected to move into the area 285 miles south of the area, moving towards the northeast at 9 miles per hour. Here is the latest forecast track. It is now off the central Florida coastline, and it is moving towards the northeast. And look what happens by this evening. The National Hurricane Center is thinking that this system will become a hurricane once again, possibly a Category 1 hurricane as it moves into the Carolina coastline. So areas anywhere from Savannah through the Charleston area need to keep a close eye on this one, as it is expected to make landfall yet again through the next 24 hours. Watches and warnings. We have tropical storm warnings all along the east coast of central Florida, extends into North Florida, and even goes all the way up where we do find a hurricane warning now in effect for areas from Savannah through Charleston and all along the Carolina coastline. I'll have much more for you coming up in a few minutes.
Back to our coverage of Ian now. Some unfortunate news to report. CNN is reporting 6 people are confirmed dead in Charlotte County as a result of Hurricane Ian.
Now, Lee County was heavily impacted by the storm. 7's Kevin Ozebek is there live once again this morning with another look at the damage Ian left behind. Kevin?
And Alex, we were able to get off Fort Myers and go over the Matanzas Pass Bridge and make it to Fort Myers Beach. I know we use the word catastrophic a lot. Well, it truly is catastrophic damage over on the barrier island of Fort Myers Beach. The Times Square district, which is the neighborhood you get right when you make it over the bridge, absolutely obliterated. We filed this report just a short time ago. We can't broadcast there live because the cell signal is so weak, but just have a look at what we saw this morning and what Hurricane Ian has done to the community of Fort Myers Beach. This was the Times Square district of Fort Myers Beach. This was filled with surf shops, filled with bars, filled with restaurants. Today, it is just utter destruction. Hurricane Ian has leveled this part of the barrier island. There is debris all over. It's very hard to get around. These buildings here are just completely destroyed from the hurricane. Right over there was the Fort Myers Beach Pier. That pier has mostly been destroyed. Both the heavy winds and the storm surge have just wreaked havoc on this community. I want to go over here to Mary Stepanik. She lives here on Fort Myers Beach. What was it as you rode out Hurricane Ian? How was it? Can you describe it for us?
It was different. It was unbelievable. Like we saw cars, my car floated away, so I have no car now. But my staying in my building was great. We had no problem. Nightmare hurricane, everything.
And we can hear multiple emergency notices still going off with Lee County under a boil water notice. How would you describe Fort Myers Beach today?
Devastated. So we walked up, I live about a mile down, and everything's gone. Everything is gone. Hooters is gone. Shamrock is gone. Leaky Tiki is gone. The goods is really damaged bad. All of Hooters Plaza is gone. Mr. Tequila's is done. Everything.
Well, Mary, wish you the best as you rebuild. We know it's a long road ahead. Well, we can also tell you various South Florida search and rescue teams are now here. We actually saw them come over the bridge. They are staging right over there across the street from me. Now, they have the very tough job of going from building to building to see if there are any people who are stuck inside. Some people who we spoke to who rode out the storm here on Fort Myers Beach say they experienced a 10-foot storm surge last night. I mean, I'm about 5'10", so imagine my height and then several feet above that of rushing water. Just unbelievable. Reports of homes and hotels on this island are gone. Unbelievable to think about that. You cannot get around much of the island. Traffic is blocked. I mean, sand is covering most of the main street here. So now, I mean, just a mammoth task ahead as Fort Myers Beach has to rebuild. In Fort Myers Beach, Kevin Ozebek, 7 News. So that was our view just moments ago when we were across the bridge and over in Fort Myers Beach. And again, we could not really move around much on the island. We couldn't make it down to the southern part. And that's where there are reports of hotels and homes absolutely destroyed. Now, if you did evacuate from this coast and are in the Miami area and you're watching us on WSVN, Lee County leaders are pleading with you not to return home, especially if you live on Fort Myers Beach, until Saturday. And I want to let you know, if you do fall under that category, it is incredibly difficult to get around. Cell service is incredibly limited. Many of these roads in the McGregor and San Carlos Park area are under several feet of water. We are seeing cars stalled out all over the place, so it's very tricky to get to Fort Myers Beach. And again, once you are on the island, you're very limited in your movement. You cannot get around, and most of the road space right now is being taken up by those urban search and rescue teams, like these teams that are now here from Miami, because they are now going to be going building by building to see if anyone is stuck in those buildings. Wow, I mean, it is just truly unbelievable to see this Gulf Coast this morning. Alex and Vanessa, back to you.
Speechless. Kevin, wow.
We've been waiting for that shot all morning long. Kevin was saying he was going to get down there, he was going to get a view of it, and then to see it flattened is heartbreaking.
And to give you an idea, or to add to what Kevin is saying, imagine the bridge from the mainland of Fort Myers into Fort Myers Beach. It's a long bridge, and for quite a good time. You can see all those bright buildings. You can see the beautiful beach. You can see that beautiful pier as you're going into the beach. And to then see where Kevin was standing there and to see that it was all flattened is
and the woman describing each place that was also flattened. A heartbreaking images once again, but you are watching 7 News at noon. We'll be right back. And now to an in-depth look very few people ever see, the inside of a hurricane. Hurricane hunters are flying directly into the storm to monitor its strength.
7's Robin Simmons shows us what it looked like inside of the storm.
Flying through the eye wall of Hurricane Ian, turning into a wild ride Wednesday.
Oh, there goes the signs. There goes the beds. Holy cow.
Jolting even those who do this for a living.
Oh!
Look at the lightning flashes out the window. NOAA and Air Force Reserve planes routinely fly in and out of eyes of monster storms to gather critical data for forecasters on the ground. But there was nothing routine about this flight. NOAA engineer Nick Underwood talking about the experience.
76 times into a hurricane and back out the other side. And out of all of those, that was absolutely the worst. There was a ton of turbulence, both up and down, and the lateral turbulence, which is honestly the most unsettling part of it.
Adding about this picture, this was the eye. You can see the curvature. Understand, this is at night. The light is from lightning. Inside the plane afterwards, a mess. Bunks tossed around and coffee spilled, but all in a day's work for the nation's hurricane hunters.
Yeah, we're good.
A Fox News reporter who was on one of those hurricane hunter flights into Ian said the plane quickly dropped 1,200 feet going through the eye, and video doesn't do the turbulence justice. At the Satellite Center, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
Let's take you to Naples, and how about the water that we've seen here and the power of it? Oh my goodness. Look at it just burst right through that door. That is a outdoor, that's an exit door. That's a metal door. And it usually pushes out. Such force from the water, it got pushed in. Can you believe that? Just absolutely nuts. This was a condo, a person filming it there because he heard the fire alarms were going off. He took the stairs because the elevators weren't working. Next thing you know, saw that. Man lost his shoes in the incident, but says he's okay. If you only lost your shoes, that'd be okay. My gosh, that is terrifying, just terrifying. Well, let's show you currently what's happening with Ian. And for some of you that are in harm's way, you might think that this forecast is going to be pretty terrifying. I want to take you into the coastline here, because right through here where Chris was reporting from, right about in here, so we've still got a pretty good onshore push of water here. So we're still getting a little bit of coastal flooding here, not to mention some of the rain that's come down for us here. But now that it's come out over the water, it's likely going to get a little bit stronger and then turn northbound here. And so a place like South Carolina, I want to give you the early heads up that here it comes for you here. So making your preparations now in anticipation that we could have storm surge as high as 7 feet in and around the low country here. And what that means is make sure that you've got the sandbags ready to go, you're elevating some things, you're getting everything ready for your kit, and maybe even getting ready to evacuate if need be. Here's a look at the track, and you can see coming right into South Carolina, potentially as a hurricane again as it begins to strengthen for us here. But hurricane warnings in effect. This thing means business again, Lynette.
I know, Mike, and you know what? Charleston floods on a good day, so we're definitely going to have a problem there. But here's a live look in Charleston. The entire coast of South Carolina is under hurricane warning now, which you just showed us, Mike. And this is the time to prepare. This is the time to get ready, because we are definitely going to be dealing with some heavy rain and also some gusty winds coming in across that area. Speaking of those winds, well, here we go with Ian's impacts for Charleston. We can see that the winds as we head in through Friday evening, 35 miles an hour or higher. So we could see tropical storm force winds as we head into Friday. 55+ mile an hour wind gusts are possible. So yeah, it is going to be a rough go of things once again. Rain still to come across that area, 3 to 5 inches. So that's something that again we will work with, and we'll get a little bit even more, I should say, in Charleston, up 5 inches of rain. We are still expecting that.
This is Storm Center. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Rick Knabb. We have a lot to talk about with regard to the ongoing impacts, catastrophic impacts in the state of Florida from Hurricane Ian, but we've also got what is going on in northeastern Florida and into Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Ian was a tropical storm. It was 70 miles an hour earlier today, now back up to a hurricane. So it's going to be near that tropical storm hurricane threshold all the way until making final landfall in the southeastern U.S. Now moving northeast at 10 miles an hour, a little bit offshore of Daytona Beach, Florida. And we've got tropical storm warnings that are in effect still in northeastern Florida, but we also have storm surge warnings that are still in effect in northeastern Florida. And if we can take that full, what I want to do is read on the new advisory that just came out, what some of the new, and the changes are to the watches and warnings. So now a storm surge warning, not just to the South Carolina, North Carolina border, but has been issued from Little River Inlet to Cape Fear. So that goes farther up northeast here into North Carolina, and a hurricane warning has been issued for the coast of North Carolina from Little River Inlet to Cape Fear. And we've got storm surge watches and hurricane watches going farther northeast from there. So this area, North Carolina, for storm surge and for wind, we have made the transition to some warnings as well. So we've got wind and water issues to talk about there in a little bit, but I want to update you what's going on in northeastern Florida. We still have the tropical storm conditions. There's the center offshore, but this northeasterly flow has wind and water impacts, and the water is both saltwater and freshwater impacts. These are recent gusts in the St. Augustine area, well above 60 miles an hour. And we have, at the same time and in the same places, some significant water impacts, a considerable threat, flash flood warnings, St. Augustine down through Palm Coast till 9 p.m., and this is in the same place. Not only do we have the strong winds, but we've been having the problems at the beaches. Flagler Beach, we got damage to the pier. We got rocks on the road on A1A. And Marineland, we have structures flooded by storm surge. And we've had storm surge and freshwater flooding combining in St. Augustine today. Now we're having Ian kind of join forces with a front. We're going to bring a lot of moisture into the coastline and again be making landfall sometime in the PM hours tomorrow. Just above that hurricane threshold of the Hurricane Center's forecast is exactly right, and then moving inland, and it will be an inland rain and wind event as well. So again, these will have to update because we have watches and warnings extended up into North Carolina, but in any case, a lot of you at risk for tropical storm force winds, and again, hurricane watches are still in effect down here along with tropical storm warnings. So bottom line is, really high chances of tropical storm force winds, and some of you at risk for hurricane force winds. In any case, we're going to have the possibility of downed trees and power lines. And when you consider that new area that could experience power outages and the areas that are already experiencing power outages, we've got to be safe with power outages, generators outdoors, stay away from power lines and so forth. And the winds of tropical storm force are right on the doorstep of South Carolina. So we've got in that storm surge warning, got to find out if you live in an evacuation zone and get out ASAP this evening if you're in a low-lying area and emergency officials are telling you to go because we could have a storm surge flooding of 4 to 7 feet there on the coast of South Carolina. And then we have the inland flood threat that will proceed inland in the eastern U.S. over the next couple of days.
And the devastation and sheer power of what this storm did in southwest Florida. Look at the strong winds tearing a home apart in Placida, Florida. It's just a fierce windstorm here that came into southwest Florida. Mike, winds actually gusting as high as 140 miles per hour, I believe, on the high end.
If you think about what that is, right? Like even some of these homes, there are a lot of homes now that really meet the standards they're strict now in Florida, but sometimes you get one of these very brief gusts that last only seconds, and it's just strong enough to do something like that. Then all that rain comes into the home, and you've got a huge repair, or maybe the home becomes a total loss.
Yeah, and as you discovered, sometimes there can be tornadoes that are embedded within the eye wall, and they're almost indecipherable on radar. They're just very small, very quick spin-ups, and you've seen that happen right behind you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can't even see them, right? Because a lot of times they're embedded within rain. That rain is really obscuring your visibility, and you'd never see them, right? But they can add to the intensity of that eye wall dramatically, right? We've had some tornadoes that have been confirmed with the landfall of Ian. Then you take a look at something like this. Now, a building that was under construction, but the scaffolding taking a major hit, and the crane is bent over as well.
Yeah, the surge has just caused so much damage. There you're looking, I believe, at the road in Sanibel Island, and you can see how the road was just taken apart there. You think about the amount of force, the amount of power that it takes to just take a road out like that. I mean, there's so much weight in water, and then current and force and wind on top of that. It's going to take a long, long time to recover in some parts of Southwest Florida.
That road, in some instances, Carl, reminds me of what I witnessed in coastal Mississippi after Katrina, where the road was just taken out or buckled or missing in places. Now, that was some extreme, surge that was upwards of 20+ feet, but it's all comparable, right? It just depends on the lay of the land. But you take a look at that same causeway there in Sanibel, before and after, is really dramatic because it was basically cut in half.
Yeah, and the thing is, we don't know actually how high this surge was, because we got that record 7-foot surge in Fort Myers, but that was 12 miles inland relative to where all of this occurred. And so it may have been well above that. It might have been 10, 12 feet, maybe even higher in some spots. And, that is just very, very difficult to survive. Just a really, really hard situation there on the coast.
Look at that. Look how many areas were just inundated with water, homes that were just taken completely off their foundations, right? Well, let's check in with our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's in Charlotte County, one of the hardest hit areas. Charles, good to talk to you. Often you want to lend a helping hand after Ian. What are victims there going through, and what have you seen today?
Today I started out in the Punta Gorda area and just seeing people just sort of walking around just in amazement of what they were seeing and what they were experiencing, and just trying to figure out what to do and how to do it. And then I moved on down to Fort Myers. Much different scene. Most everything here in the Punta Gorda area was from the winds. Most of the wind damage, didn't get much of the surge. But then got down to there, and you still had lots of water, lots of homes. They were still doing rescues, getting people out of homes, and in that Fort Myers area. And even one, like you were just talking about, it looked like one trailer that I would be surprised if it wasn't a quick spin-up tornado that was just pretty much totally destroyed. And just talking to the people there, at one church I talked to them, and they were literally telling me a story that a gentleman, the waters were coming up at his house, but he knew the church, and he was looking at the flow of the river, and so he jumped in the water to let him, and they said he literally floated up to the back door of the church. Just crazy stuff. And, obviously he made that okay, but just a lot of crazy things with this hurricane, and unfortunately a lot of things that are tragic as well.
Hey, Charles, we've only got about 30 seconds left here. I'm hoping, I know it's late and you've done a lot of work. I'm hoping you can stay with us. We'd like to get your perspective on this a little bit more, so maybe we'll take a little quick time out here. And talk to you if that's okay, my friend. Just stay with us. Want to give people an update, though, on what's going on with the hurricane. A 75-mile-per-hour hurricane right now, Category 1, over the Atlantic, headed toward a landfall in South Carolina tomorrow. So we'll talk more details about that. We'll rejoin Charles coming up after this short break. To Florida, Category 4, winds 150 with a pressure of 940. Almost all the identical stats, Carl, of Hurricane Charlie. The one big difference was truly the size.
Yeah, I saw an image, and it was pretty amazing. You could basically take all of Charlie and you could fit it into the eye of Ian. And so, you're talking about, in the case of Charlie, concentrating that power in a very small space. It was likened to a large tornado coming up across Southwest Florida and into the central part. There you go, right there. There's the image right there. There's so much more power in a large storm, and this is why we were so worried about the surge potential with this storm. Size is everything when it comes to surge.
Sure, you know, a place like Fort Myers Beach hit so hard this time, didn't nearly have the damage that it had with Charlie. Then you take a look at where it goes from here, right? Charlie then went into South Carolina. If you look at forecast cone for Ian, they could, in South Carolina, potentially hit the same spot.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? You know, a little bit more of a circuitous path for Ian, but yeah, they could go to the exact same place. I mean, that is very much hurricane country right there. And then you see Hurricane Matthew, and Chris was talking about this a little while ago. That was the storm that came up and along the coast caused very serious flooding along the first coast there in Florida and, you know, up the St. Johns River as well.
The storm also dropped record rain in parts of central Florida, leaving many there stranded.
The night team's Lynn Martinez has more on those rescues.
Central Florida feeling Ian's impact. The city of Kissimmee seeing major flooding. Officials there urging residents to shelter in place as rescues continue.
We managed to get as many people as possible out. Like literally we were carrying my husband, my children. We were carrying other people's kids above our heads. The water reached like to our chest. People were trapped inside, elderly, wheelchair.
Officials using airboats to evacuate people from their homes to nearby shelters. Families and children among those who were brought to safety. One person wading into the floodwaters to rescue trapped kids, carrying them up a flight of stairs. Video this morning showing just how high the water has gotten. A similar situation in Orlando, the downtown area experiencing blackouts as Ian dumps heavy rain, flooding prompting parts of Florida's Turnpike in Orange County to close. Some trudging through the floodwaters, fire crews working to evacuate an Orlando nursing home in the midst of flooding. One woman wading through waist-high water. And a reporter saving a woman trying to drive through the flooding. She's a nurse who was on her way to work today when her car got stuck. The reporter carrying her on his back to safety. Officials in the area also using boats and vehicles for water rescues. Seminole County getting people away from the 3 to 4 foot deep floodwaters. Fire rescue making similar saves in Orange County and Orlando. Orange County deputies riding it out in high water rescue vehicles this morning, asking if anybody needs help.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office. If you need to be evacuated, step out of your front door.
Up north, roads turning into rivers in St. Augustine. Cleanup underway in Clay County as crews clear down trees from roadways. Lynn Martinez, 7 News, Night Team.
Well, Kissimmee has since issued a mandatory curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Let's turn now to southwest Florida. Daylight revealing the catastrophic destruction by Hurricane Ian, the devastation stretching for miles with entire neighborhoods underwater.
The historic storm surge crumbling parts of the Sanibel Causeway, cutting communities off from the mainland.
Ian then leaving its mark over central Florida as a tropical storm, dumping at least 14 inches of rain in Orlando, leading to hundreds of water rescues.
And those rescue efforts going into the night, at least 9 deaths have been reported, and that number is expected to rise.
And we have live team coverage across the Gulf Coast. We begin with Janice in East Naples. And Janice, you were just in Tampa yesterday, so what have you been seeing along the way?
Nicole, it is so devastating what we are seeing, and we are just off of Alligator Alley, right behind a racetrack gas station. And I spoke about this during the 6 o'clock news, that the reason why we are here is that this is one of the only areas where we're able to get a strong enough signal so that we can report live to you, and that is because cell service is pretty much non-existent in areas like Naples, Fort Myers, and Marco Island. But Nicole, as we drove from Tampa early this morning, heading south, stopping along the way, we got a first-hand look at the devastation. From just south of Sarasota down to Marco Island, the west coast of Florida pummeled by Hurricane Ian. In Port Charlotte, clear signs of how powerful the winds were. This Waffle House still standing despite blown out windows and scattered debris inside.
They said it's one of the highest recorded in Florida right now. So right now, we're just happy that all of our the staff is safe, and we're just doing the best that we can right now.
And this really looks like a scene from a disaster movie. Check out this gas pump at this Shell gas station. it's completely on its side. And look at the awning. You could see it is hanging on barely, and this just gives you an idea of really how powerful the winds were. In Cape Coral, more signs of Ian's wrath. This mobile home destroyed, and power poles snapped. Power lines all over the roadways. Lee County officially off the grid. It's going to take power crews some time to rebuild the power infrastructure. Here in Marco Island, they also received significant storm surge. Most of it has receded, only some standing water like right here off of Yellowbird Street. The water is about ankle deep. It's not too bad. You still are able to drive through and even walk through. So it is good that the water receded quickly, and crews here in Marco Island also worked diligently to get any debris off the roadways. But people in Fort Myers not waiting for cleanup crews, doing their own work to get things back up and running.
We're basically just going on just whatever main road, there's trees, if it's gonna cause more traffic or anything like that. As long as it's blocking the road, they're clearing it.
And I want to share just this conversation we've had with Marco Island Fire Rescue. We spoke to one of the firefighters. He stayed to ride out the storm, and he said as he watched the storm surge push in, he described it as a snake wrapped around your neck, getting tighter and tighter, just waiting and wondering when you would be able to breathe again. Thankfully, Marco Island, at least the water there has receded, but that is simply not the case in other parts of the Gulf Coast. The rebuilding efforts, no doubt, very much underway. For now, that's the very latest. Reporting live in East Naples, Janice Fernandez, Local 10 News.
A pretty powerful description there. Thanks, Janice.
Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us for our special coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Tyler Molden.
Hurricane Ian isn't quite over yet. In fact, taking a live look at Savannah, Georgia, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Savannah on your left, Myrtle Beach there on your right. Now, yesterday at this time, we're looking at these same tower cams, and it was looking much calmer. And that's not quite the case right now. You can see a little bit of a chop coming in Savannah on your left there. Myrtle Beach, the rain's already falling, getting a lot of the some of the outer bands of Ian currently working its way on through. Here are the latest numbers on Hurricane Ian. A Category 1 hurricane, 85-mile-an-hour wind around somewhat of sloppy center circulation, but certainly there. Currently moving off to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. Location, 185 miles south of Charleston, South Carolina. So it looks to make yet another landfall sometime later in the day on your Friday. We're looking somewhere around midday or so. Most likely going to be in around here in South Carolina, maybe even up towards North Carolina. We'll get to that in just a moment. But let's take a look at some of the rain that's currently falling in parts of South Carolina and what's been happening overall. Now look at the hurricane wind fields from Ian of the last 48 hours. You can actually see where it was a major hurricane, strong Category 4. It ended up making landfall, dropping down to Category 1 hurricane. Actually, it was a tropical storm for a period of time earlier on Thursday, and now working its way right back, becoming a hurricane once again, as it is out in the open waters of the Atlantic Ocean. There's the latest look. I did I'm going to activate the lightning tracker on here as well, and not seeing a lot in the way of lightning. So a couple of the outer bands here, but well offshore North Carolina at the moment. So the rain bands are starting to work its way onshore. I do expect the rain to begin to pick up even more so on this Thursday into your Friday, as well. Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Morehead City, not much in the way of a heavy rainfall yet. But that's going to be a little bit different as we head into the rest of your Friday, into the weekend as well. Let me show you the bigger perspective here. And again, there is the latest look at Ian, and looking back at what Ian did in Florida. Look at some of these numbers. And again, this is just radar estimated rain totals, but well over a foot and a half of rainfall from a pretty decent swath here, just from southwest Florida all the way up through the Orlando area, over toward Daytona Beach. Several areas, anywhere from 16, 18 inches. Close to 20 inches of rainfall have fallen right around that, just south of the I-4 corridor. And with this, we had a lot of power outages that is still underway.
But the problem is we have yet another landfall expected here in the lower 48. So it's absolutely relentless in the way this thing is going. Category 1 right now, 984 millibars. I don't know if the pressure is going to change all that much going forward, or the category for that matter. But still, I mean, 85 miles per hour is no joke. It's moving north-northeast. northeast, so it's still moving in this direction at 9 miles per hour. We're expecting a north turn at some point this morning as it approaches the coastline here. So from Charleston through Myrtle Beach and even into parts of Wilmington are going to be somewhere in the bullseye here. Power outages are still up at 2 million customers in Florida. The hurricane warnings are all across the coastal communities of South Carolina and a chunk or a portion here in the southern region of North Carolina. Now, what I think is a little bit more important, if you're not near the coast, is the tropical storm warning stretches all the way back to Charlotte and even touches Raleigh and even back into Augusta. So you've got some of these areas that are well into the interior, maybe by as much as a couple hundred miles, that are going to be feeling these conditions and maybe getting some of these big trees with, still full foliage on them falling over and causing additional power outages. So there's the track and the trajectory. There's your wind speed as we head into this afternoon, looking like it might stay the same. And then as we go into your morning tomorrow, it'll be into the interior. And once again, we'll likely go back to TS, and then we'll be downgrading from that point forward. But it's still going to have the juice that it's had ever since it's basically come to fruition. So you can kind of see the eye sitting right about here, and the movement itself throwing in a lot of precipitation for Charleston right now. We even have some flood concerns down there near Wilmington in the North Carolina area. Weather Prediction Center putting out a highlight there, Kelly. And those wind gusts will likely just increase as the storm eventually makes that north turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, the National Hurricane Center does not have much weakening going on with this system. But regardless of whether it's a high-end storm or a low-end Category 1 hurricane, we're still talking about similar impacts.
Right.
So we do have the storm surge potential as well as the heavy rain that will likely lead to flooding. But I do want to start with some good news. It's not going to pull a Matthew on us like it did so many years ago in South Carolina, where it just crawled along the coastline. But you can see that we're already dealing with some of that heavy rain across North and South Carolina. You can see the heavy rain, especially where you see the yellow and orange, even a bit of lightning embedded within that just offshore from Charleston. So it's going to be later today when we see an official landfall, but even ahead of landfall, there will be the heavy rain, enough to cause some flooding. I'll have to watch the river basins as well, the storm surge flooding, especially along the coastline. So we got a lot of hazards still when it comes to Ian, still a Category 1 hurricane at this hour. Rainfall amounts 3 to 5, even interior areas of the Carolinas are likely to see a good swath of 3 to 5, possibly even more in some isolated instances. And you can see across the Smokies and getting up into the mountains of West Virginia will squeeze out more moisture there. And of course, with the higher terrain, there's always that concern of flash flooding as well. So the gauges for now are looking like minor to moderate, but we are forecasting major right here around the Charleston Harbor area. Now, Charleston, a very flood-prone city, even with slow-moving storms in the summertime. We tend to get flooding, even with a persistent east wind in the summertime, or any time of year, really, we can get flooding. So bring in a hurricane, and this is not going to be a good situation. From Myrtle Beach to Charleston, all the way down to the squares of Savannah, offshore wind initially, but turning around as our system comes in. We will start to see that push of water along the coastline, especially east of where the center moves in. So Myrtle Beach watching you guys, Wilmington, Wrightsville Beach, all the way up toward the Outer Banks. You got those outer rain bands affecting you starting this morning and then going all day long. This is 2 o'clock in the afternoon after it makes that landfall, and you can still see plenty of yellow and orange on here. That means the indication of very heavy rainfall and therefore a lot of flooding. Our live team coverage of Ian continues right after the break.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
It's gone. Let's go.
It's devastating, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Heartbroken and homeless, communities devastated by Ian's brute force. Some neighborhoods in Central Florida still soaked, and search and rescue teams now risking their lives to find survivors. Good morning, South Florida. I'm Vanessa Borge.
And I'm Alex Diarmis, and the hurricane is not done yet as it prepares to make landfall now near South Carolina. Reporter Lauren Blanchard leads our extensive team coverage this morning. She is live in Naples with a look at the sad sights there. Lauren?
Good morning, Vanessa. Alex, we have been able to just now get our first look at some of the devastation here in Naples, and it is absolutely just crazy how strong this storm really was. I mean, it tossed boats like toys. Cars are strewn everywhere. There is mud everywhere, and even things like furniture, dishwashers just in the street after being swept out of their homes. And Ian is not done yet.
took everything from everyone, and it's just devastating. You don't know where to begin.
Ian is barreling toward the U.S. Forecasters say it will make landfall near Charleston, South Carolina.
We're expecting some high winds and some tropical, storm conditions, and they're very much, concerned.
In Florida, the destruction it left behind is catastrophic, and the cleanup could take months. Boats were hurled onto highways, homes torn to pieces, and the storm surge flooded neighborhoods.
Figured, it's not going to be that bad, and I figured we'd ride it out. Worst mistake of my life.
So far, local officials have received thousands of calls for help. Millions were warned to evacuate before Ian hit the southwest coast of Florida as a strong Category 4 hurricane, but many stayed behind. Now, first responders fear the number of dead may rise over the coming days. Confirmed fatalities already in the double digits.
There will, of course, be many more rescues that are added to the tiller. Now, we absolutely expect to have mortality from this hurricane.
And here in Naples, they are trying to restore power as fast as possible. We have seen some stores with their lights on. The house we're actually staying in, it got its power back last night. But this area where we are closer to the water, still no power. A lot of people starting to come out, try and check out the area, their property for themselves. Live in Naples, Lauren Blanchard, Today in Florida.
All right, Lauren, and now to the race to rescue survivors who rode out the storm. 7's Tavares Jones is live with what those crews are facing now. Tavares.
Alex, good morning. From Good Samaritans to first responders, several stories of heroic rescues amid so much widespread devastation. This as people on the west coast of Florida grapple with the aftermath. New breathtaking images emerge following the devastation in wake of Ian's wrath. Right now, emergency crews continue to reach stranded residents, with more than 700 people already rescued. This video shows the Miami-based U.S. Coast Guard MH-65 Dolphin aircrew touching down in Sanibel, Florida Thursday to rescue people stranded on the island. One man guiding the crew to his home.
Nice and easy, guys. You got this. Let's go. You're okay. You're okay. You're gonna stay right there, bud.
Another video shows a man being pulled from under a pile of debris on Fort Myers Beach.
Where are you at? You're in Fort Myers.
The man visibly shaken and disoriented. Rescue crews would use what they could to keep him warm. More video out of Fort Myers Beach.
All that debris just littered everywhere. These were buildings. This was the building right there. There were buildings, restaurants, and what used to be the Fort Myers Pier.
A look from above shows the devastation along Fort Myers Beach. More first responders bypassing dangerous conditions in their search for survivors. A lot of what they saw simply hard to put into words. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Task Force at Ground Zero on Thursday, sharing these videos of them in Sanibel and Captiva Islands. Paramedics, structural engineers, K9 and hazmat crews landing in what looked like a war zone of battered buildings. The crews helping those who chose not to evacuate board a military-style chopper to get them to safety. The devastated area is only accessible by air due to the catastrophic damage to roads and the Sanibel Causeway. Other videos shows just what rescue crews had to get through to carry out their mission. Massive mangled pieces of debris on the ground and homes ripped apart. Well, right now, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue is working closely with the National Guard to get more people to safety. Their work far from over. In the Newsplex this morning, Tavares Jones, Today in Florida.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and the story is all about Hurricane Ian. A little bit of inside baseball. Just during the commercial break, I was texting with my cousin, Matt Giannini. He is a firefighter here in Charleston, South Carolina, and I can tell you that scenes that you see here like Virginia Beach, well, guess what? You can expect these rough conditions not only in places like Virginia Beach, but also here in Charleston and up and down much of the Carolina coast, from North Carolina to South Carolina, and maybe even a sliver of Virginia Beach too. So a lot of areas that are going to be dealing with this massive system. Back on the first responders, again, my conversation with Matt was about how he is going to be working around the clock, and you've got to think about the first responders from Florida through Georgia, all across America. These first responders, they help people whose names they do not know, whose faces they've never seen, whose voices they've never heard. Yet they go in the most dangerous of situations and selflessly do what they can to help everyone. And certainly a lot of respect, a lot of love for those men and women who go out there and put their lives on the line for others. I will tell you that the advice from the fire department here in Charleston, also from the police department, is if you can stay off the road, by all means do so. We have seen quite a bit of traffic out here, but most of the traffic, there's some firefighters right there, most of them have been the first responders that have been scouting the streets. They go and they patrol areas that do tend to collect the water. And if you spend any time around Charleston, there are a lot of places. I mean, you think about just the situation in the city, that you can have flooding near the Citadel on a day with high tide and just plenty of sunshine outside. It does happen from time to time. But with this location situated between the Ashley and Cooper rivers, and then you think, Jen, about the shape of Charleston Harbor, which extends some 7 miles from the Battery clear on out to, well, right between Morris Island and Sullivan Island, with an opening to the harbor that's only a mile wide. That can turn into a slosh pit very quickly when you have strong winds, surge, high tide, and guess what? A lot of those factors are going to be in play today, Jan.
Yes, and Reynolds, I just saw up in Horry County, near Myrtle Beach, Garden City, they're having some of that kind of flooding between the surge, which might not be terribly high, but it's enough to raise the water levels right now, and then also the rainfall that's been happening, Reynolds. So great point there. I want to talk about some of the issues we've had with trees coming down and the fact that we've had, winds that have been up over 40, 45 miles per hour or stronger in a widespread area. Let's look at some of the storm reports. In Winyah Bay, this is just offshore, weather flow station there, did measure a gust of 75 miles per hour. But again, that's right along the coast. The wind comes uninterrupted off of the water. Sullivan's Island, we've got Isle of Palms Police Department reporting standing water on a number of roads with debris. So things are really starting to happen quickly in terms of reports coming in. This is why the shelter in place is recommended. In Summit, now we're well inland. This is near just to the west of Columbia. In Summit, reported power lines down in the roadway at Two Notch Road and Davis Height Place. So to show you the expanse of what's going on, you saw that report near Columbia. We're expecting issues like that in North Carolina as well. Look at how on the satellite picture, the whole character of Ian has changed. We've got basically a core of a tropical system, a hurricane right now that's sitting just offshore, but it's getting all tangled up with a front and a big extratropical system. Basically, it's like a hurricane in a nor'easter, if you want to put it that way. Not exactly, but you get the point of what we're dealing with here. And folks along the coast, up and down the eastern seaboard, know what that onshore flow from a extratropical system can do. So we're going to have issues on the coast. We're going to have issues as the circulation of Ian approaches the coast. And we've been watching that as this very heavy band went through Charleston. Winds gusted to nearly 50 miles per hour. Myrtle Beach, we've got winds gusting into the 40s. And we're going to be watching this wind field continue to expand as the system continues to tangle with the front. We're going to see the winds all throughout North Carolina on the increase. It's been gusty all morning in Raleigh and Fayetteville and Kingston and Greenville in North Carolina. Cape Hatteras, we've been gusting up over 30, 35 miles per hour. In Wilmington, we've had wind gusts now close to 40 miles per hour. And the fact that it's been very consistent with this wind, we're not getting any breaks. And if anything, it's only going to ramp up, will mean that we do have that risk of power outages. I want to talk about the winds, and this is the forecast as we get through the morning. Winds are going to continue to at least be as strong as they are now or get stronger. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds expected in Columbia this afternoon. Myrtle Beach, we could see 40 to 50 or higher if we do indeed get the landfall right there. We're watching these winds increase in Wilmington, onshore flow as well. Watching Fayetteville with that risk of winds up to 60, maybe even 75 mile per hour gusts are possible as we watch the core of the system track to the north up here. This is now through the overnight hours, and we are going to be watching still gusty conditions in Charlotte and Raleigh and Fayetteville. Be ready for power outages. You don't want to be caught out on the roads in a situation like this between the wind and the rain. Some trees will come down. That will be a travel hazard, and we'll be watching this for you right here on the Weather Channel as we continue to track Hurricane Ian.
In southern parts of Lee County, Sanibel, areas like that. This is in theory a boat that you could get onto a street and use
that looks
to
like
travel down the
Bowditch Point, northern side of Matanzas Pass Bridge will be the bridge. You see that between the main.
Okay, so
Fort Myers
this
Beach.
is Fort Myers Beach. And this is some of, if this is the first time you're tuning in, this is going to be jarring, shocking, and probably painful to see, because Fort Myers Beach is not the same Fort Myers Beach it was just 2 or 3 days ago. And so up kind of in the top of your screen now, you're looking at the Matanzas Pass Bridge. So that's what takes you over to Fort Myers Beach. That's the pink shell right there. If you've ever been there, you know that giant
Look
pool.
how different the coastline looks.
That is where all the kids like to play in the pool, the water slides. That's gone.
It is just unfathomable to see how much sand now covers where there was no sand before. That was a road in the middle where you see what's left of those palm trees. It's just, it looks like it's all just the beach now with debris.
I do not see one floor building in that entire frame. Everything that's remaining is at least 2 to 3 stories tall. And correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm overlooking something, but it's very likely there was more than 10 feet of very fast-moving, rushing water that wiped across this island. So anything that was 1 story, if it wasn't exceptionally strong, is probably very difficult to conceive how it could still be standing.
Now we're looking at, those are Black Hawk helicopters flying right along the coast of Fort Myers Beach right now. Very ominous. I don't think anyone...
But it means that they are on the way to help, which is good.
I think you may have just missed it because it was no longer there. But we just passed the pier, and it's not there.
Yeah, for folks listening in for the first time, maybe you're just now getting cell phone service, internet. We're looking live at Fort Myers Beach. I would say along the shorefront, if it isn't a 2-story or maybe a high-rise resort, I would say 80 to 90% of those buildings don't even exist anymore.
What's amazing is you look at the new construction. You know, we talk about how new construction makes a difference.
And that's right near Margaritaville.
That is Margaritaville, and it is under construction.
It's still standing, though.
But it's still standing.
Yeah.
But, you know, for folks familiar with Fort Myers Beach, you go over the bridge and then down to the right. It is the perfect entrance to a little beach community. You have the ice cream shop. You have the Wynn's, you know, beach and surf shop. All that is gone now.
I just can't get over the pier because I was there Tuesday and I was talking to people and I even pointed out, like, hey, the water's at the 5th pillar right now. And I pointed it out for a reference point. And now the entire pier is gone.
This is completely...
And this entire area is decimated.
So this is your town square right there.
Times Square.
Yep, right there, Fort Myers Beach. I don't even know how to describe it. All of us right now,
It's just been washed away.
Well, and if you're listening on one of our radio partners, and a few of our radio partners are now broadcasting.
Wynn's Surf, that's Wynn's right there.
You are seeing nothing. Things are gone. Buildings that were there for years are no longer.
And, you know, Fort Myers Beach really did get the worst of it because not only did we see absolutely devastating storm surge that has literally put sand covering the entire island. You cannot see pavement anywhere. Everything is covered in inches of sand, if not feet.
There used to be townhomes there.
And
they're all
relentless winds.
Yeah.
Rob, I remember I think you put this into perspective yesterday, but because of the wind speeds we were seeing with this hurricane, it was as if an EF3 tornado was pounding this area for hours and hours and hours.
It was only moving at 8 miles per hour. The forward motion of the hurricane was only to the north-northeast at 8 miles an hour. So it took such a long time for those 155 mile per hour sustained winds to finally clear the area. Then they would go through the eye. It would be a period of relatively calm, and then the back edge of the eye would come along and blow things in the other direction. It's jaw-dropping.
For folks, if you do have, you know, TV, power, internet, and you are able to see, you may be asking, my goodness, how many people did we lose in this? And that is still an answer that we're waiting for. We don't have any reported deaths out of Lee County yet. We have confirmed deaths. We just don't have a confirmed number.
Sanibel.
Sanibel, we do have 2. Fort Myers Beach is what I meant to say. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kyla, you were on was it the day before and you were interviewing
Right, yeah, it was
people?
Tuesday. I talked to so many people who told me they weren't evacuating, and that is all I have been able to think about the last few days is all those people. I met one woman who was a bartender right in Times Square. She told me she and her girlfriends who she worked with were not leaving. They were going to hunker down. I believe she said that they were 10 feet up their house, and she wasn't a 2-story. So now that we're seeing some of the damage and the fact that, you know, there are some houses or businesses businesses that were 2 stories that are still standing. It gives me a little bit of hope, but unfortunately, I've not been able to get in touch with her. I called her this morning. Of course, service is non-existent, so I wasn't expecting an answer, but I am hoping I can hear from her at least. But there are so many other people like her. Look at this damage. I just don't even know how people would withstand that type of powerful wind and rain and the storm surge.
You see there a building gone.
Oh my gosh.
Just
you could just
gone.
see the foundation of it. You could tell that was not a small structure either. Wow. And, you know, one of the grim realities of this, we have one of our reporters, NBC2's Christy Soto. She's going to be alongside Lee County deputies in the Lee County Sheriff's Office today, is trying to decipher who evacuated, who may be missing, and then who may have lost their life in this. And so there's going to be a lot of, it's going to be very tough for these rescue and recovery crews, because looking at the damage, if you're watching with us, it's tough to even know where to start coming into this. They've done a really good job. Daryl, I think you saw the images yesterday too. Just even getting the road clear though, or what was a road. You can see there was a clear path where at least now some emergency crews can kind of get up and down Fort Myers Beach, because before it was taking them hours just to move a few feet because there was so much debris they had to clear.
There was also so many people out there yesterday, and Derek Kopp, who was out there with Brianna Fernandez, was telling me that now today they're not letting other people unless you are a resident. So again, no looky-loos, nothing, because they need to focus on the recovery. Look at all these boats.
Just trying to talk, and they give me vertigo every time they do those fast zooms. But I think we just crossed the bay, and
we did. This is
Dock Ford's
right there. You can see Dock Ford seems to be okay.
I was worried about their bottom deck though, is like right on the water.
Yeah.
I know they were boarded up. I stopped there on Tuesday and there was nobody there, but there was a bar which is kind of right in that little other cove right nearby, and it was packed on Tuesday. So I assume that many of those people, you know, they wanted to ride it out.
And if you look at the very bottom of your screen, there are boats. That was actually a place where people could store boats.
We are looking
these are the shrimp. These are the shrimps. These are the shrimp boats.
And just for context, people, if you're listening in, these are 50, 70, 80-foot large industrial boats used for commercial fishing. And I am looking at 1, 2, 3, that is 10, 12 of them piled up on top of each other like toys. These are
more than that, probably.
This is, and it's in kind of a little cove, which we know there was some boats that were being stored there, but as this storm surge moved in, that's one of the big concerns. Even if it's 15 feet right along the shoreline, as it moves into coves and canals and little bays like that, Rob, it can actually increase and go up even taller, almost like, you know, water sloshing in the corner of the bathtub.
So Rob, talk about that a bit, Ed, and tell me, because we've seen a few big boats get that far inland, and they didn't get blown there. Obviously, there was water that carried them there. What type of wave happens when we see that onward flow of water from the Gulf? How high would those waves had to have been to get those boats that far on land?
Storm surge is not just one gigantic one-and-done wave. Instead, it's a gradual and continual push of the ocean along with the wind. So you get one wave and the water rises, and then you get another wave and the water rises. So eventually, as these boats get lifted up from where they were planted, you would likely have, you know, considering how tall those boats are and what would be underneath the surface of the water, we know that the depth of the water had to have at least been between probably 10 and 15 feet. And then you notice here that we don't see any standing water right now on the land. So all of the storm surge has now since retreated back into the Gulf of Mexico, which means all these things that have been dislodged, like those gigantic shrimp boats that you just pointed out, those are now stuck on what is once again dry land in the wake of that storm surge event. You know, again, it had to have been between 10 and 15 feet. We won't know the final number for weeks, considering the extent of the damage, but you know, the movement of the salt water from the Gulf had to have been between 10 and 15 feet to move around the kind of things that we've seen here. Chris, I wanted to add one more thing. You brought up a good point about for people who are trying to get in touch with friends or relatives that they know were on the island, establishing contact with them is difficult right now, but knowing who left, who stayed, and who might have been evacuated somewhere else. The full-time population of Fort Myers Beach, I just looked up the figures, is a little more than 7,000 people. Okay. Of course, during season, it would be inflated, but there's at least 7,000 people who call Fort Myers Beach home during the summertime, during year-long residence. So trying to establish a list of 7,000 people who call the island home, who was there, who evacuated, and who might be somewhere else is going to be extremely challenging considering the extraordinarily limited communications we have right now.
This also, Rob, this almost looks like a new sandbar that's possibly been created, that's been blown. I mean, that
south of the Matanzas Pass Bridge,
and just because I boat back here, I will tell you that there has always been a bit of a sandbar there.
Is it only that prevalent?
It gets pretty shallow.
I think it depends on the tides.
Pass there.
So again, we're looking at another Black Hawk flying over Fort Myers Beach. Wow.
It's so surreal to see this. You think to the big Hollywood movies where you see these mass destruction events and you think, oh, it's just something you would see in the movies, but when you see it in your backyard where you spend your weekends and where you go with your friends and where you bring your family when they come to visit you here, this is heartbreaking.
And Fort Myers Beach is such an iconic spot of Southwest Florida. You know, you may not know a lot about our community if you are watching this from outside, but you've heard of Fort Myers Beach. It's the heart, you know, of a lot of our economy with the shrimping.
It's the first place I went when I came to visit.
The thing that I noticed when we were looking at the manufactured home park there was how many empty pads were there. And I was trying to count to see if if they were just empty pads or if all of those homes had actually been moved out someplace by the water.
Look like the boats that we saw, all pushed up against each other. It's just
those look kind of like double wide style homes, generally up on a small platform. And I've seen some.
Oh, look at that oval-shaped pool.
It's a pool.
I can't believe that.
There's no house anywhere near, but the pool's still standing.
It's looking all the sand around it washed away. I would suspect that pool was a below-ground pool when it was put in.
And then
the above-ground pools would be gone.
Another house over here to the left where you can actually see the one we're zooming in on right now, where you can actually see almost the foundation. You know, I'm curious to know how far those were driven into the ground before this storm, because Rob, it looks like this is either a place where the water's either funneled up really aggressively or been sucked out to sea and has almost pulled all the sand and dirt out from underneath that home. I wonder if those pillars weren't 5-10 feet beneath the sand before this, because that was an underground pool that we're looking at right now.
That's amazing.
And you could see you could almost see underneath
on the radio, or if you're watching us from somewhere else. This is a stretch of the beach that is very. Oh, is that the one of the churches on that blue roof?
No, that is right next to. That would have been. I want to look.
But for those of you who are listening to us on the radio or watching from out of town for where you evacuated from, this stretch of Fort Myers Beach is very densely developed. You don't have open lots, at least on this stretch, like on the north end of Fort Myers Beach in Estero Island. You don't have open lots in this area. So the fact that we are seeing so many lots that are now totally bare.
of leveled.
I mean, there are
leveled for blocks.
And in this stretch of the beach as well, there's quite a bit of new development too, and to see this kind of destruction there. That's even more concerning. And we're getting a closer up view here of the camera. It's hovering over top of an ambulance, and there is absolutely no green at all. It is completely sand.
You wouldn't be able to tell this is Florida.
To the other. Looks like we're passing what would have been one of the crosswalks there with the.
Look at that is the entire traffic arm has been tilted at a 45-degree angle. That should have been perpendicular to the road, and it has almost been swung 90 degrees.
And I want to go back. We were talking about that in-ground pool. I just looked it up. The typical maximum depth for an in-ground pool is about 8 feet. Of course, things are different everywhere, but that gives you a little bit perspective. That means that was sitting ground level before the storm, and now after the storm, you can see it. That's 8 feet you were looking at, so it just shows you how much water was brought in with the storm surge, and then how much of the ground, the sand and everything was then carried out for possibly miles.
I believe we're shifting south down Fort Myers Beach now as you kind of get into some of the taller, almost high-rise resorts. Wow, look at this. So now we are looking at, I can't even recognize what this building was, but this was a high-rise, either condominium, maybe hotel resort, and even these, which are generally built a little bit more solid.
That one looks like it may have been a little bit older.
Yeah, and that's had the roof ripped off of the top of it. And so as we move a little bit farther south, we are starting to get to some of those coastal resorts and properties and high-rises that are a little bit more modern. Like now we're looking at some houses that seem fine, but again,
well, they're still standing, but we don't really know if what's left inside.
And you get such a mixture. I mean, there's such a you get a lot of new homes that have been built, but I will tell you that when you get into the communities of Fort Myers Beach, there are a lot of homes that are still those 1950s, 60 ranchers, the old Michigan homes that, you know, have been there forever.
And the reason they've been there since the 60s is because the last storm of this magnitude was Donna in 1960, but Donna followed a path that was fairly similar to Irma in that they didn't have the unthinkable amount of storm surge like we had with this one. What's different with this one is that it made the approach into the southwest Florida region from the Gulf of Mexico. It was a path similar to Charlie, but the physical size of this hurricane was so much wider. And that's why for the first time in decades, even probably more than decades, we actually have seen storm surge move onto parts of Estero Island. One more thing, we're moving down further into the beach here. One thing that jumped out to me when we had that perspective a few minutes ago is on the immediate coastline, that's where the houses in some cases have been completely leveled. But if you were to look on the bay side of Fort Myers Beach, you didn't see the same amount of complete devastation. So you know, the worst of it, of course, would have been on the immediate beach line. And then as the waters continue to spread up and over Estero Island, at least from a broad perspective from this helicopter, the only areas where there was nothing left were on the first few blocks.
Look at that empty lot right there on the left-hand side of your screen. There's absolutely not one thing left.
This is new. This is a tornado watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We knew that there was going to be a severe weather threat today across parts of North Carolina and areas nearby in South Carolina and Virginia. So heads up, these outer bands of still Hurricane Ian are moving through, and could each one of them bring that threat of tornadoes, along with damaging winds as well. So having a look at the radar pictures overall, this is a sprawling storm, right? We see the rain extending hundreds of miles away from the center of circulation, and very impactful weather to be sure. Far north is Virginia and Delaware right now, but the center of circulation here does appear to be perhaps in the process of making landfall just to the northeast of Charleston, South Carolina, and concentrated in a small area are where those hurricane force winds are, right near the coast. And you can see we've got very strong winds in progress in Georgetown, South Carolina. The winds are gusting to 55. In Winyah Bay, I'll show you in a second, nearby Georgetown, right along the coast, the winds are gusting to near 90 miles per hour, but that's at a little bit higher elevation above the standard height. So maybe the winds near normal height are a little bit less, but still, look at this. Charleston, 38, gust to 50 some miles per hour. Earlier, we saw wind gust to 60. All of that happening in a rain band that's producing rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour. And this has been with us for well over an hour in roughly the same spot. Flooding, trees are being reported down all over the place. And again, the wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and in some cases even more than that. That band may be narrowing, but it doesn't appear to be moving much. Now, farther to the northeast is where we think the landfall may be happening right now or very soon, not far from Bulls Bay, South Carolina, okay? And some of the strongest winds here that we've measured are almost 90 miles per hour on the north side of that circulation. We're going to continue to monitor the progress of Ian as it hammers parts of South Carolina with very strong winds, and look, coastal inundation as well. We'll be right back.
We're tracking Hurricane Ian right now. This storm about to make landfall in South Carolina as a Category 1 hurricane. So less intense than what hit Florida on Wednesday, but still very dangerous, with storm surges up to 7 feet expected in some areas. In Florida, the damage could be the worst the state has ever seen. These overhead shots showing entire communities just wiped off the map, buildings leveled. Stunning scenes like this one, piles of boats that were just tossed around as if they were bathtub toys. CNN's Matt Egan is here now to lay out the scale of this devastation. Matt, just how daunting could this recovery be in Florida?
Yeah, Anna, it really is a nightmare. It's going to take time and money to rebuild, a lot of money. CoreLogic estimates that a record number of homes and properties have been destroyed by this hurricane. Wind damage alone is estimated at up to $32 billion. Flooding damage could be another $15 billion. You put it together and we're looking at up to $47 billion of insured losses. For context, that would be just shy of the priciest storm to ever hit Florida, Hurricane Andrew in 1992. That devastating storm did about $55 billion in damage on an inflation-adjusted basis. And remember, these estimates out today are just for Florida. As you mentioned, the hurricane is striking the Carolinas, and that's just going to add to the financial toll. When all is said and done, this could be one of the most expensive storms to ever hit U.S. history, in U.S. history. That list, of course, topped by Hurricane Katrina in 2005. It did almost $200 billion in damage. And Anna, remember, this is happening at a time of very high inflation in the United States. The cost of building materials and labor has gone up, and that just makes the situation that much more challenging.
Yeah, that's a really good point for people who have to rebuild. Now, all the costs associated with building are that much higher compared to years ago. Housing, of course, is a critical issue after a storm like this one, but Florida's home insurance market was already volatile, already challenging for people. So what's the outlook there?
Yeah, I mean, the home insurance market in Florida was a hot mess before this storm. It's going to be that much worse after it. One issue in Florida is that it's very expensive to get home insurance. The average homeowner paid just over $4,200 a year. That is almost triple the national average. And not only is it expensive to get home insurance in Florida, it's actually just hard to find. The national home insurers don't really play in Florida, in part because of this risk from storms. So that leaves it in the hands of some smaller players that don't have the financial resources. Anna, even before this storm, 6 home insurers in Florida had gone under, and unfortunately that number is probably going to rise.
Thanks for staying with us for extended coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm Mike Bettis alongside our expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. We also have our crews that are out in the field. We'll get to them here in just a second, but we've got a threat that's moving in, including a tornado threat that comes with this landfall. Torcon of 3 up into North Carolina, extends up into the Hampton Roads area as well. Again, we're expecting the call of landfall to be any second now from the National Hurricane Center, but we believe at this point it has at least most of it appears, Dr. Knabb, to be on land at this point.
Yeah, in fact, especially because the rainfall is a front-loaded part of this storm. And we've got so much wind to the north and east of it. A lot of you have been experiencing wind and water impacts at the coast and inland for hours and hours. And the center coming ashore might, in this case, actually foretell the short time we have before the rain starts to let up, but the winds will be going on for a while. So what will happen here shortly is we'll get the intermediate public advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll see what they say about where they determine the center is relative to land. But this is the 11 a.m. information, and it has been moving west of north as it's going to be moving ashore and becoming a post-tropical system and bringing a lot of wind and a lot of rain inland. There's going to be a lot of gustiness. Those wind speeds on there are just the sustained one. We're going to get a lot stronger gusts. But look at how much rain is happening on the north, the front half of this, and the onshore flow side. The strong winds, the storm surge flooding is all on the right-hand side, and this is the part of the storm that we'll have to watch for tornado spin-up. So we've got flash flood warnings in many places, especially along the coast of South Carolina. And here is where the center of circulation roughly is, not far from Bulls Bay and McClellanville, that whole area between Georgetown and Charleston, where we've had the buoy come around after the center went by. Haven't had the Georgetown observation come out of the east yet, but that nasty band on this side, on the west side in Charleston, has brought some really heavy rainfall and strong wind gusts over 60, 70, 80 miles per hour in this region in the last few hours. So here is the central area. I don't know how well defined of an eye you would call this anymore, but such as it is very close to the coastline in here, right about in here somewhere. Here's Bulls Bay. Georgetown is up in here. So somewhere in there is where the center will be officially crossing the coast here before too much longer. Hurricane Ian has made landfall in South Carolina. So this is the 4th landfall that this hurricane has made. Cuba 2 in southwestern Florida, and now near Georgetown, South Carolina. So we have the particulars on a 2:15 p.m. statement, still an 85-mile-an-hour hurricane. That's the broad view, but looking closely at these landfall parameters, again, it's very near Georgetown, South Carolina, so that's between Charleston and Myrtle Beach as a Category 1 max sustained winds at 85 miles an hour and a pressure of 977 millibars. It is very front-loaded with regard to the rainfall. So the good news here is after the center comes ashore, the rains should taper off at the coastline substantially, but it is very right-loaded. Look at all of this wind that's off to the north and east. We've got high pressure off to the north, and so there's a tremendous pressure gradient, and it's going to rain a long time and blow for a long time well inland in South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Taking a closer look at the radar, you can see all these flash flood warnings here in South Carolina and the onshore push north and east of where the center is coming ashore. So again, here's Georgetown. You can see the surface observation kind of bending around this way. So the radar signature is kind of messy, but the surface observations indicate coming ashore right about in here near Georgetown as this bends around to the west. So maybe coming in the exact center up in there. And if we look at another depiction on the radar, it's not real clear what's going on there in terms of looking at the reflectivities, but the velocities show that the center has crossed the coastline, and now we've got that onshore push and wind continuing off to the north and east of there. And our Alex Wallace is up here in Myrtle Beach. So Alex, you are just on the right-hand side, the onshore flow side of a landfalling hurricane. Have the winds gotten stronger? And oh, by the way, is the temperature still going up because the right side of Ian is bringing a warm front in too?
That's exactly what we've noticed, Dr. Nab. Those two things. These are easily the strongest winds we've experienced since we've been out here. Sustained and gusts really have picked up here in the last half an hour or so, up to an hour or so. So stronger winds, absolutely that's been the case. You also mentioned being loaded in terms of the rain, sort of on the north side of this thing. While the southeast side, we haven't seen, it's been sort of a drier situation. Well, we've kind of hit that mark now where we're not finding any rain, which makes it so much easier when you have rain pelting you. It's like needles. So we don't have to deal with that, but very, very strong winds, that is for sure. And those strong winds have absolutely caused issues. You see behind me here, you got the caution tape in front of the boardwalk that leads you down towards the beach. That's because of this boardwalk. You walk up, try to make a right, it's gone. The waters came up so fast, or say so much, that it's actually crept in and knocked over half of the boardwalk there. So you can't even get to the beach without getting into the Atlantic waters themselves, which are churned up. They are angry and they are pretty nasty at this point. So it has no doubt been a stormy last few hours. The winds have cranked up a bit. You kind of have to brace yourself at times. You look across and across the way, you can see the palm trees, no doubt. A little bit of the debris from some of the palms have come down just a bit here. So it is rocking a bit more here this afternoon, no question about it. I have to say the folks here have been dealing with some power outages now, not just along the coast, but also inland as well. Those power outages are now getting up around 170,000, 180,000 customers without power here across the state of South Carolina. In fact, just outside, fortunately right now, where we are staying here at the hotel, still power, but just outside of this resort area, the power is out to some of these stores and locations surrounding. So we're going to see that mounting more. And I can't imagine not being the case with some of these stronger winds that we're experiencing right now. So it's certainly cranking here for us, Dr. Nab. No doubt as we're on that sort of east side finally now. Right, we've been kind of waiting for that onshore push. Fortunately, Dr. Nab, we didn't see that push take place right when that high tide was in play, right around that 11 o'clock hour, or else we probably would have seen even a greater water rise here where we are.
Yeah, and Alex, you're also fortunate that you're not getting the heaviest rain in the coastal areas of South Carolina that Ian has to offer. That's happening down in Charleston. So at least nobody has gotten the double bill of the maximum saltwater flooding and the maximum freshwater flooding. So let me show you where the water problems are occurring along with the wind problems. We've got the flash flood warnings here along the coast, all the way from where Alex is in Myrtle Beach, all the way down past Charleston. And again, this nasty band on the west side of this generally northward moving system has really been bringing the strong winds and the heavy rains. And again, this is where the offshore flow is, but you've still been gusting over 60 miles an hour. Big time rainfall totals over the last 24 hours. And we've got a considerable threat. Flash flood warning in Charleston, South Carolina until 5 p.m. Eastern time. Stay off the road.
You've been showing us now how the winds have been picking up, and you had to back off of the beach because the waves were coming in too high.
Yeah, Mike, the way it was too dangerous. The boardwalk essentially got washed away. At least half of it got washed away. We're not even sure if the whole thing is gone now. At this point, we just had to get out of there, put up caution tape. Nobody's walking around now. We talked about how we were experiencing some of the strongest winds, and that's exactly what we're finding right now. You really have to brace yourself, or else you go flying. This is pretty incredible what we're seeing in terms of these winds. And again, for most of the day, it was manageable. I mean, you could walk around and you're okay. You're able to kind of move around with no major issues. There was some gusts here and there, but this is pretty intense. I can only imagine. I mean, we're probably talking about winds gusting maybe in the 50, 60 mile an hour range, if that. And to think about what was being experienced down in Southwest Florida with some of those wind gusts getting up into the 140 mile per hour range. And you can imagine, and of course we aren't unfortunately imagining, we have seen what that kind of wind can do when it pushes all that water there. And so now we're experiencing what's going on with Hurricane Ian now on the South Carolina coast here in the Myrtle Beach area, where again those winds have really picked up in intensity here over the last couple of hours. This thing has made that landfall there just to our south now in Georgetown. It's about maybe 40, 45 miles just to my south and west, making that landfall. So we're kind of catching that sort of eastern edge where those winds have really turned around and really started to crank up. It's interesting that the winds have really cranked up, but the rain has tempered down quite a bit. So no doubt about it, with this type of wind, you're going to be talking about some big time power outages. We've seen that really climb here over the last couple of hours. Certainly once we started this morning, we woke up, no major issues. There was maybe around 1,000 customers that were without power. Most of those were centered in Horry County, that's Myrtle Beach. But now that has really expanded here over the last couple of hours. Now those power outages are approaching 200,000. So yeah, a lot of that along the coast, but we're going to start to push that inland. And of course, there's going to be more issues as we progress through the day, a bit farther inland as well. So no doubt, Mike, some of the biggest winds now we're finding here coming into the Myrtle Beach area as we've seen Hurricane Ian finally make that landfall. Get this, that fourth landfall. Remember, it was western Cuba, then it made landfall on the barrier island there in Florida, and then on the mainland of Florida, before now making that final landfall in Georgetown, South Carolina, which is just to my south. We'll send it back to you guys there in the studio.
Alex, your wind estimate is spot on. Winds are gusting to 51 miles an hour right now at North Myrtle Beach. I wanted to ask you, have you noticed at all any wind change in direction? Have you changed from an onshore flow to something else now? Can you tell just by that if the storm is going past you now with a change in direction, maybe a southwest flow now?
It's extremely difficult to tell. One moment the wind will be coming from one direction, the next they'll flip around. It's just kind of swirling all over the place. So it's really difficult to tell the direction the wind is coming from. But no doubt we've noticed, the one thing we've noticed is the intensity has picked up here in Myrtle Beach. By far, the strongest winds we are seeing right now. And we're just going to continue to get pummeled. And of course, those stronger winds will start to push inland as well, causing some issues there. We got plenty more to track when it comes to Hurricane Ian. Again, here in Myrtle Beach, we'll be with you here for the rest of the day. Yeah, absolutely, Mike. The wind speeds have no doubt picked up quite a bit, and they're very erratic. You know, one minute I'm bracing myself forward, the next minute I got to brace myself backwards. It's just coming in all directions here now. Probably getting funneled a little bit around this building just a bit, but still, some pretty strong winds that we are experiencing right now. Easily the strongest that we've seen all day long. Started out this morning, everything seemed to be lovely. You wouldn't have really known there was a tropical system offshore. But now, as this thing is pushed offshore, made that landfall, that fourth landfall in Georgetown, which is just a bit to my south, about 40 miles or so. We have no doubt felt the brunt of this system. Wow. And now we see it's not even raining all that heavily, but just a little bit of light rain, little drizzle with the winds that we're seeing, and it hurts in terms of that raindrop hitting your face. Whew. All right. So I had to actually put the goggles on. The first time I had to put the goggles on all day long because I just can't see without them. My eyes would be closed because the winds are coming in so strong. So it's been a tough last half an hour or so racing against some of these winds. And so with these winds cranking up like this, you'd imagine that we see some issues, and that's in the form of some power outages, which you've no doubt certainly noticed here over the last several hours. Those power outages are really starting to mount a bit. In fact, now across the state here in South Carolina, that number is 200,000 plus customers without power. And of course, you have to remember, one customer is not just one person. One customer, that's a business. That's a household. A household could contain 3, 4, 5 people. So way more people now without power, and a lot of that has been concentrated here right along parts of the coast. Now what we'll notice is as the system continues to drive inland, it's going to take some of these stronger winds inland as well. Now, of course, this thing is expected to wind down as it's moving over the landmass, losing a lot of its energy source. And so it'll begin to wind down, but still very gusty winds. Tropical storm force easily will be impacting some of the areas farther inland. So the power outages will start to mount there. Certainly got to be prepared for that to take shape. If you're with power now, certainly great, but just be prepared for that power to go out here eventually in some of these spots. In fact, surrounding the resort area, the power is out here. We're fortunate enough right now that in the resort itself where we're staying, power is still on, but could go out at any moment. So we'll be here watching that. Dr. Nab, we'll send it to you. What are you seeing there sort of on this eastern side of where that thing made landfall, Ian made landfall? Really have seen those winds crank up here.
Yeah, and we're seeing impacts not far from you, Alex. Let me summarize what we're hearing via the Weather Service. So the center just passing to your west, and that really strong eastern side is bringing the strong gusts that are above 50 miles an hour at Georgetown and more recently at Myrtle Beach. And we're getting, less rain, but a little bit more wind. Look at those gusts, over 50 miles an hour at North Myrtle. Look at all these strong 40, 50-plus mile-an-hour gusts going way inland. And look at these recent reports at Surfside Beach, not far from Myrtle Beach. A tree down on a house in Prestwick, North Myrtle Beach, gusted to 54. And this is a live view of those strong winds in Myrtle Beach.
Monitoring every aspect of Hurricane Ian making landfall earlier this afternoon near Georgetown, South Carolina. Take a look at Carolina Beach right now. Look how churned up the ocean is. And then take a look at the top right-hand side of your screen there. That is incredible surge that's come in here south of Myrtle Beach. That is incredible stuff. And there's just one high-profile vehicle out there. Look at all the debris that is in that water as well. And it is flowing. Then you take a look down at the bottom of your screen at the winds. Really cranking, by the way, that bottom right-hand side, that's Frying Pan Shoals out there off the coast of North Carolina, an elevated tower there, but some really rough conditions for us right now. It is definitely leaving a path of destruction, taking aim at the Carolinas and going to move inland, causing us problems potentially in Columbia, in Charlotte, as well as Raleigh. These are all places we're going to keep an eye on the storm as it moves in, and we have a potential for some significant power outages across the Carolinas and maybe right into Virginia as well. Thanks for being with us here, folks. You take a look at this view from above, and you can see how many neighborhoods have gone underwater here. This is amazing to see here and awful to see just how many areas are covered in a brown surge water. We've had a lot of rain too. Charleston, by the way, set a daily rainfall record. Over 5 inches of rain has come down. It's their wettest day of 2022 so far. Thanks for being with us, everyone. We got complete team coverage for you here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Pettis, joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Nab. He's going to have instant analysis of what's going on right now with the storm, and our crews are out there in the field as well. We're going to take you to Charleston and Myrtle Beach for updates on what's happening as the storm is coming ashore right now. But let's get to the latest with our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Nab.
Yeah, Mike, a lot of water problems, a lot of wind problems at the coast and inland as we've had the landfall of our Category 1 hurricane. That was at 2:15 Eastern time. And now in the last hour and change, it has moved a little bit farther inland, but the rain and the wind were already happening well before the center came ashore, and it's going to be a while before all of this ends, and it's going to be a big problem inland. But because you've got the landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina, you're getting the strong winds, the onshore push into Myrtle Beach. That's why you've got the storm surge, the waves, and the really strong winds gusting 50 to 60 miles an hour there. But you've got really strong winds already gusting to tropical storm force way inland to Charlotte and Raleigh. The backside of this is still very, very windy in places like Charleston and then all the way up into the Hampton Roads area. So like we were saying, power outages widespread in the landfall region, but likely going up into those big metros, even into Virginia. And we've got this big pressure gradient between Ian and the high up to the north. So tremendous wind and onshore flow and a lot of rainfall with Ian and this front that it's interacting with is pushing this warm front inland. And that northern side is where all the really heavy rainfall is falling and is going to fall, likely flash flooding over a large area. We've had 2 batches of heavy rain, Charleston and then in eastern North Carolina, but starting to add up in the vicinity of Georgetown and Myrtle Beach. So we've got flash flood warnings, Hampton Roads area, eastern South Carolina down into Charleston, and getting closer to where the landfall location happened. We've had gusts well over 50 miles an hour here in the Myrtle Beach area, and with that being where the eye, or what's left of it, has gone by with those strong gusty winds, look at these reports. Surfside Beach, not far from Myrtle, Mike, a tree is down in a house in Prestwick, and trees coming down inland as well. So there's so many reasons why you got to be off the roads today.
We've seen so many places like Surfside or Garden City where there's a lot of water that has moved in. Unfortunately, a ton of surge there. Let's go to Myrtle Beach. The winds have really started to crank there, really come up in the last hour or so. Alex Wallace has been standing out in them. Alex, with these kind of winds, it's just a no-brainer at this point. Power outages are going to go up. Are you seeing any damage as a result of the winds that are cranking?
Fortunately, no damage. That's really good to see. I mean, you might see a little palm frond kind of drive on by, but beyond that, haven't seen a whole lot of damage. Some potted plants here and there. But Mike earlier asked me if I could figure out which way the wind direction was, and it's no mistaking it now. In front of me is the beach, and the winds are coming directly at me. So it is an onshore push now, fully and wholeheartedly an onshore wind impacting us right now in Myrtle Beach. My goodness, yeah, it is definitely not a joke. So I can imagine we saw that water rise, and that caused issues there right along the coast, busted the dunes down. Imagine if this were to have taken place right at high tide, we'd be talking even greater a risk here. So we'll be tracking Hurricane Ian here as we work our way through the afternoon. Of course, inland areas as well. Be prepared for power outages.
Welcome back into Storm Center, where our coverage of Ian continues. I'm in the uptown area of Charlotte, North Carolina, where we're outside of the cone, but we're certainly feeling the impacts, and we have been for hours. The winds are gusting at tropical storm force. We have seen quite a bit of rain, and of course we have that tropical storm warning ongoing here because we're expecting those conditions. Will it get better overnight tonight? Yes, eventually, but not before we get through the worst of it over the next several hours. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. Of course, all eyes have been on Ian for the past week or so, and we watched it make landfall landfall, its fourth landfall earlier this afternoon in South Carolina. Take a look at some of this video from Pawleys Island. Now, where we are here in Charlotte, we are about 190 miles to the northeast of where you're seeing this video. Of course, this video showing that storm surge inundation that was expected for many of the coastal areas, and that's what has caused a lot of problems for the coastal areas. Feet of storm surge getting in, really creating issues for places like Pawleys Island. And you hate to see it. You know what type of cleanup that's going to cause, but you know that is what the forecast called for, and what we can be thankful for now is that eventually Ian is going to start to pull away. Now, back here in Charlotte, we are inland. We're about 200 miles from the coast, so storm surge obviously not a concern at all, but the heavy rain that's going to come down is a concern. So we do have a flood watch through noon. You can probably see the trees kind of whipping around behind me a little bit. It's really intermittent in terms of the gusts that we're seeing. So it's like, you know, you'll get kind of the light winds like we're having right now, the wind sustained at 30 miles an hour or so, and then you'll get a gust at 40, 45, 46 miles per hour, and you'll really see the trees kind of blowing around and the rain blowing around and the visibility reduced. But, you know, I will tell you, I've been seeing a lot of people still out and about. It's obviously a Friday evening, so people are still out kind of bustling around, getting food, driving around and things like that. I will tell you that especially as the sun goes down and we're still dealing with these windy conditions, these rainy conditions, and of course the ponding on some of the roadways, the best idea is to just stay in. The roads obviously get slick when you see this type of rain. You're going to run into some localized flooding in some places, especially those flood-prone areas. So it's the best idea just to stay in and wait for Ian to pass, because Dr. Nab, the payoff here will be that the weekend's looking a lot better. And I can tell you, Dr. Nab, our crew was in Key West before we came up to Charlotte, and the temperature difference is a whole different story. Here in Charlotte, we're in the 50s right now. We should be in the upper 70s for our highs, and with the wind, it feels like it's the upper 40s. So it's a chilly time right here in the Queen City.
And what's interesting, Felicia, is that Ian has become post-tropical. It's got a warm front attached to it on its east side, so it is bringing some warmer air into eastern North Carolina, along with the strong winds and the heavy rain. So we've got a lot of hazards to deal with. It can still be a life-threatening wind and water event, even though it is a post-tropical cyclone. Max winds are at 70 miles an hour. It's the same thing as a strong tropical storm, right on the threshold of a hurricane. So don't dismiss its hazards, especially given that it's not working alone. We've got a front that it's attached to. That's why it's post-tropical, but it's got a high over New England. So we've got a very strong pressure gradient over a large area of the mid-Atlantic states and a lot of rain, especially on the north side of Ian. So it's bringing a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and we've got multiple hazards, especially here in northeastern North Carolina. We've got the flash flood warning, tornado warning. Look at this big tornado watch here for eastern North Carolina up into the Hampton Roads area. There's that flash flood warning for Elizabeth City. Here's our tornado warning still in effect for portions of Camden and Currituck counties, moving quickly to the northwest. And there are some towns in harm's way here, so shelter. Lowest level, most interior room could be just about over Old Trap, could be in Indiantown in the next 14, 15 minutes, and we'll have to watch for places downstream. This is typical of the northeastern quadrant of tropical and post-tropical cyclones. Look at these gusty winds, 47 miles an hour in Raleigh, 48 over in Norfolk, and we could have widespread power outages in the landfall area, but likely in portions of the Charlotte and Raleigh areas, even possible into the Roanoke area. Flash flooding is another reason to be staying off the roads tonight. Well, when you are away from your television and want the most up-to-date alerts, check us out on Sirius XM. You can listen to the Weather Channel's live coverage of Hurricane Ian on Channel 134 and digital channel 512. Intermediate public advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center on post-tropical cyclone Ian. It is still behaving like a tropical storm, and in fact, we still have tropical storm warnings in effect. So that's what we changed in recent years, that even though it's no longer a tropical storm, if it has been recently, it's post-tropical. It's an immediate after period of being tropical, we still have tropical storm conditions. So we're going to warn for the conditions that are still in effect. Columbia, Charlotte, and Charleston eastward all the way to eastern North Carolina and the Outer Banks. And that is going to cause, already has caused, power outages, and they could be mounting in some spots that are getting the stronger winds. Overlapping with that is a large area where in many places in here, not everywhere, but many, we're going to get flash flooding. And that is because of all the moisture on the northern side of Ian combined with the front and south of that high. We got this really strong pressure gradient and onshore flow. And in the northeastern quadrant, that's where we still could have some supercellular kind of structures in those outer bands. We've got a tornado watch still in effect for northeastern North Carolina and the Hampton Roads area till 10 p.m. And we have a flood warning in the Hampton Roads area till 8:30, and it is still raining. Turn around, don't drown. In fact, just stay off the roads. Now we look at all these flood advisories from Charlotte over to Raleigh and Rocky Mount, and a lot of strong winds. This is what used to be the core of Ian, still producing 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts, Fayetteville, Raleigh area, and we're still getting gusts around 40 miles an hour in Charlotte. We got this big flash flood warning, Raleigh, Fayetteville, I-95 westward. It is really coming down in this zone, 2 to 2.5 inch per hour rain rates, and we've got the strong winds that are still gusting to 40 in places like Rocky Mount. So stay off the roads tonight. And while you're at home, if you want to lend a helping hand to Hurricane Ian victims, go visit redcross.org or floridadisasterfund.org. Your funds will help those folks a lot.
Now, Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross joins us. Brian, where is the storm now and where is it going?
Well, the storm is located in North Carolina now. Take a look at it there. And I'm going to do a little meteorology with you here. You can see this line right here. So the storm is called post-tropical with top winds at 60 miles an hour, mostly over the ocean. And it's called post-tropical because it's more like an inland nor'easter now. It's morphed itself. So that line I was showing you, that's the line. I didn't draw that well, did I? That line is between the cold air to the north and the tropical air to the south. And when cold air and tropical air meet, we end up with a lot of rain, and we still have the wind. So look at the rain. Again, it's north of that line. That's where that tropical moisture is running up over that colder air, and this is going to be very heavy rain in some spots, and they have flood alerts out, and I mean, it's kind of a big deal across that part of the country. Here is the wind situation. So by tomorrow morning, 40-mile-an-hour winds here, moving out of North Carolina, and then the storm dies out by Saturday night in terms of the wind. Ignore all the colors here. Just think of all these areas under a wind alert. It's because of the tropical and non-tropical characteristics of the storm. And then we talk about the rain. So here's the rain, and you see where the purple areas are, 5 to 8 inches over hilly country. That's a lot of rain, and that causes flooding. So here's the deal. In the yellow area there, that's what the National Weather Service is saying has a very likely potential for flash flooding. That's tonight into tomorrow. So from Charlotte to Columbia over to Norfolk and Raleigh, be on the lookout for that possibility. It's a dangerous night to be out. Everybody really should stay in. Then take a look at the rest of the weekend. So here's that big band that we were talking about coming in with strong cells, heavy, heavy rain tonight. And we go through tonight and into tomorrow, and it all just sort of slowly peters out, but it spreads north and it ruins the weekend up and down the I-95 corridor, then finally just dies out this weekend. All right, guys, that's it. Back to you.
All right, Brian, it's great information for anyone living in the Carolinas. And then the Eastern Seaboard for the rest of the weekend. Brian Norcross, thank you so much.
We expect things to get better as Saturday unfolds because you'll notice Ian is inland, no longer a tropical system, has lost its tropical characteristics, and it's getting weaker. As of 11 o'clock tonight, winds of 50 miles per hour moving north at 15 miles per hour. Drying out now in South Carolina, central and eastern North Carolina, all that moisture pushing up into the mid-Atlantic. Winds are still on the gusty side, so Ian is unraveling over land and interaction with cooler air. So by tomorrow, we probably won't be talking much more about Ian, but we will be focused on a tropical wave over the far eastern Atlantic. That may become a tropical depression by early next week.
NBC 6 News Today at 6 starts with breaking news.
It looked like snow. That's how powerful that wind was.
I was crying a lot because I was scared. My kids were there. The house was shaking.
People's roofs just destructed up, going across.
It's a lot to take in. Sweetie, it's Mommy. I'm in Punta Gorda. Daddy's alive. I'm alive.
You're praying and hoping that you live. Yeah. That's about it.
We're not giving up. This is our dream, and we're going to fight, and we're going to do everything all over again.
The image is hard to take in. Fort Myers Beach completely wiped out by Hurricane Ian this morning. We're learning at least 34 people have been confirmed dead. That number is expected to rise. And even though Ian has been downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone, the storm continues its path of destruction. This morning, President Biden announcing an emergency declaration for the state of North Carolina. Those details still ahead. As we wake you up this morning, we want to check in on the storm's path. First Alert meteorologist Chelsea Ambrose is tracking that storm, has been tracking it since the beginning. So where does it stand now, Chelsea?
Like you mentioned, it's post-tropical. Just means that the center of that storm has moved onshore and it's lost the center tropical characteristics, but you can see how widespread the rain showers are from this system still. Notice how far to the south that tail spreads. There might be an isolated chance in our area for some of those lingering showers, but into the Appalachia, up into New England, heavy downpours this morning. And with the latest advisory that has come out with this system, we are continuing to have some pretty intense winds, especially down into areas of Virginia and North Carolina. So here's that advisory for you. Notice that the center of circulation is still down into the Carolinas with winds at 35 miles per hour, so still pretty breezy, and the center of this storm still working its way off to the north and west. Now, there is another disturbance that we're watching off the coast of Africa, but as of right now, impacts to Florida when it comes to additional tropical systems, really not anticipating that out there. And this morning, it's already more comfortable. It's already in the 70s. Some of us have dropped into the low 70s, starting to warm back up, but I'll have more details on our local forecast in just a few minutes.
On what we know from Hurricane Ian, here's the latest at this hour. The death toll from Ian has now risen to at least 54. 51 of those deaths in the U.S., 35 in Lee County in Florida alone. From Florida to Virginia, nearly 1.5 million customers remain without power. Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina and Virginia are all under states of emergency. I was just reading about some of the work needed to be done in Virginia, where they were removing some downed trees in northern Virginia, actually downed trees because of some of the gusty winds that they've been dealing with here. And that was yesterday. But still today, winds are gusty at times. The rain is still falling. We still have what is now being called post-tropical Ian at play in the forecast. And it remains actually at play throughout the weekend into early next week. Rainfall there from that is happening in West Virginia into southeastern Ohio. We've got rainfall totals 1.9 inches in Craigsville, West Virginia. Mineral Wells, we are now at 1 inch in terms of rain. And some of this rain right here in the central Appalachians has been the heaviest right into West Virginia. And that's a combination of the fact that, yes, we have our post-tropical system here, but we also have the mountains. And that helps squeeze out the moisture, making some of that rain heavier. We'll have to keep watch. Haven't seen any flash flood warnings or flood concerns, but just something that we are monitoring here at the Weather Channel. We're also watching some rain offshore. Now, this is from a separate system, but bringing up the moisture. There's a connection all the way down to the Bahamas from this. Doesn't feel like that, though. It's chilly with temperatures in the 50s, and we've got that steady rain still around the Cape, finally clearing out there on Long Island in New York. Now, putting it all together, we do have the remnant moisture from what was Ian. That is combining with the general upper trough that we have over the area. That is going to keep us wet through the weekend into early next week. And for D.C., as the Nationals host the Phillies today at 7 o'clock, it could mean some showery conditions. It is very showery, much lighter than it's been earlier, but still you'll have some rain. Bring the rain gear, and temps are only going to be in the 60s. Maybe you need a couple layers under that rain gear.
El agua empezó a subir demasiado, pensamos que nos íbamos a ahogar.
La búsqueda de sobrevivientes continúa en nuestro estado, donde ya se reportan más de 70 muertos tras el paso del huracán Ian.
Mucha gente fueron a sacar a señoras que se quedaron por rescatar un perrito.
Entre escombros e inundaciones, rescatistas y voluntarios contabilizan las pérdidas humanas y económicas. Hoy vamos a la zona cero del impacto de Ian.
Ahorita sí está
el corazón está partido así de tristeza.
Saludos, somos Yunieski Ramírez.
Y Lizeth Mari, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos y seguimos con cobertura de equipo tras el paso de Ian. Estamos en la zona 0 con imágenes exclusivas que nos trae Alexis Fuentes.
Y Braylin García se encuentra en Pan Island, una de las zonas más afectadas por el centro del huracán. Comenzamos con él precisamente porque finalmente hoy hemos tenido acceso a una de esas primeras islas barreras por donde pasó el centro de Ian.
Así es, Yunieski, escuchar el testimonio de los afectados es sobrecogedor. Braylin García nos muestra precisamente las imágenes de esa comunidad totalmente destruida.
Así es, estamos en Matlacha, un punto intermedio entre Cape Coral y Pine Island, muy cerca de Cayo Costa, que fue el primer punto donde el huracán Ian tocó tierra aquí en Florida. Y como ven en pantalla, la imagen habla por sí sola. Todo quedó completamente destruido. Las comunidades al otro lado del puente están incomunicadas. Las fuertes marejadas y los fuertes vientos derribaron la carretera que conecta tierra firme de estas islas barrera.
20 años aquí, te imaginas. Y dicen que en 6 meses, 7 meses, te imaginas. Trabajar, ¿quién te va a aliviar nada?
El huracán Ian le arrebató 20 años de vida a este hombre quien hoy quedó sin techo, sin comunicación con el mundo exterior y quién sabe, sin trabajo.
Sí, parecía que estaba un remolino, pues, como cuando prendes una máquina de soldar. Y con 5 hijos, chiquito. Carajo. Está feo el jale, todo está carajo.
Una familia que mantener que ahora le tocará vivir en el carro, que tampoco tiene acceso a tierra firme.
Hemos quedado sin agua, sin luz, sin señal de teléfono. Como puede ver, hay un desastre total.
Destrozos que son visibles en cada pulgada de esta isla. Casas arrancadas desde los cimientos. Ian tornó esta área al sur de Cape Coral en un vertedero. Ustedes se quedaron dentro de la casa al momento que estaba pasando el huracán. ¿Por qué? ¿No se evacuaron?
No evacuamos porque no teníamos pensado que iba a llegar por acá y en segunda mano tenía pensado para todos lados pegar. Si los íbamos para Fort Myers, los íbamos para Kikoro, Naples, íbamos a irnos para Tampa, para allá era donde estaba previsto.
O sea, les agarró tarde.
Los agarró tarde.
Confianza que por poco les cuesta la vida. Ian tocó tierra muy cerca de aquí y no tuvo misericordia con nada ni con nadie. Y de esta casa lo único que la familia ha podido recuperar son estos pequeños pedazos de cristales que dicen que cuando les daba el sol pues brillaban muchísimo, cuando les daba el sol precisamente por la ventana que tenía vista hacia el mar. Ahora mismo todo está perdido. Esto es lo único que han podido recuperar. Una casa cuyo costo era de unos $700,000 y me cuentan además que la casa de al lado estaba precisamente en venta en unos $1.3 millones y ahora todo se fue al mar. Están a merced de las autoridades. Razón por la cual el gobernador Ron DeSantis en conferencia de prensa esta tarde se llegó para evaluar los daños y pedirles paciencia a los residentes. Según él, la ayuda viene en camino, pero toma tiempo llegar a las zonas más inaccesibles. Más de 700, tal vez 800 rescates se realizaron desde que se implantó el mandato de evacuación obligatoria. Obviamente, como ves a mi espalda, al igual que en la isla Sanibel, hay puentes colapsados, carreteras. Realmente hablamos de fuertes daños estructurales en las Islas Barreras. Levantaremos todo nuevamente, por supuesto, pero tomará mínimo 6 meses y en el caso del condado Charlotte y el condado Lee, el sistema eléctrico deberá ser construido por completo. Aquí las pérdidas son catastróficas. Reconstruir el área será definitivamente una tarea titánica. Desde el punto cero fue un reporte de Braylin García, noticiero Telemundo 49.
Muchas gracias, Braylin. Y en unas millas de allí, Fort Myers Beach, también es testimonio de la devastación, Yunieski.
Bueno, el huracán ha dejado en total hasta ahora 77 víctimas fatales en toda Florida y Fort Myers Beach es muestra de toda su fuerza. Alexis Fuentes ha llegado hasta allí y tiene imágenes exclusivas esta tarde. Alexis.
Exactamente, muy buenas tardes. Estamos en el sitio donde este poderoso huracán arrasó con todo. Casas, negocios, vidas humanas, pérdidas irreparables. Y en medio de tanta destrucción, aquí permanecen los equipos de rescate que llegaron desde el sur de la Florida.
Irreconocible, no se sabía cuál era la calle, cuál era la casa.
El capitán Eric Sánchez fue uno de los primeros en llegar a la zona del desastre cuando todo aún estaba bajo agua y oscuro.
Cuando estábamos empezando la mañana es cuando vimos la destrucción que tenía esto.
La llamada zona cero abarca casi 8 millas. Recorrerlas es enfrentarse a una realidad triste, difícil de imaginar. De lo que era la vida en la playa de Fort Myers, un paraíso natural, solo quedan retazos, dispersos por todas partes. Ian no tuvo piedad.
Estas dos casas por completo lo destruyó completamente, la casa se desapareció, como se puede ver aquí.
El Departamento de Bomberos de la ciudad de Miami envió a más de 80 rescatistas.
Ha sido casi que 24 horas desde que llegamos.
Esta es aún la primera fase del operativo. La prioridad, encontrar personas con vidas que puedan permanecer atrapadas entre los escombros.
Nuestros esfuerzos se van más para esta parte de la casa que para la parte de atrás.
La cifra oficial de víctimas mortales, según me explicaron aquí, podría ser muy considerable por la cantidad de personas que se quedaron en la isla y el gran número de estructuras colapsadas por completo y a las cuales aún no han podido acceder por la seguridad de los propios rescatistas.
Aunque tú creas que no te impacta, pero seguimos y seguiremos. Aquí vamos a estar hasta que ya no nos necesiten.
Ni siquiera quienes nacieron aquí o han vivido durante años en esta playa reconocen el sitio. La furia de este huracán lo transformó absolutamente todo. Los rescatistas aún no tienen una idea exacta de la magnitud real de esta tragedia ni cuánto podrían demorar sus labores. Aquí seguiremos. Alexis Buentes, Telemundo 51.
Alexis, gracias. Bueno, mientras tanto, en el condado Sarasota, autoridades han cerrado temporalmente un segmento de la autopista I-75 por la posible falla en un dique del río Miacaya. Oficiales del alguacil de esa región recorrieron la comunidad de Hidden River para advertirle a los vecinos sobre la probabilidad de inundaciones. Hasta ahora se prevé que el agua alcance a unas 70 viviendas.
Mientras tanto, estas otras imágenes aéreas son del condado Volusia, esta comunidad completamente bajo agua también, mientras los vehículos transitaban como pueden por las calles totalmente inundadas. Techos de negocios destruidos es el panorama al que se enfrentan los residentes tras el paso del sistema.
A propósito, la Cruz Roja ha desplegado a sus funcionarios y voluntarios a la zona del desastre y está recibiendo donaciones.
Así es que su aporte le permite a las organizaciones ayudar a las personas afectadas que se recuperen de este desastre. Para colaborar, puede llamar al teléfono 1-800-435-7669. Con esto hacemos nuestra primera pausa.
Cuando regresemos, vamos en vivo con Yusnavi.